Chapter 106. Proxy War. XXXXX. Volker's hand tightened on the grip of the Theta energy pistol. It was odd, compared to the ones that the rest of the coalition forces used. Theirs were rigid and thick, with perfect 90-degree angles and square power cells. His was deceptively thin, with strange-looking little nooks along the bottom and bumps on the hilt, and small cylinders for power cells. It wasn't made by human hands, like the rifle he could see in General Hill's hands. This one was very much designed by aliens. He looked up. He wasn't just using an alien weapon, he was on an alien planet too. He felt slightly lighter here, as he had learned that it was 22% smaller than Earth, which made him weigh less. The sun had risen 15 hours ago, and yet it was still high in the sky. It wasn't even an orange sun, it was bright white. He was on a planet thousands of light years away from the only planet he had ever known to support life, holding a weapon crafted by a species he had never known to exist, and hundreds of years in the future. But they were doing something he was all too familiar with. That his species was all too familiar with. War. An incursion into foreign territory. The people of that land fighting to push the invaders out. He was here again. Am I in the same role I was all those years ago? A deeply uncomfortable feeling coursed through him. This way. Hill barked, leading them down a narrow alleyway. This was certainly something Volker didn't remember from his time in Russia. High-ranking officers joining the soldiers on the battlefield. Back then they had been more than content to order them to engage the enemy from a safe distance. He had always felt that they had been cowards for hiding in bunkers while he was in the field, but now that he was older and actually fighting alongside one, he felt differently. It was easy to understand why someone avoided the battlefield. Why would someone actively seek it out? Why did you? A voice in his head asked. He didn't answer as they exited the alley and found themselves on another street. There weren't many bodies in this part of the Soul City of Adek, but signs of panic and turmoil were everywhere. Broken windows, shattered bottles, signs of looting and rioting and the occasional bullet hole and corpse. Give me a sitrep, Hill hissed into her comm unit. Nearest firefights to my location. Exact distance? Copy that. She lowered her hand. We've got 2 units pinned down and in need of support. One of them is massively outnumbered and on the verge of being routed. She pointed at Ashley, Karen, and Fox. I'm going to take these 3 and turn that around. The other one is in the middle of a stalemate with SDA defectors, but a couple of grenades from behind should turn that around. I trust you can handle that. Volker paused before answering. He wasn't a soldier anymore. He had had ideas of enlisting in the coalition military, but despite all the time he had spent on the Normandy, he was still a civilian. Not even a coalition civilian, as he was certain there was official paperwork he would need to fill out to become one. He could most likely refuse Hill's orders on the basis that she had no grounds to order him around. He could leave. He frowned. Then again, this wasn't the type of woman who was overly concerned with the legality of matters. I'm sending the data to your Omni tools, Hill said, no longer waiting for an answer. Those men are counting on you. Volker gritted his teeth. War had never been a clear-cut matter, but here it had somehow managed to get even murkier. He still wasn't sure what had happened back at City Hall. He doubted that Hill was bloodthirsty enough to order Fallot's assassination, but it had still been one of her men who had pulled the trigger. At least, it had looked like one of her men. Without another word, Ashley, Fox, and Karen split off with Hill, ducking away into another alleyway. All 3 of them glanced backwards with concerned looks before following the general deeper into the city. We want this way. Taylai's Omni tool was active and she was pointing down the street they were standing on, perpendicular to the way Hill had just gone. He gave a stiff nod and followed her, both of them leaping over an overturned light post. Are you okay? Taylai's head craned over her shoulder as she asked the question. She still wore her suit most of the time, and her face was still covered by that thick purple mask, but he could still make out the concern in her milky white eyes. No, that wasn't right. He had seen what her eyes really looked like. Dark purple, with bright pink pupils. He couldn't help but imagine those eyes looking at him. His heart skipped a beat. I don't know, he said honestly. I stuck with Shepard for this long because I thought I could help make things better. I signed up to stop Saren, to stop a mass murderer and a war criminal. He looked around him. This though? The SDA? The Batarian hegemony? They aren't Saren. Truth be told, fighting Enclave was towing the line. They were everything the Third Reich was, that's why I decided it was still the right thing to do. We were pointing our weapons at people who deserved to be on the wrong end of a gun. There was the slightest of movements under Taylai's helmet. He knew her well enough to know that she was frowning. The Batarian hegemony has done awful things to your species. Constant raids over land, selling coalition citizens as slaves. That's not even getting into what they do to their own people. I don't know much about Earth's history, but it sounds like they rank up there with some of the more horrible people you've had. I know, Volker said. His mind was a mess. He knew that he wasn't doing a very good job of explaining himself to Talai. It's just that so many innocent people are getting caught up in the crossfire. We're fighting people that are just trying to protect their homes. And a horribly sickly feeling filled him as a face entered his mind eye. A face of a one-eyed blonde woman with a self-satisfied smirk. And I'm not sure the coalition has the moral high ground in this fight. Talai blinked. She didn't challenge what he said, she merely looked at him. Hill? She asked. Folker swallowed as he nodded. I've seen this before. I've seen all of this before. Sending soldiers into a country, saying that you are going to make it better. Better than it ever would have been without help. But it's always a lie. It's an invasion. Conquest. Just disguised as something more appealing. If we hold the moral high ground on this front, then it's a negligible difference. Measured in millimeters. Because we're now fighting a battle where it looks like a coalition soldier fired the first shot. Talai asked. Folker nodded stiffly. Do you think that was a coalition soldier then? It could have been a hegemony assassin in disguise. Maybe, Folker said. Maybe the hegemony is trying to ignite feelings of hostility. But those feelings were already there. Maybe it's because of the bad blood the hegemony purposely fed its people. Maybe it's because the coalition took this planet and are essentially running it now. One thing is certain, whoever runs the hegemony is deliberately stoking the flames. Even if they didn't do it now, they did it in the past. Anger pulsed through his disgust as he remembered a man with short black hair and a handlebar mustache. A man he had once looked up to, until he had learned who he really was. For their own selfish benefits. He let out a sigh. Do you remember what I told you and Jane long time ago? Back on Cor Molly? About people who stir up lynch mobs? About people being stirred into a frenzy? I wanted to fight to stop something like that from happening again. He shook his head. And now another war is happening. And it looks like the mobs are forming one more time. On the one side, you've got the Batarian hegemony. And on the other, General Hill. The coalition might not be telling Hill to do this, but they're not stopping her. I joined the Normandy crew to stop mobs like these from forming. Not to join another one. Ahead. Talai shouted. Folker was jolted out of his thoughts as they rounded another corner and blazing gunfire filled his ears. Half a dozen SDA soldiers were taking cover behind a Rhino APC, a seventh one manning the turret of it. A handful of coalition soldiers were pinned down behind a crumbling prefab building. The roof of said building had been blown off, and the forward and rear walls were both in tatters. I'll get the gunner, Talai whispered. The rear door to the Rhino was open, the gunner's legs just barely visible through the threshold. Toss a grenade at them, then get down. Whatever you do, stay alive. She activated her tactical cloak without another word. She sped off, her footsteps swallowed up by the roar of gunfire. Just before she left, Folker felt a tight squeeze on his hand. He smiled. As the alien woman left, he gripped one of the grenades at his side tightly. Smoother and flatter than what he was used to, but the basic concept was all too familiar. He gave it a press and then threw it, the explosive landing just in the middle of the SDA soldiers. Folker didn't get a look at the results, ducking back into the alley he and Talai emerged from. This proved to be a wise move, as a hail of bullets soared past him the second the explosion sounded. He judged the swarm of projectiles, trying to gauge his situation. He could still hear the blare of the mounted machine gun, but it didn't seem to match the swarm of bullets narrowly missing him. That had to mean that it was still being directed at the coalition soldiers. He swallowed. If Talai was able to get rid of the gunner, nothing would be suppressing the human soldiers anymore. The SDA troopers would be vulnerable to a pincer attack. He hoped the human soldiers were in good enough condition to muster such an attack. Seconds slowly ticked by, and shots continued to whiz past Volker's hiding spot. He aimed at the corner, convinced that a Batarian would appear from the other side at any minute, finger on a trigger. After hundreds upon hundreds of shots had streaked by, Folker just barely heard a different kind of gunshot. That of a shotgun. Folker grinned. Talai was very good at following through what she said she was going to do. The Batarians seemed almost oblivious to this, with one crying out, "Why did he stop shooting?" They had not made the connection between the shotgun blast and their gunner being dead. The Morian shock troops were much faster on the uptake. A storm of weapon fire rose up in the form of a counterattack. Folker creeped out of cover and added to it with a handful of shots directed at the confused SDA troopers. With the damage his grenade had caused, and the sudden, unexpected pincer attack, the few surviving SDA soldiers were wiped out within seconds. "You okay?" Folker shouted, abandoning his cover altogether and moving towards the soldiers. There were 8 of them in total, but 3 of them were very badly wounded and lying on the ground screaming in agony. Now that the SDA soldiers were dead, the others were scurrying about, desperately trying to treat their wounded. Folker was very glad that he hadn't eaten recently when he saw the corpses of half a dozen other Morians no more than a few feet away. "No," one of them panted, looking up at Folker as she finished applying gel to one of her fallen comrades. Folker winced as he saw just how bad it was. At least a dozen dead Marines were scattered all over the block, counting the ones he had seen earlier. Judging by the heavy damage to their armor, they had been caught in the crossfire of the turret. You got any spare Medigel? I'm almost out. Wordlessly, his hand slid into a pouch where he kept a tube of his own and hastily handed it to her. He felt a small amount of comfort as she ripped it open with her teeth and began to viciously apply it. At least something had changed for the better. Medicine had grown by leaps and strides. After a few more seconds of applying, the shock troop let out a sigh of relief. He just barely made it, she gasped, slumping against a wall. 3 shots to the gut and 1 to the lung. He was coughing up blood. A few seconds later and, Christ. She shook her head before looking up at Folker. What unit you with? As she spoke, she handed him back the tube of Medigel. I'm not, he said, taking the medicine and pocketing it. It was one thing to think it, but now that he was saying it out loud, he realized how absurd it sounded. He hastily clarified, I'm a crew member of the Normandy. Volunteer. I'm the CO of the Marine 252nd Platoon, the woman said sourly. Or rather what's left of it. We were 50 men strong this morning. She spat on the ground spitefully. Well, volunteer? That's pretty odd. But then again I've heard we've got army and blood pack mercenaries in orbit now. I've heard a lot of bad things about both, and mostly good things about the Normandy. So, were you sent to help us? Folker nodded. Direct orders from General Hill, he said. She took a couple of my crewmates off to deal with trouble elsewhere. We split up a few minutes ago. The CO of the 252nd swore. Hill isn't the type of person who gives herself the easy jobs. If there was something else that she ignored us for, it must be an even bigger meat grinder than this. Groaning, she gingerly got to her feet. She was trembling. Trembling with anger. We're done, she grunted. I've got to pull the rest of my men out. The wounded will die if they don't get proper medical condition, and we don't have enough manpower to keep going. Can you help us with that, Rhino? I need someone to. She suddenly stopped mid-sentence. There had been a noise, one of shifting rubble. Folker instinctively aimed his pistol in the direction of it, all unharmed members of the 252nd doing the same. It couldn't have been from Talai, it had come from the opposite direction. From a prefab house that looked like it had taken a few rockets to the front. Could be a straggler, the CO whispered, an assault rifle in her hands. Move up. I've got you covered. Folker didn't need to be told twice. Lowering his head, he dashed forward, stopping only when he had his whole body pressed up against the wall of the building. Steeling himself for another firefight, he barged through the doorway, weapon at the ready. There were no SDA soldiers. On the ground was a Batarian adolescent, shaking like a leaf and covering a bleeding knee. It's okay. He called out to the Marines. It's just a kid. Hey. Pulling out the last of his Medigel, he handed it to the boy. Just apply it to your. Before he could finish, a rock soared forward and struck him in the side of the head. Reeling back, he dropped the Medigel. It's medicine. Folker snapped, a spike of anger pumping through him. Blood was trickling down his face, forcing him to blink. Shit. You okay, man? The 252nd CO had slipped into the building behind him, 2 of her soldiers with her. Ah, I see, she said, spotting the Batarian boy. He had grabbed the Medigel and was trying to limp away, only to find himself trapped in a corner. The only windows and doors out were on the other side of Folker and the Marines. Hold on, I got this one. Drawing a pistol from her side, the CO took aim at the boy. Wait, what? Folker grabbed the woman's hand, forcing it downward. A shot echoed through the room as a hole was torn in the ground. Keeping his grip firm on the Co's wrist and the pistol pointing downward, Folker made sure the boy was still alive. He was shaking in the corner, clearly terrified, but with no new injuries. Let go of me, the woman said, her voice dangerously low. We've got a job to do and I never leave things half finished. There was murder in her eyes, the type that came from a lifetime of rage and hatred. The 2 soldiers behind her did nothing. Not moving to help her, but doing nothing to try and stop her either. They were like statues, lifeless and immobile. Your job was to stop the riots. Folker retorted. There was a vicious yank upward as the woman tried to wrench her hand free. With a swift move, Folker reached down with another hand and ripped the pistol out of her grip, catching her off guard. To stop the renegade SDA troopers. How does killing a kid help that? Because he might throw more rocks at people. He gestured to the gash on his forehead. This is just a scrape. You don't understand, the CO said, her voice still sharp and dangerous. I've been fighting Batarians for years. Preying on other species is part of their way of life. Moria has been the victims of their assaults for decades. Our people killed, enslaved, and who knows what other horrors. We take one of their planets and we actually try and build something to make their lives less miserable. And this is how they repay us. With more corpses. Now. Give me back my pistol and I'll forget this ever happened. She held out her hand, an air of finality to it. Oh come on. Folker said, getting in between the shock troops and the boy. Look at him. He barely looks a teenager. Are you saying that you were raided by a 13-year-old boy? The CO glared at him, with a look that suggested she wanted nothing more than to murder the boy as painfully as possible. Maybe it was because she had lost someone to the raids, or maybe it was because she had just grown up learning to hate Batarians. Folker didn't know. Look, I understand that you're mad, Folker said, trying to calm her down, but you've got to think this through. I know what it feels like, to feel like you've spent your entire life suffering. I know what it feels like to see someone that's the source of it all, but the soldier let out a bark of laughter. Folker winced. It barely sounded human, it sounded more like the laugh of a rabid hyena. Hey knows? Oh hey boys, this guy says that he knows what we've been through, she stepped forward, prodding him roughly in the chest. You're military, but you aren't a shock troop. That means you aren't from Moria, as a soldier or a civilian. Ergo, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh. Folker said coldly, glaring at the woman. There's more people that have the victims of wars and violence than there are stars in the sky. Plenty of them saw horrors you could only dream of. Most of them don't go around killing children. They don't consider it necessary. Are you saying that you're special? Folker saw the blow coming, but that didn't make it hurt any less. It was a right cross that connected directly with his face. He felt like he had just been kicked in the face by a horse, a firm stinging pain burning where the blow had landed. He staggered back under the force, but recovered quickly and glared at the soldier, his face feeling swollen. Out of the way, she growled. You have no idea what they've done, kid. I have a pretty good idea of what you're doing though, he said defiantly. Part of him, the part of him that had seen more battles than was healthy, was screaming at him to not just stand there. To go for his gun, to grab a pipe, or at the very least to hit back. He didn't though. There were 5 of them 252nd in total, against only him and Talai didn't even know what was going on. Besides, as much as he hated to admit it, he had been in their place at one time too. Scared, angry, lashing out because they had been wronged. They had just gone farther than he had. The next blow came from above, and caused his knees to buckle underneath him. The next thing he knew, he was face down on the ground, blood trickling down his face. Despite the pain, Folker managed to give a weak smile. Is this making you feel better? You're not a soldier. You're a thug in uniform. I guess you just started believing your own lies. I'm not a. Oh, lie to yourself all you want, but not to me. You tried to kill a 13-year-old kid, and you're beating someone who didn't let you. Someone who is refusing to fight back. Gingerly, Folker got to his feet, wiping the blood off of his face. I'm sorry, I failed to see it. How are you the good guy? Her fist came back for another and Folker just barely managed to keep himself from falling to the ground again. No discipline. No logic. It all just slipped away. He gave a wry grin. War. It turns people into rabid dogs. For the most part. Rabid dogs aren't self-righteous. He had no idea what he was trying to do. A very real fear had seated itself inside of his head. This woman might just kill him. If she was more than willing to murder a child, then killing him would be simple by comparison. All he knew is that he was drawing her attention for the moment, pulling her anger onto himself, and away from the boy. The second he stopped, the boy was dead. All he could do now was stand his ground and pray to whoever was watching. Then this woman found it harder to kill a fellow human than a Batarian. Stand his ground and not let her see the fear that was rapidly beginning to grip him. The Ko's anger momentarily gave way to irritation. I'm starting to think you might be touched in the head, she said scathingly, glaring at Folker. He forced himself to glare back. He was scared, part of him wanted to just step aside and get it over with. He had a nasty feeling that the boy was going to die, no matter what he did. He didn't though. Deep down he knew why. He had been here before. He wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Could be, Folker replied. She might have a point. After all, mouthing off to a military officer who was thirsty for blood could easily be qualified as suicidal. That doesn't change anything though. For the last time, I'm begging you. Just walk away from this. Kill him and it will tear you apart. When you don't have anger to push you forward, when the dust settles, you will regret everything that you've done. Another blow to the face. He staggered back, barely keeping his balance, the copper taste of blood in his mouth. You know, I'm tempted to just tell my men to open fire, the CO said. You'd get caught in the crossfire the way things are, but you don't really seem to care about that. In fact, you've got 5 seconds. 5. Snapping her fingers, both men behind her raised their rifles. There was a second of hesitation in both of them, but they still took aim. Volker inhaled deeply before taking a few steps, making sure that he was directly in between them and the boy. I'm not going to lose any sleep over this. 4. Another glare. If you're in such a hurry to die, why didn't you just? Volker acted without thinking. They were going to shoot, he could tell. It might have been the fact that it was their superior giving orders, soldiers having been drilled to obey without question, or maybe they were just that far gone. It didn't matter. He was at the corner, the boy tucked under his arm. He tried to squirm his way out, but Volker held firm as he spun on the spot and bolted for the nearest window, running parallel to the Marines as he did. Automatic rifle fire filled the air as he leapt through the window, his shields taking more shots than was healthy. The 2 other Marines were outside, attending to the wounded with the help of Talai. They looked up, their helmet-free faces blinking. Shoot him! The CO bellowed from the window, vaulting out after Volker, scooping up the pistol he had thrown earlier. The 2 soldiers glanced at each other, unsure of what was going on or how to react. Talai was faster. Her shotgun was in her hand, and a concussive round was fired at the nearest Marine, before bringing the butt of her weapon down on the other one's face. Both of them were on the ground as Volker sped by. Rhino. Inside the Rhino. He said frantically. Volker had expected Talai to look at him dumbly, or to demand an explanation. Instead, she managed to beat him inside, closing the door as soon as he was safely inside. Let me go. The boy shrieked, finally managing to wiggle free and scurrying to the far end of the Rhino. I don't want any help from Two Eyes. Charming little Boschtet you found there, Talai said dryly, before looking to the opening in the roof that the gunner used. Ashley showed me this one, she said, flipping open a hard-to-spot compartment and pressing a few buttons underneath. Almost at once, the opening slid shut, a hidden door sliding from the side to seal it. Unless they're willing to use explosives, I doubt that they'll be able to get in here. But what happened? They wanted to kill him, Volker said, pointing to the Batarian child that was now glaring at the 2 of them. I tried to make them stand down, it didn't work. So, I grabbed him and ran. He sighed, and leaned back against the door. He could hear muffled shouting, the banging of metal on metal, and a handful of gunshots. The thick shell of the Rhino insulated it, and he could only just barely hear it. Talai was right, they weren't getting in with just small arms. Reaching up, Talai gently lifted off her faceplate. She was smiling at him. He felt himself go red. Never change, she whispered, sliding the faceplate back on. Now then, we need an exit strategy. The engine on this is gone. Drove over a landmine. It'll keep us safe, but we're not driving anywhere in it. We're going to want to radio in for help. Not from Hill, Volker said, feeling disgust towards the woman. After everything he had heard about her, he was certain that at least part of this could be traced back to her. Time slowly passed by as the 2 of them sat there, Volker racking his brains for anything useful. He heard the sound of even more small arms being fired, accompanied by cries. He had a feeling the CO of the 252nd was screaming her head off at him. We need to try for Shepard, he said, after a good 10 minutes. Talai nodded. Volker nodded, and was halfway to his comm unit when he stopped. He had just realized. It was quiet outside now. Talai, could you open the hatch? Talai had apparently realized too, because she did so without question. Poking his head out cautiously, after his shields had recharged, Volker looked around. All of the Marines were dead on the ground, with the exception of 3 who were battered and bloodied, struggling to move and with their weapons gone. 7 aliens, 3 of them Solarians and 4 of them Asari, stood over the remaining 3. All of them were wearing bright yellow armor bearing a symbol Volker had only seen once before, but knew well. The symbol of Eclipse. Fuck you, the CO hissed, glaring up at the mercenaries. Should we just kill them and move on? One of the Solarians asked, looking at one of the Asari. None of them had noticed Volker. Just a moment. All heads turned to a nearby building that looked like it had been a grocery store at one point. A Batarian in dirty work clothes was standing on top, holding the corpse of a Morian shock troop over his head. The Morian's throat was sliced open, so much so that Volker thought it a miracle that her head was still attached. Blood trickled down and stained her long, blonde hair. I got her. The Batarian screamed in euphoria. The one who murdered Philo, I got her. It certainly looked it. There was a blood-soaked chain and sickle at his side. With a heave, the Batarian threw the corpse over the edge of the roof, where it landed with a dull thud. Saviors of ADEK! He screamed. Agents of the hegemony! I beg you. Free us from the tyranny of the coalition, and show them the fate of those who murder our kind. With that, he was gone. Show off, an Asari with dark indigo skin said. Still, we've got a job to do. She cocked her pistol and aimed it at one of the Ko's lackeys. However, just as she began to pull the trigger, a ball of theta energy found its mark in her throat. She opened her mouth to scream, but was turned to ash before she could finish. Volker's eyes narrowed as he adjusted his pistol, targeting one of the Solarians. Up there! The remaining Asari yelled. Stragglers! 4 guns rose to aim at Volker. He fired off a shot, but he had tried to duck back down into the rhino as he did. It went wide as he slid back in, the hail of bullets just narrowly missing him. Eclipse? What was going on this planet? XXXXX. Sam tensed as the shuttle shuddered around her. It was one of hundreds that were now speeding through the atmosphere of Surkesh, all of them carrying their payloads of soldiers, while just as many carried heavy support equipment and vehicles. Tanks, APCs, and artillery pieces, although that last one was being held off on until a foothold had been secured. Sam had even seen a couple of experimental chimera mechs that were being deployed. Vertibirds, equipped with thrusters for limited non-atmospheric travel, were right behind the shuttles, Gatling laser guns and missile payloads at the ready. Sam had only ever seen one invasion before in her life, the Geth invasion of Cor Mali. It had been an overwhelming spectacle, seeing that many military units mobilized and deploying at the same time, but it was another thing to see it from the other end. A sense of awe and dread. Awe at the idea of such a force being possible, dread at the idea of the chaos that would follow it. We're nearing the drop level, the pilot said in a cool voice over the shuttle's intercom. You 4 might want to get ready. Sam took a deep breath as she and Sigma Squad turned to face the door to the shuttle. She did a quick double check of her equipment. Her swords were at her side, her cryo gun was at her back, and her HUD read the power reserves of her thrusters at 100%. Her special equipment for this mission, a metal case on her back that could dispense heavy-duty charges, was attached to the small of her back, just above the cryo gun. She did a quick check to make sure that the others all had one of their own, and was pleased to see that they did. She was as ready as she would ever be. Ready. The pilot said again. As she did, a minor quake rocked the shuttle. Sam grit her teeth. They were in AA range apparently. 3, 2, 1, deploy. The door swung open and all 4 of the passengers were sucked out as the cabin depressurized. Sam's eyes screwed up in concentration as they all entered free fall. The hundreds if not thousands of Enclave and Geth aircraft descending towards the city of Talat were all around her. The skies were hard to see through the mass, and they were nearly blotted out by the tiny explosions that were peppering them. I thought the Navy bombarded all of their AA positions. Warren said over the comm, sounding grumpy. As he spoke, no less than 3 separate shuttles were plucked out of the sky by Solarian AA fire. 2 exploding mid-air, while the engines on the third died and it slowly began to tumble towards the surface. Don't be naive, Cadence said. The Solarians are the paranoid race of the Council and they don't even bother hiding it. Of course they would have hidden AA guns all over their city centers. You can't drop mass driver slugs on that without being a war criminal. You know, between this and Turians having a hard time understanding what a civilian is, I'm starting to wonder if humans are the only people who even understand the concept of atrocities, Warren said. Sam had to bite her tongue hard to not bring up Dr. Goeth or Admiral Crawford, as well as the fact that Woods had been compliment in slavery. She would have to put up with how much of a hypocrite Warren was until another time. I've got eyes on one of the AA guns, Albert said, his tone neutral and calculating. Marking it now. A small red circle appeared on Sam's HUD, and no doubt on Cadence and Warren's HUD as well. The top of one of the countless skyscrapers that dotted the alien city. Sure enough, the pinpricks of flashing light that signaled an AA gun were flashing from the top of it. Looks like it's got an escort. At least 10 Solarians. Couple of snipers, but the rest of them are equipped for close to medium-range combat. Warren let out a bark of laughter. 10. They'd need 5 times that to stand a chance against a Special Forces squad. Sam fought back the urge to groan. She wasn't overly fond of any of Sigma Squad, but she had to admit that Albert had the patience of a saint to put up with his brother without snapping. Assuming he had a problem with the way Warren acted, and she wasn't quite ready to insult him by saying that he didn't. Cut the chatter, she said, with a little more edge than was necessary. Focus on Albert's mark. Albert, you're with me, we'll hit them from the front. Cadence and Warren, circle around to the back and hit them from behind. Remember, only use your thrusters when you absolutely need to. Let gravity take you the majority of the way. She studied the top of the building as it grew closer. Sure enough, 10 Solarians were on the very top. All of them were gazing up at the swarm of incoming craft, not moving at all. The odds of them spotting the people who were about to kill them were non-existent. Sam felt a little sorry for them. That didn't matter though. Sam still had plenty of hang-ups about the Enclave, but the Coalition had done a lot of good for the common people of the Enclave, and the Solarians had been one of the people who declared war on them. The rank and rifle might have differing opinions, but at the same time they would still fight regardless of their views. It was dirty work, but they hadn't really given her a choice in the matter. They were getting closer now, she could actually see what types of guns each soldier was holding. Planning out her landing position, she fired her thrusters, the others doing the same. Her descent was slowed, but she didn't go too heavily on it. Just enough for a safe landing and to position herself directly over their target. Mere seconds had ticked by before they were right on top of it. One of the Solarians turned his head and looked directly at them. He took one hand off of his gun and pointed up, but it was too late. Landing so hard that she left a dent in the metal roof, Sam charged forward, both of her swords drawn and active. She barely felt any resistance as she swung at the nearest two. She thought that she had missed, until screams of agony filled her ears and both soldiers dropped to the ground. One was now missing an arm, while the other had been cut roughly in half. She paused for half a second. Most races weren't truly built for combat. Biologically they were on the frail side, but the Solarians were in the running for the most scrawny sentient race in existence. Yet so many of them fought bravely despite this. Millions of those brave souls would die today. Sam was knocked out of her thoughts as the other soldiers finally realized what was happening and opened fire, bullets whittling away at Sam's shields. They started this fight, she whispered to herself as she fired her thrusters again. Speeding forward, she took one Solarian's head off before darting to the right and taking cover behind the far side of the AA gun. As they attempted to readjust their aim, one of their number was riddled with bullets and collapsed to the ground. They attempted to divide their fire between keeping Sam pinned and returning fire on Albert, even as he moved to flank them from the side. They had little time to do so, as two loud impacts from behind them announced the arrival of Warren and Cadence. The Solarians could not respond properly with their attention so divided, and before even one could get a beat on them, the two newcomers were upon them. Within half a minute, all of the remaining Solarians were dead, gaping stab wounds and caved-in skulls marking the bodies. "Piece of cake," Warren said smugly as his blade slid back into his arms. "Now then, onto the planting a charge onto an immobile and inflexible turret. Something that should be slightly more challenging." Wishing deeply that she could punch Warren, Sam slid her hand behind her back and had a charge deposited into her hand. Fixing it to the back of the turret, she pressed the red button on the center and armed it. "I want everyone 100 feet above this rooftop," she shouted, lifting off and ascending to the height in question. She was joined by the others, sickly green blood on the armor of Cadence and Warren, where they hovered. "Detonate," Sam said. She didn't even manage to close her mouth before the charge responded. The explosion stretched outward, temporarily blocking the top of the building from sight, before clearing away. A black, twisted husk of metal was all that remained of the AA gun. Sam smiled softly. "So far so good. Good job everyone," she said, as they landed on the now blackened rooftop. "Anyone see any more targets?" "Not in the immediate area," Albert said, scanning the area. "It looks like this area of the city wasn't prepared for a landing of this magnitude." It wasn't a stretch. She could see a shuttle exploding here and there, but the AA fire was barely noticeable now. Hundreds of shuttles and dropships had already landed in the streets below, their payloads of soldiers disembarking, before taking to the skies and beginning the return trip to orbit. Vertibirds streaked by overhead, their laser Gatling guns flaring as they took out what little enemy forces were left. "Right," Sam said. "So, we're about 5 miles away from the Hall of Matriarchs. We landed this far out to avoid heavier AA fire. Remember, we're to take as many politicians prisoner as possible, so exercise extreme caution when we're storming it." Her eyes focused directly on Warren as she spoke. He noticed, and while he stared back, he did not reply. "I'll take a little bit for the invasion force to fully land," she said. "So for the moment, we're on defense. We're to skirt the perimeter of the landing zone, eliminating any forces that try to hit us while we're still organized. And unless I'm mistaken, that's where we are." All of the Allied forces were landing behind them. Not a single shuttle had gone anywhere near their position. Sam stopped for a second to drink it in, the seemingly never-ending swarm of invasion forces flooding the sky. "XI squad, we've got a secured LZ for you," Albert said into his comm unit. Sam blinked as he spoke, looking at him inquisitively. "You wouldn't have heard of them," he said calmly. "Their leader was having the finishing touches put on her cybernetics when Crawford rebelled. They're best for putting an area on lockdown. Their leader has a particularly heavy loadout. If you have no objections, I'd like to position them here." Sam nodded briskly. To those who knew her, it was an open secret that her position as a general was a bit of a PR stunt. She didn't know nearly as much about the Enclave Special Forces as Albert did, so they had worked out an unspoken agreement. He would order the Special Forces as he saw fit, and she would override him when the need arose and command his personal unit. So far, he had given her no reason to take charge. She understood why Woods had promoted him to colonel and head of the Special Forces after Colonel White had died. One of the shuttles peeled off from the swarming mass and soared towards the top of the skyscraper. It touched down softly, the side hatch sliding open with a hiss as it did. 2 soldiers in rather slender power armor stepped out, assault rifles in hand, sweeping the rooftop. Their weapons were at the ready and their eyes were down sight. Sam couldn't help but notice that they each had a bright white number on their arms. One had a 2 and the other a 3. In addition to that, each had a chainsaw sword on their back, the exact same type as hers. XI2, XI3, Albert said wryly. I wouldn't have said the LZ was clear if it wasn't. Can't be too sure, XI3 said softly, a strange mechanical tone to her voice. Both operatives spent a few more seconds checking the rooftop before they were satisfied. We're clear, XI3 said. It's safe, Major. There was a heavy thud, as if someone had just pushed heavy machinery down a staircase, and an Asian soldier in armor approached the edge of the shuttle. Her face was plain and rough around the edges, with only one noticeable trait. Blood-red eyes, ones that appeared organic until you looked close and saw them glowing faintly. She made a few minor adjustments to her helmet before sliding it over her head, the eyes glowing a dark shade of green. Sam gaped as the head of XI Squad fully stepped out and onto the building. A thick metal weapon that vaguely resembled a recoilless rifle was mounted on the woman's right shoulder, while a bright silver cannon with a barrel that glowed a bright green was on the other. A pair of Gatling guns complete with grips were mounted under her arms, and the barrels to some other form of gun were sticking out of her forearms. To cap it all off, a thick metal backpack was on her back, an opening near the top. A clawed metal arm that was attached to the side of the backpack withdrew from the opening, holding what was unmistakably a tank shell. It slid it into the rifle on the operative's metal shoulder, where it was locked into place with a heavy thunk noise. Thanks for securing this position, XI1 said. The same mechanical tone that had been in XI3's voice was present here too, but even more so. Sam suspected that the woman had artificial vocal cords. Good vantage point from up here. I'll give you cover on your advance as long as I can. We're going to be repositioned from rooftop to rooftop as we advance, but there will be times where we can't help you. She began to move forward, but at a slow pace. No more than a light jog. Sam wondered why she was taking her time as XI2 and 3 fell in line with her, only to notice something. For the briefest of moments they darted ahead of her, only to immediately slow down so that they were side by side with her. After that, they continued to the edge of the skyscraper at a slower pace than before. How much does that arsenal she has weigh? She asked, looking at Albert. You noticed, didn't you? He asked. I don't have the exact number on me, but it effectively doubled her weight. Even in power armor that's as fast as she can move. That's why XI2 and 3 have the lighter and more mobile suits. They're her escorts. She eliminates larger and more armored targets, they keep her safe from flankers. As he spoke, XI1 reached the edge of the building. Spikes extended from the ankles on her armor before slamming deep into the metal roof. Now anchored, XI1 raised her hands as her recoilless rifle stretched forward, grabbing a grip on each side. See anything? Cadence asked, flicking Solarian blood off of her hammer as she and the others approached the side of the rooftop. A moment, XI1 said simply. There was the tiniest of hiring noises, and Sam had a very good feeling that her eyes had magnifying capabilities. Union tank convoy, heading towards the landing area of the invasion force. I count 5. Infantry escort, at least a few dozen. There was a grunt of anger from X2. Perfect, he hissed. More than the Major can handle. How many tanks can you handle? Cadence asked, peering over the edge before glancing at X1. I could eliminate 2, possibly 3 if I was quick enough, she replied methodically. But any more than that and we would be exposed. They would have discovered my position and returned fire. I am not armored enough to withstand direct tank fire, nor are my men. Cadence gave a grunt of frustration. I can see them now. Damn it, they're making tracks. They'll be here in a few minutes, and probably be able to take out more than a few units while we're still trying to find our bearings. Albert? You got any ideas? Sam felt a pinch of annoyance that Cadence was asking him and not her. Then she reminded herself that Albert had been their leader for much longer than she had, and of what Cadence had said to her not too long ago. General, Albert said, turning to face her. I would like to make a suggestion. He reached behind his back and withdrew one of the many charges that they had. Utilizing the flight abilities of our armor, we should, but Sam was already following his train of logic. Make a flyby over the column and drop our charges on top? She said. Albert nodded. I think I rather like that idea, she said, smiling under her helmet. We could take out at least half of them. And even if we don't, we still turn their attention away from XI Squad. She sheathed both of her swords, and took a charge in each hand. Hop to it everyone. Taking an almost casual step off of the roof, Sam felt a jolt in her stomach as she entered free fall for the record time. She was halfway down the length of the building when she fired her thrusters again, the noise behind her telling her that Sigma Squad was following her lead. Fly low, but don't clip the tanks. She ordered over the roar of their suits. At this speed that'd take a limb off. Even a cybernetic one. She zoomed down a narrow street, abandoned skycars lining the streets. Apparently the Solarian Union had ordered the civilians into shelters. She hoped that there weren't still stragglers hiding in the buildings. She concentrated on the tank column in front of them. Their unusual manner of approach might have caused them to go unseen so far, but that wouldn't last much longer. Sure enough, bullets began to stream forward, pinging off of their shields harmlessly. They were still too far away to be hit accurately. Spread out, don't make one big target, Sam ordered, and pushed her acceleration to its limit. The spray of bullets began to thicken, enough so that Sam's shields were starting to drain significantly. Take evasive action, don't be an easy target. She ordered as she began to swerve back and forth, flying in a zigzag fashion. The column was coming up fast, and she was just about to consider flying higher to avoid more fire from the infantry when her attention was drawn away. A blinding green explosion tore through the ranks of the Solarian infantry. At least a dozen corpses in front of the tanks were either sent flying through the air or reduced to small puddles of green goop. Warren let out a whoop over the comm lines. XI-1 is giving us covering fire, I could kiss that woman. The tanks had come to a halt after the shelling and were now reversing. Their cannons arcing upward as they tried to identify the source of the shot. It didn't matter however, Sam and Sigma Squad were on them. Flying as low as she dared, Sam schemed the top of the front tank, dropping both of her charges as she did. As soon as a bright light on her HUD confirmed that they had anchored, she made a 90-degree turn and flew straight upward. A few seconds passed as she rose alone, Sigma Squad taking more time to reach the tanks further back in the convoy. Something hit her. Albert, make sure you get the last one in line. We can box them in that way. Already on it, Albert said, and after a few more lights lit up on her HUD, she spotted Sigma Squad rising up to meet her. We're clear, Albert said. Detonate. Detonate, Sam and the others echoed. From so high up, she had the perfect view as the explosions tore through the column. A domino effect that worked its way from back to front, crippling the rear tank and completely destroying the first two. Sam came to a stop and hovered, the others following through. Should we make another run? Cadence asked. As she did, another bright green explosion flashed beneath them, and another Solarian tank was gone. No, Sam said simply. XI-1 has this. Instead we're going to pick off the stragglers. Their infantry escort is routing. Sure enough, the Solarians who had accompanied the tanks were abandoning the convoy and ducking in between the houses on either side. Only half of them had escaped when another one of XI-1's shells tore into the next tank. Said tank had managed to fire off one shot in retaliation, and it had almost hit. It blasted a hole in the skyscraper XI squad was perched on, just below them. After that, the tank was engulfed in fire, another half-dozen Solarians were taken with it. If it had had a few more seconds to line up the shot, XI squad would have been atomized. Warren snorted. I can see why they tend to let the Turians and Krogan do their fighting for them. Sam killed her thrusters, taking herself into a dive. Cadence with me on the east side. Albert, take your brother and take care of the west. They might be planting explosives for later. They were no longer harassed by fire as they neared the ruins of the convoy, the disabled tank trying futilely to raise its cannon. Before too long, a green flash consumed it as well. Sam and Cadence split off from the Black brothers during their fall, firing their thrusters as they neared the end. With a loud thud, and concrete cracking under their feet, they landed on the street neighboring the one now covered with burning tanks. 4 panic-stricken Solarians jumped as they landed, raising their weapons. 2 died before they could get a single shot off, one having his chest caved in with a super sledge and another being ripped open at the side as Sam drew her swords again. Sam saw the other desperately fire at Cadence as she drew her SMG and gunned him down, her shields flickering but holding. Charging, Sam raised her roaring sword over her head and bore down on the surviving Solarian, looking to end this skirmish. Screaming in terror and aiming an odd blocky pistol, the alien soldier fired. A beam of red flashed in front of Sam, and her chest was overwhelmed with head. Her mind reeling from what she had just saw and finding it harder to breathe than usual, she forced herself forward before another shot could be fired. She buried her sword in his chest, up to the hilt. He was dead before he hit the ground. No, Cadence whispered. Sam pulled back, panting deeply. Panic ruled her for the first few breaths, which were tight and heavy. An irrational part of her brain thought that she might be suffocating. Thankfully, a handful of sharp intakes proved her wrong, and it became easier to draw breath. Looking down, she saw the cause of her momentary struggle. The center of her chest piece was glowing brightly, a few drops of liquid metal dripping onto the ground. Even as she watched, the glow began to fade. It seemed that her armor had taken the blow. This was a small comfort to Sam. Please tell me what wasn't what I think it was, Sam said quietly. She looked to Cadence, who had moved to the dead Solarian and picked up his pistol, her own weapons having been put away. Aiming upwards, she pulled the trigger. Another red beam flashed before them, vanishing as soon as it had come. Oh god no, she whispered. How? I thought the coalition and Enclave didn't tell anyone how. We don't, Cadence hissed. The coalition must have dropped the ball. She slid the Solarian laser pistol onto her thigh, swearing under her breath. Mom needs to know about this, and the white coats back on COR mail will want this. They'll be able to tell us how far along they are. Sam nodded dumbly. She glanced at her HUD. 42% of her power cell was still left. We need to head back to the LZ to refuel, she said. I'll inform General Moore on the way. Cadence nodded reluctantly. Albert? XI-1? Status report. 5 hostiles eliminated, Albert reportedly crisply. Clean and by the book. We don't spot any other forces in the area. If I were to have a guess, I'd say that this was just a harassment force. Sent out to buy a little time. All vehicles eliminated, XI-1 added. You did well, General. My squad will maintain the perimeter here while yours resupply. Thank you and good work, Sam said. Everyone, to the designated rallying point. With that, she and Cadence were in the air again. With a few switches, Sam changed her frequency. General Moore, come in. We've got a problem, the Solarians have energy weapons. They've finally managed to create laser small arms. A little bulky, but very portable. Moore groaned on the other side of the line. This is the third report that's come in the last 10 minutes, she said, sounding miserable. I was hoping it would have been one out those oversized and worthless prototypes they made 20 years ago. God isn't quite that merciful it seems. I'll send out a general warning, but this is a big problem. Humanity having a monopoly on energy weapons was one of our trump cards. If that's gone, this war will be a lot more miserable than we thought it would be. Keep me posted on anything else. We've got 20 different minor attacks hitting us from different angles, you spot any? Tank convoy, XI squad helped us take them out, Sam said. Well that's something, Moore said. Have everyone be ready for the push forward. I want to at the very least have the vanguard moving within an hour. One more thing, we've been intercepting this message from the Hall of Matriarchs. We've been double-checking and triple-checking it. The Hall isn't acting as a relay, it isn't bouncing the transmission is coming directly from there. Which is good, because it's the Solarian Dolatras. She's still on planet. What's she saying? Sam asked, curiosity getting the better of her. Instead of Moore answering, there was a brief burst of static and an unfamiliar voice echoed over the comm lines. They think themselves the masters of the galaxy, but who are they? Upstarts, willing to stoop to whatever depths are required to satisfy their egos. This enclave barely qualifies as a galactic power. They rely on the numbers and the political influence of the coalition, that is the only reason they exist. And now they ally themselves with scavengers and synthetics. That should speak volumes about their desperation. Do not mistake this attack for bravery and daring. They intend to intimidate us. They strike at our hearts in the hope that we will crumble. But we are more sturdy than that, we will. There was another burst of static and the Dolatras voice died. She's been going on ever since we entered the system, Moore said. Seems like she's sending it all to the Union soldiers. Probably to bolster their morale. She snorted. Good luck to her. You need to do more than drone in a soldier's ear to make them brave. Anyway, when we get to the Hall of Matriarchs, I'm going to be counting on you and Sigma Squad to take her alive. Everyone else will grab as many politicians as we can, but she's the crown jewel we're after. Remember that. With that, Moore went silent. Flying over the countless soldiers disembarking from shuttles and dropships, Sam spotted what she was looking for and gently touched down. Michael and several other National Guardsmen were standing at the ready, several crates of power cells and iron tongs nearby. 4 fresh power cells, on the double, he barked, and his men went to work, procuring fresh ones, while the others snaked around the back of Sigma Squad and Sam, pulling off plates so that the old cells could be removed. How is it looking out there? He asked, glancing at Sam. She didn't answer. She didn't answer because she wasn't sure what she would say if she did. So far they hadn't suffered many losses and the Solarians had been unable to stop them. After that laser pistol though, she couldn't help but wonder how many more surprises would be waiting for them ahead. XXXXX. Volan silently sat in the cockpit of his new fighter. He and the rest of Delta Squadron, the ones that had survived their assault on the Geth frigate, were docked in the Vanguard. The carrier had moved into low orbit over Tuchanka. It was as far down as a ship of its size could move, lest its MassEffect field crumple under the pressure of the atmosphere. Gently, he drummed his talons against his control yokes. They were waiting on standby to assist ground forces against a hierarchy commando team. Compared to a combat mission against the Geth, this sounded as if it would take no effort. He wasn't sure he had ever heard of interceptors being used to strafe infantry before, but he was certain it could be done. Something was bothering him though. He wasn't troubled by the idea of fighting his own kind. He was a soldier in the Turian hierarchy. He knew that when his commanding officer gave him orders, it was for a good reason. If General Vitas wanted these commandos killed, he would do it. No, what bothered him was that this felt too easy. At best, a few dozen Turians had been dropped onto a hostile planet. Not just any planet, Tuchanka, the most deadly inhabited planet in the galaxy, and currently host to 3 different militaries. How did those soldiers intend to live for more than a few minutes? Unless the commander of the hierarchy fleet was stupid, and judging by how the siege had gone so far, they weren't, there had to be something they were planning. But what? Attention Delta Squadron, General Vitas said, his voice emanating from the fighter's internal comm unit. We have yet to confirm the position of the enemy infiltrators. We have forces combing the area that they landed in, but they are proving to be elusive. It is suspected that they are equipped with tactical cloaks. We are now linking each one of you to one of the squad leaders, who will keep you informed. Inform your CO if the squad you are connected to if they are found. You are to launch then. That is all. Volan clicked his mandibles nervously. So, they couldn't even find the commandos at the moment. He slouched into his seat, a feeling of dread slowly creeping over him. What if this is over before we even get a chance to contribute? He said softly. There was some movement in the brush that turned out to be a couple of Varen, an oddly accented voice said over the comm. I'm pressing forward to see if they were disturbed by enemy movement. Wait a minute. Volan? Is that you? Volan sat bolt upright in his seat, almost smacking the front of his cockpit with his face. Laura? He asked. Ha. Well, if you're the one who's watching us from above, then you've got the perfect chance to pay us back, Laura said, her voice warm and playful. What do you say? I can stir up a harvester and you could burn a hole in its ugly mug. That way we can both say we killed one. Hey, might as well do it now. When are you going to be on Tuchanka again after this war is over? Despite the intensity of the situation, Volan couldn't help but chuckle. I'll have to pass on that, he said, focusing on the display in front of him. It was now showing him a feed from a soldier's point of view. He suspected Laura, considering the power armor-clad arms clenching a heavy machine gun that were just noticeable in the corner. 1 second, Laura said. She made her way through some thick undergrowth, machine gun at the ready. She emerged in the middle of a large clearing, only to find a pair of Varen tearing apart a couple of Peacocks. Bugger, Laura swore. They must have just been chased off over food. So talk to me, Volan. Got a fresh set of wings? Plan on keeping them a little longer than the last ones. Volan looked around, taking a reassuring glance at his new spacecraft. Here's hoping, he said. Is Gunnar down there with you? Affirmative, said Gunnar, his voice fainter than Laura's, but still very distinct. It was concluded that the probability of the hierarchy units currently on planet being able to eliminate heavily armored targets such as myself were low. Many members of the mechanized infantry are partaking in this search. Gunnar, seriously? You're not proving anything by clogging up your sentences, Laura said. Volan felt himself relaxing. It was easier to not think about the possibility of everything going wrong when his mind was instead focused on Laura and Gunnar. Has anyone found anything down there yet? He asked. Laura shook her head. Since he was watching the feed from her point of view, Volan was treated to the camera being jerked back and forth. We found their escape pods, but that's about it, she said. They were gone before we managed to get there, and we got there fast. Some squads managed to find pods within 30 seconds, so it beats the hell out of me how they managed to get away so fast. Even if they have cloaks, we should have spotted a couple of them. Not everyone is out in the field, are they? Volan said, a horrible idea popping into his mind. It would be just like the hierarchy to misdirect a hostile force. Make them look in a place they had left behind while they attacked unguarded facilities. If anything was left unguarded. Oh, relax, Laura said comfortingly. We're certain they're after the food processing centers. We've got hundreds of soldiers guarding them. Even if the hierarchy sent their best, they won't take down a triple-digit force without a fight. Good, Volan said, racking his brain for any other possible explanations. There has to be some sort of angle here, he mumbled, speaking more to himself than Laura. If I were a soldier stranded on a fortified planet, how would I eliminate my target? If you get any ideas, don't hesitate to let us know, we're blind down here, Laura said. I think that, but what Laura thought, Volan would never know. An explosion tore through the overgrowth to the right, coming from the base of a sagging tree that towered overhead. From the distance from which Laura and Volan were watching, it looked like a tank had just exploded. Shit! Laura swore. Gunnar sped ahead, his wheels whirring as he headed in the direction of the explosion. 4 other soldiers in power armor chased after him, Laura bringing up the rear. Do you need us to deploy? Volan asked urgently, hands reaching forward for the controls that would initiate launch. I'm not getting the signal from any other squad leaders. Then it's probably just a mine they planted, Laura said, groaning in frustration. Smart little buggers. They're fighting like ghosts. She had reached the origin of the explosion. Half a dozen dead coalition soldiers were sprawled on the ground. More than a few of them were missing limbs. Volin felt bile seeping into his stomach, and gagged. Yet, not a pretty sight, Laura said sympathetically. Is there anything? Volin asked. Anything there that can give you a hint to where they are now? Calculating, Gunnar said. Taking into consideration the location of this mine in relation to the area where the escape pods landed, I am mapping possible routes. Both from the pods to here, and from here to the food processors. There was a moment of silence, punctuated only by Volin gently tapping his claws on the controls. I have calculated 3 likely paths, Gunnar said. Laura, I am requesting permission to suggest that other squads patrol these paths. It is likely. Permission granted. Laura said hastily. Just do it. Gunnar did not to be told twice. Okay, I see it on my map. The middle one is the closest, we'll check that one. With that, Laura and her squad were off, trudging through the undergrowth. I hope they didn't plan for that one, she said. Turians may be smart, but they never earned any combat experience with synthetics outside of Shangzi, a battle that lasted a couple of hours. If they're lucky, they won't be prepared for people with processing capacity like Gunnar. Volin paused. She had a good point. He had never received any training for combating Geth or the Coalition's synthetics. There was always the possibility that the higher-ups had prepared contingency plans, but would these soldiers know them? Above all, would these hypothetical plans even work? Okay, slow down, Laura said, putting her hand up. The rest of her unit slowed to a brisk walk. Keep an eye out for any freshly disturbed dirt. Volin understood why. If there were more mines nearby, they couldn't afford to have someone step on them. He was all too right. There! Laura yelled. Volin could see it through the feed. It would have been hard to spot if you hadn't been looking for it, but the dirt in front of them was slightly off. It was a couple of millimeters too low, the telltale sign of a hole that had been filled in. No time to disarm it, Laura said. Mark where it is, and we'll head back for it later. One of her squamates tried to reply, only for a cry of pain to come out instead. A rocket had flown from within the undergrowth and struck him squarely in the side. He sprawled onto the ground, his power armor shredded, his insides dangling loosely out of the hole. Contact! Laura bellowed, her machine gun bursting to life as she aimed it in the direction of the rocket. There was a brief flash of shields and the outline of a Turian appeared. His back was to the feed as he ran, trying to escape the hail of bullets. He disappeared out of sight. Whether he had activated his cloak again or had succumbed to wounds, Volin could not tell. His attention was distracted as a shot rang out and the shields of the heavy trooper on the other side of Laura vanished. Another shot and she cried in pain, a decent-sized hole in her chest now leaking blood. They're hitting us from all sides. Laura said, grabbing the wounded soldier with one hand, the other still holding her machine gun. Fall back. Don't move forward, they'll just push us into more mines there. Receiving communications, Gunnar said, speaking slightly more quickly than he normally did. Friendly units reporting similar circumstances along the other 2 paths. Another Turian's voice rang out over the comm lines, one of the members of Volin's squadron. He barely made out what he was saying, but he knew enough. He was confirming Gunnar's report. Delta Squadron, launch now! He yelled. His talons darted over the control panels in front of him, typing in the activation sequence. It was a long and complicated affair, so that only trained pilots could initiate takeoff, but he had it memorized by heart. Within a minute his engine was roaring to life, and the display in front of him had confirmed the activation of all the other interceptors in his squadron. In near-perfect unison, the interceptors lurched forward towards the open hangar door. The G-forces pushed Volin as far back in his seat as they would allow as all of Delta Squad, a dozen interceptors strong, sped out. They dove the second that they cleared the vanguard, heading towards the dull brown surface of Tuchanka below them. Lieutenant, we got multiple reports of ambushes. One of his men shouted over the comm units. Orders. Volin's eyes swiveled down to the map that was now glowing directly in front of him. One section of it was magnified, and an outline of the 3 paths that Gunnar had mapped were there. On each one, a bright red light was flashing, signifying a call for him. Guardians 508, respond to this ambush. He said, tapping his talon on the rightmost path. 9 through 12, this one. He tapped the left. Guardians 2, 3 and 4, follow me. A bright, red glow flared around the edge of their interceptors as they passed through the lower levels of the planet's atmosphere and all of the craft began to shudder. Volin's mandibles were rattled violently, to the point where he thought he might lose a tooth. Thankfully, the tremors passed, as did the glow. Delta Squadron separated, heading off in 3 separate formations. Remember, exercise extreme caution, Volin said. We're heading into a danger-close situation. Correlate the location of friendly forces with your targeting system, otherwise the chance of friendly fire is high. That was an understatement. They were attempting to launch an airstrike that was right on top of their allies. In situations like this, friendly fire would normally be considered an inevitability. The only reason it wasn't in this situation was the precision of an interceptor's lasers. Even then, the risk was higher than he was comfortable with. Laura, we're heading for your position, Volan said. Our thermal sensors don't work as well in atmosphere. We can try and get a bead, but things would go a lot faster if you can mark them. Gah, I'm taking fire from 3 different directions right now, Volan, Laura replied. She and her men were in full retreat, her machine gun still blaring. It was noticeably less accurate now that she was only using one hand. It seemed that even the coalition's prized power armor had its limits. I'll do what I can, but it's gonna be spotty. Everyone, keep moving but mark targets for the birds. Volan tapped the map in front of him and it zoomed in. It was exactly what he had been worried about, an almost solid mass of heat signatures. Tuchanka was a very warm planet, so warm that in some areas it spiked to 72°C. Coupled with the pockets of radiation that still lingered on the planet, spotting abnormal heat signatures was nearly impossible. He squinted. Among the mash of signatures, his sensors were just barely picking up some movement. Dots of heat moving against other dots of heat. Friendly IFFs were a very distinct green, so he knew that he wasn't looking at Laura's squadron. Even then though, the movements of the other heat signatures were so obscure that he could barely spot them. He hesitated as his interceptors continued to speed towards their destination. What was he supposed to do? Make blind strafing runs and hope that he got lucky? Thankfully, just as he was wondering this, a bright yellow light lit up not too far from the friendly forces. It was a marked enemy. Volan sighed in relief. Squadron, line formation, form up on me, he said. The other interceptors slowed, lining up behind him in a single line. One at a time, make sure we get this target. They were upon the combat zone as they finished their combat formation, a large space between each interceptor. Volan dived, making sure to stay a few hundred meters above the ground as he lined up his lasers with the marked area. With a button pressed, a pair of laser blasts seared the ground below him. He pulled up as soon as he was done, clearing the way for the others to do the same. He took a quick look at Laura's feed as he did. There was now a raging fire where he and his men were currently staffing. Not a raging wildfire just yet, but it looked like it could quickly grow into one. There didn't seem to be any more fire coming from that direction. Laura confirmed his thoughts. I think you got him. Good, Volan said, feeling relieved. Paint another target as quickly as you can. We're coming back for another pass as soon as. What was that? Out of the corner of his eye he spotted a rocket rising out of the coverage below. It started its ascent in a straight line, before breaking off and speeding towards Volan and his interceptors. Who has the target lock? He shouted. He received 3 quick replies that told him that no one else in the formation had the lock. A quick check confirmed that it wasn't locked on him either. Scatter. Take evasive actions. He said. All 4 spacecraft split off, heading in different directions, taking complicated twists and turns to throw the missile off. This doesn't make any sense, Volan thought to himself. If it was a lock-on missile, we should have gotten a warning. How else can it be changing course if it isn't that? He looked out the side of his cockpit. The missile had picked a target to tail. Guardian 3, who was twisting and looping in a desperate attempt to throw it off. It wasn't working, the missile was following her every move. She ejected her entire supply of flares, dozens of them filling the sky, but the missile ignored them. In fact, it seemed to actively maneuver around them. Half-formed plans about moving to shoot it down flew into Volan's mind, but before he could move to act on them, it ended. The tip of the missile tapped the underbelly of Guardian 3. The explosion tore the interceptor apart, reducing it to countless pieces of scorched metal that began to tumble towards the ground. Volan couldn't see a body among the wreckage. He wasn't certain if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Volan, what happened? Laura asked, her machine gun still firing. We lost one of our wingmates, Volan said, feeling rather numb. They used some sort of missile. I don't know if they were manually guiding it or had a 6 steering it, but it was able to avoid our countermeasures. He felt scared. The commandos they were facing had an entire armory at their disposal. Weapons powerful enough to take down heavy infantry, and some type of experimental weapon that could pluck air and spacecraft out of the sky. He swallowed. He didn't really have a choice in the matter. Laura, if you got a good glance on where that missile came from, I need you to mark it. He said, his voice louder than he had intended it to be. Everyone, maintain safe distance until another target is painted, then make another pass. Same formation. He took a deep breath as he began to circle the combat zone, the Guardian 2 and 4 following him. He had to do this. He had no choice. It was his duty. Chapter 107. Uneven Fight. Author's note, Please refrain from threatening me with physical harm because I killed a character you liked. John is dead. He's staying dead. Bringing people back to life in a story cheapens the concept of death. I'm not doing that just to make you happy. Calling me an ass fucker, threatening to break my legs and blacken my eye isn't going to change that. I'll just delete your little tantrum and move on. Yes, this happened. XXXXX. Folker kept his theta energy pistol trained on the hatch of the Rhino, dozens of bullets still streaking over the top. Got a plan? He asked, not daring to take his eyes off of the entrance for even half a second. Any moment, a mercenary could be raining down bullets from that hole in the ceiling. Any chance we can ambush them by opening the main door? I wouldn't, Taylai said. The way this APC is positioned, we'd be exposing ourselves to their fire. She let out a groan of frustration and Folker heard metal hitting metal. If he had to guess, he'd say that she had slammed her shotgun into a control panel. If only this thing worked. We could just run them over. But it'd take hours to repair, even if we weren't under attack. Okay, think, he said, more to himself than anything else. Something useful, anything useful. The aliens out there were Solarians and Asari. Salaries were fragile compared to most species and didn't live that long. He should probably take them out first. The others were Asari, he could remember the name now, and they lived much longer. In that time they could pick up centuries of experience and all of them had biotics like Nora and Cornelia did. He had no idea how biotics worked. He had tried to read about them before, but it had always sounded like gibberish to him. They seemed mystical in nature, as if some sort of ancient, magical art had been found and mastered. He knew that wasn't the case, but the reason why he kept thinking that way was how powerful Nora and Cornelia seemed. And Asari were supposed to be even stronger than humans. He swallowed. As unoriginal as it was, against Asari it was probably best to be as defensive as possible. He remedied what he had thought before, they should be targeted first. I think we need to just hold out, Folker said. There's a good chance they might pull out. They don't have any anti-tank weapons and 3 people aren't worth sending people to die in a choke point over. Particularly if only one of them is the species they're after. Another thought occurred to him. I could get out and... No, Taylai said bluntly. You're not playing decoy. Eclipse is a pack of thugs who've been driven into a corner. They'd kill all of us if they get the chance, just for being on the same side as you. She slid up next to Folker, her shotgun aimed at the hatch and the still streaming bullets. We have a tactical advantage. Let's not throw it away. I love you, Folker blurted out, without even thinking about it. Taylai gave a soft, beautiful laugh. I love you too. And we're going to get out of this alive. There was a hint of worry in Taylai's voice, as if she wasn't quite sure she believed what she had just said and was trying to convince herself. Folker swallowed. After a few more seconds, the gunshots finally stopped. The two of them waited, weapons at the ready, as the Batarian boy lurked in the corner. Nothing happened. Edge around to the side, Taylai said in a barely audible whisper. The opposite end of the hatch from where I'm standing. Make it so they can't get both of us. Folker gave a slight nod, slowly beginning to creep around the circle of light the hole was casting, pistol still at the ready. He was halfway there when Taylai put up a hand. SHH. Listen. Folker did as he was told, perking his ears up. Where the hell is the fleet? A female voice asked angrily. It was hard to make out through the walls of the APC, but it managed to echo through the narrow opening. They should have shown up half an hour ago. We need those reinforcements, we're wasting time on things like this. We aren't getting paid enough for this crap. A navy is coming. Taylai whispered, dread heavy in her voice. I need to report this in. Hill is a real Bosch-tet but she needs to know. Folker nodded, only half paying attention. He was still trying to piece together how Eclipse had gotten on this planet in the first place. From what he had learned of space travel, it was still a rather complex and expensive endeavor. There wasn't a space equivalent of building a small rowboat and sneaking onto shore at night. So how had they done it? He got an answer to his question, and wished that he hadn't. Yes, General Hill? We have a problem, there are Eclipse mercenaries on ADEK, and they're talking about a fleet that's supposed to support them. They say that it's late, but it could still show up at any moment, but she was cut off. Even from this distance he could hear Hill screaming at Taylai, though not loudly enough to make it out. What? Taylai asked, sounding shocked. But that can't be right. They said that it's late. Hill said a single word that Folker was certain was a swear before going quiet. Keela, Taylai whispered, lowering her hand. There's already a hegemony fleet in orbit, engaging our forces. It's smaller than our combined forces, but it caught us off guard. All the ships that had been converted into the SDA's navy? They're gone. They were caught in port. The rest of the fleet is engaging the Batarians now, but it's turning bloody fast. These aren't the only Eclipse mercenaries either. Hundreds have been dropped off all over the colony. Folker grit his teeth. The lull in the hostilities that had followed the initial battle of Adek was over. The hegemony had decided that they wanted the planet back. Are we winning? He asked. Things were an utter mess on the ground, and no doubt these mercenaries were only the vanguard of a larger invasion. They could cause chaos and do a fair bit of damage, but a few hundred mercenaries, maybe even 1,000, couldn't conquer a city of millions. If the Batarians dominated the orbital battle, they would be in trouble. Talai shook her head. Not sure. It's too early to tell. From what Hill told me, she gave a small scoff of disgust, which wasn't much, we only just engaged the Batarians. It could go anyway. Now that the element of surprise has worn off, it'll come down to tactics and skill. She gave a nervous laugh. And if the Batarians can survive Joker hitting them from behind? Folker felt a small ping of comfort. They did have the Normandy. There's that, he said. If we can just up. 2 Solarians had poked their heads into the top of the Rhino, SMGs in hand. They only took a second to scan the insides of the vehicle before their weapons began to spray, stripping away both of their shields. Folker returned fire with his alien pistol, the bolts of pure white energy missing twice before catching one of the mercenaries in the chest. His kinetic barriers did nothing to stop the blast, and the reptile slumped forward, falling inside the APC. There was a cry of panic from the Batarian child as he saw the dead Solarian, a gaping, smoking hole in his chest. As he fired, he heard a series of bangs from Talai's shotguns and the other mercenary disappeared. He wasn't certain if she had killed him or had merely suppressed him. He took a look at the Batarian boy. Can you shoot a gun? The four-eyed alien just stared at him, not reacting. Throwing caution to the wind, he kicked the Eclipse mercenary's SMG across the floor. It overshot him and clanged against the far wall, a few feet away from him. If worse comes to worse, he said. Don't hold down on the trigger for too long. You'll lose control of it that way. Use short bursts. Not checking to see if the gun was picked up, he turned his attention back to the entrance. His blood went cold as he did. An indigo-colored Asari, a wide smirk on her uncovered face, was looking right back at him. Her arm was outstretched, a purple biotic aura surrounding it, and a small ball of the energy was heading right at him. Before he could react, it had hit him in the center of his chest. It felt as if he was being pushed upward by an invisible current as the same purple aura engulfed him. Folker! Talai shrieked, wrapping her arms around her stomach and tried to pull him back. It was a futile effort, as he was ripped out of her arms instantly and pulled out of the Rhino. Folker saw the grin on the Asari's face widen, pearly white teeth shining menacingly as he sped past. Clearing the APC fully, Folker felt the pull weakening and gravity taking effect. Several yards from the APC, he landed, skidding a few more feet on his stomach before he finally came to a stop. Disoriented, not knowing which way was up, and feeling sore all over, Folker forced himself to move. He was out in the open, exposed to enemy fire. Spinning around on his stomach, he fired his pistol frantically. The first few shots went wide, soaring harmlessly into the sky. He had not even spotted anything when he had fired, having been so consumed by panic. A few seconds later, he had finished repositioning himself, getting a good view of what was going on. Thankfully, it turned out that Talai had killed the Solarian from earlier, a good chunk of his head missing. The last Solarian was standing on top of the Rhino with another Asari, both of them firing into the hatch. He hoped the sounds of gunfire were masking the sound of Talai's shotgun. The other 3 Asari was advancing on him. 2 of them were tense and were taking aim at him, while the third was the one who had used her biotics on him. She had a massive light machine gun that she was holding lazily at her side, flashing her full set of teeth at him. He fired 3 more shots from his pistol, pushing himself up on one knee at the same time. His awkward position caused the first few to narrowly miss, while one hit the Indigo Asari's machine gun. She dropped it in surprise, the weapon melting as a result of the blast and dripping on the ground. The Asari's grin widened. So, you want to make this personal? Her eyes narrowed, like a wolf stalking its prey, as she licked her teeth. Sounds fun. Volker's heart, which had already been going a mile a minute, felt as if it doubled in tempo. He had been trying to aim for the Asari's head. She raised a hand lazily, the other 2 Asari lowering their weapons cautiously. Biotic energy was coalescing around her. Folker fired again, but his target was no longer there. There was a flash of purple of light right in front of him, and she was right in front of him, her fist pulled back. Folker had been hit hard by people trying to kill him before. The only one of them that could compare to this alien warrior was the enraged Enclave super soldier, Grace Kane. The Asari knocked the wind out of him as her fist slammed into his chest. An unbearable pain erupted where he had been hit, and a loud crack filled his eyes. His mouth opened wide as he desperately tried to breathe, landing flat on his back. The Asari stepped over him, that toothy grin still plastered on her face. Oh come on now, things are just getting interesting. Don't go limp on me just yet. Weakly, he tried to angle the pistol upward. The same searing pain that was consuming his chest erupted as the heel of her boot came crashing down onto his wrist. The Exulin pistol fell out of his now limp hand. She knelt down, cupping Volker's face in her hand. Oh come on now, you don't have erectile dysfunction do you? Or do you just not find me pretty? Volker couldn't help but think that the woman on top of him would be very beautiful if she didn't have that psychotic grin on her face, along with a fair bit of bright red blood on her left cheek. Even then, his first instinct would be to blast her in the face with the way she was talking to him. Well then, the Asari said, her hand sliding down and fastening around Volker's throat. She squeezed slowly, not enough to cut off air, but enough to make his breathing shallow and sharp. Let's try and make this count then. Volker felt that his mind had stopped. This woman didn't seem real. Could someone this mentally unbalanced actually exist? Knowing that it would be pointless to try and rip off the Asari's grip, he took an alternate route. His other pistol, his modified lugger, one that he had not used since he first woke up in the 28th century. Drawing it, he smashed the base of it against the mercenary's head. She blinked at the blow and her grip loosened, allowing Volker to breathe again. She didn't appear to be in pain. She looked more surprised than anything else. Volker brought the pistol down again. This time, the Asari staggered back, clutching at her head. He had managed to open a wide gash just above her eye. Dark purple blood was slowly trickling out. He looked about as he weakly got to his feet, trying to see where his Theta energy pistol had fallen to, only to be interrupted as bullets pinged off of his shields. The Indigo Asari's allies were firing on him, and his shields were being drained fast. His broken wrist limp at his side and his chest on fire with pain, Volker spotted it. It was halfway between him and the same building he had found the Batarian boy in. Running as fast as he could, barely staying upright as he did, he bent down and scooped it up with his broken hand. His wrist blared in pain as his hand closed on the alien weapon, his shields failed as he did. A bullet whizzed past and tore at his cheek as he reached the same window he had jumped out of with the child, throwing himself back into the building. He landed with a painful thud, forcing himself back up as quickly as he could. He stuck his damaged hand out of the window and blind fired, sending a dozen orbs of white light in the direction of the Eclipse mercenaries. Eventually, the power cell clicked dry and he slid back down. Holstering his lugger, he laid the empty pistol down on the ground, prying out the drained power cell with his good hand. He was about to slide in a fresh power cell when a blur of purple energy shot through the window, landing on the far side of the room. There was a flash of bright purple light that forced Volker's eyes shut. When they opened again, the same Asari from before was there. Her wide grin was back on her face, even as the blood from her head streamed down into her open mouth, staining her teeth. She started across the room, a crazed glint in her eyes. With only one uninjured hand, Volker's reload time was drastically reduced, and she was halfway towards him by the time he had finally forced the power cell into its slot and raised the weapon. As he fired, the Asari raised her hand and a thick biotic barrier appeared in front of her. It might as well have been a puff of dust, as the blast sped through it and hit the mercenary's outstretched hand. She let out a cry of pain, but it was a low and muted one. Pain didn't seem to bother her very much, as she was not slowed in the slightest. Even though her right hand had been reduced to a charred husk of its former self, hanging lifelessly at her side. Before he could get another shot, the Asari brought her foot up for a kick, her biotic aura hugging it tightly. Volker ducked down just in time. The blow hit the wall behind him, leaving a deep dent in the metal structure. Volker knew that if that had hit him, it would have snapped his neck. He tried to angle a shot off from his new, awkward position, but was unable to do before the Asari was upon him. Slamming her entire body into him, she forced him back against the wall. The combination of pain from hitting the hard metal wall and the unbearable pain from his broken ribs almost made Volker pass out. His vision went black around the edges, and staying upright felt as if it was a Herculean effort. His legs felt as if they were about to give out at any second. Attempting to get his bearings, he realized too late that the Asari had thrown a punch at him. The biotic aura Volker had grown to hate was glowing brightly around it, but it seemed different. Weaker, thinner, as if this fight was taking its toll on the Asari as well. There was a loud crack and his head was forced back into the wall. It hurt, but it barely registered compared to the pain in his back, wrist, and ribs. The real problem was the fact that half of his vision suddenly went dark, as if his right eye had just been forced shut. She must have broken his cybernetic eye. Volker felt very sluggish, as if his body was responding to his actions with a 1-second delay. It was so hard to focus, he could tell that if he let his control slip for just a second, he would collapse and pass out. In this situation, he'd be as good as dead. Forcing himself through the pain, he saw the Asari winding up for another punch. Not even sure where his pistol was in relationship to anything else anymore, he aimed it in her general direction and fired. There was a yelp of surprise and pain from the Asari as the blast caught her in the leg, making her stumble and fall to one knee. Said leg was now just like her hand, blackened and dead. She looked up, her grin still on her face. She attempted to get up, only to stumble and fall. The grin still didn't leave her. No wonder we're having so much trouble against the coalition, she panted, her voice trembling with excitement. No wonder the Republics want to run and hide. Folker kept his weapon trained on her, feeling uncomfortable aiming it in his offhand. Exculan technology was apparently advanced enough that recoil was a non-issue with theta energy weaponry, but he still felt awkward aiming it. Nearly every part of him wanted to just blast her in the face and end it all, but another part of him hesitated. There were more Eclipse mercenaries out there fighting Talai. She was outnumbered and he was in no shape to fight anymore. The way the others had hung back while she had advanced on him made him think that she was the leader. If he could use her as leverage, he might be able to get them both out of this. Don't move, he whispered. The sound of gunfire reached his ears, along with a pain-filled shriek of terror. It was female, but Folker couldn't tell if it was Talai's or one of the Aseris. The wounded alien in front of him giggled. Ah, screw it, she said, letting herself fall back to the floor, looking eerily relaxed. I had a feeling that I was going to die today. You beat me, no point trying to fight like this. She leered up at him, that damn smile still on her face. Besides, we're just the vanguard. You think the hegemony is brave enough to launch a full frontal attack with no support? No. They're not cowards, but they're not brave either. An Eclipse fleet is going to be arriving any minute now to hit your navy from the side. She let out a chuckle, blood still trickling into her mouth. This planet is going to be under hegemony rule again. I'd blow your brains out. You get caught? You'll either be made a slave or tortured to death. Shut up, Folker said, walking forward, his pistol trained on the mercenary's heart. He was trying not to think about the battle going on over his head, one that could very soon be shifting in the hegemony's favor. From what little he understood about orbital battles, he knew that without an orbital presence, a nation had essentially lost control of a planet. Get up. Nah, the Aseri said, chuckling as she looked up at the ceiling. If you're going to put a shot in my brain, just go ahead and do it already. Growling, Folker moved forward and tried to pull the Aseri up, only to let out a gasp of pain as he grabbed her with his broken hand. She laughed. I guess I did a hell of a number on you too. Ah well, that's what I defected for. Folker had no idea what she meant and he didn't care. Gunshots were still ringing out. Talai was alive and fighting, but for how much longer he had no idea. He was starting to panic, his heart thumping in his chest. What was he supposed to do? Turning his back on her, he staggered to the window, aiming his pistol out of the window. If it came down to this, he was ready for a desperate last stand in order to draw attention away from Talai. That proved to be unnecessary, as what Folker said made his jaw drop. All of the Eclipse mercenaries were dead on the ground, with the exception of one last Aseri, who was desperately firing her rifle at an oncoming figure. A coalition heavy trooper slammed into her and she crumpled to the ground, her neck sticking the wrong way. Not taking any chances, the same soldier leveled a rifle and fired. There was a flash of green light and the corpse was turned into a puddle of goop. Hey! Folker yelled hoarsely. I've got a friend in that rhino. And I've got one of them over here, wounded. Can you? But as he spoke, relief spread through his body. Talai had poked her head out of the rhino, and climbed out upon seeing that the coast was clear. The figure in power armor tossed her a tube of Medigel and pointed in his direction. Dropping down, she ran flat out towards Folker, practically leaping through the window. She gaped in horror at him. What happened? She whispered, reaching out and gently tracing her fingers over his cracked eye. At least he thought she was, her hand seemed to be in that general area. That'd be me, the Aseri said, sticking her hand up into the air with her middle finger raised. Talai glared at the Aseri in a way that suggested that she wanted to march over there and snap the offending finger in half. The beggars of the galaxy teaming up with the madmen? I can see the appeal. Original, Talai said dryly. She moved to spread the Medigel on Folker, but hesitated. He thought he understood why. Medigel was supposed to play a role similar to that of bandages. The problem was that he wasn't bleeding, and gel wouldn't help with broken bones. She determinedly looked him over, trying to find some place to apply the gel. When that failed, pocketed it, although even then she gave him one last look over. We need to get you out of here. Folker considered vaguely protesting, but another pang of pain echoed through his body, and he decided against it. This badly hurt, he'd just be a liability. What about her? He said with a raspy voice. Will that soldier help? Before he could answer, a voice cut through the air. Apparently sending those two was a mistake, but what the hell are you doing here, Shepard? Why weren't you at City Hall when the assassination actually happened? Talai and Folker both groaned loudly. It was General Hill. Folker didn't want to deal with her at the best of times, and especially when he felt like staying conscious was a chore. That was Shepard. Folker said, trying to focus on something more positive. God. You can always count on her, can't you? I was getting worried there for a second. I thought you might be hurt. Tailai gave him a gentle smile. Volker. Tailai. Where are you? Ashley's face appeared in the doorway. Concern had been plastered on the face, replaced by relief upon seeing them, before moving on to anger at the sight of Volker. Who but Tailai had already pointed at the brutalized Asari. Right, Ashley said, walking across the room and stopping. I know you don't approve of Morian methods, Tailai said, but she would deserve it. She's not Saren or Goeth levels of horrible, but not for lack of trying. I heard what she was saying to him, even if I couldn't see what she was doing. Her hands started to tremble in rage. Oh, I get it, he's your boyfriend, the Asari said tauntingly. Well, I'll have you know that he came onto me. Ashley opened her mouth, no doubt to ask for clarification, before deciding against it. Striding across the room, she firmly grabbed the Asari and pulled her to her good foot. Half pulling, half dragging, she forced the Asari outside. Volker made to follow her, but as the adrenaline that had kept him fighting wore off, he began to realize just how much pain he was in. He stumbled, and nearly fell over, Tailai just catching him at the last second. Come on, she said comfortingly. Let's get you out of here. Back to the Normandy if we can. Nodding weakly, he did his best to limp out, but Tailai was the one doing the majority of the work as they crossed the threshold. Fox, Karen, and General Hill were standing at the base of the APC, just in front of Shepard. The captain had moved the 3 surviving members of the 252nd there, out of harm's way, and was applying Medigel to their wounds. Hill was speaking angrily to Shepard, who didn't seem to be paying her any mind. You can't just go running off on your own. You're a captain, it's time you started acting like it, she said scathingly. Karen and Fox both glared at the back of Hill's head, but said nothing. Shepard finished applying the last of her Medigel to the CO of the 252nd before she spoke. Your men will live. You're welcome. Hill's face twisted in rage, and she looked like she would love nothing more than to punch Shepard in the face. Getting to her feet, Shepard turned her attention in the direction of Volker. Is he all right? She asked Tailai. I'm not sure, Tailai replied, a hint of worry in her tone. There's no signs of critical internal damage, but I could always be wrong on that front. Shockwith should see him as soon as possible. Agreed, Shepard said, putting her hand to the side of her face-concealing helmet. Cornelia? I need you to lock onto my position and drop in. We need the teleporter for emergency medical evac. 4 people. Get Shockwith on standby. Volker could vaguely hear Cornelia's voice reply, but it was drowned out as the head of the 252nd raised a hand and pointed it at Volker. General, she rasped, that man needs to be in chains. He got in the way of me and my men. The Quarian too, assaulted a pair of them. It's their fault so many of us are dead, most of them died while they were hiding in the Rhino and we were trying to get them out. Volker stiffened, glaring down at the woman. She returned his gaze with undistilled hatred. He was about to speak when Tailai beat him to the punch. Are you serious? You can't be. First you try and kill a 13-year-old, then you start shooting at him when he doesn't let you, and you blame him when your men die? When you're in the middle of a war zone and you're more obsessed with killing kids than enemy soldiers. You're honestly more focused on the fact that I used concussive rounds to keep you from committing murder. What? Shepard said. Her voice was dangerously low. Did I hear you right, Tailai? These people shot at Volker. Tailai nodded. Shepard's fingers flexed dangerously. Shepard, Hill said coldly, whether you agree with my policies or not, the situation here is very simple. My men are used to fighting the Batarians, they know their ways. I trust their judgment, and as the most senior commander on this front of the war, they have my blessing. Your men interfered with a military operation. It doesn't matter if you found it to be unethical. Good soldiers died because of them today, and there needs to be disciplinary action. Shut up, Shepard said with a growl. Hill's already angry face was somehow twisted even further with rage. I let a platoon of your men stay on my ship, I played host to them. My crew never touched them. Your men though? They attacked my crew. Assault, threats, attempted kidnapping, attempted rape, attempted murder. You have the nerve to talk about disciplinary action while you let your own men run wild like rabid dogs. I have it under con. No, you don't. Shepard shouted. You don't get it, do you? Your men killed who knows how many people today, most of them unarmed civilians. They have no self-control, no moral standard, and the hegemony used them. Even you must have figured that part out. Do you really think any hegemony planets are going to want to join the SDA after that? Your little plan to take the hegemony apart from the inside? It's dead now. We're going to have to defeat the hegemony via conventional warfare. And I'd like the coming days to go by without waking up to find that another of my crew has been targeted by your thugs. Oh, she said, almost as if she had just remembered something. Don't forget, I have one of your men on my ship. I've spent time with him, and I have a hard time swallowing that murdering civilians is a battle-tested and proven tactic. He managed to get in and out of enemy-held areas without killing toddlers. It sounds more like you're just covering war crimes for your own convenience. Think whatever you want, Hill said, looking as if she was a few seconds away from striking Shepard. I'm still taking action against him. A court-martial should be. No, Folker said simply. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and even he felt taken aback. I'm done. I quit. He looked directly into Hill's only eye. Find someone else to fight your war for you. I'm not doing it, I'm not helping someone like you accomplish anything. He had said it. He had thought about it, but so much of it had just seemed like vague possibilities. Now it was reality, and he begged himself to stay strong, to not back down. His anger towards Hill was interrupted by pangs of nerves. He forced himself to not look away from her, to not show weakness. Hill's eye narrowed to the point where it was a miracle that she could see out of it at all. War is not a game, she said, so softly that Folker barely heard her. You can't just walk away from it when you decide you're not having fun. It's called desertion, and we don't tolerate it. I think the bloodlust is getting to your head, Shepard said coldly. He's not a soldier. He talked about enlisting but he never got around to it. Closest he could be is a civilian contractor, and even then I never made him sign a contract. He stayed because he wanted to. And now he's going to leave because he chooses to, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Unless you plan on attacking and conscripting a free man, which I wouldn't put past you. Hill looked from Shepard to Folker, and he had a nasty feeling that Shepard was right. There was a ghost of smile intermixed with Hill's anger now, and he was certain that somewhere deep inside her twisted mind, she was considering it. Slowly, her hand reached for her shotgun, tightening around it. Almost idly, Talai drew hers. Not aiming it at Hill, but letting it hang loosely from her side. Hill glared at her, not letting go of her own weapon. Don't, Shepard said, growing so deeply that it barely sounded human, you dare. Hill looked like she was about to shout at Shepard, but she cut the general off. I remember you saying something when we first met. My job is to protect the people of the coalition. That's word for word what you said. If you lay a hand on him, well, it's my job to keep him safe. From Batarians, from Geth, and from hypocrite generals who are more concerned with satisfying their own egos than what they're supposed to do. Or do you want me to go back at being horrible at my job, even though you were angry at me for that earlier? Hill looked like she would like nothing more than to kill everyone looking at her. She drummed her shotgun as she slowly took everyone in, no doubt sizing up her odds. However, when Fox stepped forward and let out a barely audible hiss, Karen right behind him, she relented. She released the grip on her gun. Today is a sad day for the coalition, she said spitefully. It is, Talai said angrily. Just not for the reasons you think. Folker felt a surge of affection to the Quarian woman who was holding him up. She helped more than he could put into words. He still felt fear riding inside him, but while she was next to him, it felt dulled. She made him feel braver. And Hill was looking at her with murder in her eye. You know, Folker said, a fury that he had only felt a few times before taking hold of him, I used to follow someone like you. Someone who inspired a fanatic degree of loyalty from his followers. Someone who said he would change the world for the better. Folker gave a hollow, bitter laugh. He's not remembered for that though, he's remembered for being one of history's greatest monsters. Because for all his resources and connections, he only had one real talent. Slaughter. It was all he could offer the world, and he was so blind he didn't realize he wasn't keeping his promise. He thought he was making the world better, even though all he could do was destroy. And the world hated him for it. The most bitter of enemies stood together against him, and tore his empire of death and conquest down. Folker leaned in so that there was barely a millimeter between his face and Hill's. And when you're in a bunker with enemies on all sides, pressing a gun to your head to hide from your failures, I hope you remember that. He took a step back, ignoring the agony it caused him, and made a salute he had not made in a very long time. One where he stuck his arm out at a 45-degree angle. Heil General Hill, he said viciously. He looked away, not bothering to see her reaction. Talai caught on quickly and was right behind him. Weakly, he made his way over to Shepard, stopping right in front of her. He handed her his Theta energy pistol. I don't know much about the coalition's politics, he said, but I know they want to keep their energy weapons safe. They won't leave me keep this. Keep it safe. And thank you for everything. I'm sorry it had to end this way. Gently, she took it. Keep yourself safe, Shepard said, her voice sounding a little choked. Both of you stay safe and keep each other safe. Both? Shepard, Talai's not leaving. I can't ask her to drop everything just to come with me. Folker tried to say. Oh, that's exactly what she's doing, Tailai said firmly, interrupting Folker. You're not the only one who has a problem with what's going on here, Folker. And I'm not about to let you wander off aimlessly into the galaxy on your own. If we're being stupid and selfish, then we're going to be stupid and selfish together. Folker gave a small smile. He should have known that Tailai would have done this. He just hadn't wanted to assume. Saying what Tailai would have done to Shepard would have felt wrong and arrogant. Still, it felt wonderful to hear her say this. Oh, for the record, Folker said to Hill, pointing at the still-breathing Eclipse mercenary with the little strength he had left. She said that the Batarian ships in orbit aren't the only ones who are going to attack. Apparently an Eclipse fleet is going to hit us from the side. The mercenary smiled brightly and nodded. And a Batarian threw a corpse down over there, he pointed, and said it was the person who assassinated Philo. I would have told you sooner, General, but you seem to have more important things on your mind. Hill looked like she was at her breaking point, as if one more comment would reduce her to nothing but swear words and shotgun blasts. Thankfully it didn't come to that. There was a loud bang followed by the sound of shattering stone as something fell from the sky and impacted on the ground, shattering the street as it landed. Cornelia emerged from the dust cloud that had kicked up, hastily detaching a parachute before producing the hardened case that held the Normandy's teleporter. I'm here, I've got it. She said as she reached the group, opening the case before deploying the teleporter on the ground. Be careful though, she said, looking at Folker and Tailai while appearing slightly shaken. Joker's doing what he can to help up there. He took out a cruiser and the hegemony can't afford to turn its main guns away from our main fleet, but it's getting bumpy up there. It's still the safest place to be right now, with mercenaries still swarming the colony. Go, Shepard said. Leaning forward, she whispered to Cornelia and have Roger and Nora stand guard. You help them too. Cornelia looked confused, but nodded without question. Not looking back, Tailai and Folker both stepped onto the pad. Everything around them vanished in a flash of white light, and a second later they were in the Normandy's engine room. Jesus! Adams shouted in surprise, Ken, Gabby and Epiphex all jumping in surprise at Volker's state. What happened? Later, Tailai said as she slowly moved Folker towards the elevator, the engineers watching in horror and bewilderment. There was silence as they moved step by step towards the elevator, only punctuated by the ship shuddering violently. Then Tailai spoke. Where do you want to go? She asked. When we leave, I mean. Folker blinked. I'm not going to lie, I didn't really think this through at all. I don't really know. But I thought you would want to head to Rennoc. Haven't you wanted to see your people's homeworld all your life? She nodded stiffly. She kept herself formal, but there was a longing in her eyes. Yes, but you must miss home too. I can't drag you to a planet you only learned existed a few months ago just because I want to. Isn't there any place you want to go back to? On Earth? No, Folker said sadly. There's nothing to go back to. Even if the town I lived in is still there, which is most likely isn't, not after the Red Army and atomic bombs, there's no one there that I know. He grinned weakly as he looked at her. I don't have many people I can call friends in this time. You're the only one I'm not leaving behind on the Normandy. I'm following you. Unless there's somewhere else you want to go, I think it's Rennoc for us. Most of humanity seems to be leaving the poor old Earth behind. I'll want to visit it again someday, but that's it. My home is wherever your home is now. As they neared the elevator, Tailai removed her mask. Thank you, she said, leaning toward and kissing him on the forehead. Folker let a small smile cross his face as he looked down on the ground, his face rather warm. Chaos was raging around them, the ship that they were on was part of a vicious battle, and people were dying everywhere. He knew that he had to return to it all too soon. Just for this moment, he wanted to focus on her and nothing else. For one beautiful moment. XXXXX. Sam checked her swords for the 5th time in the last minute. She had made up her mind, waiting for the fighting was 1,000 times worse than the fighting itself. If someone were to attack her, she would at least be able to act. She would have a chance to defend herself, to outmaneuver the enemy, to move faster than them, and overall be able to do something productive. Instead, she and Sigma Squad were riding on the back of an APC as it moved through the streets of Talat, waiting. Again, she scanned the nearby allies, windows, crannies, and anywhere else the Solarians might be hiding. She hadn't spotted anything since the advance had begun half an hour ago. Not that there had not been any Solarian resistance, far from it. Half a minute couldn't go by without a section of the advance reporting an attack. An automated rocket launcher from the 12th floor of a skyscraper, snipers that scurried into underground tunnels after killing a target, and countless mines. The last incident had been a particularly heavily mined street that had taken out a trio of Tigers and forced the convoy behind it into a roadblock. Afterwards, Solarians had emerged from hiding places and put their newly developed energy weapons to the test in an attack from all sides. Hundreds of Enclave soldiers had died before a counterattack had been formed, and even then the Solarians had already begun to retreat. At best, a dozen of them had died. Sam looked all around her. 1,000 men were on the same street as her alone. A dozen tanks were spearheading the assault from the front, while about 20 APCs were supporting them. Hundreds of infantry were on foot, in solid lines behind the tanks and APCs for cover, sweeping any possible hiding places with their rifles. She looked to her left, and then to her right. The same sight greeted her through the cracks in between the buildings. Countless soldiers and vehicles, all marching in the same direction. She also spotted Geth primes and armatures along the fringes of enclave formations, protecting their flanks. These were only a fraction of the forces that had landed, the rest forming a massive, out-of-sight, solid line that was sweeping over the entirety of Talat as it moved towards the Hall of Matriarchs. They were halfway towards their destination. The occasional explosion dotted the tops of nearby skyscrapers as anti-aircraft guns were targeted and destroyed. While they were still able to take down the occasional target, for the most part the Allied forces were dominating the skies. Vertibirds, shuttles and Geth dropships clogged the sky, occasionally bombarding a nearby rooftop. The AA guns were easy prey, as their sentries were nowhere to be found. Unlike the one that Sam and Sigma's squad had attacked earlier, these guns were undefended. Sam couldn't help but worry. The Solarians were using guerrilla tactics, tactics which had value but weren't appropriate for the defense of a home world. While they were producing a steady stream of casualties, they were doing little to stop the offensive. At the very best, each attack caused a minor delay in the overall progress of the invasion as nearby units responded to distress calls. On top of this, their defensive positions were being abandoned. Something was wrong. They had to be planning something, but what they were planning she couldn't begin to guess. Not everyone seemed to share her concern. Man, they must be running scared, Warren said, idly stretching his arms over his head. I was expecting a little more of a fight from their home world. Or are they so used to letting the Turians and Krogan do all of the heavy lifting? Sam didn't even bother thinking an insult, her attention was too focused on whatever the Solarians were planning. Colonel, any ideas? She asked, still checking for any possible signs of an ambush. None, Albert replied, his attention on the surrounding area as well. Solarians are crafty. If we could think of it, they wouldn't do it. He certainly had a point there. She had expected a much firmer resistance than what the Union had offered to Far. She was certain that the same could be said for everyone in the invasion force. Even the Geth were most likely thrown off. Guys, relax, Warren said, giving an exaggerated yawn. When was the last time the Solarians fought a war when they didn't hide behind a more militarized race? They're thinkers, not fighters. Sam Riley thought that at least Warren's idiotic statements were becoming technically true. Even if they still missed the point. His brother seemed to be thinking along the same lines, and shot Warren a warning look. Don't underestimate them. Their main approach to war may be infiltration and sabotage, but they still fight hard face to face. We've forced them to face us directly, and this is their home world. There's no line they won't cross to either kill us all, or push us off world. Well, I've got some good news, Cadence said. She was sitting a little way from the Black Brothers, her Omni tool displaying a three-dimensional hologram of the orbital battle. The majority of the Allied fleet was maintaining formation over the planet, while the hunter-killer formations were still pursuing the remnants of the scattered Union fleet. One of the Solarian formations, around a dozen ships in total, made a short-range FTL jump to avoid an oncoming enclave group. The second that they stopped, 20 Quarian ships came out of their own burst of FTL at the same location. The Quarians had been expecting the Solarians, while the Solarians were completely caught off guard. Outnumbered and ambushed, the Quarians made quick work of their target. 7 frigates and 5 cruisers were massacred by the point-blank volley the Quarians fired. A few less enemy ships to worry about, Cadence said, deactivating her Omni tool. Apparently that was a tricky bit of coordination that Admiral Gallows came up with. He managed to pull that off 5 minutes ago. Good, Albert said. At the very least it'll make it harder for the Union to rally its forces. That might even be impossible with their current numbers. With those new losses, I'd say only a third of their original defense fleet is left. Warren let out a whoop of laughter. Sam couldn't find any pleasure in this new victory, however. It simply reminded her of how wrong the ground battle felt. They had faced an entire Solarian armada in orbit, one that dwarfed the small picket forces they had faced until then. They had fought hard to keep the Enclave and its allies from even entering the system, and very clever maneuvers had been needed to break them. Even then they had dealt significant damage to the Geth fleet and destroyed more than a few Enclave ships. So why had they needed to push through such a firm defense only to come down to this oddly empty city? Her line of thought was broken as a trio of shuttles flew low overhead. A massive, onyx black figure was hanging from each one. Humanoid in figure, with huge shoulder-mounted cannons and arms that ended in Gatling guns. Chimera mechs, nice, Warren said. Shame it took them so long to get going. He glanced at Sam. They were supposed to be for the invasion of the coalition, Count your lucky stars you never had to go up against one. They're line breakers, and they've got the firepower and armor to back it up. Sam privately wondered if she had enough genuine authority to demote Warren, or even dismiss him after the war was over. She doubted it, but still made a mental note to talk to Albert about his brother's attitude. This had to stop. She idly watched as the chimera mechs were dropped onto the ground, just behind the tanks. Slowly, they began to move forward, their weapons at the ready. A vertical red line glowing on each of their faces. XI Squad, any updates? Albert asked into his comm unit. Curious, Sam fiddled with her own, adjusting it to the same frequency as Albert's. Negative, said the oddly mechanical voice of XI-1. No contacts? There was movement, but it turned out to be a couple of civilians. They took shelter inside of an apartment complex and haven't come back out since. Judging by their physical characteristics, I'd say they were adolescents. Civilians? Sam asked, sounding surprised. I thought the city had been evacuated. It certainly looks it. Albert shook his head. Even if they had known about our approach for a day or two, that's nowhere near enough time to evacuate a city of tens of millions. They most likely evacuated who they could and had those left behind take shelter in bunkers. After the Rachni Wars and the Krogan rebellions, it would be reasonable to construct enough bunkers to shelter the majority of a city's population. Glad we're not staying long, Warren said. It'd be a real pain in the ass to have to sweep every last building, looking for shelters. That'd be a perfect resistance movement, an underground army of insurgents. Sam looked down at the ground beneath them. Is that where the Solarian military was hiding? In bunkers? She thought about it for a second. It would be a good way to ambush a hostile force that was marching through the city, but the force would have to mainly be infantry. They would be able to deal a decent amount of damage, but not win the battle. She was shaken out of her thoughts as a panic-stricken woman's voice sounded over the comm lines. This is Gamma 1. She roared, we're under fire. Unknown assailants, numbers unclear. My squad is pinned down and our marine escort is dead. We need backup. Warren swore. What the hell are they playing at? Gamma Boom Boom Squad? Why do they of all people need help? It doesn't matter, Sam said quickly, getting to her feet. Everyone on Gamma Squad's position. XI Squad, how long will it take for you to get in position to provide support? An estimated 3 minutes, longer if we come under fire. We are relocating now, XI-1 said firmly, although with the smallest of fluctuations towards the end. What they meant, Sam had no idea, but she had bigger concerns. She activated her thrusters and soared off into the air, Sigma Squad right behind her. Her radar beeped as a flashing point indicated the place where Gamma Squad was calling for assistance. It was at the very front of their advancing forces, several blocks to the east. Veering sharply in that direction, Sam pushed her acceleration to its maximum potential. Warnings flashed across her HUD and her power supply began to drain at a much more rapid pace, but she ignored it. Within a minute, she and Sigma Squad were directly over where Gamma Squad's signal was coming from, a street far ahead of the main force. Her energy reserves were at 62%, she had burned through it at twice the normal rate. The sight below them was bad. 2 Tigers had been reduced to smoldering husks, along with an APC. Corpses littered the ground. Dozens of dead Marines lay scattered about, many of them missing limbs. Craters from explosions were just as common, the scorch marks from them stretching outward. Gamma Squad was taking cover behind the 2 tanks, firing blindly at the skyscrapers that stretched above them. Gamma Squad's power armor was very grey, and they were using large, bulky weapons. The one in the center had a shoulder-mounted recoilless rifle that looked similar to the one XI-1 used, while the other 2 were firing pairs of wrist-mounted grenade launchers. They fired from the windows. Gamma 1 said over the comm lines, as she sent a shell through an upper-story window, half of the floor bursting into flames as it exploded. They keep moving, we can't get a beat on them. They used rocket launchers. Everyone, strafe the areas Gamma Squad is firing on, be careful to give the areas a wide berth while they're still firing. The Solarians shouldn't be able to hit you in midair with a rocket. With that, she sped off, heading towards the building Gamma 1 had just set on fire. Streaking past, she gazed in as she did. Whatever had been in that shell was doing its job very well. The fire was spreading viciously, as if it had malicious intent. What looked like it had once been an office space was now fully engulfed in flames, which were quickly crawling across the floors and up the walls. Window after window sped past as she continued to fly, wondering if Gamma 1 had fired on the wrong floor. Then she spotted it, a figure running away from the flames to the last patch of the floor that had not caught fire, the stairwell. As he neared it, Sam put on a burst of acceleration and smashed through the window, aiming for the Solarian. Skimming the tops of desks as she flew, she drew both of her swords. The chains roared and the teeth shined viciously in the light cast by the flames. They were so vicious and strong that Sam could feel them, even though her power armor. Hearing the breaking glass, the Solarian tilted his rifle to the side, not breaking his stride, and fired 5 bursts of plasma. Barely lurching to the side in time, and with one of the blasts still skimming her right leg causing her to hiss in pain, Sam continued onward. Her swords came crashing down on top of the alien's shoulders. She had been expecting him to split in half instantly under the strain of the blows, but what happened caught her off guard. Sparks flew viciously as the chainsaws bit into metal, and a high-pitched shrieking filling her ears. It dawned on her that the Solarian was not wearing typical armor. It was much thicker, heavier, and bulkier. It was power armor. Still, her swords had been built for tearing through power armor in the first place. Another second of tearing and they broke through the Solarian, letting out a brief cry of agony as he slumped to the floor, his arms barely still attached. Her jaw slack with shock, she took in the radical new step in Solarian technology. It was thinner than the power armor used by the Coalition and the Enclave. It still made the wearer appear larger, but it hugged the user much more tightly. It gave it the look of armor that had been designed with speed and mobility in mind. An ugly plasma rifle, boxy and crude looking, was now lying on the ground near the corpse. Cables connected it to a feebly glowing backpack that reminded Sam of the old Tesla armor models she had seen in Enclave propaganda movies. A trio of bright green dots, each of them forming the point of a triangle, glowed weakly on the faceplate of the armor. Finally, 3 bright green letters, in the same bright green, were painted on the shoulder. STG. Not just in those letters, but others as well. Japanese kanji, Arabic abjad, and other human-written languages that she didn't recognize. She was certain that none of it was alien though. This message had not been for Solaria eyes to read. Regardless of language, the Solarians had wanted their enemies to be able to recognize the STG. No. Son of a fucking goddamn IT. They're on the lower levels too. Gamma 1 roared over the comm lines. Snapping out of her shock, Sam instantly dove for the nearest window, the flames having nearly engulfed the whole floor. Letting gravity take her down, she assessed the situation. Sure enough, Gamma Squad was no longer aiming their weapons upwards, but were frantically firing on the bases of the nearby skyscrapers. Another incendiary shell bombarded the one directly below Sam, the flames that burst out of it acting exactly the same way its counterpart had. Explosions from the rapidly fired grenades were barely noticeable through the inferno, but Sam could still make out that the other members of Gamma Squad were thoroughly peppering the area. Yet there wasn't a single STG member to be seen. Nothing on my end, Warren said grumpily. Sam caught sight of him free-falling like she was, the other two right beside him. And someone had been there. There weren't any blast marks from Gamma Squad, but someone had knocked the windows out. Found one but he got away, Cadence said. Might have broken a leg, but after that he slid away into some sort of chute that took him to the bottom floor. Probably lost him for good. Sam had been expecting Warren to be upset that he had missed another chance to kill something, but Cadence being like this caught her off balance. They're being slippery little bastards, Cadence said. And did you see what they were wearing? How the hell did they get their hands on power armor too? Did the Coalition drop the ball that badly? Later, Albert said sternly, falling in with the others and completing the formation. We need to Gamma. At year 6. But he was too late. A hatch in the ground opened up and a power armor-clad Solarian poked out of it. Aiming a strange pistol, it fired at Gamma Squad's backs. They were hit, not by bullets, lasers, or plasma, but by small, bright blue balls that stuck where they hit. A few landed on the ground between them, while a pair landed on the members of Gamma Squad with wrist-mounted grenade launchers. Both of them seemed blissfully unaware of the spheres that had latched to their armor, as they continued to fire at their unseen enemies. With the smallest of flashes, both of the spheres detonated, both operatives being flung against their cover as they were engulfed in the flames. Neither rose again afterward. The sole surviving member of Gamma Squad whipped around, aiming her recoilless rifle at the Solarian. You fucking, she screeched, firing off the shot. However, before she had even gotten a bead, the Solarian had already disappeared back into the hole. No you don't. She roared, charging toward as her mist shell hit a parked aircar and turned it into a smoldering wreck. She had barely taken 3 steps when the orbs that had landed on the ground flashed. Just like the ones that had attached to her men. With a horrific realization, Sam realized that Gamma 1 had most likely not actually seen what had killed her men. Major, mines. She screamed into her comm unit, but it was too late. Whether they had been manually triggered or set off by motion sensors, the balls exploded. One was in front of Gamma 1, a second was to her side, and a third was directly underfoot. Gamma 1 had just enough time to let out a scream of surprise before she was flung into the air, her right leg spinning next to her. 2 more STG operatives darted out from their hiding places, which it turned out had been in the gaps between buildings. They dove into the hole that Gamma Squad's killer had disappeared into, closing the hatch behind them. I'm going to get them, Warren hissed. His thrusters roared to life as he pushed himself past the others, to the head of their formation. I don't care if that tunnel goes to this goddamn planet's core. I'm going down there but he was stopped. Almost as if the Solarians could hear Warren and were actively trying to spite him, one last explosion rocked the area. A spout of fire erupted out of the hole as the street around it cracked and sagged, the corpses of Gamma Squad drooping and rolling downwards. No! Warren roared, landing next to the hatch and ripping it off with one fluid move. He was greeted by a solid wall of rock on the other side, made up of boulders that were as big as he was. Limp dick cowards! Writing in anger, he slammed his fist into one of the boulders, causing cracks to spiderweb out. The hell was that weapon? Sam asked, trying not to look at the dead Gamma Squad as she, Albert and Cadence slowed their descent and came to a gentle landing. Good question, Albert said. It was small, around the size of a pistol, but I've never seen explosives so small with that much power. Albert turned his attention to the dead members of Gamma Squad. I'd like to say it's something unique to the STG. An experimental weapon it seems too complicated to use for normal soldiers, but I could be wrong about that. Sam nodded absent-mindedly, turning her gaze to Gamma Squad. Part of her had hoped that they might still be alive, that their armor had taken the brunt of the blast. Now that she was closer, she could see how thoroughly it had torn into them. Blood smeared the ground around them, and gaping maws into their backs had been opened. Sam got a very good look at shattered spines and ruptured lungs before she had to turn away, feeling nauseous. One of the lungs had been dangling out of the side. The Union had built that weapon with punching through power armor in mind. Why aren't they fighting us? Warren growled. They're running and hiding like cowards while we steamroll through their capital. He punched the same rock again, managing to shatter it this time. Dozens of tiny fragments tumbled down the wall as Warren stood up. What the fuck, what the fuck? Just like that? A Special Forces squad gone? What the fuck? Sam wasn't sure if Warren was upset over the Solarians being able to beat an Enclave Special Forces squad, or if was angry that good people had died. Either way, what he said made her feel uncomfortable in a completely different way. She remembered Delta Squad, the Special Forces unit that she had fought with the Normandy crew backing her up. It had taken them, her, a dozen Eagles with rocket launchers, and the absurdly powerful Jack to bring them down. Omega Squad had been even worse, only eventually losing because they had been separated. Yet the STG had managed to take down a squad like them with ease, even with a heavy escort, and had only suffered a single loss. You know what it is? Warren said, pacing back and forth on the spot. They're shitting themselves right now. They know they fucked up. They know they picked a fight with the wrong person, so they're running scared. They sent those STG pricks to try and hide it. Oh, it's a real smart move when you stop and think about it. Give a few lucky bastards a few neat toys and have them score some cheap kills. It makes them look tougher than they really am. He let out a bitter laugh. Maybe they were hoping that we'd forget how we smashed their defense fleet. How we slaughtered them when we first landed. Makes sense really. They're spies and accountants, not fighters. Albert simply let out a small sigh. XI squad, cancel previous orders. Fall back into formation with the main advance, he said into his comm unit. We need to refuel, he said. Warren, come on. We're just barely above the safety line. Any more and we might not be able to safely make it back. He was certainly right there. The procedure was that they needed to head back for resupply before their power cells hit the 50% mark. At 60%, they were towing the line. Don't you care? Warren shouted, rounding on his brother. Aren't you pissed at what they did? These fucking lizards took out 3. I'm well aware of what they have done, LT. Black, Albert said, his voice growing cold and stern. But it changes nothing. There's nothing to be done here, we're all running low on fuel, and we're still pushing forward. Gamma Squad is dead, and your anger isn't helping anyone. Oh, of course you don't care, Warren said sarcastically. My big bro the robot never lets anything bother him. Shove Data up his ass and watch him spew bullshit out of his mouth. Beep boo boo. Warren held his limbs stiffly and jerked from side to side. Error, what is this emotion concept you speak? LT. Black, do you need to be relieved of duty? Albert said bluntly. Warren stopped, staring at his brother in disbelief. Because if you aren't in the air, heading back for resupply in the next 5 seconds, I'll do just that. You're not a child. Stop acting like one. He folded his arms, glaring at Warren. 5. 4. 3. Fuck you, self-righteous little cunt, Warren swore as his thrusters ignited and he took off, speeding in the direction of the Enclave forces without a backwards glance. Sighing in frustration, Albert followed right after, muttering something about breaking formation. Sam felt her jaw drop as she watched the two of them go. She had never had a particularly high opinion of Warren Black, but even she had not expected something like that. The elder of the Black brothers had always seemed to keep him in check to some degree. She would have expected Warren to lash out at her like that, not Albert. Lost for words, she gazed at Cadence, silently begging for an explanation. She merely let out an odd grunt and said, "To be honest, I didn't think this happening would take so long," before she took off, following after the Black brothers. Sam took one last glance at the corpses of Gamma Squad before taking to the skies herself. Dark thoughts flowed into her mind as they did. Thoughts of what other tricks STG had up its sleeve. XXXXX. Volan felt his talons cramp as he made another pass on the combat zone, but he ignored it. That was easy to do, what with his attention so firmly focused on the feed from Laura's helmet, which was a chaotic mess of shots being fired, accompanied by screams of agony, and the map in front of him. A couple of markers showed the Turians that were directly engaging Laura's unit, but they still had not spotted the ones that had taken out Guardian 3. He hated the idea of leaving Laura and her unit to fend for themselves, but he didn't have much choice. So long as the AA commandos were alive and well, his men were vulnerable. Turians had no issue with potentially sacrificing themselves for the needs of the many, but only when the sacrifice was meaningful. Another strafing run right now would cause him to lose more interceptors, and most likely wouldn't do enough damage anyway. His mandibles twitched as a rocket tore out of the undergrowth and zipped past on Laura's feed, the explosion being accompanied by a cry of pain. They did so again as he heard Laura cry out, "Man down!" before spraying her weapon at the rocket's origin, noticeably not causing any Turian cries of pain. Trying to take his mind off of it, he zoomed out on his three-dimensional map, checking up on the other members of Delta Squadron. They weren't faring much better. To the west, Guardians 10 and 11 had both been shot down, no doubt the same way Guardian 3 had been. Thankfully, they had not died pointless deaths, as there were very few hostile markers on the ground below them now, and the friendly ones were surging forward. The east wasn't doing as well. They had lost Guardian 5 and 8 and friendly markers were blinking out, one by one. They were losing that fight. He didn't have much of a choice. Guardian 2, break off and support Guardians 6 and 7, they need another man more than we do. Guardian 2 slid out of formation and shot off in direction, no doubt sending word ahead that he was on his way. "Laura, we need something," Volan said, switching back to her frequency. "Can you see anything? Give me a second." Her video feed turned from one end to another as she scanned the area around her, her machine gun still blaring. Hold on, there." There was the faintest of movements in the distance, one that had waited until another rocket erupted from the dense foliage to move. "Marking it now," Laura shouted as she threw herself to the ground, the rocket just barely missing her. "Copy," Volan said, the enemy marker popping up on his map. "All right, Guardian 4, let's make sure they can't take out any more of our air support." Coming about with Guardian 4, he dove back towards the ground battle, lining up his targeting system with the marker. As they neared the battleground, he jammed down on the triggers and 2 pairs of bright lasers staffed the area. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the lasers sweeping through the hierarchy ranks through Laura's view. There were distinct cries of agony, and bodies noticeably hitting the ground. Glad that they had done some damage if anything went wrong, he pulled back him, Guardian 4 right behind him. Then, as he had been dreading, a missile rose up behind them, aiming for the back of Guardian 4. "Lieutenant, what do we do?" The voice of his last wingman crackled over the comm line. She was trying to keep her voice calm and professional, but there was an undertone of fear to it. He couldn't blame her. Thinking fast, his brain formulated a sloppy but potentially valid plan. "Go up. Straight up." As he did, he slowed his own interceptor, leading Guardian 4 take the lead. As she soared upward, the missile mimicked her move, staying directly on her tail. "Come on," Volan whispered to himself as he followed it, doing his best to get a lock on it with his lasers. It was rapidly gaining on the still ascending Guardian 4. Whatever was controlling it seemed to have realized what he was trying to do. Although it was still moving upward, it was frantically jerking from side to side, making itself a harder target. It kept flitting in and out of his targeting reticle, getting closer and closer to its target. Taking a deep breath, Volan waited until it was just about to swerve back in before he fired. Twin laser bolts shot out of his interceptor and skewered the missile. Moving at the speed of light, the effect of the missile exploding was practically instantaneous. Letting out a gasp of relief, Volan spoke. "You okay, Guardian 4? Guardian 4 let out a nervous chuckle. "Singed, but okay. Thanks, Lieutenant, I owe you one." "Thanks, Volan." Laura said, glee in her voice. "They're still fighting like hell down here, but that got a few of them. I think we got a chance now. Still, another pass wouldn't be unwelcome. Marking a couple more now." "Just a second," Volan said, double-checking the map. The western battle looked as if it was almost over. The last of the hierarchy forces were now surrounded, having been forced onto the defensive. Guardians 9 and 12 were circling overhead, firing the occasional burst of fire into the center of the circle. "We're about to be down one pocket of hostiles. Once that's done, I'll regroup with my other men and we can make the finishing BL." The words died in Volan's mouth. To the west, a blinding light had just shone, causing Volin to instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes. When he lowered it, it felt as if his stomach had frozen solid. All of the markers, both friendly and hostile, were gone. The coalition soldiers, Krogan forces, the hierarchy commandos, and Guardians 9 and 12, all of them were gone. In the distance, all that Volin could see was a massive crater that stretched outward, freshly blown in the earth. A plume of smoke was rising out of it, looking much like the stalk of a plant with a thick cap at the end. Spirits, Volin whispered, looking at the cloud in terror. As much as he didn't want to, his mind quickly jumped to a very unpleasant conclusion. The hierarchy commandos had done that. There was no other possible explanation, as even the most psychotic Krogan with a bone to pick with the Turians wouldn't devastate friendly forces just to kill a few men. No, it could have only been the hierarchy. After all, it fit. A proper Turian, one duty-bound to protect their society, would be more than willing to sacrifice themselves in the name of saving more lives down the line. This fit what had just happened perfectly. They had all been willing to throw their lives away in order to destroy the food processing plants. Taking a weapon that allowed you to do it more efficiently was a logical step. Confused voices scrambled the intercom. All of them were talking about something to do with the explosion that had just happened to the west. Many of them were cries of confusion, which some were of outrage and fear. "What's going on?" Laura asked, her camera feed still going. "I could see some kind of flash and hear the boom." "Oh God, please tell me the Turians aren't using micronukes on us." "Unlikely," Gunnar remarked, joining the conversation. Even as he fired all of his guns alongside Laura, sending a steady stream in the direction to hostile forces. They would not risk the escalation, particularly when there are so many non-Turians looking to them for support and comfort. The bomb was not a nuke. I doubt that there will be any radioactive fallout. Although it is clearly quite powerful. Volin couldn't help but think that that was a small comfort, what with the sheer number of friends and allies that had just been killed. "Now what?" he said to no one in particular. "What do we do when they have munitions of that quality?" This was something that he got no answer to, as the comm lines were flooded with the terrified screaming of a coalition soldier. "There's another one. He took out one of my men and slipped through our lines with a tactical cloak. There's only 2 more lines between him and the food processors. All units converge on my position." All units converge. Volin felt that time had slowed down as he pieced together this new information with everything he had learned. Turian commandos had been sent on a suicide mission. They had explosives that were on par with a small nuclear weapon, minus the fallout. There were 3 main groups fighting the coalition and Krogan ground forces and drawing their attention. One commando had not taken part in these fights and was making his way towards the food processors, and was almost there. A strangled noise came out of Volin's mouth as he started to panic. The hierarchy had almost won and he hadn't realized it. No doubt the coalition's secondary and final defensive line around the food processors would be heavier than the first one, but that wouldn't matter. If the lone commando had an explosive comparable to the one that had just gone off, he wouldn't need to penetrate too deeply. He just had to get close enough to catch the food processors in the blast radius. He might already be close enough. "Laura," he said, unsure how to explain what he wanted to do to her. He had no idea how an interceptor would be able to track down a lone commando, but he had to go and assist. Things were unfinished here. The commando group here still had fighting strength, and could turn the battle to their favor. Even if Laura's men were able to hold their own, the Turians might simply decide to detonate their ordnance. Go! Laura shouted into her comm unit, firing a few more bursts from her weapon before it overheated. "The whole point is to protect the food processors. If they go, we're all screwed. We can handle it here. This planet must hold." Gunnar added, sounding much more stern than usual. "Move." Volin didn't need to be told again. "All surviving craft, form up on me." He bellowed into the comm unit, tearing away from the firefights on the ground and rocketing off in the direction of the food processors. Guardian 4 was right behind him and he could see Guardians 2, 6, and 7 doing the same. They were heading in their direction, but Volin had a bad feeling that they wouldn't be able to reach him in time to make a difference. The battle he had been assisting had been the closest to the food processors, and he and Guardian 4 were already halfway there. It didn't matter though. "This is Guardian 1, what was the last known location of the enemy soldier?" he asked, speaking into his comm unit. Instead of an answer, a bright, flashing marker appeared on his map. It wasn't much to go on, but it was something. Homing in on it, he spoke again. "If anyone gets eyes on him, I need you to mark him for me. I can take him out faster than you can." There was a hasty confirmation over the lines as Volin flew over the last known location of the soldier. Focusing on the map, he tried to think out possible routes that he might have taken in order to reach the food processors. Trying to ignore just how close the processors were now, he heard scrambled chatter as coalition soldiers reported their lack of findings to one another. All he could do was circle, waiting for a target. "There!" someone screeched. His cloak is out of power. Marking him, Gaga the coalition soldier had her voice replaced with wet choking, but she had done as she had promised. The commando had made it through the second line, and was halfway towards the second line. Instinct that had been refined over Volan's military career took over as he dived, heading straight for it. Knowing that every second was a second his quarry could use to escape, he didn't even wait for the targeting solution to line up. Even as he followed through with the proper targeting procedure, he fired again and again and again, not stopping until his lasers overheated and were cut off. By then he had to pull up to avoid crashing into the ground. I need confirmation here, is the target still alive? There was a laugh of glee in response. You got him. Christ, there's not much left, but there are still some bones. Another laugh. Oh God, I'd offer you a drink if I had anything dextro. Remind me that I owe you on, man. You're a freaking lifesaver. Volan was about to sigh in relief when something else drew his attention. An all too familiar flash. He had barely registered what had happened when a pair of them erupted in the distance, in the direction of the skirmishes. Two of them, nearly blinding them, marking where hierarchy and coalition had once fought, fresh plumes of smoke already forming. His hand flew to the comm unit. Laura, come in, are you there? No response. Laura, respond, please. Nothing. He changed tactics. Gunner, listen, is there anyone who's still alive down there? Not a word. God damn it, the man who had promised Volan a drink said. Shit. Just when we thought we had things under control. Did you know anything down there? Did you have someone close? Volan's hands shook, his talons scratching the controls in front of him. Not as well as I would have liked to known. I know the feeling, man. I'm sorry. Look, come and find me when you land. There's a guy from our history that said something once. In victory you deserve wine. In defeat you need it. I think he had an excellent point. We'll fish something up, the Krogan clans must have something lying around that you can drink. Volan nodded dumbly. He had not gotten a lot of time to know Laura or Gunnar, but he had wanted to know them. Wanted to learn more about them, how they had come to know each other, even something as trivial as to why Gunnar was called that. He was certain that it had been a nickname, but now he would never get a chance to find out. Just secure the bomb, he said dully. He felt numb, as if all nerve endings in his body had stopped responding. Bomb. The man said. There's no bomb down here. You must have vaporized it. Volan's voice caught in his throat. That couldn't be right. Something that powerful would have gone off if he had hit it. The explosion would have been much weaker, but it would have happened. A terrible realization hit him. There were two, he whispered. I got the wrong one. The remnants of Delta Squadron had finally formed up with him, and he wished they hadn't. Idle thoughts of telling them to continue searching or to scatter formed in the back of his mind. He didn't bother to give orders through. He knew that there was no point. It was too late. He could already see the flash right below his interceptor. Chapter 108. Turning Point. XXXXX. Marcus felt deflated as he read the report in front of him. He had looked over it 3 times, taking in every word of it, and still he refused to accept it. Hierarchy weapon of unknown origin was used. Initially suspected nuclear weapon, several flaws found in assumption. Blast radius too small for thermonuclear device, fission weapons long rendered obsolete. Combined with lack of radioactive fallout, making weapon clean suspect that warhead was pure fusion. Untested but field has potential. Likely Turian hierarchy already developed warheads, or accelerated development in recent years. Most likely after first contact with coalition. Also. Marcus' eyes trailed away from Morton's words. The doctor's blunt and to-the-point mannerisms were a mixed bag at the moment. On the one hand, he wished that the blow had been softened, that the report had danced around it a little bit. On the other, he knew it was for the best that it didn't. He had to face the reality of the situation. Once again, his eyes slid down to the bottom. Casualty rate. Estimated 10,000 dead, majority coalition, some Krogan, separatist hierarchy air support. Few wounded, fusion warheads 95% fatality rate, rounding up. Survivors on edge of blast radius. One food processing plant badly damaged. Repairs possible, but unlikely. All others destroyed. Marcus sighed again. The dead were in 5 figures. From a raid that had cost the hierarchy a few dozen men and a single frigate. The worst part was that, no doubt, the thousands of dead coalition and Krogan soldiers were just a side benefit to the hierarchy. Their main goal had been to destroy the food processing plants, and they had succeeded. Marcus had been depending on those plants in order to keep the rapidly growing population of Tuchanka fed. With all but one reduced to scrap metal, and the surviving one too badly damaged to use, Marcus was running on borrowed time. If he pushed it, he would most likely be able to hold out just above a week. After that, food stores would run dangerously low. If this had been a pure military situation, he would have been able to last for 2 weeks on bare-bones rationing. That wouldn't work with the Krogan. They were a species that needed more calories than most, and they had massive influx of children to deal with. The nail in the coffin for them, however, was the lack of discipline. In a way, the Krogan were a wild people. A year ago they would have had on-again, off-again wars between each other over reasons that most species would consider petty. Food, a few square kilometers of territory, and fertile females. The genophage had given them a banner to unite under, but they didn't know how to march under it in unison. They were a mob, emotional and impulsive, disorganized and passionate. Despite Rex's boasting of the Krogan people being able to handle an empty stomach, Marcus knew things would quickly become violent if food ran short. He looked up from the report. He was sitting in his private quarters, a holographic display of the star system hovering in front of him. Nowadays, he rarely turned it off and constantly studied the positioning of both coalition and hierarchy fleets. The Turians had not moved from Rom, keeping their backs to the gas giant, while his forces still guarded Tuchanka. Both armadas had suffered causalities, coalition more than hierarchy. Marcus still had the advantage in numbers, but this brought him little comfort. He simply couldn't see a way to attack the enemy forces without sustaining massive losses, and possibly even a crushing defeat. Yet the hierarchy was in an ideal position to attack any ships that came in from the mass relay. They would have to make quick work of it before Marcus could bring his forces to bear and trap them in a pincer move, but he was certain they would be able to do it. Marcus would need a substantial fleet to come through, one that would be able to endure long enough for him to reinforce them. And the coalition was still struggling to gather relief forces. He had been promised that they would be available soon, but less than ideal matters kept occurring. There was a counter-offensive on the Batarian front of the war, and even more ships were being sent there. The Turian fleet that had fled into coalition territory was still harassing picket forces, scoring minor victories here and there, and had destroyed half a dozen frigates and 2 destroyers. The long-ranged ships had had their weakness exploited. A hierarchy frigate had closed to knife fight range on each one, dispatching them quickly. To cap it all off, there was still the mysterious silence of Saren, and the unwillingness to leave planets unguarded on the off chance that he might attack them. Marcus had little doubt that this was exactly what the enemy commander had planned for all along. Most certainly not step for step, but the overall direction and goal. He wondered whether the siege had been put off for this reason. He remembered the lull in the fighting that had followed the Batarian raid on Moria. No doubt the Turians must have already been prepared to attack Tuchanka, even before then, but had waited. Waited for the fighting to pick up, for the coalition to divert more forces against the Batarians, and for Saren's lack of contributions to stand out. Marcus yawned as he dropped the day top hat onto his bed, rubbing his temple. The only solutions he had come up with for working their way out of this mess were either flawed, or downright unethical. He had thought about feigning surrender and luring the Turian fleet out of hiding. But that would have been a small short-term gain, followed by a long series of drawbacks. The Turians were continuing to hold themselves back. No civilian life had been claimed by the fusion warheads. If he faked surrender, commanders who wished to actually surrender would be forced to fight to the last man. No, he would have to rely on cunning to win the day, not dishonesty. He had also considered a simple, full-frontal assault. Something so daring and seemingly stupid would have a chance to throw the enemy off, to convince them that it was a bluff masking their real plan. He was desperate enough that he would have honestly have tried it, if not for one thing. The hierarchy had already pulled off a similar maneuver in this very siege. Making an offensive look so obvious that it was thought to be a decoy. It would be recognized if he copied them. Minefields wouldn't work either, there was just too much of space and not enough time. Neither would a commando strike. He deeply wished that he still had the Normandy under his command, as it could single-handedly wipe out the Turian flagship. Albeit with a much higher risk than most of the Normandy's previous missions considering how heavily guarded it would be. Still, it would have been worth it if let him cut off the head of this serpent. Wearily, he chased these thoughts out of his head. They were half-baked ideas that had been conceived under the influence of sleep deprivation. He instead turned his attention to another matter. A text-based argument that he had had with Fleet Admiral Hackett over the matter of his reinforcements. Swiping Morton's report away, he brought up the conversation log. They had gone back and forth for the better part of 3 hours. Coalition forces had started to gather at a mass relay in friendly territory that would take them directly to Tuchanka. Unfortunately, only 50 ships of the ones that were there were waiting for a chance to deploy. The rest were defending coalition planets, most importantly the colony of Remus. Marcus had demanded to know, as firmly as he could have without being insubordinate, why Remus' defensive fleet had not been folded into the counterattack. Hackett had given him 2 reasons. The aforementioned concern about Saren, and the chance of Marcus losing. Even with a pincer attack, there was a possibility of the Turian fleet being able to react quickly and defeat the reinforcing fleet before Marcus could reach them. Such an event would leave Remus and several other core coalition planets vulnerable. Hackett was still pulling whatever ships were free into the relief force, but Marcus didn't like the way things were going. At the very minimum, he wanted the reinforcements to number at 100, and preferably more than that. This gave him 3 options. Find a way to deal with the Turians on his own, call in the undersized reinforcement fleet and find a way to keep them from being routed within seconds, or try and hold out for further reinforcements. He had a bad feeling the third option wasn't going to work out, which forced him to consider the first 2. He had already run himself ragged trying to come up with a solution for the first, which only left him with the second option to consider. How could 50 ships enter the system without being massacred? The answer came to him, quickly and unwelcome. They couldn't. Not without him abandoning Tuchanka utterly, and that would be as good as handing it to the Turians. He groaned. Getting to his feet, he put the datapad down and activated his Omni tool. He had already picked Vita's mind on the matter several times, but he was hoping that the recent development with the fusion warheads had forced the general's mind into overdrive. Within seconds, a hologram of the Turian appeared. He gave a short yawn before speaking. I don't suppose you found a way to end the siege. Marcus shook his head. Vita's mandibles drooped. It was a tiny movement, but Marcus managed to catch it. He had been becoming rather familiar with it over the course of this battle. We have 50 ships on the other side of the relay, nowhere near enough to stand against that armada out there. Launching an all-out assault on the hierarchy fleet is out of the question, even if it is to provide cover for the relief force, Vitas said. With their defensive position, we may take too many casualties for our saviors to make a difference. Marcus nodded. He had thought along the same lines, and had reached the same conclusion. There had to be something. A trick that he wasn't thinking of, a crack in the enemy's defenses. I doubt we could feign a retreat, Vitas said. Make a run for the relay and then reverse course when the hierarchy moves for Tuchanka isn't an option. They'd wait until every last ship was through the relay first. The only logical option is to force them to abandon their position and come to us, Marcus aid. But there's no reason for them to do that. Vitas shook his head. No, there isn't. There's nothing we can threaten in this system to get them to move. If it was a hierarchy system, that might be different. They would be willing to charge if it meant the possibility of saving more lives than they would lose from a battle, but this planet isn't owned by them or their allies. They have no assets in the system aside from themselves. They only need to remain concerned about their own ships. Marcus hated to admit it, but Vitas was right. Could we send out a strike team to invade the colonies in conventional FTL range? He asked. Maybe we could force a dozen or 2 warships to pursue. This thought had just occurred to him, and the more he thought about it the more he thought it might be the solution to their problem. But Vitas stamped on it. There are only minor colonies in that direction. Even then, this siege is a very special case. I said they'd be willing to risk their lives to save more in the long run. If we were putting a heavily populated world in harm's way, they would throw themselves away to stop us. That isn't what's happening here. In that scenario, the risk would be limited to the planet itself. The hierarchy sees a much larger, a much more sweeping threat here. Marcus ground his teeth as a pang of anger hit him. Krogan, he said. Exactly. If the hierarchy wants to save as many Turian lives as possible, they will stay here until a new strain of the genophage has been administered. The loss of life has the potential to be astronomical if they don't. So even if you were to directly threaten those nearby colonies with orbital bombardment, which I know you won't, they'd willingly sacrifice them. Because stopping the Krogan will, in the eyes of my people, save more lives in the long run. Everywhere he looked, there was another dead end waiting for him. Nothing seemed to be good enough. The best bet that he had was a single element that he could potentially exploit. The dutiful nature of the hierarchy's armed forces. Their own safety and survival was a second priority. If he could find a way to make them think that they had to sacrifice themselves, he had a way out. How he was supposed to do that was another matter though, and not one he had a solution for. What do we do? He asked Vitas. It was a simple question, and that in of itself spoke volumes. Marcus knew that, in a way, he was admitting to being desperate and lost in this battle. He didn't care. If he could find a way to snatch victory, it didn't matter how he did it. Just that he did it. I can't think of any way to eliminate the hierarchy forces that doesn't place our own at massive risk, Vitas said. His mandibles gave a twitch, but a rather stiff one. It was as if he was trying to suppress the movement. So, we have 2 solutions. Either surrender, or we take that massive risk. Marcus had more or less reached that conclusion himself. Either the frontal assault or the desperate pincer attack. Waiting for a full reinforcement fleet wasn't an option. Still, hearing Vitas say it put an awful sense of finality onto the situation. No last-minute trump cards would be pulled, no brilliant, last-second realizations. Just a gamble that would decide the fate of a planet and a species. Do you have preference for the risk? Yes, Vitas said. I think we should ask that the coalition send in what reinforcements that they have gathered. Casualties may be high, but this way we have more numbers on our side, and we force the enemy into the open. There was a moment of silence. Marcus thought of those ships being fired upon, moments after they had entered the system. Countless lives being lost before any of them had time to react. Certainly he could divert forces to meet them the second they entered the system, but that brought up the same old problem as before. He couldn't leave Tuchanka undefended. If that happened, the hierarchy would charge the planet directly. And then it hit him. They would charge the planet. That is exactly what they would do. Admiral. Vitas said, looking puzzled. Marcus realized he had been silent for the last half minute. I might have something, Marcus said, carefully weighing the options in his head. I send half of my forces to meet the relief fleet. The hierarchy would then attempt to take Tuchanka. We make it so that that was what we wanted them to do all along. Position our forces so that they can withstand a forward push. It was a simple idea, which might be why he hadn't thought of it before. It seemed too basic to work at a passing glance. It could work, however, if he and Vitas were desperate enough to make it work. Vitas' mandibles twitched again, stretching outward this time. He made no attempt to suppress it this time around, and gave Marcus a thoughtful look. This idea has potential, he said. Even if the hierarchy can predict what we are doing, they won't be able to do anything about it. They'll only have two maneuvers. Attacking Tuchanka, which is what we want, and attacking the forces at the relay, which will have the numbers to fight against them evenly and hold out long enough for us to bring our full force to bear. But we're still missing the key component, Marcus said, positioning our ships in a way that would allow them to fight against superior numbers. Without the hierarchy realizing it. He took another look at the fleets hovering in space. Even now that his hunter-killer squadrons had returned from their aborted mission to eliminate Turian picket forces, his fleet was smaller than he would like. 15 of his ships were still being repaired after the hierarchy's faux feint maneuver, being in no shape to fight. That left him with 145 combat-capable ships. 145 ships versus the 100 of the hierarchy. That number would be cut in half, leaving him just shy of 80 ships. 80 versus 100 weren't particularly steep odds, but against an opponent that had demonstrated great cunning, they made him uncomfortable. Your damaged ships, Vitas said. How many of them could be repaired within a week? Marcus understood where Vitas was going for this. When numbers were this close, every last ship made a difference. Picking up his datapad again and flipping through it, he found the damage reports his captains had sent him. He schemed through it. 3, possibly 4, he said. 3 frigates are most certainly savable, and we may be able to jury-rig one of my cruisers. All of these ships had taken heavy damage to the engines, leaving them effectively dead in the water. Thankfully, the destroyed and disabled Turian ships had provided enough parts for them to cannibalize, and now repairing them was simply a matter of time. The other 11 ships had taken much heavier damage, in some cases to all systems. If they were going to be repaired, it would take the better part of a month, ideally in dry dock. Can your engineers rig them to detonate remotely? Or when an enemy vessel approaches? Marcus had to fight back the urge to jump at this. He hadn't expected Vitas to recommend this type of approach. Using a damaged warship as a makeshift mine was something that he had seen theorized, but in much different circumstances. Usually within very tight choke points, such as the exit point of a mass relay. I doubt it would be particularly difficult, he said hesitantly. But would it be effective? Even if we worked to produce as large of an explosion as possible, space is massive. They would have to be very close to hierarchy forces in order to be effective. I agree, Vitas said hesitantly. It sounded as if he was working through the finer details of his plan himself, even as he was talking to Marcus. So we would have to force or trick the hierarchy into attacking from that angle. I suggest using this to allow the ships to continue to operate without a crew, like what the hierarchy did with their commando raid. They'll be slow and sluggish, but that will look fitting with how badly damaged they are. We'll have them make up the majority of our right flank, with some regular ships mixed in to prevent suspicion. Marcus was starting to catch on now. And when the enemy offensive begins, they'll go for the vulnerable flank, or at least dedicate a good part of their offensive to it. The crew and V.I.S will fight back, drawing them in closer. Once they're close enough, the regular ships will pull back while the cores on the damaged ships are detonated. Precisely, Vitas said. We need to tread with caution, however. They may find it to be too obvious and pass it up. We could still achieve a victory if they were to remain where they are, but it would be in our best interest to lure them out. Marcus would need time to think about that. He still had some of that precious commodity left, even if his supply was running dry fast. We'll work out the fine details in a bit. Right now I need to have my men make the necessary repairs to the damaged vessels. Thank you very much, General. You've been invaluable. Vitas made an odd expression that looked like a Turian smile before his hologram flickered out. Marcus rubbed his eyes as she sat down on his bed. They had a plan now, a step up from where they had been a few moments ago. Still, they were in a very tough situation, and many more coalition personnel would no doubt die before it was all over. The thought made him want to give a sour laugh. The corpses of the men killed in the fusion bombing, of the few who had actually left behind corpses, weren't even cold yet. Yet here he was, planning to provoke the hierarchy into action again. There was a bitter irony there. When people died from a devastating attack, a good commander was expected to strike back, to eliminate the threat and prevent anyone else from dying. Along the way, the lives of soldiers would be sacrificed, sometimes with the death count even surpassing that of the original attack. From a logical and emotion-free perspective, it made perfect sense. Marcus knew that it was the smartest thing that they could do. This did little to put his feeling of resentment at ease. He suddenly released how very tired he felt. His eyes felt heavy, and part of him wanted to simply go limp. To put his head on his pillow and slip away from everything. He couldn't though. He had so much work to do. Damage control from the bombings, redirecting the repair process of his ships, and countless other things. Thinking about all of this just made him feel even more tired. Today had been nothing but bad news. The only silver lining would be that the Turians had not killed any civilians. Civilians had not been allowed anywhere near the food processing plants. Whether the hierarchy had known that or not, nothing had happened to escalate the conflict. There would not be calls for retaliation. However, it was a very minor relief. All it would take is one incident of civilian deaths, and the entire war would have a chance to spiral out of control. Becoming worse and worse, until the entire conflict resembled the Batarian front. With this, the thought of his dead men, and the plan of the upcoming attack in his head, Marcus forced himself to contact his engineers. Ignoring his own exhaustion as he ordered repairs to the damaged ships to be given top priority. Sleep would have to come later. XXXXX. This is wrong. Everything about this feels wrong, Sam whispered under her breath. They were almost there. The Hall of Matriarchs was only a block or two away. It stretched from side to side, looking at least half a mile long and a dozen or so stories high. At its very center it stretched upward, a spire reaching for the stars. How many floors that tower had, she could only guess. It looked like 200, possibly more. Although the STG had continued to launch raids on their advance, and while they had sustained significant losses from the assault, the Allied forces had reached the hall with little additional resistance. Just like the rest of their march through the city had been. Her feeling of unease had not gone away. If anything, it had just grown stronger. She was on top of a rhino with Sigma Squad again. All of them were standing at the ready with weapons in hand. The swarm of Enclave vehicles screeched to a halt as they finally reached the Hall of Matriarchs. A spatter of token shots were fired from windows, only to be met with tank shells blowing car-sized holes where the shots had come from. Attention all forces. Keep heavy weapons fire on the hall to a minimum, said General Moore over the comm lines. We are to take the matriarchs alive. Again, use conclusive rounds and refrain from brutalizing them. Now then, all designated infantry forces, begin the assault. That's our cue, Warren said, scrapping his blades together. Oh, this is going to be fun. Either those STG pricks finally face us head-on, no running away like cowards, or their leaders are as good as ours. He gave his weapons another violent clash, ignoring as a small chip flew out of each of the edges. Deciding to pretend that Warren didn't exist, Sam took off from the top of the rhino, the others right behind her. She and Sigma Squad had been given the job of going after the prize jewel of the Union, the Dolatras herself. She was still broadcasting her speech to her soldiers, rambling on about how weak and desperate the Enclave was. With how empty the city seemed, Sam couldn't help but wonder how many Solarians were actually hearing it. Despite that, the transmission had proven itself useful. They had managed to trace it to the sub-levels of the Hall of Matriarchs. So, while the rest of the friendly forces searched the ground and upper levels, Sam and Sigma Squad would be heading underground. Sam smashed through a window on the ground floor with ease, skidding to a halt on the ground. She spun about, ready to rip apart anyone there with her swords. This proved to be unneeded, as the hallway she had landed in was deserted. Now that she knew she wasn't in danger, Sam couldn't help but notice the odd nature of the place. The hall seemed rather bare, everything a pale shade of white, with there being little present other than the doors that coated the sides. It felt a little off, as if something was missing. As if it had recently been stripped bare. Which way? She asked, Albert landing beside her as she did. He pointed to the right, a small metal door at the end. They reached it within seconds, noting the holographic display in front of it, acting as a sign. The lettering was in a Solarian language that Sam didn't recognize, but she had a good feeling it said something along the lines of authorized personnel only. We managed to get a good layout of the building via scans, Albert said, taking one of his charges and planting it firmly on the door. This should take us down to a bunker below the rest of the hall. That's where the broadcast is coming from. They all fell back as Albert said, detonate. The explosion rocked the floor and blasted the door clean off its hinges. Without a word, the four of them dove through the doorway and down a set of narrow stairs. They silently descended, the light growing fainter and fainter with every landing. Eventually they were moving in near total darkness. Night vision, Albert said. There was a subtle movement from each of the four of them as they flicked their night vision to life. Sam's eyes took a second to adjust as everything became green. Eventually, they reached the bottom of the stairs, around 5 stories underground. The passage in front of them had a minor stretch before it stopped in front of another door. It was nearly identical to the one they had just destroyed upstairs. "All right," Albert said, giving the others a quick look. "They're not stupid, they'll have STG on the other side. If they prove to be too much we'll have to retreat back up. They'll be stuck down here though, so we'll bottleneck them while we wait for reinforcements." "Understood." Cadence gave a quick nod, but Warren stood still. "Understood?" he asked more sternly, locking eyes with his brother. Slowly, Warren gave a reluctant nod. "Good," Albert said, taking another charge and moving to plant it on the door. However, as he did, something strange happened. The door gave a confirming chirp to his presence and slid open, the way many public doors did. Albert froze, his arm outstretched, the charge still firmly clutched in his hands. He dropped it and held up both of his palms with lightning reflexes, everyone else assuming combat positions as well. Slowly, silently, they stared into the opening. The chamber within was tall, the roof looking as if it stretched up to ground level, and just as wide. Like above, there was nothing in it, and in such a wide open space, it was even more unnerving. Sam couldn't tell through her green night vision, but she was certain that she was looking at nothing but gunmetal grey walls, floor, and ceiling. Aside from that, there was only one thing in the room. A single Solarian, standing in the direct center, speaking into an Omni tool. Even from here, Sam could hear her loud and clear. "We have thousands of years of history etched among the stars. We have endured far worse than them and emerged victorious. These people, a shadow of a true galactic power, and proof of humanity's inability to stand united, are pitiful by comparison. We will drive them back, using whatever means we must. They will." "Got you!" Warren roared as all four of them broke into a run. Warren's eyes were fixed on Dalatras Linren. SMG in hand, he fired a warning shot in her general direction. Sam felt a strong urge to punch him. Even if he hadn't been aiming at her, bullets shouldn't be going anywhere near her when they needed her alive. "Move and the next one's going right between those 8 balls you call eyes," Warren said with glee. They stopped a few inches away from her, all of them training their weapons on her. She didn't react at all. She merely continued to give her speech. "And when they have been pushed back to the pitiful planet that they call home, they will realize just how little they matter. They are children playing at conquerors. They need firm hands to guide them, to keep them from wiping themselves out." "Put your hands behind your head and get down on your knees," Albert said sternly. "We have no desire to harm you, but we will if we need to." The Dalatras ignored him. She continued to ramble on. Albert didn't exist to her. "We shall then remind the galaxy as a whole, why leadership is trusted to the few, and not the many. Solarians, Turians, and Asari have proven themselves fit to guide the species of the galaxy. But look at these misguided fools and the ones they call allies. The Quarians, who unleashed an empire of synthetics on the galaxy, nearing wiping themselves out. The Krogan, who nearly brought about their own end with atomic weapons and attempting to take over the galaxy. The Coalition and Enclave themselves, who are barely different from the Krogan. They all need to be kept in check. For their own safety." Sam couldn't help but gape at her. The arrogance in the speech spoke for itself, but it reached a whole new level with the way she was ignoring them. It was true that the Union dwarfed the Enclave in terms of territory and overall numbers, but she was still surrounded by 4 heavily armed and armored soldiers. The very leader of the Union was cornered, and she was talking about how the Enclave didn't stand a chance. Then something clicked inside of Sam's head. She couldn't be that stupid. It just wasn't physically possible for someone to be that blind to reality. To be that unbothered by the possibility of capture, maybe even death. The Enclave had enough of a bad reputation for her to assume that they would torture and kill her. So why wasn't she panicking, or even acknowledging their existence? Sam remembered the lack of a solid counterattack as the Enclave and its allies had landed. Remembered the harassment attacks the STG had carried out. Remembered how it didn't match the sizable fleet that had been present in orbit. Remembered how very off it had felt. Her stomach had curled. Something was wrong here. "Okay, enough fun and games," Warren said, stepping forward. "Pack your bags and say goodbye, slug lady," because Warren fell silent. He had reached out to grab the Dalatras, only for his hand to pass right through her. All of them stared in disbelief at Warren's hand, which had clamped down on thin air. "No," he whispered, waving his hand up and down, passing right through Linren. "No. You can't do this. You can't fucking do this." His hand fell to his side. "She wasn't here," Warren whispered. "This entire time, she was never fucking here. With a roar, he brought his SMG up and opened fire at the Dollotras, the bullets passing through her harmlessly. He kept it up until the weapon beeped loudly, indicating that it had overheated. You cannot be fucking serious. He bellowed, swinging his SMG as if he wanted to crack the Dollotras head open. Oh, but I am. Sam and Sigma Squad jumped. A hologram, one that was a sickly shade of yellow, appeared in the middle of them, right next to the fake Solarian. It was the Dollotras, and she was swearing a smirk of pure satisfaction. Like it? She asked, gesturing to her double. It took quite a bit of research and development. State-of-the-art holographic and VI technology. It would have been easier to just relay the speech myself, but then you might have been able to realize we were only using this point to bounce the signal. Warren spun on the spot, leveling his SMG and opening fire. The Dollotras patiently waited as the bullets harmlessly flew through her. When it overheated again, the Dollotras continued speaking. I take it you're the Enclave Special Forces I've heard so much about? I have to say, I'm thoroughly underwhelmed. Sam's eyes darted from one end of the room to the other. The Dollotras could be trying to throw them off. She could be hiding in a secret room while the hologram made them think otherwise. It did seem a little too obvious and out in the open. The Solarian woman let out a laugh. Don't bother. I'm not in this building. I'm not in the city. As a matter of fact, I'm not even on the planet. She held her arms out, her smirk widening. Tell me, why would I stay on Surkesh when I knew there was an invasion force coming? Let alone the capital city? The first place my enemies would come looking for me. No, Sam whispered. She couldn't believe it, she didn't want to believe it. Yet it made sense. The Dollotras had access to trained and experienced professionals like the STG, and they had had a good day's heads up. It would have been easier to spirit her away deeper into Solarian space. They had come here for nothing. She took a quick look at Sigma Squad. Cadence's grip was tightening on her super sledge, to the point where it was bending ever so slightly. Albert's hand was pressed to his comm unit, and he was muttering something into it. No doubt he was reporting their situation to Moore and Gallows, because he was only half paying attention to the Dollotras now. Warren, however, still had more to say. Laugh it up, bitch. Warren said, still pointing his SMG at her. This seemed to only amuse her further, but Warren continued. So you're not on the planet? Big deal. Sucks to be you, but the capital of the Solarian Union is officially under new management. What do you think that'll do to the morale of your kind? I know you like to let everyone think you're the smart and tactical type, but I'd bet my right arm that you people are all going to be shitting themselves when they learned what happened here. We rolled in and kicked ass. You? You fucking ran. Won't that be an interesting story to tell? Linren's smirk twisted. It was no longer simply smug, there was an element of sadism in there. It's amazing. You haven't put it together yet. Did you never stop to wonder why you had such an easy time marching through Talat? I mean, Major Kirahi reports that he managed to take out one of your special forces squads, but did you ever wonder why you faced so little resistance? Dread-filled Sam. What the hell was going on? Because you Warren began, but Linren cut him off. Because everything that has happened since you landed has gone exactly as I planned. Although I would have preferred that it never came to this in this first place. It would have been so much easier to make it so that you never reached the planet in the first place. No matter though. We've been preparing for an invasion of this planet for centuries. Ever since the Krogan rebellions. The training, the weapons, the personnel, they have all been planned ever since the creation of the genophage. Her smile faltered just a little. Granted, our men only recently reached the planet. They were off-world. I had to rush to get them in place. But nevertheless, we managed to position them in time. You got this far into Talat for one reason and one reason only. I let you. Now your forces are stretched out. Thin and vulnerable. No doubt they'd be able to withstand a frontal assault, but we were smart enough to not give you a fight you could win. Fuck. Sam swore, spinning to face Albert. Contact General Moore. Tell her what's going on. I don't know how she did it, but the Dollotras somehow managed to sneak in an army behind us. Albert was already on it, muttering into his comm unit even faster. The Dollotras let out a laugh. A cold, calculating laugh. Do you honestly think that will make a difference? That anything you do from this point on will make a difference? It seems I need to spell it out for you. She leaned forward, her eyes bearing directly into Sam's. You haven't just lost. You never stood a chance. From the moment you took a step onto this planet, you were doomed to failure. The two of us were fighting completely different battles. I knew exactly who I was fighting. You had no idea. At that very moment, there was a pair of noises. The sound of something being depressurized and of metal hitting heavy metal, both from right behind them. Right after, the sound of heavy footfalls filled the chamber they were in, the floor trembling under their feet. All of them brought themselves to bear to face the noise. A gargantuan creature was charging right at them, a giant floor panel having lying discarded on the floor behind it. It apparently had been hiding in a secret passage. The creature was somewhere between 10 and 12 feet tall, had arms as thick as tree trunks, a mouth that spread in 3 directions, and 8 narrow, shining eyes. It was clad from head to foot in dark armor, only its head bare, and clutched a massive machine gun in its arms. A machine gun that it was now aiming at them. Scatter! Sam roared, but Warren was already halfway through taking off, and everyone else was right behind him. They soared upward as the creature roared and unleashed a hail of bullets up at them. His fire was much more accurate than Sam was comfortable with. Her shields were peppered with shots as she desperately swerved, trying to avoid being hit. The hell is that thing? She shouted, jerking to the side to avoid another burst. It's a Yogg, it's a fucking YAHG. Warren screeched, his voice echoing in the cavernous room. They're supposed to be quarantined, you cannot be fucking serious. A vague memory stirred in Sam's head. A briefing she had been given after becoming a general, one on all of the alien species in the galaxy. The Yogg had only been mentioned very briefly, it being declared unlikely she would ever meet one. All it had been said was that their cruelty, viciousness, and strength all dwarfed any other known race. Even the Krogan. The Yogg's machine gun continued to blare as it slowly shifted across the room. With a jolt, Sam realized it was positioning itself in front of the door, cutting off their escape route. She thought fast, they had to deal with this thing quick. That machine gun would have been a mounted weapon in any other situation, and it was doing heavy damage to all of their shields. It had blocked off their escape route. This was only going to end with it dead, or everyone else dead. Cadence, hit it from the right. Warren, strafe it from the left. Albert, you drop a charge on it from above. I'll make a forward assault. Move. Fast. They split off at once, heading in their respective directions. Sam looped back, earning the continued attention of the Yogg and giving Sigma Squad some time to get into position. Just as her shields were reaching a dangerously low level, she saw the others arc and start to drop down. Gritting her teeth, she pushed her acceleration to its max and shot directly at the Yogg. Her swords revving, her eyes locked on its neck. The Yogg reacted almost at once. First, it leveled its weapon upward and fired a short burst. The explosive charge that Albert had dropped was hit in midair and exploded harmlessly, far above the Yogg. After that, he turned his attention to Cadance, who was seconds away from him. Shifting his grip on his weapon, he didn't shoot it, but swung it like a club. He caught Cadance in the chest just as she was about to bring her hammer down. She was sent spiraling back, a gasp of pain escaping from her lips and her thrusters desperately trying to balance her out. The Yogg wasn't even paying attention to Warren. As Sam had ordered, he was spraying the alien non-stop, but his shots pinged off of its shields without consequence. He was barely doing any damage. Still moving at top speed, Sam pulled back her swords and dove for the titanic monster's throat, aiming to end this fight with one stroke. It moved just before she could reach it. It threw itself in the direction it had just swung at Cadance, sliding on the floor and spinning as it did. Unable to change direction in time, Sam crashed into the wall, sparks flying as the teeth of her sword tore into the metal wall. Disoriented from the impact, she slid to the ground, her thrusters offline, only for the Yogg to be on her within seconds. She tried to move out of the way, but all that did was make it so that the makeshift club hit her shoulder instead of her head. She was forced into the ground, face first, the metal floor buckling under the pressure. Gasping in pain, feeling something wet in her mouth, she made to get to her feet, pushing up with both hands, only for another blow to strike her in the back. She was forced back to the ground, her mouth now soaked with warm, sticky blood. Her mouth gaped as she tried to breathe, only to find that she was unable to. The wind had been knocked out of her. She thought, with a pang of fear, that the Yogg was about to finish her off, only to hear the sound of thrusters being fired, followed by a heavy metal clang and an animalistic roar of anger. With great difficulty, she forced her head up. Albert had landed directly on top of the Yogg and was now clinging onto it from behind. One arm was wrapped around the alien's thick neck, while the other was pressed against its face. The firing mechanism within firing at full auto, at point-blank range. The Yogg staggered back and forth, trying to grasp at the older black brother. Fortunately for Albert, the alien's massive arms were proving to be a liability in this case. It couldn't fully reach around to its back, meaning that it could only ineffectively brush against Albert. Warren let out a gleeful laugh, still firing on it. "What's the matter, buddy? Your ass too fat." The Yogg thrashed from side to side, trying to throw Albert off. Albert swung to and fro, his grip looking perilously close to breaking, but he still hung on. Losing patience, the Yogg changed tactics and backed up into the wall with all of his strength. There was a sound of metal being twisted and of bones snapping as Albert was forced into the wall by the alien's bulk, the faintest of gasps coming from him. His grip loosened, although he continued to fire. Again, the Yogg heaved his back against the wall. Again, the cringe-inducing sounds of metal and bone being contorted echoed in Sam's ears. Again, Albert's grip loosened. "Albert," she whispered into the calm, managing to force herself to her feet. "Get out of there. You can't last. And I don't want to impale you by accident." Without further prompting, Albert ignited his thrusters and shot upward. His body looked rather limp, but he still managed to aim both of his hands downward to continue firing. The Yogg seemed surprised by Albert's sudden retreat, and craned its neck upward, blinking in confusion. Sam still couldn't breathe properly, but she wasn't about to let this opening pass. Even though the alien was right in front of her, she once again activated her thrusters on max and flew forward. Her blades roared as she thrust them forward, the Yogg having no time to react as she smashed into him. A roar that was just as much anger as it was pain filled the chamber as Sam's swords buried themselves up to the hilt in the Yogg's stomach. Not sure if she had hit anything vital, but still satisfied that she had done some damage, Sam reversed, rocketing backwards across the room. She made sure to pull her swords out upward, tearing through even more of the alien warrior's guts as she did. Bright blood splattered everywhere as she did, landing on everything from her armor to her opponent's face. Still roaring, the Yogg swung its machine gun again. It missed Sam by inches, but managed to hit one of her swords. The weapon was jerked out of her right hand so violently that Sam thought it might have broken her wrist. Crushed underneath the blow of the improvised melee weapon, the sword sputtered feebly as it was bent like a straw. Still flying backwards, Sam drew her cryogun and fired off a trio of shots. From her awkward positioning, only one of them hit. The first two streaked over the Yogg's shoulders and hit the wall instead. The third managed to hit its left shoulder, which instantly went stiff. Two of its nearest eyes flicked to the corner of their sockets, examining the damage that had been done. It tried to lift its right arm. While it was able to, it was far more sluggish than it had been before. Noticing this, Warren soared forward, his SMG holstered and his wrist-mounted blades extending. "I think you would look a lot better with less eyes, ugly," he bellowed. Sam thought that Warren might actually make it, only for the Yogg to prove her wrong. Shifting the full weight of its machine gun to its bad arm, the Yogg positioned itself to face Warren. Warren made a swipe at the alien's face, but came up short. Just before he had reached it, the Yogg's free hand had come up from underneath, grabbing Warren by the torso. The hand was so huge that it was able to fully close around the younger black brother, stopping him dead in his tracks. With another roar, not an angry one but a triumphant one, the Yogg lifted Warren above his head before slamming him down. Warren's cry of pain was almost drowned out by the screech of the floor bending underneath him, and the Yogg screaming in celebration. Still keeping Warren pinned to the ground, the Yogg leveled its machine gun at Warren's face. Weakly, Warren stabbed at the wrist of the hand that was keeping him pinned, but the Yogg didn't seem to care. Its machine gun roared to life and began to shred at Warren's shields. "No. No, you fucking don't." The alien turned its head just in time to see Cadence coming at him from behind at full speed. Before it could so much as blink, her super sledge was brought down from over her head. With a loud crack, two of the Yogg's eyes burst wide open, and one side of his mouth drooped loosely to the side. Hissing in pain, the alien forgot about Warren, whipping around and firing at Cadence. As she danced away, Albert dropped down from above, bringing his full weight down on the arm that was still clamped around his younger brother. With a loud snap, he hit its shoulder first, and the arm bent down. The ends awkwardly jerked up, as if Albert was standing on a snapped twig. "Move!" he shouted at his brother. Needing no further prompting, Warren rocketed away with his thrusters, scrapping the floor as he went. Albert made to follow, only for the Yogg to let out a hiss of frustration and lunge forward. Albert had barely righted himself from his landing when the full mass of the alien was upon him. Landing with a loud thud, Albert was pressed underneath the body of the Yogg, pinned from the waist down. His thrusters flared and his machine guns blared in the face of the Yogg, doing whatever he could to break free. Despite one arm being broken and the other partially frozen, the Yogg was still able to grab Albert's head, squeezing down tightly on it. The normally composed Albert began to spasm wildly, screeching in agony as his shots went wild, no longer focused on the Yogg's face. Reversing her thrusters, Sam bolted forward again, firing her cryogun again. This time, her first shot found its mark in the small of the alien warrior's back. Still trying to crush Albert's head, earning further panic-stricken cries and jerks from the trapped operative, the Yogg stood up, dragging Albert with him. It aimed at Sam and opened fire, draining the last of her shields within seconds and sending a few of the bullets through her armor. One of them went straight through her helmet and grazed her cheek, causing her to nearly lose control and crash. Sam struggled to keep moving, wondering if she would be able to make it through the hailstorm of bullets. Just when she was thinking that it would be for the best to fall back, Cadence struck again. Having looped around to behind the Yogg, she soared in from behind and brought her hammer down on the frozen part of its arm. There was a sound like shattering glass, and the frost-bitten skin broke away. The Yog's arm was severed, limply falling to the ground, a few stray shots still being fired from the gun it still gripped. Forcing herself forward, finally able to breathe again, Sam gave one last swing. The edge of her blade tore into the side of the Yog's throat, producing a gush of blood. It went deeper and deeper as Sam took both hands on it, forcing it into the alien's neck. It stalled for a moment as it hit hard bone, but Sam kept pushing as hard as it could. She was killing this thing and she was doing it now. She was not dying in this god-forsaken place. With a Herculean effort, she gave the sword one last push. The head of the Yog hit the floor with a dull splat. Sam stumbled to the floor, still holding her sword in front of her. She knew that the Yog couldn't still be alive, but she was reluctant to drop her guard. It had been so hard to bring down that she half expected it to get up and continue attacking. Thankfully, it seemed that the Yog had no second brain hidden away in its body, for it did not rise again. Yet, Warren said, trying to sound impressive but not doing a very convincing job. He came off as both shaken and winded. So much for that. Fucker still went down, right bro? He gave a weak laugh and looked in the direction of his brother. His laughter quickly died. Even in death, the Yog's hand was tightly locked around Albert's head. Blood was dripping out from between the knuckles in a steady stream. Warren crossed the room towards the corpse, half walking and half running. He tried to pry the Yog's hand open, but found that he couldn't simply force it open. Whatever bizarre biology the Yog species had, it apparently kept their muscles taut after death. Come on, come on, come on, he muttered to himself, yanking futilely on the giant hand. After one particularly harsh tug, he lost his patience and began to hack away at it, using his blades to sever the fingers one by one with vicious desperation. A voice in the back of Sam's mind told her to do something. Told her that she shouldn't just be watching Warren, that she should be helping him. Albert would need medical attention, and fast. But she stayed rooted to the spot. Albert wasn't moving. Albert wasn't reacting at all to his brother's calls. She knew what this meant, but refused to think about it. As if by not letting it come to the forefront of her mind, it wouldn't be. The last finger fell away, exposing Albert's head. It was all wrong. The helmet still covered it, but it had been twisted into a cruel mockery of what it used to be. It was too thin, barely wide enough for a Solarian to wear, and far too long. It almost looked comical, as if someone had digitally edited a picture of Albert's helmet. Except there was no ignoring the deep gouges that the Yog had made, along with the streams of blood that were leaking out of every opening, no matter how small. Warren stared blankly at his brother before speaking. Bro. Come on. Get up. It's just a scratch. We'll have someone take a look at it. Then you'll be right as rain. Let's get that thing off of you. Taking the helmet, Warren tried to undo the clasps that were holding it in place. He fumbled with them for a few seconds before it became apparent that they had been twisted and mutilated by the Yog as well. Some of them had been pressed further into the armor, out of the reach of Warren's fingers. Bro. Please, Warren said, and now he is begging. Please. Don't do this to me. I'm sorry. Please. Please get up. No. Cadence whispered weakly. Sam was taken aback. Cadence and Warren both sounded as if they were about to start crying. In all the time she had known them, Sam had never seen either of them lower her guard. It was jarring, but it also spelled out a horrible truth. In reality, it had been in front of her for quite some time now, but now it couldn't be ignored any longer. Albert Black was dead. She looked at the malformed helmet. She had a hard time accepting it. Albert had always been the reliable one, the secure one, the constant one. Even in the short time she had known him personally, he had been a stabilizing factor, one that she had grown to rely on. He was gone? Just like that? Well, I was rather hoping he would kill all of you, Linren said, sounding mildly annoyed. As if she had just found something unpleasant stuck to her shoe. Still, I think that display made an adequate point. He came in through a very special path. You see, he came in through an underground passageway. You've probably become familiar with them, Major Kira. He made good utilization of them when he was harassing your men. Warren and Cadence didn't seem to be listening to the Dolatras at all. Warren was still kneeling over his brother, with Cadence starting at the two of them. Sam idly turned her attention to the Solarian. Another grin slid across Linren's face, the same sadistic gleam that she had shown before was back. But those were only the most shallow of tunnels. After the Krogan rebellions, we began a much more ambitious project. Did you ever wonder where the people of Talat went? She held her arms out, as if to make herself look more impressive. An underground city. Sam blinked. She was half certain that the Dolatras was just messing with her. Yet she could still see the loose panel in the tunnel that the Yog had climbed out of. Her mind seemed to sag under the implication. Albert had suggested that part of the city's population had taken shelter in bunkers, but he had only implied that a tiny fraction of it were doing it. In reality, the entire city was down there? A city that had be comprised of 10 million people, at the very least? And like every city, it needs a garrison, Linren continued, ignoring that most of her audience wasn't paying attention to her. We spent a lot of time putting that together. A smaller force than anyone would expect on a home world, particularly if they were guarding the capital city. But what they lack in numbers, the make up for in quantity, in raw power. Her smile grew so wide that it looked like her face was going to split in half. And now they're moving to strike. Our hidden army. Hundreds of thousands of Yogg. Each one just like the one you just fought. She laughed. Tell me, can the rest of the Enclave handle them better than you could? Can your allies? Warren and Cadence were still looking at Albert's body, soft sniffing now coming from Cadence. Linren, however, bore directly into Sam's eyes. She gave a mocking wave. Oh, and I have one more surprise for you. I have to admit, this one wasn't planned, it just happened to show up at just the right time. Good luck. With that, her hologram disappeared. Slowly, not wanting to hear what was on the other end, Sam put her hand to her comm unit. General Moore. She asked with a rasp, what's your status? Gall. Moore roared over the comm lines. I've been trying to reach Albert for the last 10 minutes. Where the hell is he? We need you outside the hall now. We're being swarmed from all sides by goddamn Yogg. I need all hands on deck for a counterattack. Where's Albert? Dead, Sam rasped. One was in here. The Dollotras wasn't here. We walked into a trap. She said the words bluntly, hardly believing them herself. Linren had played them ever since they had landed. What? Moore said, stumbling in her speech. Is the rest of Sigma Squad okay? She said. Sam caught what she had really wanted to ask. They're fine, I think. Some injuries but alive. Look, what do you want me to do? I need, she began, but before she could get another word out, Admiral Gallo's voice crackled to life. Panic-stricken and high-pitched. More. AFFFFFF fleet just jumped into the system. It's massive, even bigger than ours. It's not just Solarian ships, there are Turian, Valis, and Heretic Geth. And those ancient starships Saren uses, they're there too. And some ships I've never seen before. The remnants of the defense fleet are forming up with it. We can't handle these kinds of numbers. Sam forced herself to act. It was like throwing a heavy weight of herself, and took a massive effort. Everyone, we need to get back outside. We're being attacked from all sides. We need to move. The words echoed in the chamber, reverberating weakly. Moore and Gallows were still talking over the comm lines, but she wasn't listening. At a painfully slow pace, Warren got to his feet. I'm going to kill them, he said, his voice dripping with venom. I'm going to kill every last fucking one of them. Without another word, he ran at full speed towards the staircase. Warren, wait! Sam shouted, heading after him. Cadence right behind her. XXXXX. I'm telling you, she isn't one of my men. I've checked the database, she isn't in it. Ashley was kneeling over the corpse of a standard human woman in Morian shock troop armor. Her eyes were half opened and blank. Her throat had been torn open, but the bleeding had stopped some time ago. The dried blood stuck to her neck and coated the upper torso of her armor. Shepard and Hill were arguing behind her. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Karen, Fox, and Cornelia watching. She's an Eclipse mercenary then. Now, explain this to me, Shepard said. Her voice was low and level, but anger was boiling just below the surface. Where did she get that armor? Either one of two things happened. Either she stole it from someone on planet, or she smuggled it on with the refugees. Either way, that's a massive breach in security. Actually, there's a third option, Hill said. It's perfectly possible that a suit or two of shock troop armor was stolen during the raid on Moria. With the focus being on the energy weapons that they took, it would have been easy for them to take a couple of suits without drawing attention to it. Ashley looked away from the body and at the two arguing women. She didn't want to admit it, but Hill had a point. Stashing a suit of armor and a rifle in a city that the Coalition barely knew wouldn't have been hard at all. So, Hill continued, they sneak one of their mercenaries onto a refugee ship, which would be easy if posed as a runaway slave. The mercenary gets to the drop point, gets her weapon, and kills her target. After that, they silence her, making it so that she can never contradict the narrative that they weaved. She frowned. But why dump the corpse where I could find it? Sloppy work. No. It isn't sloppy, Fox said stiffly, giving the corpse a depressed look. It was smart. The people of ADEK want blood. This body gave them it. When word spreads, the citizens of ADEK who felt wronged will feel triumphant. That justice has been done. But it won't be enough. They've been given a taste of blood, but the ones who drove them to it still live, and within a stone's throw of them. The hegemony no doubt hopes that this body, the slaying of Philo's assassin, will drive their former citizens into a frenzy. They want to use them as tools and cannon fodder. Karen nodded stiffly. Makes sense. Whoever killed her, I doubt it was just a random farmer or escaped slave. The hegemony wouldn't let this woman wander around without a kill switch in place. They planned on killing her from the very start. If she was alive she wouldn't be the type to keep secrets, and the rage against Philo's murder wouldn't be directed at the coalition. It'd be sent back to the hegemony. There's a simple workaround, Hill said. Half of the 4 eyes on this planet may be illiterate, but they can still be told what's in a database. We can show them that this woman isn't in our databanks. If we push hard enough and run her through the records of our citizens, we can probably prove that she spent most of life outside of coalition and living in the terminus systems. That's how most coalition citizens become mercenaries. Ashley honestly felt as if her brain was sagging with disbelief at what Hill had just said. She looked at Karen and Fox, and spotted both of them trading exasperated looks with each other. Cornelia spoke up. General. With all due respect, I could write an essay on the reasons why that wouldn't work. And my thesis statement would be that it all comes back to the SDA having no reason to trust us anymore. Her voice was hesitant. Not as if she was scared, but as if she wasn't certain if Hill was being serious. Hill rounded on her, glaring at her coldly. Well, don't leave your thesis unsupported, she said dangerously. Explain. Cornelia blinked as Hill stared at her, but she stood her ground. First and foremost, even if the Batarians believed that she wasn't part of the military, that doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that she was part of Eclipse, or that she wasn't hired by the military. Second, they have no reason to believe that in the first place. Even if you can prove our files weren't edited, I doubt most of the people here wouldn't be able to understand it. Third, and the biggest problem, it wouldn't matter if you could prove it and they could understand it. All the hatred that came out today? That's not going away, no matter how much evidence you have. Because the people who were killed in the riots aren't coming back. Karen gave a grave nod. The hegemony got what they wanted. It's safe to say they wanted to smother the SDA in its crib. Even if this doesn't end with the nation tearing itself apart and pushing away the coalition as allies, it's going to do a good job of making it unstable. And I am not willing to let it die so easily, Hill said through clenched teeth. The fighting has gone on long enough now that most of the SDA forces that defected are either dead or falling back into line. Our top priority is tracking down any more Eclipse mercenaries and the orbital fleet. The orbital battle is out of our hands, Shepard said, taking a look at the sky. I could head back to the Normandy, but if Moria proved anything it's that Joker and EDI do just fine without me. So, we'd be better off hunting down the rest of Eclipse. They're a shadow of what they used to be, it shouldn't be too hard. You seem to be forgetting the fact that an Eclipse reinforcement fleet is on the way, Hill said angrily, looking up herself. We need to come up with a plan to tackle it. Even if it does seem rather behind. The Asari mercenary they had captured, who was lying on the ground nearby, hands and feet firmly tied, let out a laugh. Man, I was just told that we got paid to come down here and mess things up. I wish they had told us that we were doing something this big. It would have made the rest of the mission a hell of a lot more fun. Ah, I almost forgot about you, Hill said, approaching the mercenary. Leaning down, she drew a knife and held it threateningly in front of the Asari's face. Couple of questions. Where is your fleet going to attack us from, and where are the rest of your forces? Her grip on the knife was firm, and there was the slightest gleam in Hill's eye. Ashley had a nasty feeling that Hill was hoping the Asari gave her a good reason to be brutal. Cyclops, I'm a grunt, the captive said. The rank and file. I'm employed because I have 2 hands and can shoot straight. They don't bother me with details because I don't need to know them. She bared her teeth at Hill. It was a grin that made it look like she was considering eating the general. And for stuff like this of course. She giggled as Hill continued to glare at her. Oh what? You angry? What's the game plan? You gonna threaten to take out my eyes? That's always a good one. No, Hill said simply. You only have 2 of those. Not enough. Without warning, her knife dove down into the Asari's mouth, her free hand keeping the jaw wide open. The Asari's smug demeanor vanished at once as she shrieked in agony. Dark purple blood slopped out of her mouth and onto the ground, quickly pooling beneath her. She struggled against her bonds, her head shaking viciously, but Hill held her in place. In fact, the more she struggled the faster the blood seemed to flow. Ashley looked on in horror, very grateful that she didn't have a clear view of the mercenary's mouth. The screams were becoming louder and louder, only to be strangled as they became very wet. As if she was trying to cry out while underwater. Hill continued to carve at the inside of her mouth, the anger vanishing from her face and replaced with a look of relaxed calm. Bile began to gather in the pit of her stomach as she watched the sickening display. The others looked the way that she felt. Cornelia had clapped her hands over her mouth, despite her helmet being in the way, and Shepard had taken a shocked step back. Karen had gone limp where he stood, looking as if he didn't believe his eyes, while Fox was trembling with anger, his fists tightening. After far too long, Hill withdrew her knife, her other hand reaching into her victim's mouth at the same time. "I don't think you'll be able to put these under your pillow," Hill said coolly as she withdrew her hand and held it flat. In the center of her palm were no less than 3 teeth, all of them stained with blood, and all of them of different sizes. One was an incisor, another a canine, and the third a moral. Hill had apparently not kept herself limited to one part of the mouth. Ashley wanted to be sick. The Normandy crew found themselves in these types of situations far too often for her taste. It had been bad enough when Roger and Nora had roughed up Ranathan Optis, and they had been holding back then. She felt an urge to stop Hill, but repressed it. She and so many of her friends straddled the line to insubordination with her. If she wanted to, Hill most likely could have court-martialed them in the past. Interrupting her right now, when she was in her element and in a bad mood, seemed suicidal. "Now then," Hill said, idly tossing the teeth up in the air and catching them. "Let's try again. Is there anything you know that I should know?" The Asari let out a laugh, although it sounded more like a sob. "You don't freaking get it, do you?" she asked, her voice muffled by the blood dripping out of her mouth. "I'm telling you the truth. I don't know shit. You can cut out as many teeth as you want, that's not going to change things." Hill's knife started forward, causing the alien woman to flinch. Hill smirked at the sight. "Let's say I believe you, and I don't really," Hill said, flipping her knife over once. "Let's think outside the box. If you don't have this information, where can I go to actually get it? She tapped the side of her captive's head with the hilt of her knife. "I've got an idea. Contact your superiors. Tell them you need information. I don't care how, think something up. You know them better than I do. Here, I'll give you a hand." Reaching forward, she flipped the Asari's comm unit on. "Let's turn the volume up while we're at it. I want to hear what they have to say." The mercenary grinned, her missing teeth now uncomfortably noticeable. "Hey," she said. "It's me. 7th Squad leader of the infiltration force. My men are dead, and I doubt things are going well for everyone else." As if to emphasize her point, a loud roar sounded to the left of them. They turned their heads just in time to see several shuttles taking off in the distance, heading straight up. "And the evac shuttles that were left for us just took off. They're probably going to hook up with the Batarian fleet like planned. Still, we did what we were supposed to do. We softened them up. Not as much as I would have liked, but we did." Her grin tightened, and a 4th tooth fell out. Ashley gagged at the sight. "Get the fleet to ADEK already. Smash the coalition and their little friends. I'm dead, no way around it. The bitch who has me looks like she's getting wet at the idea of killing me, so stop screwing around and get here already." Hill snarled. For a second, Ashley thought that she was going to slit the Asari's throat. Then a voice echoed out of the other side of the comm line. A cool, controlled voice. "ADEK? So that's where this fleet was heading. Thanks for the tip, we wondering about that. All the databanks here were wiped before we could get a look at them." Hill blinked, looking confused. The Asari did the same. "Who the hell is this?" the captive demanded. "Miranda Lawson, Cerberus," the voice replied. "Our wet work fleet just got done mopping up your little flotilla. It wasn't much of a challenge, but then again I wasn't expecting much else. We've been systematically dismantling Eclipse ever since you threatened one of our colonies with orbital bombardment. Truth be told, I think we might have just landed the death blow just now. I have little doubt that there are still strongholds of Eclipse out there, but at this point all they can do is survive. You're finished. Now then, could you please give this comm unit to the nearest coalition officer?" "I hear you, Lawson," Hill said, taking the comm unit out of the Asari's ear and sliding it into her own. "So that's the mission you had to complete before you came to reinforce me. I was wondering what your boss was talking about. Well, it helped us out in the long run. We need you to get to ADEK as soon as possible. We're holding our own, but some reinforcements would always be welcome. General." Shepard had her hand to her own comm unit. "I just got word from Joker. The Batarian fleet is jumping out of the system. They left as soon as those shuttles docked. Apparently they decided to not stick around after their backup didn't arrive." Hill responded without missing a beat. "Damage report." He confirmed what was reported earlier. "All SDA ships are destroyed or damaged beyond repair. The Blood Pack and the Army lost about 10 ships put together. We lost 2. From what Joker said, the Batarians were focusing on our mercenary ships." "Makes sense," Hill said. "Easier targets. A good way to whittle down our numbers. Enemy ships. 7 destroyed, 2 disabled." "The disabled ships were evacuated and scuttled," Jane replied. "Apparently Franklin Hurst joined the battle towards the end, and managed to take out a lone frigate. That's a 2:1 loss rate, Hill growled. Even if the hegemony had wanted to take the planet back, they still came out of this on top. I'm ordering the fleet there now, General, Miranda said. We should be there within a day. I'll send you any updates that I get. With any luck, Eclipse should fade into insignificance after what we did to them today. With their leader in captivity and all of the losses they've taken, they'll most likely start to fragment. Good, Hill said. I can't stand by idly after this. We need to take the offensive. To take another planet. I'll be needing your help for that. Hill out. She lowered her hand, her jaw clenched. I'm out of a job, hey. The Asari said snidely. Well, beats what's happening to you. Sure, the hegemony might not have gotten you today, but with a single, fluid motion, Hill drove her knife into the center of the Asari's throat. She buried it up to the hilt, twisting and jerking it as the alien gagged on her own blood. A few seconds later, she went limp. Hill stood up, idly wiping her knife on her armored shoulder. Well, the good news is that our ships were mainly undamaged, Hill said. Mostly Bloodpack and Army died. Guns for hire. They're only here because they're getting a paycheck. Hard to feel too sorry for them. Still, we could have used those ships, so we need to be careful from here on out. Even with Cerberus reinforcing us, we can't waste too many hulls. So now what? Ashley asked, her eyes drawn to the dead Asari. Even in death, a smug smirk was faintly visible on her face. Well, you heard what she said, Hill replied. The Eclipse forces here were just a vanguard, and the rest of the army never showed. The ones that didn't run most likely are already dead. The riots are calming down too, from what my sources say. People tend to forget how angry they are if enough bodies hit the floor. Still a few stragglers out there, but nowhere near us. Yusuro managed to round up most of the ringleaders. She's holding a trial back at City Hall, and was just waiting for the battle in space to die down before she carries it out. She glanced at Ashley. I'm going to radio in for a rhino or a shuttle, whichever is faster. Get that corpse ready for transport. I don't care how few Four Eyes believe me, I'm telling them what really happened to Philo. With that, she began to mutter into her comm unit again. Not replying, Ashley slid her arms underneath the body. She was halfway under when she paused. Something wasn't right here. Everything okay? Karen knelt down beside her, sliding his ranger helmet off. You look like you got something on your mind. The body, Ashley said vaguely, looking up from the dead imposter and staring vaguely off into space. Her gaze lingered on the Asari Hill had killed. I know, that brought back a lot of bad memories, Karen said, looking at the alien corpse. The capital wasteland was a real shithole. I don't know what happened, but people were losing their minds. Bands of raiders everywhere you looked, killing, pillaging, and everything else their depraved little minds could think of. Their bases were everywhere, all of them with hanging, mutilated bodies. No rhyme or reason to it at all. He paused before continuing. The Washington Confederacy likes to not bring this up, but the capital wasteland region came close to being depopulated. People were slaughtering each other more than they were repopulating. More murderers than there were normal people. And a lot of bodies had a tendency to end up just like that. Usually worse, but the same principle is there. He grimaced. I had hoped that we had moved beyond that. No, not that. Though you are right. This body. Turning her focus back on the dead woman in shock troop armor, she pointed at the neck. This wound. It goes very deep, but it's awfully clean. Clean and curved. Gently grasping the woman's chin, she pulled the head up. Sure enough, the gash was rather clean, and very deep. In fact, it had almost been a decapitation. The head came halfway off the body's corpse before Ashley met resistance. This looks like it was done by a professional. But that's not what Folker said. Karen's eyes narrowed. What do you think this means? It wasn't just this lady who infiltrated ADEK? Some hegemony operatives did too. Ashley let the head fall. I think so. But there's more than that. I'm no forensic expert, Nora is the closest we have to that, but I think this was done with a curved blade. A sickle. Karen blinked, evidently not understanding the importance of this implication. When Jenkins died on Moria, the Batarian that did it took his sickle. Understanding dawned on Karen's face, but so did a frown. I understand what you're thinking, but you do understand that's circumstantial evidence at best, right? Sickles aren't unique to the coalition. Even if you're right about her being killed by a hegemony operative, and I think you are, it probably isn't the same person. If they wanted to make it look like an ordinary citizen did it, of course they would have given whoever did it a farming tool. It would make it look more heroic. The assassin was armed with a weapon, and the humble hero killed her with a tool and cunning. They're going to milk this PR-wise, that's what they're doing. Ashley didn't say anything. She knew that, from a logical standpoint, Karen was right. This type of cut didn't really prove anything. Despite this, she still couldn't shake the feeling that Jenkins' killer had done this. Had played a part in the riots and the irreversible damage done to the SDA. And had escaped without consequence. Chapter 109. Desperate Retreat. XXXXX. Folker let out a loud moan as Shakwa slid a syringe into his arm. Truth be told, it was barely a blip on the radar compared to the pain that was consuming the rest of his body, but it simply felt good to let the noise out. It distracted him from the agony. Hopefully he simply wouldn't be feeling any of it soon. The painkillers that had just been injected into him would ideally take care of that. Let me know if you are still uncomfortable in half an hour. If you are, I'll give you some more, Shakwa said kindly. Folker smiled weakly. He was lying on one of the beds in the med bay, naked from the waist up. His chest was more purple and black than it was white, and in a couple of places red. The Asari mercenary had managed to open a couple of gashes during her assault. A brace had been placed around his chest, and his broken wrist was in a cast. To cap it off, bandages covered his face everywhere the Morian lieutenant had assaulted him, including his broken nose. Thank you Dr. Shakwas, Folker said. His mobility was extremely limited in his current condition, so he simply let himself relax into his bed. The back had been raised up, allowing him to effectively treat his bed as a chair. Slowly, he looked around. Tailai was standing next to his bed, shooting him looks that were a mixture of affection and concern. He had half expected the med bay to be empty except for her, Shakwas, and the other Morians, but he had been mistaken. Cheryl was lying on a bed on the opposite side of the room, with Roger and Nora sitting on either side. He waved as best he could with his good hand. Jesus Christ in heaven, Roger said, looking across at Folker. What the hell happened to you Folker? You look like you just came out of a bar fight with Rex. After you just said you fucked his mom. Out of the corner of his eye, Folker saw Tailai scowl. Most of it was an Eclipse mercenary, Asari, she said. She's the one who broke his wrist and ribs. If you want to know what happened to his face, it was a Morian. She did this to him after he wouldn't let her murder a kid. That one, over there. She gestured to the far side of the med bay. The members of the 252nd who had survived were all laid across beds, covered in bandages and medical gauze. Thankfully, Shakwas had needed to sedate them for their treatments, and they were unconscious. If they weren't, he was certain that a shouting match would have broken out, assuming Tailai didn't throw something at them. There was a moment of silence as Roger gawked at Tailai. Cheryl, who had been staring at her lap, jerked her head up in surprise. Nora appeared to be in a relaxed position with her hand on Cheryl's headboard, but the metal material was bending ever so slightly as her grip tightened. Her gaze was locked on the unconscious lieutenant and her jaw seemed to be twitching. So, Nora said, her voice level, but filled with bitterness. Hill decided that if she's running a circus it needs to be a three-ring one? Or is this just a new coalition policy? Because if it is, I'd like to be there when this bitch wakes up. After that, I'll make a quick stop by Lewis Hartley's cell. Maybe he doesn't have his balls when I'm done with him. I dunno, haven't thought that far ahead. She grit her teeth and there was a screech of metal as the headboard slowly arched backwards, a biotic aura flaring around her hand. It was about to go even further back when a milky white hand was placed on hers. Cheryl leaned forward and whispered something in Nora's ear. Whatever she said, it caused Nora to relax a bit. Her muscles slackened, although they still remained tense. Shooting a guilty look at the bent bed, she continued to speak. Seriously though. If the Morians keep pulling stunts like this, someone is going to end up dead. Why isn't Hill putting them on tighter leashes? Roger gave a resigned groan. It's a pride thing, he said. Though whether it's a Hill pride thing or a Morian pride thing is anyone's guess. It's a little tricky to explain to someone who hasn't lived on Moria for a good part of their lives. He picked up his helmet, which had been lying at his foot, and looked at it thoughtfully. The shock troops are part of our way of life. They're a massive part of the Morian identity. I'm not talking about the half-baked kind of jingoism either, the type where people talk about how much they love the military and then do nothing to actually support them. Mainly because the shock troops weren't fighting in a far-off war, in a place that no one cared about. The Batarian threat was always very real to Moria, and we were too far out to rely on other people to help. Every month, more people are buried, civilian and military alike. You saw the funeral that happened after the raid. Well, to us those are a regular occurrence. They're essentially part of our culture. The shock troops were all we had to keep a lid on things. They were the ones that make the difference between us going about our lives, or being hauled off to hegemony space as cattle. And that makes everything that they've done okay. Tailai asked at once, her temper flaring up. It excuses what they did to us. Roger scowled. Did I say that? Of course it doesn't. But think about it this way. If someone saves your life, you want to think they're a hero. You don't want to hear about how they're war criminals, how they tortured the innocent or murdered civilians. People just don't want to think about that kind of stuff because, as it turns out, complex and muddy morality doesn't build a heroic image. So the people of Moria took a clever approach. They didn't try to justify what the shock troops did, they just looked the other way. It's so much easier to just pretend the nasty elements of something you admire don't exist. Not all Morians are like that of course, but enough of them are. Enough for it to be a problem. And you think Hill is taking that approach? Folker asked. Roger gave a firm nod. Folker almost wanted to laugh in disbelief. The number of comparisons he could draw between the Morians and his own time period was ridiculously high. It would have felt like a parody if it wasn't so very real. Well, one of the two possibilities, Roger said. Another explanation, a much more simple one, is that she's just got her head up her ass. She's been running the show for years and changing the way she does it is admitting to failure on her part. And she doesn't make mistakes, therefore nothing needs to change, and if you insist otherwise, fuck you. Roger slouched back into his chair, staring at the ceiling. He looked very tired. Either one would make sense. Roger. Cheryl had been quiet up until now, but not any longer. All eyes were on her now. Her face turned the faintest shade of pink at the attention, but she pressed on. I've been meaning to ask you something. I should have asked you a long time ago. How did you not end up like the rest of the shock troopers? Even when you were at your lowest point, you were never like any of them, and you didn't stand for it either. Why not? Was it the Earth Reclamation Project? Roger looked at Cheryl a good long while before he answered. There was surprise in his good eye, mixed with the tiniest bit of appreciation. Colonel Decker, he said simply. I think I told you that there was a small subset of shock troops who didn't fall in with the mindset that Hill champions. He was the one who wanted interrogation to focus more on fear than pain. Not only did he argue that it was more humane, it was more reliable, something that I agree with on both fronts. Needless to say, it's why he and Hill butt heads so much. He managed to lead a subset of Morians away from Hill's way of thinking. I was lucky enough to end up under his command during my early years. He paused, a look of dread creeping over his face. God. If I hadn't, I hate to think what would have happened to me. I could have been the one who wanted to blow a kid's brains out. I could have been the one who put Folker in the hospital. I could have. He broke off. He looked down at Cheryl, his face quickly growing stiff, and swallowed. Don't you dare, Cheryl said. Her voice was low, but radiated with power nonetheless. Don't you dare compare yourself to him. I punched you in the face not long after we first met, and I'll do it again if you think you're anywhere near the same level as him. Roger opened his mouth, but, before he could get a single word out, a metal finger pressed against his lips, silencing him. Do you want to know how I know you're different? You think you're the way you are because of Colonel Decker? She asked. You're not who you are because of whatever he taught you. You stood up to people twice your number with only Nora backing you up. I doubt that Decker taught you that. Someone you couldn't stand a few months ago needed your help and you were there. You were there. Folker was thrown off as Cheryl continued to speak. Her voice was tight and choked, something Folker wasn't surprised to hear. He felt a surge of anger towards Lewis Hartley. A less rational part of his mind didn't blame Nora for the violent thoughts he knew she had stirring inside her. What caught him off guard was that Cheryl, despite sounding like she would start crying soon, was smiling. Not a small or forced smile, but a large, genuine one. A smile filled with adoration and respect. I was terrified. Terrified for my life. And when I got out of that room, half expecting to be overwhelmed by his cronies, you were there. Standing up to the people you share a uniform with and who outnumbered you. That wasn't a different doctrine you were taught. You did that because of the person you are. I'll never forget that. So, just so we're clear. I'm putting you on your ass if you ever compare yourself to that piece of filth ever again. Roger tried to laugh, only to produce an awkward noise that sounded like a squawk. Instead of relying on his voice, he pulled Cheryl into a hug. Without missing a beat, she returned the favor. Nora gave a small sniff before moving around to the other side of the bed, giving both of the others a gentle pat on the back. Hey, come on you two, she said shakily. We can get all lovey-dovey when we're alone. It's not fair to Folker and Talai. Talai can't hug her slice of man-meat in the shape that he's in. Folker let out a roar of laughter as Talai spluttered. He had to stop quickly as his chest throbbed in pain, but he still chuckled as Talai tried and failed to form a response to Nora's comment. After what felt like a minute, she choked out something that sounded vaguely like, "No one asked you." Nora grinned in amusement. "Got me there," she said playfully. Roger and Cheryl slowly broke away, both of them looking rather reluctant to do so. "So," Nora continued, "you guys are heading out? I have to say, if I wouldn't get labeled as going AWOL I'd be right behind you. Provided I could get Cheryl and the walking swear jar to go with me." It was Roger's turn to give Nora a thump on the back. He noticeably did it rather harder than she had, but Nora didn't react. Got any plans? Rannoch, Folker said. He hesitated. Half-baked thoughts about what he would do for a living once he got to the Quarian homeworld were fluttering inside his head. He wondered if he should share them. He almost decided against it, thinking that it was rather personal, before remembering the rather intimidate moment he had just witnessed. It was only fair. I grew up on a farm, I wouldn't mind going back to one, he admitted. I probably wouldn't know the first thing about Quarian crops, but I'd be willing to learn. To be honest, very few Quarians know much about Quarian crops. And those who do wouldn't be used to planting them in a field, Talai said. Folker hadn't thought of that. Well, it's been a few years since I tilled a field, but I think I can remember how to do it. He paused. Although now that I think about it, your people won't exactly have tractors. What's the plan there? Buy some from the enclave? They will be our next-door neighbors after all. Talking about life on Rannoch had given him a pleasant, soaring sensation in his chest. Now that he remembered that he would be sharing a border with the power that had been a fascist, xenophobic, and warmongering state not too long ago, a damper had been put on his good spirits. Maybe, Talai said. A lot of this is still being worked out. Zalcoris was the one who was in charge of managing the civilian fleet, as well as keeping the entire migrant fleet fed. Odds are he'll be the one who has to build up our new agricultural base. Some crops are already been planted on Rannoch. I think. To be perfectly honest, with the war going on I haven't been keeping up with developments on the home world. It's kind of weird, when you really think about it, Nora said, reaching into her pocket for a cigarette. Shooting an apologetic look at a disapproving Shakwes, she lit it. To think that the Enclave, Geth, and Quarians are so isolated from the war. She took a quick puff. I mean, if they wanted to, they could pull out of the war and the Turians and the Solarians might just ignore them. Or have they already done something that pissed the two of them off enough that they're in it for good? Talai shrugged. I know that a very large fleet should have arrived in enemy territory by now, but I'm not certain what it's done. For obvious reasons they haven't exactly been openly broadcasting their movements. But if we've had our ships directly attack the Solarians and the Turians in their own territory, we're in this war till the end. Whether we like it or not. To keep things on a slightly more positive note, we told you what we're planning to do. What are you three planning after the war? Oh boy, Nora said, taking a deep drag on her cigarette. Hell if I know. I've been in the military ever since I ran away from home. And that place has been repossessed by the government. Somehow I doubt that they'll let me move back in. Assuming I even wanted to, and I really don't. Too many bad memories there, and even the good ones are a little tainted. She looked at Cheryl and Roger. I seriously hope that you two weren't planning on crashing at my place. In fact, I was kind of hoping you could offer me a bed. It's been a while since I slept on one that wasn't military issue. Well, I don't have a place to offer you in Alaska, Cheryl said, a hint of anger in her tone. Even if my lousy hut didn't get burnt down after I left, it probably fell apart on its own. Though that's probably for the best, I doubt you two would have appreciated it. No plumbing or power. Yet, I don't see myself pissing in a bucket, even if we could afford one, Roger said. And I'm used to babysitting adults, so I guess I can take two more in. Our house is a little cramped as it is, and I'm not sure how we'll all get you two in there. I think my parents would be okay with it though. And before you say anything, yes, we'd have to live with my parents. You have not seen what the average mortgage on Moria looks like. Even if we all pooled our income and found decent jobs, we would, at best, barely break even. He let out an annoyed grunt. Unless you two feel confident enough to ford out on our own, find our own place to live somewhere else. Maybe, Nora said. Like I told your parents, I do have a bit of cash saved away from my days as part of the 1%. Not a huge amount, but enough for a down payment. Combined with our accumulated salary, we just might have enough for something. I'll look around. I'm not too proud to crash with your folks, but I'd like to check my options. So, we're actually going to do that? Cheryl asked hesitantly. Her hands tightened on the sheets in front of her out of nerve. Moving in together. Folker felt rather uncomfortable. This seemed like a rather personal and private moment between the three of them. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it sounded like more than a trio of friends moving in together. Cheryl was acting too nervously for something that mundane. He spotted Talai shooting him a curious look, and knew she was thinking the same thing as him. Are you three okay? He asked. I'm sorry if we're intruding, this sounds like something personal. Cheryl turned a deep shade of red, deeper than Folker had ever seen anyone blush. Her unnaturally white skin seemed to be the cause. He was certain that he heard someone call it albinism. Whatever it was, it seemed to make blushing much more obvious. Cheryl gestured to the other two, and the three of them put their heads together and began to whisper. After several quizzical looks and a lot of hesitating from Cheryl, they pulled apart again. It's okay, Roger said. You talked about your relationship in front of us, we're okay with talking about our relationship in front of you. It took a few seconds for what he said to register. He was half waiting for Roger to continue and clarify what he meant. When he didn't, he slowly started to connect the dots. Wait, the three of you, oh. Taylai said, clasping her hands over her mouth. The three of them? Together? Folger was shocked. Although, truth be told, he wasn't nearly as taken aback as he thought he would have been. When he had first woken up, he probably would have been shaken to his very core by this. After everything he had seen in the 28th century, however, this seemed mundane by comparison. It only really surprised him in that it was these three people in particular. Aside from that, he had simply reached the point where nothing surprised him anymore. His entire life had been turned upside down since he had woken up. He had gotten used to things defying the life he had once had. Besides, they seemed happy together. All right, he said. Just making sure. Roger grinned. He was about to reply when the door on the far side of the room slid open. All heads turned just in time to see Cornelia burst into the med bay. Screeching to a halt and sliding a solid foot, she looked around frantically. Guys, you gotta see this. Yusuro is putting the nobles and businessmen who lead the rebellion on trial. She shot Shaquas a quick look. Is it okay if I? Shaquas gave her a quick nod. Pulling up her Omni tool, Cornelia's hand frantically flew over the controls. She gave a groan of frustration as static filled the screen. Christ, Batarian connection to the extranet is terrible. Even when I directly connected to their communication satellites and I just want to watch something that's happening locally. Roger nodded. That's the thing about the hegemony. The upper class might be able to live luxurious lives that only a handful in the coalition could ever enjoy, but their infrastructure is goddamn awful. On average, they're behind the curve of technology by a decade or two. Not our curve, the Council's curve. A brand new Batarian colony looks like a 20-year-old Asari one, minus the expansion and increased population. And their economy is crap too. Go figure, that's what happens when you rely heavily on unpaid, unskilled workers. Doesn't help that their middle class is the military, and it's not exactly big, which is why they rely on mercenaries and slavers so much. In short, they have a really shitty system that's only being kept together through strict control, propaganda, and surveillance. Probably the handful of things that consistently work properly in the hegemony. So what would happen if the coalition wasn't at war with anyone else? Folger asked. What if it was just you guys against the hegemony? He was curious. He had gotten the basics about most alien races down, but not the specifics. He couldn't help but notice that most eyes were on Roger as he continued to talk. One thing he did know about the hegemony was that they were very isolationist and didn't let citizens travel freely. Roger's history as a Morian shock troop seemed to have given him more experience than most regarding the Batarians. Oh, we'd win, and probably very soundly, Roger said. It's pretty much why they've been hiding behind the Council ever since we made contact with them. In terms of overall threat level, they're only above the Valis, Hanner, Elcor, Genophage era Krogan, and Quarians. He shot Taylai an apologetic look. No offense. None taken, Taylai replied honestly. I know how vulnerable the migrant fleet was. And since it's being taken apart at a rapid pace for resettlement of the home world, we aren't exactly a race with a mighty armada anymore. So yet, the hegemony is as close to a third world country as you can get and still qualify as a galactic power. They're kind of an embarrassment like that. Roger shook his head, a pitying look about him. It's why we took ADEK so easily. They weren't ready to defend it, even though most of our forces are tied up elsewhere. So don't be surprised if you can't get a good signal. If it's not official hegemony propaganda, it's not going to come through clear. Looks that way, Cornelia said with frustration, continuing to type away at her Omni tool. 1 second, I'm going to try another satellite. This one, hold on. Ha. I think I got it. A very fuzzy video began to play on her Omni tool. With another button, a large holographic display appeared in the middle of the room, emanating from the Omni tool. The feed that was playing showed the front of the city hall, located in the center of ADEK's only city. Philo's body had been cleared away, as had the podium that she had made her speech from. 5 Batarians wearing business attire and brightly colored robes were arrayed on the stage, all of them on their knees. Their hands noticeably cuffed behind their back, and with a pair of SDA soldiers guarding each one. Yusuro was standing in front of them, looking at a crowd that the video didn't show, but was still quite audible. Cheers and panicked cries coming in equal measure. Hill was standing directly behind Yusuro, shooting annoyed looks at the Batarian general. Man, she looks like she's still steamed by the argument she got into with the captain. Not that I blame her, Shepard called her out on all of her bullshit. Nora let out a whoop of laughter. The captain did that. She pressed her hand against her scars. I'd get my face carved open again to see that. Folker rather doubted that. The scars that covered half of Nora's face reminded him deeply of the ones that he himself had. He remembered the pain that had cascaded through him when he had received them. Nothing was worth that. He glanced at Talai, he changed his mind. Most things weren't worth that. You have all suffered. We have all suffered, Yusuro said, her voice grim, but also magnified by a hidden microphone. This planet has been through a horrific day. I can safely say we will all look back on this as ADEK's darkest moment. A hero was taken from us, gunned down in front of our eyes. We have reason to believe that this disgraceful, she spat the word out, assassination was carried out by an agent of the Batarian hegemony. No sooner had she said this than a tidal wave of boos arose from the crowd, along with a few pieces of garbage and a metal pipe. The SDA soldiers stiffened, tightening their grips on their weapons. As he watched, Folker couldn't help but notice that there weren't any more EN shock troops present. Whether it was Yusuro's idea or Hill's, he guessed that they had been removed to avoid inflaming the already agitated people. Judging by the way they were already acting, it had been a good idea. I understand your frustration, Yusuro said, her words coming through grit teeth. But there is evidence to the contrary. Eclipse mercenaries fired upon our allies. The assassin was one of them. The body has been found and the DNA examined. It matches no known Morian soldier, or any coalition soldier for that matter. This was an act of sabotage by the hegemony. The crowd continued to bellow in rage, more garbage being thrown at the stage. The SDA soldiers were now leveling their weapons, although they were not aiming them at anyone specific. Holster your weapons. Yusuro barked, holding a hand in the direction of her men. People of ADEK. She roared, now having to shout to make her voice heard over the angry crowd. You need to focus your anger. I have pardoned those who took up arms in their rage, but my mercy has its limits. She pointed to the prisoners behind her. These 5 led thousands of our soldiers and citizens into a futile and pointless battle that did nothing but spill the blood of our people. This pointless violence is exactly what the hegemony wants. They want us to tear each other apart, so that they can take back what we lost. Us in chains. Her words weren't having any effect on the crowd, which somehow seemed to be getting angrier by the second. Folker started to feel rather nervous. If this kept up, it could very easily be a repeat of the aftermath of Filo's assassination. Turning on the spot, Yusuro strode towards the rightmost prisoner. I will now begin the trial of these 5. First and foremost, this one. With one single, fluid moment, she drew her pistol and leveled it at his face, the barrel aimed at the center point of his 4 eyes. He barely had time to scream before she pulled the trigger. The crowd fell silent, as if collectively struck dumb, watching the corpse fall to the ground. Folker looked on in horror. Had that actually just happened? Of the charge of treason and mass slaughter, I find him guilty, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. She strode over to the next prisoners. Up until this point, all of the prisoners had maintained a sense of calm, showing no reactions to their trial, other than the occasional leer of hatred. All 4 of them were visibly panicking now, 2 even trying to run. Their guards seized an arm each, holding them in place as Yusuro reached the next prisoner. A second shot rang out. Of the charge of treason and mass slaughter, I find her guilty, she said dully, the guards letting go of the robed woman and letting her fall to the ground. Folker gaped. This didn't feel real. After the first man had been shot, he had half expected everything to be unraveled. For it to be revealed that this was all an elaborate prank by Cornelia. No such salvation came for him, however, and the events on the surface continued to unfold. The third prisoner had begun to blubber out half-formed pleas for his life by the time Yusuro reached him. He screamed as the pistol was pressed against him, up until the pull of the trigger silenced him. Of the charge of treason and mass slaughter, I find him guilty. Only 2 were left. Folker looked on the reality of the situation finally sinking in. Those 2 captives were going to die, and no one was going to do anything to save them. Sure enough, with another pull of the trigger, 2 became 1. Of the charge of treason and mass slaughter, I find her guilty. You can't do this. The last one shrieked. He was thrashing wildly against the guards holding him, looking less like an intelligent being and more like a wild animal as he frantically tried to break free. Who are you? Who are you? He began, only for his last words to be cut short. Without hesitation or mercy, Yusuro took a life for the 5th time in the last 60 seconds. Of the charge of treason and mass slaughter, I find him guilty. Slowly, the guards released their grip on the body. 5 bodies lay scattered across the stage, blood oozing out of the gaping holes that Yusuro had created. Without any fanfare, she holstered her pistol. ADEK will not descend back into the same chaos that it endured today. We will have order and stability. The hegemony seeks to undermine that. Anyone who threatens the SDA and its security is aiding the hegemony, and undermining everything the SDA represents. She turned back to face the ground. And I will not tolerate it. Something I hope I have made clear today. There was an explosion of noise from the crowd, but Volker wasn't paying attention to the feed anymore. He was slowly looking around the room, shock heavy in his chest. Every conscious person was doing the same. Looking from person to person, as if hoping that someone else could explain what had just happened. Silence filled the med bay for a few minutes. It was finally broken when Cornelia let out a strangled noise. Guys? Can we go back to being the good guys? I liked it better when we were the good guys. We didn't do this. We've benefited from executions before, Nora said solemnly. Remember Cor Molly? Admiral Crawford got the firing squad. That was under Enclave law. Cornelia argued back. He committed his crimes as a citizen of Enclave against other citizens of Enclave. It was an Enclave matter, we let the Enclave maintain their independence and autonomy. We built the SDA from the ground up. Hill is the one pulling the strings she's the one that's letting this all happen. I don't think so, Cheryl said hesitantly, pointing at the screen. Look. Hill was visible at the side of the shot. Her usual looks of either smugness or anger were gone. She looked shocked at what had just happened. She didn't do this. Yusuro did it on her own. There was a moment of silence as they all took another look at Yusuro. She was looking at the crowd without seeing, her eyes glazed over. The crowd exploding with roars, the connection too unstable for it to be clear if they were angry or satisfied. Roger let out a sour laugh. There's some bitter irony in here. Hill managed to create someone just like her and it blew up in her face. It's nice to see her squirm for once, particularly when she did it to herself. I just wish it came in a way that didn't add more bodies to the pile. In a way, didn't they deserve it though? Nora asked. I'm not trying to defend either of them, but Yusuro did have a point. Those 5 killed a few thousand people with what they did. They almost gave the planet back the hegemony. Hell, there's a good chance that's exactly what they had in mind. If they did, Yusuro schemed over that little detail, Cornelia said gloomily. And Nora, I really don't think this is anything like Crawford. These people thought they were fighting someone who had committed murder. They didn't open fire on a crowd the way he did. And even then, we knew who he was, we knew that he was guilty. Those people? Who were they? Yusuro didn't even say their names. They could have been scapegoats for all we knew. Nora scratched her chin as Cornelia deactivated her Omni tool. Maybe. It's not impossible. Although I do doubt it. Hill didn't seem to have any problems with what was going on until Yusuro started blowing their brains out. I think it's safe to say that Hill wouldn't want alive prisoners that contradicted the narrative. They probably did what they were accused of. Cornelia swallowed. Only probably. There was another uncomfortable silence after that. What the hell happened? She continued. Cheryl? Remember how we first met? When we were kicking ass and freeing slaves. We helped Rex save his friend? How did we get from that to this? Cheryl simply shook her head, looking lost. Nora gave Cornelia an uncomfortable look before she got up and crossed the room. Could you hold on to these? She asked, pulling out a sealed pack of cigarettes and handing them to Talai. I'd give them to Volker but he's not in much of a state to be carrying gifts around. Talai nodded wordlessly. I doubt the Quarians are going to be growing tobacco, and it'll be a pain to get the Enclave to export it, so make these ones count Volker, she said, giving a feeble smile at the wounded man. He did his best to smile back, but even without looking in a mirror he could tell it was forced. My advice to you too. Roger said. Get as far away from this fucking mess as possible and don't look back. We'll try and stay in contact with you, maybe even meet up when it's all said and done. The two of you are kids, neither of you look or sound like you're older than your mid-20s. Live your lives, and stay safe. Both of you. Volker had never seen Roger look so old. He looked ragged, particularly where skin gave way to cybernetics. His blocky and thick implants even looked a little more shaky, a little more worn. Looking around, he saw that all of the others looked the same way. Nora's scars almost seemed wrinkled, and Cheryl looked like she was about to shrivel up. Even Cornelia, who didn't physically age, looked like all of her years were finally catching up to her. I'm sorry, he said feebly. Nora snorted. Save your apologies for when they're called for. I told you, I'd be right behind you if I could. The coalition let Hill have free rein and now the consequences are here. It's all gone to the dogs. We signed up to serve, you didn't. Probably for the best that you didn't. Don't stay on a sinking ship, Volker. Volker didn't say anything as he looked down at his sheets. In his mind's eye, he could still see Yusuro executing her prisoners with crystal clarity. XXXXX. Sam and Cadence burst out of the basement and onto the ground floor of the Hall of the Matriarchs. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and screaming. It was deafening, pressing in on Sam from all directions. She looked around without direction, catching glimpses of fighting through windows. No matter which way she looked, she saw Yog emerging from hidden tunnels and engaging allied forces. One instance was a dozen different marines and a APC all firing on a single one while the alien aimed its grenade launch. A grenade launcher that was so big that it looked like a small anti-tank cannon. Within seconds, the APC had been reduced to a smoldering wreck, the marines scurrying for cover. God, Sam whispered. Everywhere it was like that. Here and there enough guns were trained on a Yog to earn a kill, but the Enclave was taking ridiculously high losses. Warren! Cadence shrieked, her finger to her comm unit as she surged forward, leaving Sam behind. Warren, where are you? It sounded as if Cadence was trying to be heard both over the comm line and locally. Sam swore as she made to follow Cadence, who had just vaulted through a broken window. Leaping out after her, she spotted Cadence flying low and fired her thrusters to follow. Fuck you. You fucking eight-eyed faggot. Even over all the chaos, Warren's voice was audible over the comm lines. Directly below them, just in front of the line of Enclave vehicles, Warren was hanging onto the back of a Yog with one arm and viciously stabbing it in the face with his other. Several of the Yog's eyes had burst and it was blindly staggering around, ineffectively swiping at Warren but unable to reach him. As Warren continued his assault, half a dozen National Guardsmen concentrated fire from behind a rhino. The majority of them were using rifles, but one of them was holding a rocket launcher, which he fired as many times as the weapon allowed. A trio of rockets slammed into the alien warrior, its shields flickering under the strain and collapsing to one knee. Bright red blood was seeping down its face as Warren continued to stab. Cadence, with me. Sam ordered, gripping her remaining sword. Take that thing heads off. You first. Warren, get clear. Both she and Cadence dove downward, Cadence taking the lead. Warren ignored the order as he gave the Yog a few more stabs before jumping off, landing firmly on his feet. The Yog attempted to push itself up, only to have both Sam and Cadence descend on him. The blow from the super sledge forced it to all fours, a massive dent in the back of its head, and the cut from the chain sword tore a wide-open gash in its throat. Cadence and Sam both slammed into the ground, cracks branching out in the pavement. They rose to their feet, weapons at the ready, but it was unnecessary. The Yog had slumped to the ground, not moving. God's sake, Sam panted. These things. How the hell can they take so much? Sam? Sam, what the hell is going on? The National Guardsmen had charged forward, Michael at the head of them, the prince right behind them. General Moore's been on the horn about us making a full retreat. What are these damn things? The whole thing was a trap, Sam blurted out. They're Yog, aliens that never got into the council. There's 100,000 of them underneath us. Look, we don't have time to explain, we all need to get out of here. We need 3 fresh power cells on the double. Michael gave a look to one of his subordinates, who instantly doubled back to their rhino, 2 more following right after. Wait a minute, 3? What the hell happened to Albert? Oh Jesus! Michael stuttered, and he looked with concern at Warren. Warren had clambered onto the back of the Yog corpse and was driving his blades into the back of its head. Sam didn't say anything. Even if she could think of something to say, she had a feeling that Warren would only lash out at her in response. That was the last thing that they needed right now. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. Albert was gone. When she had been part of the Eagles, Albert had been part of one of their most dangerous foes. When she had become part of the Enclave military, he had seemed a stern but reliable ally. One she could always count on. And one Yog had been all that was needed to snuff him out forever. Damn it, Michael swore quietly. The sad thing is that he must have gunned down half a dozen of our friends and I think I'm actually going to miss the guy. Sam only gave a stiff nod. This was a side effect of being forced to fight alongside the people she had considered enemies for years. She would never love them and only barely liked a few of them, but it still hurt to watch them die. Particularly the way Albert had died. She could still see his abnormally thin and stretched helmet as if it was right in front of her. Right then and there, she knew that image would haunt her for the rest of her life, and that she would never forget it. General, fresh power cells. The 3 guardsmen had returned, each clutching a fresh cell and a pair of tongs. Let's do this all at once and then get out of here, the middle guardsman called. Sam nodded. Warren. It had been one thing when he was just venting, but now they had to get moving. Let them replace your power cell. You must be running low. Warren shot her a look, and even though his helmet Sam knew that his eyes were narrowed in hatred. His hands curled into fists as he pulled out of the Yog's head, which had long since been reduced to mush. For a second, Sam thought that she was going to have to defend herself. Then Cadence stepped between the two of them, facing Warren with her hammer at the ready. Warren eyed her, let out a scoff, and knelt down, his back facing the guardsman. Thank you, Sam said to Cadence, so that only she could hear it. Well, that's a first. Coming from you anyway, she replied, both of them kneeling down as the National Guardsmen spread out, each one heading to one of the 3 who needed fresh cells. Now is a bad time. In fact, it's arguably the worst possible time, Sam said, a small surge of anger lurching up inside her. She could get angry with Cadence, because Cadence wouldn't throw a temper tantrum for it. There was a loud grinding noise as the panel on the back of her power armor was opened, the glowing hot power cell being removed. Cadence glared at her as the same was done to her. My apologies, she said dryly. I'll be sure to ask your permission next time. Shut up, Sam hissed. I need to concentrate and I don't need you getting all pissy about this. I know that part of you wants me dead, heck, I'm willing to bet you wish I was the one who had died back there. Cadence made an odd gesture with her head, and Sam quickly continued talking before she could reply to that statement. But right now I need you to be quiet and do what I tell you. You asked me when I was going to return the favor for you saving my life? I'd like nothing more than to do that by getting us all out of here. But in order for that to be a thing, I need you to cooperate and not be difficult. Got it? Michael made an uncomfortable noise behind her, but Sam ignored it. She staring directly into the eye slots on Cadence's power armor. There was only one way this could work. She had difficulty controlling Warren at the best of times, it would be impossible when he was still in the middle of this rage. He did, however, still have some level of respect for Cadence. If she got Cadence to fall in line, Warren would follow her. At least Sam hoped that it would work that way. Cadence seemed to consider Sam's words before giving a very stiff nod. When we get out of here, you and I are doing full contact sparring. We don't stop until one of us isn't standing. She didn't even try to hide the aggression in her voice. Sam hadn't expected her to, but it was still a slap in the face all the same. She was trying to get them out of here and they were more preoccupied with this. Deciding not to answer Cadence's challenge, Sam instead remained silent as the new cell was inserted into her armor. A deafening bang made her look up. The sky was still choked with aircraft, but with a sinking feeling she realized it wasn't just enemy aircraft. Wherever the Solarian Air Force had been hiding, it had launched en masse. Lasers, missiles, and machine gun fire were tossed back and forth between the hundreds of airborne vehicles. Sam's eyes darted back and forth, trying to distinguish friend from foe, but it was impossible. A couple of Gethcraft were noticeable here and there, but that was it. How the hell are we supposed to get out of here with something like that going on? Michael asked, the fear in his voice barely contained. As if to compound his point, a shuttle dove down in an attempt to avoid a missile that was trailing it, only for a second one to hit it from above. It crashed into the ground, far too close to comfort, a flaming wreck. More, the Solarians have launched a massive air offensive, Sam said, answering Michael's question by speaking into her comm unit. I'm not blind, I can see them. Moore's impatient voice replied. We've got enough AA fire on the ground near our original LZ. Some of our shuttles are already heading back up into orbit with the rearmost part of the invasion force. She snarled in frustration. I just had a quick word with the Geth. Losing men and equipment isn't a big deal to them, so they've agreed to stand their ground against the Yogg while you all make a run for it. There was an awkward silence from Moore before she said, with the tone that someone was forcing her to speak at gunpoint, I suppose we owe them one. Right, on the way, Sam said, hastily rounding on Warren and Cadence. We need to get back to where we landed. The three of us could probably fly back there and get a shuttle back in 3 minutes tops. She took a deep breath. But we're not doing that. The Geth are going to put themselves between us and the Yogg, but I'm not sure how much time that will buy us. So we need to stay here and cover the retreat as best we can. Michael? Get your men in that rhino, we'll ride from the top. Michael gave a quick nod before beckoning to what was left of the National Guardsmen. Most of them clambered into the back, one of them manning the machine gun, but the prince held back. Woman of iron, must we flee? These eight-eyed beasts may be strong and many, but now that we are allied with, there was a loud, wet noise, followed by a pop. Sam had a nasty feeling that Warren had just ripped off the head of the dead Yogg. The prince's words died in his mouth, and he clambered onto the rhino without further complaint. Warren walked forward, sure enough, a Yogg head in his hands, and glared at Sam. Deciding to not risk giving him anything to respond to, she gave a quick burst of her thrusters and leapt onto the roof of the rhino. Thankfully, both Warren and Cadence followed suit. She gave 2 firm knocks on the side of the APC and it took off, roaring back the way the convoy had came. As she looked back, she felt an uncomfortable lurch, as if she had tried to walk forward, only to find herself in a free fall. A good portion of the Enclave forces had forced their way around and beyond the Hall of Matriarchs, in an attempt to fully encircle it. All of those forces had been effectively routed. There was barely any resistance against the alien forces, with the pockets that were left being few and fleeting. She spotted a couple dozen Marines that had fled inside what appeared to be an apartment complex and were attempting to make a stand. Rifles were being poked out of windows and fired frantically, along with a couple of explosive weapons. It was a futile gesture, as half a dozen Yogg were already advancing on it. One remained outside, blasting at the windows with his oversized grenade launcher, while the rest had made their way towards the entrance. The lead one ripped the door off of its hinges before firing inside. Sam looked away. She couldn't hear any cries of pain from the Marines, but wasn't sure if that was because it was impossible to hear it over the chaos of the battle. We're just leaving them behind then? Warren asked coldly. They're all going to die. We can't save them, Sam said before she could stop herself. It took all of us just to take down one of those things. Now they're swarming all over the place. She did her very best to sound sympathetic and regretful, hoping it came off as genuine. Warren, there's nothing we can do for them. We'll probably just all die if we go back for them, and we most likely wouldn't be able to save any of them. Warren twisted about and glared at Sam, his blades out. Instinctively, Sam's grip tightened on her sword. Warren, think about this. Cadence hissed. She's right. I don't like it, but she's right. Look at the sorry state we're in. She gestured to the front of the Rhino, down the street that they were fleeing. The invasion force was highly disorganized, loose pockets of APCs and tanks fleeing without any rhyme or reason. Not only were they looser, they were noticeably fewer. Sam had not noticed this until now. The battle going on above their heads, coupled with the sad state of affairs behind them, had distracted her. Looking through the alleyways on either side, she saw dozens of destroyed vehicles, along with more heavy fighting. With the exception of the direction they were fleeing in, the Yogg were attacking them on every side. In some areas, the Geth were taking the brunt of the fighting. Armatures and Colossuses, being supported by primes, were putting up a firm wall of fire. The Yoggs were viciously throwing themselves at the Geth, in some cases literally. One had slammed into a prime, crushing it against a wall. In the areas where the aliens and Geth were fighting, the casualties were the heaviest. While a few dozen, maybe even a few hundred, Yogg had fallen, the number of destroyed Geth was quickly growing beyond count. The battle with the Enclave forces was going nowhere near as well. While every once in a while, a Yogg would be consumed by a blast of tank fire, the Enclave forces were panicking. They weren't offering the unified resistance that the Geth were. As such, the Yogg were able to press forward with greater ease. Fleeing soldiers and APCs were mercilessly gunned down and blasted apart, unable to defend themselves as they helplessly ran. Tanks were able to put up a more firm fight, but the grenade launchers the Yogg were using were so powerful that they were effectively tanks themselves. God damn it, God damn it, God fucking damn it, Warren swore, scrapping his blades on top of the Rhino as he took all of the fighting in. Each swipe left a gash deeper than the last, one of them nearly went clean through the roof. Can you talk to him? Sam whispered to Cadence. Cadence didn't respond, but her grip tightened around her hammer. Would you rather me do it? That seemed to get through to her. Slowly, she made her way across the roof. However, before she could get anywhere near close, Warren had gotten to his feet. Incoming! He shouted. A hatch had opened in the road, directly in front of the APC where they were on. Even from here, Sam could see the twisted alien face form into a grin as it aimed a grenade launcher. Without needed orders, both Warren and Cadence fired their thrusters, arcing upward and clearing the APC, Sam right behind them. Michael! Get out of the way! Sam shouted into her comm unit. The Rhino began to swerve, but it was too late. The grenade, the size of a tank shell, arched forward, smashing directly into the front of the Rhino. Fire consumed the vehicle as it exploded, flipping at the same time. Sam watched the vehicle careen forward, each crash from when it hit the ground echoing in her ears. Michael, no. No. She had been upset at Albert's death, but it hadn't really struck at her core. This time, however, she could feel denial seeping through her entire body. Michael couldn't be dead. He had always been there, ever since the Eagles had started to fight the Enclave. For as long as she could remember, he had been a part of her life. Fighting alongside her against the Enclave, defending her when Shepard had gotten mad at her, and sticking alongside her even when she had joined the Enclave military. And now, with the pull of a single trigger, he was gone? It can't be, she whispered. You son of a bitch! Warren roared. Flipping forward, he shot downward, aiming directly at the Yogg. Every last one of you split-jaw cunts is going to choke to death on your own blood. An irrational pang of hate surged through Sam. Warren didn't give a damn about Michael, he just wanted to kill more of the Solarians' lackeys. That was pretty typical of Warren, a brute that acted purely on impulse and stabbing. Even then, it drove Sam's hatred to levels it had never reached before. Warren! Warren no! Cadence rocketed after Warren. She was aiming directly at him, as opposed to the Yogg. Her intercept course was far longer than Warren's though, as he reached the Yogg before she was even halfway towards him. He lunged forward, both of his blades extended, aiming to run the Yogg's head through. All 8 of the alien's eyes opened wide in shock, and it held out a hand out of instinct. Sam winced as the warrior roared in pain, even from up high its voice was that loud. Warren's blades had been buried fully in the Yogg's palm. Still howling, the Yogg dropped its grenade launcher and grabbed Warren around the throat. A stream of intangible, half-formed cuss words flew from Warren's mouth as he reversed his flight, attempting to escape. The Yogg was dragged out of his tunnel, sliding along the ground as he fought against Warren's pull. With a bellow of effort and frustration, the Yogg's fingered hand closed around both of Warren's arms at the same time as it swung down. Without warning, Warren was flipped over and driven headfirst into the ground. All of this had only taken 10 seconds since Warren had initially charged the Yogg. Now, Sam realized how bad things had gotten, and rocketed off after Cadence. Seething with anger, the alien warrior heaved Warren out of the ground and slammed him into it again, doing it a couple more times for good measure. After the 5th time, it lifted Warren up. Warren was very limp, all of his limbs had gone slack, and blood was trickling out from cracks that had opened in his helmet. An ear-piercing shriek came from Cadence. Whether it was from anger or shock, Sam had no idea. Either way, she was right on top of the Yogg, her hammer at the ready. This time, however, the Yogg was ready. With a swing, several hundred pounds of powered armor crashed into Cadence as Warren's corpse was used as an improvised club. All that weight, combined with the strength of the alien, swatted Cadence out of the air. She skidded along the ground, her armor still trying to push her forward, but she didn't get far. The Yogg's leg, around as thick as a tree trunk, came viciously down on Cadence's legs. Sam was closing on the fight, and she all too clearly heard the sound of twisting metal and breaking bones. Weakly, Cadence tried to bring her hammer up. It found its mark in her opponent's leg, but it did little more than jolt it. The Yogg idly dropped Warren's body, pulling the blades out of his palm, before looking up at Sam expectantly. With a jerk, she veered to the left at the last second. She had realized, just in the nick of time, that the Yogg had most likely been expecting her to follow the same approach as Warren and Cadence. He hadn't killed Cadence yet to use her as bait. Sure enough, its injury-free hand had snapped down on where she would have been if she had not adjusted course. Unholstering her cryo-gun, Sam fired a blast at the alien's face. With a flash, the alien grabbed Warren's body again, using it to block the shot. The chest plate of Warren's armor was frozen solid, leaving the one holding the body completely unharmed. The Yogg grinned as it locked eyes with Sam, twisting its foot at the same time. Cadence didn't let out a roar of pain, but instead a weak whimper. It sounded as if she was having a tough time staying conscious. Sam grit her teeth in anger and frustration. This thing had killed Michael, and around a dozen other National Guardsmen that had been relying on her to get them home. Now it was stooping so low as to desecrating corpses and torture. She fought against the urge to launch a full frontal assault. It was exactly what he wanted her to do. Cadence, she murmured into her comm unit, hang on. I'm coming for you. Move out of the way. Another voice crackled over her comm unit. A synthesized voice that Sam recognized. Head straight up. Sam obeyed without question, and arced 90 degrees upward. This sudden change in tactics caught the Yogg off guard, and he canned his neck to follow her upward. As he did, there was a bang and a green explosion consumed its face. Leaning back, half of his face burnt into a hollow shell from the plasma burns, it collapsed. Out of the corner of her eye, Sam spotted the source of the explosion. A soldier in a bulky set of power armor, aiming with a shoulder-mounted weapon. XI-1, IOU-1, Sam said, diving back down to where Cadence was lying, thankful that the Yogg corpse had not landed on top of her. It's my job, XI-1 said. Her voice was very odd, sounding like a record that had just skipped. XI? XI, what's wrong? Sam holstered her rifle and sheathed her sword as she grabbed Cadence by the arm and pulled her to her feet, supporting the wounded soldier. Instead of an answer, Sam heard a large burst of static. After a few seconds, she heard XI-1 say, took a couple of bad hits. Vocal cords were damaged. Get her out of here. I need to cover the retreat as best I can. Sam was about to object, to say that XI-1 was far too slow in her heavy armor to be left behind, but she was cut off. There is a hidden shuttle nearby. Her voice was cut off by another burst of static, is ready to take off. Our countermeasures will keep us safe long enough to get into orbit. Now go. What's going on? Cadence asked, her voice slow, weak, and sluggish. Sam? Where's Warren? Is he okay? Warren's body was awkwardly sprawled on the ground. Up close, Sam noticed that his head was loosely sprawled to the side. Cadence, I need you to listen to me, Sam said. The sound of fighting was getting noticeably loud and close behind them, so Sam took off without stopping to look back. Her progress was noticeably slower with the extra weight of Cadence, and her power supply was being drained much faster. A warning symbol popped up on her HUD, warning her that she had just hit the 50% mark. Stay conscious. Whatever happens, you need to stay conscious. Nod your head if you understand. Feebly, the other woman gave a single nod. Sam continued to force the two of them forward, flying over the convoy desperately heading in the same direction. She couldn't help but notice that the friendly vehicles below them were becoming less and less concentrated. The only piece of good news was that the battle taking place above seemed to be going better here. Stationary emplacements on the ground were viciously firing upward, thinning out Solarian aircraft and giving the edge to the Enclave and its allies. It was under control enough for shuttles to be landing on the streets and to be instantly filled up with soldiers. The second the Enclave personnel spotted a grounded shuttle, they would instantly abandon whatever vehicle they were in, be it a APC or a tank, to crowd in. Many shuttles appeared to be over maximum capacity as they took off, so many soldiers crammed in that they were incapable of even sitting down. The power supply on her suit having already dropped down to 16%, Sam spotted a nearby pair of shuttles that had landed behind half a dozen tanks and made a beeline for them. Thrown off balance by the extra weight, she half landed, half crashed into the ground, taking great pains to not hit any friendlies as she did so. Fire! Keep firing! Disable all safety measures, I only want these tanks to stop firing when their barrels melt. General Moore was poking out of the top of the lead tank, her rapier out and pointing in the direction of the Hall of Matriarchs. The tanks all fired their main cannons in unison, half a dozen blasts of plasma soaring forward and hitting a pack of Yogg. They were consumed by the resulting explosion, with there being nothing left when it cleared. General Gall. Moore peered over the edge of the tank in confusion, only for her eyes to widen when she saw Cadence. Good God! Cadence! What happened to her? What happened to the Black brothers? They're dead, Sam said. She had not intended to spit the words out, but she ended up doing so all the same. The Yogg got them. The same one that got Warren broke her legs. Mom, Cadence said, staring into her mother's eyes. That you? What's going on? Are we winning? Cadence sounded dazed and confused, as if she only half understood what was going on. Moore swallowed heavily before saying, all right, get her onto the shuttle and tell the pilot to take off as soon as she's fully loaded. Get her out of here and onto the fleet where she can get treated. Sam nodded, but before she could even take a step, a terrified voice shouted, they're charging. Sure enough, around 50 Yogg had formed up at the far end of the street and were surging forward. A solid mass of armor, muscle, and weaponry. The cannons of Moore's tanks thundered again, but only a fifth of the Yogg were blown apart by the attack. Get to the shuttles! Moore shouted. Set the tanks to automatic fire and get on board. Heaving Cadence forward, Sam reached one of the shuttles and half-placed, half-dropped her into one of the seats of the shuttle. Turning about, she saw a swarm of tankers abandoning the Tigers. Several dozen of them crammed onto the shuttles, well exceeding the maximum capacity. The Yogg were at the tanks now, their mortar-like grenade launchers firing in a volley as one last barrage of tank fire flew to meet them. A few more were killed, but by that point the grenades were already airborne, and Moore had waited until all of the tank crews had evacuated before leaping out herself. Entering flight once more, Sam soared forward and grabbed the general around the waist. Even though her armor, she could feel the heat of the flames behind her, and Moore cried out in pain at the same time. Panicking at the sight of the approaching Yoggs and the exploding tanks, both of the shuttles had taken off, and were steadily rising upwards. One of them had sealed its hatches, but the other was still open. Soaring upward, Sam reached out and headed for the opening. Half-baked plans about grabbing onto the edge and pulling herself in filled her head. Slowly, the shuttle came closer and closer, until she was only a few feet away from it. Then, something odd happened. The shuttle stopped getting closer, maintaining a static distance. Not long after that it started to drift further apart. Baffled, Sam looked around frantically for an explanation. She found it, her power supply. 0%. A horrible, all-consuming dread filled her, as she felt the lurching feeling of gravity slowly beginning to take hold of her. Without thinking, she did the first thing that came to her mind. She threw General Moore. The unarmored officer arced upward, Sam having thrown her before the shuttle had gotten too far. Her arms frantically grasped outward, desperately trying to get a grip. Sam's stomach plummeted as Moore's arms couldn't quite reach it. She hadn't thrown the general far enough. Sam was falling back down at an accelerating rate, and half expected Moore to be joining her soon. However, just as the general reached the top of her arc and began to descend, an arm jutted out and grabbed her by the wrist. An arm clad in power armor that kept a firm grip on Moore, even as she helplessly dangled out of the ascending shuttle. Sam let out a small laugh of relief. Just before she hit the ground, the wind was knocked out of her as she landed back first on the hard pavement. Her armor took most of the impact, she hadn't suffered any serious injuries, but it still hurt. Groaning, she pulled herself to her feet, thinking fast. XI-1 had said that there was a nearby shuttle, she could reach it if she moved fast. Panic began to trickle into the pit of her stomach. What if XI-1 had already taken off? She didn't have time to think about it. I just need to. She was cut off by a deafening roar. Turning as she got to her feet, she saw a Yogg heading straight for her. Weapon abandoned, its hands were outstretched and open wide, a look of pure rage on its face. For a second, Sam froze. She could do nothing but stare at the rapidly approaching beast. Her mind had utterly frozen, as had her muscles. When it was a mere 10 feet away, she came back to her senses. Throwing herself to the left, she just barely avoided it. Spinning on her heel, she brought herself to face the Yogg that had overshot her. With her power cell drained, she had lost a lot of mobility. If she was fast enough, maybe she could hit it in a vital area. She had to either hit the throat or the spine, something that would take it out of the fight quickly, because she knew that she would lose a prolonged fight. Drawing her remaining sword, she began to charge at the Yogg, which had just begun to skid to a halt. She managed to make it 2 steps before it happened. A powerful force hit her in the small of the back, so powerful Sam knew that it would have killed her instantaneously if she had not been clad in armor. The little she had left was air out of her lungs, and she was sent face into the ground, cracks spider webbing out beneath her. Gasping for air, she tried to get to her feet, weakly pushing her off the ground. She had barely gotten a few inches up before another blow hit her, and she once again was crushed into the ground. She felt dizzy and disoriented now, and had a hard time taking everything in. The only thing that was truly clear was that something thick and heavy was now pressed on her back, keeping her pinned. Another Yogg seemed to be stepping on her. She struggled as best she could, which sadly wasn't very much in her current condition. She couldn't even move properly, something made worse by her disorientation. The Yogg continued to keep her pinned as the one that had tried to ram her slowly made its way back. Snarling, it stopped right in front of her, looking down with disgust in its eyes. It lifted its foot up and pressed down hard. There was a shriek of twisting metal and Sam felt a blinding pain in the back of her head. She could feel blood trickling down her neck and onto her shoulders as her mouth opened in a silent scream. Her helmet felt viciously tight, as if it was trying to constrict her head until it burst, cutting into the back of it. Her body felt weak, and the edge of her vision was going blurry. Looking upward, she saw the Yogg raising its foot once again. The last thing she ever saw was the bottom of an alien boot. XXXXX. Gallo's blood ran cold. He was sitting at his seat on the Goliath's bridge, his eyes fixed on a display of the system. The Allied fleet was holding formation over Surkesh, having moved into the lower atmosphere. The enemy relief fleet was still on the far side of the system, not having made any offensive movements towards them. The remnants of the Solarian defensive fleet were still falling into line with them. He had just over 200 ships. Of the original 300 ships he had brought into Solarian territory, they were all the ones he had left. The majority of ships he had lost had been light and had been Geth. He still had the majority of his fighting capability left, but the new enemy fleet worried him. They had around 300 ships in total, now that the Union ships were forming up with it. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be particularly concerned by this. So long as he was able to use Surkesh as a defensive position, he would have been able to hold out against the superior numbers. That wouldn't work right now for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, the situation on the ground had gone to hell. Yogg were assaulting their forces from all sides, and a full retreat was underway. They had lost that battle, and now they had to get as many friendly forces out of there as possible. Secondly, there were too many unknown elements in the new fleet. Dozens of the vessels, nearly a third of the armada, were not council forces. Some were obviously heretic Geth, and a couple were the ancient starships that Saren had been using to terrorize the galaxy. The rest were something he had never seen before. A bizarre, almost hive-like design. Unless he was mistaken, they seemed to be partially organic in nature. He had a strong feeling that they were connected to the rest of Saren's forces. The Geth were a tricky factor, but they were manageable. They would not be demoralized or break formation, but this was offset by their ships being no more advanced than the ships of all the other factions. He couldn't say the same thing about the unknown ships. They could easily be much more advanced than anything they had. Either way, he didn't want to underestimate them. The ancient starships on the other hand, were not unknown, and that was exactly the problem. He knew what they were capable of, he had read the reports that the Coalition had provided on their encounters with them. They were extremely advanced warships, utilizing superheated metal launched at sublight speeds instead of normal mass drivers. One had been able to withstand simultaneous attacks from 3 Liberty Primes, a tank battalion, and coordinated airstrikes. Another one, a much heavier one, had spearheaded the assault on Eden Prime, and had utterly obliterated the Coalition defensive fleet there. The only time that a fight against one of those things had gone well was the Battle of Moria, when the Normandy had been able to cripple one. And even then it had taken several shots from a plasma cannon and a nuke to do it. Gallows swallowed. These were bad odds. They had to get out of this system and they needed to do it while they were still able. But he had to stay here while the ground forces evacuated. The ones that were able to make it, that is. Sir? Nita asked, sounding nervous. What do we do? Gallows acted without thinking, letting instinct take over. This was almost comforting, it helped distract him from how impossible this situation seemed. I need the Geth and Quarian commanders on my comm line, he said. I need Hongarl and the Geth on the same line now. I'm trying, sir. It's confusing to try and communicate with the Geth, but let me try. There was a few seconds of frantic typing. Okay. I've got you something, sir. I don't know if it's the Geth in charge or their ambassador or whatever the hell they do, but it's a Geth. Gallows nodded as he put his finger to his ear. Admiral Gallows. The booming voice of Hongarl said. My ships won't be able to handle direct combat against that many enemy vessels. They aren't durable enough. Gallows fought back the urge to swear. He had almost forgotten how fragile the Quarian live ships were. They would be at a massive disadvantage the second they lost them. We suggest that Creator warships take up defensive positions behind Geth, a cool, calculating Geth voice said. It sounded exactly like the Geth named Legion, but Gallows very much doubted that it was the same being. Legion had acted as an ambassador, not a commander of nearly 100 warships. The 1,000-odd programs contained within that platform wouldn't be equipped for it. Put our lives in the hands of Geth. Hongarl scoffed. They would just have to do nothing in order for us to all die. What do they care if all of them are destroyed? Their programs will just be relayed back to their servers in their territory. We'll be snuffed out forever. The heaviest warships that our people have will be gone, it'll be years before we can replace them. Gallows, I demand that you protect our ships. Your people actually preserve their existence, and... Admiral, that is not negotiable, Gallows said, nearly stuttering again and forcing himself through it. The majority of non-synthetic forces on the planet are enclave. I need some of my ships need to maintain orbit so that the retreating forces can embark. They'll be vulnerable while they do this and I'll need to cover them. If you need protection, you need to let the Geth handle it. Geth are willing to sacrifice our vessels and platforms to save lives of creators, the Geth stated coolly. All Geth ships and platforms that are destroyed in this battle can be replaced within a maximum of 2 months. Quarian lives and ships cannot be. We would be honored to do. I will not accept this. Hongarl roared. Gallows, if you do not protect us. Either rely on the Geth for protection or face the Council forces head-on. Gallows snapped. His heart was hammering so hard that he thought it might burst through his ribcage. He was terrified, hundreds of thousands of people were on the surface, relying on him to get them out of there. He didn't have time to deal with Hongarl's squabbling. Either that, or perhaps I can find another Quarian who is willing to take command of your forces, one who doesn't confuse being cautious with being stubborn. I am moving my ships to cover those that are recovering ground forces. That is the end of this discussion. Taking his hand away from his ear for a second, he pointed to the crew in front of him. Relay these orders to all other ships under my command. He was stuttering again. He had to keep it together, he had to stay strong. The second they were out of the system he could stutter until his lungs failed. Until then, he would have to endure. All recovery ships, assume the pre-designated evacuation position. All shuttles and dropships, coordinate with General Moore, do everything she tells you to do. All other ships are to assume defensive positions around them, with our backs to the planet. No enemy ships are getting near them. Admiral, if you're forcing this ultimatum on me, then I have one of my own, Hongarl said, a fiery determination still in his voice. Gallows fought back the urge to moan. He had hoped that the Quarian would have been cowed after his blunt refusal to comply. Apparently he had been far too optimistic. I have several thousands Marines on that planet. We cannot afford to evacuate them with the way things are. I want your ships to evacuate them. If you don't, we will abandon this battle and head straight for the mass relay. Gallows wanted to scream. Whether in anger or fear, he had no idea, nor did he want to find out. He forced himself to think things through. The number of Quarian Marines that had joined the fight was negligible compared to the number of Enclave forces. The ships might get a little cramped when they were fully loaded, but they could manage it. He tried to not think about how space, in reality, would probably be the last problem they would have to deal with if the situation on the surface was as bad as it looked. In reality, those ships would have more than enough room for everyone coming up. Very well, he said, as briskly as he could. Hongarl grunted in response. Gallows ignored it as he quickly transmitted this update to the relief ships. Slowly, the 200 allied ships that he had shifted into position. His ships taking up an envelopment position with their backs to Surkesh and the evacuation ships, the Geth doing the same to the Quarians. All ships that had their prows facing in the direction of the enemy fleet, even the ones currently launching shuttles towards the surface. Gallows wanted them out of the thick of the fighting, but he still needed the firepower they would provide. The enemy fleet was still organizing, integrating the remnants of the Solarian defensive fleet into it. It was giving them a little bit of time. All ships, the Second Enclave and Quarian forces are aboard, head for the mass relay at maximum velocity. Jump through and make a full retreat. Slowly, the minutes ticked by and the enemy fleet neared reaching a full formation. Admiral. A voice echoed over the comm lines. The skies above Talat are getting clogged with enemy aircraft. They were holding back here too. I'm doing my best to coordinate the shuttles through and have the gunships provide cover for them, but it's a goddamn mess down there. We managed to evacuate the soldiers who were closer to the original LZ in the first wave of shuttles though, about 19% of the ground force is on their way up. He hastily swiped the display in front of him to check who was talking to him. A rear admiral who had been giving command of the ships carrying the invasion force. His eyes glazed over the name. It didn't matter right now. All that mattered was that this man was the one getting their people out. Don't forget the Quarians, he shot back quickly. What? Are you telling me that the bucketheads can't WAUG? Understood, Admiral, the rear admiral replied. Gallows frowned. He didn't need the backtalk. Although the rear admiral was doing what he was told, and that was the most important thing. He turned his attention back to the holographic display of the star system. Just in time too. The opposing fleet had made their move and were heading directly to their position at FTL speed. Admiral, all weapons are primed and ready, waiting on your command. One of his officers called. Her voice was calm and level. He spent a second wondering if she really was calm or just faking it like he was. If he survived, he could ask her. 5 seconds to contact. 4. 3. 2. 1. Main cannon fire, hold on everything else. Gallows roared. The second that he spoke, the enemy fleet stopped at point-blank range. Hundreds of slugs flew from both sides, impacting on shields, tearing into hulls, and, in a couple of instances, hitting each other and splintering on impact. A Turian dreadnought had stopped directly in front of the Goliath, a shot firing from its spinal-mounted cannon. The ship bucked and Gallows was nearly forced out of his chair. Shields holding at 61%. One of the officers reported. Incoming disruptor torpedoes. Guardian lasers now. He ordered, just as the Goliath's main plasma cannon fired. The overwhelming sphere of plasma crashed into the kinetic barrier of the dreadnought. Just like the Solarian one before, the ship was overwhelmed and consumed by the ball of superheated matter, liquidizing it. Disruptor torpedoes had already been launched by then, and while a couple had been clipped by the plasma, the majority were still moving. Half a dozen different lasers arched forward, slicing through the torpedoes and their warheads. He ignored them the second they detonated prematurely. A threat avoided, but only one of many. He tried to take everything in, but so much was happening at once. Turian and Solarian ships were exploding, Enclave and Geth ships were exploding, and a couple of shots had even found their way to where the Quarians were hiding. The only point in the battle where destroyed ships were thin was the unknown ships. The ancient and organic ships were clashing with the true Geth. A handful of the organic ships had been destroyed, while every ancient one was intact. The true Geth weren't nearly as lucky, a dozen of their ships had already been reduced to rubble. They were holding strong, still firing without hesitation at the thick of the enemy formation, the Quarians supporting them from behind, but it was clear which side was going to come out on top. The Heretic Geth were also part of that enemy formation, and while they were taking more noticeable losses, it wasn't enough. Meanwhile, it seemed that the Turian and Solarian forces were focused on the Enclave forces. They were a bit more evenly matched here, none of them had ships as heavy as the Goliath, but the Enclave was simply outnumbered. As he tried to take everything in, a pair of cruisers and a trio of frigates near the Goliath were destroyed by a volley of slugs. At the same time, couple more spinal-mounted cannon shots shattered on the Goliath's shields. Shields down to 53%. All disruptor torpedoes fire. Target their weakest ships, thin them out. Hold fire on Guardian lasers, reserve them for defensive purposes only. Fire the main cannon as soon as it recharges. Gallows ordered, shaking at all that was going on around him. The numbers were too chaotic to take in right now, but he could already tell that their adversaries were taking less losses than they were. A full salvo of the projectiles arched outward, into the thick of the hostile fleet. Lasers flared, the majority of them being intercepted before they could reach their mark. However, in the chaos of 500 different ships battling, a few were able to slip through. A Turian cruiser and a frigate were engulfed with flames, while a lone one hit the damaged shields of a second frigate. It wasn't destroyed, but its engines spluttered and died as the torpedo shredded the rear half of the ship. For all intents and purposes, it was dead in the water. Second wave of shuttles are back, 28% of all ground forces are evacuated, the rear admiral from before announced. Gallows' stomach dropped. Less than half of what had been brought back the first time. The rear admiral had not said anything about a drastic reduction in the number of the shuttles. Had the soldiers not reached the evacuation points? Or was this just all that was left? Damn it, Gallows! We're being flanked. Gallows turned his attention to the map. That had been Hongarl shouting at him. Sure enough, a pack of Solarian frigates had broken off from the main fleet and were moving to hit the Quarian ships from the side. The Geth ships in that area had been heavily damaged and were in no position to defend their creators. Even as he watched, all half-dozen of the Solarian's vessels fired a simultaneous volley. Each shot found its mark in the same live ship, which crumpled before its core went critical. Gallows tried to not look at the explosion as he scrambled to find a force that could respond to it. Commodore Elizabeth he can, but before he could get another word out, a mass driver shot from a dreadnought scored a direct hit on the cruiser he was trying to contact. It was reduced from fully shielded to a patch of debris within seconds. He hesitated for a second, then made his decision. After he had destroyed the dreadnought in front of the Goliath, it had left a hole in the enemy formation. It wasn't a very large hole, but it left the Goliath free to act. Bring the Goliath about. Ready disruptor torpedoes and target the flanking Solarian ships, he ordered. At once, the crewmen moved to obey his orders, hastily punching in commands with desperate ferocity. Slowly, with a delay that almost felt painful to Gallows, the Goliath began to turn. The thrusters on its port side were firing, turning it in the starboard direction. 10 seconds later, it was finally facing the Solarian ship. Those 10 seconds had felt like an eternity to Gallows. The Solarians had managed to squeeze off another volley, one that sent 3 more Quarian ships up in flames. Fire! He bellowed. The crew did not need to be told twice. The freshly loaded disruptor torpedoes soared forward, aiming directly at the backs of the frigates. Realizing that their rears were not secure, the frigates fired what Guardian lasers they could, but it was too late. Only a few beams of focused light were able to claim torpedoes before the swarm hit. All 6 of the frigates were destroyed by the assault, each of them crumpling in near-perfect unison. We can't do much more for you than that. Gallows spat out, gesturing for the Goliath to be returned to its normal position. You need to reinforce your port flank on your own. Somehow, the battle had become even more of an indiscernible mess than it had been before. Ships on all sides were spinning out of control as their engines attempted to compensate for damage, going critical as the containment fields on their reactors failed, or were simply drifting lifelessly, all hands lost. Torpedoes, slugs, and lasers only added to the confusion, swamping the void of space that separated the ships. The only thing that stood out were the liquid metal lances being used by Saren's ships, as well as a strange concentrated beam weapon. Both of which were utterly devastating every Geth ship hit. Which included, Gallows realized with horror, all of the Geth dreadnoughts. He stared at the Geth formation in disbelief, as if he would spot the Geth dreadnoughts hiding from him if he looked hard enough. When had that happened? Had this battle already been going on long enough for them to have lost their heaviest ships? Or were Saren's forces really that advanced that they could cut through the best he had to offer? As he looked even closer, he realized that the Geth hadn't just lost their heaviest ships, they were being systematically slaughtered. Half of their fleet was either destroyed or crippled, and in this situation there was little difference. The Geth had already suffered significant losses when they had entered the system, and now those reduced numbers had been cut in half again. The Quarians weren't faring well either, even though they were hiding behind the Geth. At least a third of their fleet had been hit by enemy fire, although thankfully they seemed to have more damaged ships than destroyed ones. Ships that were in no condition to fight, but could still run when the time came. Forcing his attention back to his side of the battle, Gallows saw that the battle was faring much better for his forces. However, that wasn't proving to be a very large step up. The dreadnought that he had destroyed had apparently been intended to be the tip of the Turian assault. One that would drive a wedge into the center of his armada and shatter the Enclave forces. Now the Turians and Solarians were engaging him in a fully frontal assault, and while they were bearing the brunt of Enclave counterattack, the difference in numbers was truly coming into play here. Main cannon charged. Firing. One of Gallows' officers reported, just as another green sphere hurtled from the Goliath, heading into the thicket of alien ships. 5 of them blinked out of existence, but it only made a small difference. Both sides were shrinking under the strain of continuously trading fire, but the Enclave Navy was noticeably shrinking faster. At a rough count, they were outnumbered 1.5:1, and the rate of attrition reflected that. For every 2 Solarian and Turian ships destroyed, 3 Enclave ones had been reduced to lifeless wrecks. The Goliath's massive firepower had tipped the scales towards Enclave's favor, but only by a little bit. Third wave of shuttles in, 36% of all ground forces have been evacuated, the Rear Admiral reported. His voice was strained, so much so that it sounded like he was about to crack under the pressure. Sir, General Moore is contacting us, I'm patching you through now. Gallows blinked in confusion. Moore wanted to talk to him when the majority of the invasion force was still on the planet. Before he could say anything, her voice cracked over the comm line. Gallows, it's done. We need to run, now. It was weak, pitifully so. Gallows could barely hear it over the sounds of officers barking reports. Moore, what's going on? We only have just above a third of your MMN. What about the R? Go, Moore said hoarsely. She sounded like she was on the verge of crying. Go. Gallows, there's no one left. We're all that made it. Please, get us out of here. Her voice turns into a barely legible croak. Please. The words came to him without thought. All ships retreat. Abandon the planet. He couldn't have made that order any sooner. His formation was crumpling under the combined assault it was enduring from the Solarians and Turians. Packs of frigates had flitted into the armada, concentrating their fire on distracted targets. The worst and most devastating part of it, however, was that Enclave line was losing cohesion. Holes had appeared in it all over, fire wasn't being concentrated, and several mass accelerator rounds had gone wide and completely missed the enemy ships. He had to fight down a groan of disbelief as he saw that. With the speed that they traveled at, the close range of enemy ships, and the precise nature of Navy computers, missing shots should be nearly impossible. His captains were panicking. Gallows couldn't help but count his lucky stars that they had their backs to the planet. If the situation had been reversed, those stray shots might have claimed the lives of millions of civilians. None of the Enclave had made the jump to FTL before he had given the order. None of them had abandoned the fleet, all of them had waited for his command. Despite this, he couldn't help but notice that some of them sped off across the system at FTL speeds the very second he had given the order. A little too eager to get away from the fight, but not something he could court-martial them for. "We're the last one that goes," Gallows ordered to the rest of the crew. "Keep weapons firing until we do." The bridge crew obeyed his orders without question, launching another complement of disruptor torpedoes as they did. Another pack of frigates, one that had been attempting to slip by the Goliath and deeper into the now retreating fleet, took the volley head-on. Their defensive lasers were only able to pick off a third of the incoming projectiles before they found their mark. 2 of them took multiple shots and were utterly overwhelmed. 3 took less concentrated hits and were sent limping back to friendly territory. An odd one out was sent spinning through space, completely out of control. Gallows took a second to check on the rest of his fleet. Ship after ship was making the jump back to the mass relay. Ideally, when a fleet retreated in this manner, it was an orderly and controlled affair. The ships in the back would retreat first with further up layers following suit. This way, the more valuable and vulnerable ships that were usually positioned at the back of a formation would get out of harm's way first. This retreat wasn't following that protocol, and ships from all over were running without any rhyme or reason the second they lined up with the relay. The result was that slugs that would have hit the forward ships instead hit the ships that were carrying evacuated ground forces. He felt physically sick as a couple of the evacuation ships were destroyed as a result of this. With how only 36% of the assault forces had been picked up, there was a chance that some of those ships had been underpacked or maybe even empty. This did nothing to comfort him. His hands coiled into fists, even as the nausea in his stomach increased. More ships were being hit in the rear part of the formation in addition to the destroyed ones. They were taking damage, but due to the confusion of the retreat, the fire wasn't fully concentrated due to the alien fleets having to rapidly change targets. "Sir, incoming torpedoes. Firing lasers." Gallows refocused his attention on the ships that were directly in front of him. Sure enough, a dozen disruptor torpedoes had been fired at them in a tight cluster, no doubt with the intention to overwhelm the Goliath's defensive grid. Thankfully, they didn't seem to realize just how extensive the Super Dreadnought's weapon systems were. Within seconds, every last torpedo had been priced by a direct shot by a Guardian laser, leaving the Goliath unharmed. The ship was not so lucky when a handful of slugs darted across the gap between fleets, crashing into the front of the Goliath's shields. Shields holding at 38%. An officer reported. "Admiral, I have a lock on the ships that just hit us. Returning fire." For the third time that battle, a concentrated sphere of plasma lurched out of the Goliath's main cannon and towards the formation of Council ships. "Sir, the majority of our ships have retreated. Same with the Quarians. It's just the Geth that are holding on, but there aren't a whole lot of them left." A quick glance at the various armadas proved that they were right. Only a handful of Enclave and Quarian ships were still in the fight, although 24 Geth ships were still firing valiantly at the enemy. With a pang of horror, he realized that he didn't see any Geth heading towards the relay. "Close enough, get us out of here," he shouted. "All remaining ships, we need to get out of here now." The Goliath turned, the massive vessel moving at a painfully slow rate as it turned from the battle and faced the relay. A couple of ships realized that it was doing and managed to fire off a couple more shots before it could escape. Any torpedoes sent its way never came close thanks to extensive Guardian laser screening, but once again the mass accelerators found their mark. Shields at 31%. "Sir, 5 seconds until we can escape." 4. 3. 2. 1. Gallows opened his mouth to give the order to make the jump, but it wasn't necessary. The Goliath had already rocketed forward, accelerating across space faster than the speed of light. His eye on the display, he saw that the last of the Allied ships were following him. A massive graveyard of ships was left in their wake, countless Enclave, Quarian, and Geth ships floating lifelessly in the void of space. Maybe some of them still had a handful of desperate survivors on board, clinging to life. They could be hiding in a couple of compartments that still had air, slipping into emergency pressurized suits. He tried to not think about it. If there were survivors, they would be taken prisoner by the hierarchy and the Union. He turned his focus back to the mass relay, which the Goliath was rapidly approaching. As he did, he felt his heart sink. Many of his ships had either overshot or undershot the relay. He had known that the retreat had been hasty and sloppy, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Ships were clumsily turning about and pressing forward at conventional speeds, desperately trying to get to the relay and the safety it provided. The handful of ships that had kept their wits about them had already gone through, possibly unaware that they were leaving the rest of the fleet behind. The rest, however, would take time to reach it. His mind raced as the Goliath came to a full stop. "Sir?" Nita asked, looking at him and sounding lost. "Orders." Gallows hesitated. The Quarian ships had retreated in a much more orderly fashion, and they were moving through the mass relay much more effectively. Some of their ships had fallen short too, but these seemed to be the result of damage rather than panic. Despite that, they were in the same boat as the Enclave. It was going to take time for all of these ships to make it through. The enemy fleet wasn't going to just wait while they retreated. He had to think fast. The remnants of the fleet was in front of him, reduced from an organized formation to a jumbled herd. Somehow, he had to get all of them through before the hostile forces behind them could pursue and rout them. His mind frantically jumped to and fro, trying to piece together a solution. It seemed impossible with all of his ships scattered about, not a lick of rhyme or reason to them. He was an admiral without a proper fleet to command, and the Goliath could not solve this problem by himself. At this point, his eyes focused on the only asset that had maintained its formation perfectly. The true Geth, the 24 vessels of theirs that had survived, were bringing up the rear of the retreat. They were clustered together perfectly, moving slightly slower than usual to compensate for 4 of their vessels having gaping hull breaches around the engines. A desperate idea occurred to him. It seemed downright suicidal, but he was out of options. "Turn us about. Turn us about," he ordered. "The Goliath is going to be covering the fleet's retreat. Any enemy ships that want to get to our allies are going to have to go through us." He had to viciously fight back the urge to swallow. Now more than ever he had to put on a brave face, no matter how fake it was. He was asking the crew of this ship to stand against impossible odds to give everyone else the chance to escape. He had to let them delude themselves into thinking that their leader knew what he was doing. "All Geth ships, I request that you take a defensive position behind us and assists us with this defense. The Goliath's shields are low, but they're still stronger than anything you can produce. Admiral Han Garel, I want you to take all surviving ships and do what you can to get them out of here. After that, make sure that they can't follow us through. Do whatever you need to do to stop it. We recognize Gallows Admiral's request, and agree that it is the best course of action available," the voice of a Geth said through the comm unit. "We are moving to take up the requested position. We highly encourage creators to follow the proposed plan as well." Han Garel gave a reluctant grunt. "Well, if they can hold the line once, I suppose they could hold it twice. It sounds like we're asking for a miracle. Still, at least we have that oversized dreadnought between us and the enemy now. I'll see what I can do." Gallows. "All Enclave ships, sends the Goliath," Gallows continued, a small spark of relief appearing among all of the pressure and doubt at hearing Garel cooperating. "While I am covering your retreat, you will take all reasonable orders Han Garel gives you. The lives of your crew hang in the balance, and we do not have time to contest authority. Do as he orders and do it without question until I am able to resume command." Lowering his hand from his comm unit, another surge of nausea flowed through him. He couldn't get the image of that disgracefully disorganized retreat out of his head. The survivors from the ground invasion and all of the sailors who had been lucky enough to endure the orbital battle were in jeopardy because of it. Because they had not been able to properly execute a simple retreat. The more he thought about it though, he realized he shouldn't be surprised. The Enclave Navy had been drilled and trained, but that was no substitute for combat experience. The only battles that they had fought had been Crawford's sneak attack on the Geth, and the Geth's counter-attack on Cor Mali. Neither had added much to the Navy's combat experience. The Quarians were very similar, and would have spent the majority of their combat resources on deterring potential raiders. If they had engaged said raiders, their warships would most likely had not come under direct fire. The pirates that had targeted the migrant fleet would have been more interested in capturing or looting civilian ships before running from superior numbers. They were holding together better than the Enclave. No doubt staying in formation was something that had become a basic element of Quarian culture. Despite this, it was evident that the Quarian captains were not used to operating ships that had taken heavy battle damage. Neither of them had much in the way of combat experience, and it was showing. The Turians and Solarians had the experience and combat doctrines formed by both the Krogan rebellions and the Rachni War. Even the Coalition had more experience with the First Contact War, and the constant defensive battles that they had been fighting for years against the Batarians. He gave a very bitter smile as the Goliath turned about, putting its back to the mass relay. The few surviving Geth ships scattered about as they dropped out of FTL. With surgical precision, they seamlessly reformed, adjusting their formation to make room for the Goliath at the front. He had a moment of jealousy and longing as he looked at it, wishing that humans could operate with that level of precision. Giving one last check to make sure that all the Geth ships were in an ideal position, Gallows took a deep breath. Slowly, painfully tediously, ship after ship was slipping through the relay. Almost always only one at a time, and after they had needed to take painstaking corrections to compensate for being either damaged or off course. Thankfully for the ones closest to the relay, the Council forces had yet to pursue. Turian ships were closing with damaged Enclave and Quarian ships, launching shuttles. Whether it was to accept surrendering forces or simply to capture the wrecks, he had no idea. Thankfully, even though it made Gallows sick to his stomach, it was keeping a segment of the Turian part of the Council forces busy. The Solarian forces were still battered from the initial offensive into the system, and many of them seemed to be reluctant to pursue. Saren's forces, however, were already turning to face the relay. Nita, can you intercept anything on their comm lines? Gallows said, shooting a quick look at the lieutenant. She gave a hesitant nod. Some. Most of it is heavily encrypted. But it looks like the hierarchy's encryption only works between their own ships. From what we're picking up, they're trying to tell Saren's ships to hold it and trying to get the Solarian ships to form a pursuit formation. It looks like they want the entire fleet to hunt us down, but to hold until they've launched the last of their boarding parties. Gallows processed this information. The plus side was that it looked like the bulk of the enemy forces wouldn't be pursuing them. The downside was that the part that would be chasing them would be the most advanced. Sir, they're about to jump. A desperate idea shot into the forefront of his head. If he had to guess, Saren's ships would be aiming directly at the Goliath. Even if they couldn't get to the rest of the retreating fleet, his flagship would be an invaluable target of opportunity. Stand by on the main cannon, target directly in front of us. There was a moment of confusion, the officers on the bridge shooting perplexed looks at each other. But Admiral, there's nothing there. Nita protested. And we can't hit the ships around Surkesh at this range. Even if they didn't just move out of the way in the eternity it would take to get there, the plasma would dissipate within a minute. She stopped mid-sentence, comprehension dawning in her eyes. Are you? The main cannon. Stand by. Gallows repeated. He didn't have time to explain, and Nita seemed to understand it. He barely heard confirmations that the main cannon was ready, he was focusing on Saren's forces. 2 of the advanced ships were at the head of his splinter formation. A third one had taken heavy fire from the Quarian live ships and was hanging back. He had a feeling that the gaping holes in its hull were only moderate to it, but it was still taking no chances. The organic and heretic Geth ships were almost in position. Wait, fire. The same second he shouted, the mismatched enemy flotilla accelerated forward at light speed. Just as Gallows had hoped. His hands curled into fists as the sphere of plasma soared from the front of Goliath, his nails digging into his palms so hard he was certain he was drawing blood. Come on, he hissed, keeping his voice low enough so that his crew wouldn't hear. Come on. Both the plasma orb and the hostile vessels were moving towards each other, the former moving at a snail's pace by comparison. He sat there and prayed, hoping against hope that his gamble would pay off and that the incoming ships couldn't maneuver at light speed. Then they reached their destination, coming out of FTL. 2 forward organic ships sped directly into the advancing superheated matter, moving too fast to stop. They were vaporized almost instantly. 3 more ships, all of them Geth, were eclipsed by the blast of the cannon, engulfing them entirely. Finally, it reached the end of its journey when it collided with one of the massive, ancient starships. It ground against the kinetic barriers of the black and red ship, which flickered as small chunks of the tendril-like appendages were liquidized. Despite this, the plasma sphere eventually dissipated, diffusing into the cold vacuum of space, leaving its last target mostly intact. What the hell, Gallows whispered. He had known that those ships were durable, but even then he had thought that a direct shot from the Goliath's cannon would do more damage than that. Said cannon was designed to overwhelm enemy kinetic barriers and envelope enemy ships, utterly destroying them. Instead of doing that, he had merely hurt this ship. The Goliath bucked and Gallows was almost thrown out of his chair. Both sides had simultaneously fired their weapons. Gallows' maneuver with the plasma cannon had taken the edge off of Saren's formation, but he and the Geth were outgunned, even if they were only barely outnumbered. Slugs, beams and streams of superheated metal streaked between the 2 sides, and just short of a dozen ships were lost by both. Shields are barely holding on, Admiral. Nita said, her voice barely under control. They're down to 14%. We took 1 hit from that capital ship, that's what did the majority of the damage. Torpedoes and lasers, focus on the lead capital ship. Fire all nukes that we have. Mix them in with the torpedoes, whatever you do, don't let those nukes get hit. Nita, tell the Geth to do the same with their secondary weapons. He was halfway through giving his instructions when the dozen surviving true Geth ships launched a synchronized barrage of torpedoes and guardian lasers. The officers of the Goliath, catching on quickly, hastily did the same, resulting in well over 100 torpedoes soaring at the alien ship, amidst a storm of lasers. Thankfully, not all of Saren's ships were in range to intercept the incoming storm, but some of them managed to try all the same. At least half of the Allied shots were lost to point defenses, but even then, a good 50 made it through. All of them crashed one by one into the shields of the Ian's old ship. Regardless of how advanced it was, the Goliath's cannon had weakened its kinetic barriers, and no doubt it had been in the thick of the bloodbath over Sirkesh. After a few dozen hits, its shields finally gave way. The way was free for the last of the torpedoes, as well as the nukes that the Goliath had fired. A blinding flash obscured the ship on the digital display, sensors struggling to scan through all of the suddenly released radiation. When it cleared, Gallows felt a surge of relief. The ship was floating in space, broken into multiple, equal-sized pieces. They had, at the very least, managed to destroy one of Saren's irreplaceable ships. As a bonus, it looked like the explosion had taken out a pair of Heretic Geth frigates as well. Taking half a second to look at the status of the retreating forces, he felt a moment of relief as he saw that over half of them had finally managed to get through. The ones that had been the farthest off were finally nearing it. Geth ships, we need to go now. Gallows bellowed. We'll all be obliterated if we stay here and keep fighting. Get to the relay. All hands. Turn this ship about, get us out of here. There was a desperation in the actions of the bridge crew as they moved to obey. Gallows, sadly, understood it very well. They were more exposed in this moment than they had been the entire battle. The Goliath's shields having been whittled down to next to nothing, and their escorts lighter than they had ever been. He decided to do something to keep morale under control. As we're turning, fire the main cannon one last time. Target the last capital ship. Give them something to remember us by. He vaguely noticed one last orb being lobbed at Saren's prized ship, claiming a few more escorts on the way. It landed, trying to make its way through the shield, only to be stopped. Exactly the same way it had been with the other ship, except now Gallows lacked nuclear warheads, as well as the time to launch another disruptor torpedo's volley. Instead, the Goliath began to turn. Slowly, ponderously, it turned. Gallows couldn't help himself and let out the lowest of groans. The Goliath was state-of-the-art in many fields, but it wasn't immune to the laws of physics. A ship this big had a lot of mass to it, and it was slow to turn. Even with MassEffect, it could only go so fast without tearing itself apart. Right now, this was the worst possible scenario for them, as the relay wasn't far, but they needed to actually be facing it in order to use it. Saren's forces were determined to not let him do that. Another wave of enemy fire crashed down upon the Goliath and the true Geth, fraying at the Goliath's feeble shields and eliminating 5 more Geth ships. Shields at 6%. Nita called. Gallows blinked. He had been expecting for the shields to give. They should have, considering the numbers of the opposing flotilla. Except, now that he looked at it, their numbers had been thin since he had last checked. His jaw dropped. The true Geth had not turned to run like he had ordered. They were still facing Saren's forces, and had managed to score a few more precious kills. Many of them were badly damaged, but were still fighting. For a second, he thought that the Goliath was in the clear. It made him feel uncomfortable to leave the Geth behind, but in reality they would be fine. Their programs would be recovered, so in many ways this was an ideal situation. Then the capital ship fired. For a second, a horrific, heart-stopping second, Gallows watched as the liquidized metal shot at his flagship. He had assumed that it had already fired, a careless mistake. The shot found its mark. This time, Gallows really was thrown from his chair, skidding across the floor and slamming into a nearby terminal. The entire bridge rocked, several officers being thrown across it as quite a few of the terminals fizzed and attempted to maintain operations, working around strains on the power grid. Gingerly getting to his feet, he heard Nita coughing out a report. "Shields down," she said before letting out a loud series of hacks. "Hull breaches on decks 4 to 12. Fires on 13 and 14. Half of our torpedo bays are inoperable now. 18% reduction rate to engines. Aye sir. It's targeting us again." Sure enough, a second beam had been launched from the capital ship, and Gallows slammed violently into the ground as the ship shuddered again. This time, he heard a terrible screeching sound as the bridge bucked and turned. Sparks were flying everywhere from now exposed wires, and small fires had broken out in the far corners. The Goliath was losing the ability to regulate her power. "More hull breaches on all decks, even the 1st. Nita reported. "All torpedo bays down. Main cannon offline. Guardian banks at 52% capacity. Engines are losing power rapidly. Power levels are fluctuating dangerously." Gallows' hands were trembling like leaves below him. It couldn't end, not like this. All power to the engines. Run. JJ just run. It couldn't end. Not like this. Not when they were so close to getting away. Managing to get to his knees, he spotted the display. They had finally finished their turn. They were facing the relay. It was right there. They just had to move a little further. Incoming slugs! Nita shouted. His stomach dropped. This was it. He could see the mass accelerator rounds heading straight for them. He watched, an overwhelming feeling of hopelessness creeping over him. Unshielded and badly battered, there was nothing they could do to stop those slugs. There simply wasn't a way to stop rocks that were moving at sublight speeds, which would keep going until they hit something. And they were targeted directly at the Goliath. Not the Geth ships, even though they were incredibly close. In fact, they were far closer than they had been seconds ago. His eyes widened. The true Geth ships, only 7 of which were still operational, were tightening up, putting themselves between the retreating Goliath and Saren's ships. They wouldn't. Nita shrieked. She was wrong. Every last slug found a mark, but not their intended marks. The last of the true Geth ships crumbled under the assault, their already damaged hulls collapsing under the strain. Their sacrifice was not in vain though, as the Goliath finally, after what seemed like an eternity, was able to reach the relay without sustaining further damage. Gallows gaped at the sacrifice at the last of the Geth ships, still not sure if he had seen it correctly. Aside from it, the only other sight was the very last of the Enclave and Quarian ships making their escape. Then, it was all gone. His crew had made the jump through the relay without his order. Normally, making such an action without orders would have been a court-martial offense, but Gallows hardly cared. Whoever had made the jump through the relay without his command had probably saved thousands of lives. A second later, the far side of the relay came into view on the screen. Gallows, get clear of the relay, now. Gallows was taken aback by Han Garel's sudden command. Some part of him wanted to demand an explanation, but he had a feeling that hesitation would be deadly here. Relaying the order to his crew, the Goliath began to crawl forward. It had never been the fastest of ships, but the slow pace of the damaged ship was almost unbearable to watch. Despite this, it still managed to clear the relay, which had around 15 Quarian ships orbiting around it. All of them very heavily damaged. Gallows forgot about the dread that had been gripping him as he tried to understand this. Those ships were just floating there, drifting ever so slightly to the side. They were in no combat formation that he could recognize, and were so thinly spread out that they were little more than target practice. There was so little activity coming from them, that if he didn't know better he would have said that they were unmanned. Then it hit him. Those ships looked unmanned because they were unmanned. It made some sense, the damage on all of them was borderline crippling. The majority of them were in the same state of instability as the Goliath, and some were even worse. If they were in a hurry to escape, the Quarians would naturally abandon ship. But why were they all left by the relay? And in such an odd formation? No, Gallows whispered, an insane thought occurring to him. No. Maybe if it was a Krogan. But the Quarians rely too heavily on their ships. They would never put them at risk like that. As he spoke, alerts blared loudly across the bridge. The remnants of Saren's forces had made the jump through the relay as well, directly behind the Goliath. As they slowed back to conventional speed, they found themselves directly in the middle of the abandoned Quarian ships. Bright lights flared on Gallows' display, the sensors struggling to compensate and get a reading through the flood of radiation. A few seconds later, it had managed to get a clear enough image to show him that half of the Quarian ships had overloaded their cores and self-destructed. Several Geth and organic ships had disappeared in the blasts, and even the capital ship was floating lifelessly in space. The scant few ships that had survived, finally cowed it seemed, instantly turned about and fled back through the relay. Gallows let out a sigh of relief as he sunk back into his chair, sliding down and almost out of it. It was over. They had gotten away. He took in the display. Well, some of them had gotten away. Not counting the Quarian ships that had been converted into a makeshift minefield, there were 80 friendly ships in this system. Out of the hundreds of ships that had been brought for this invasion, less than a third of them had survived. And of those left, half of them were badly damaged, of little use in a battle. A horrible, sickening feeling sprouted in his stomach, growing quickly. Sir. Nita said, both her and the rest of the crew looking to him for guidance. Orders. We need to get out of here, Gallows said, trying to think fast. The majority of his combat capability was gone. Saren's forces would hopefully tell the Turians and Solarians about the makeshift minefield, which would make them hesitate to follow. The Solarians wouldn't have picket forces strong enough to stop them. Out of Solarian space. We have T2 options after that. Head back home, or try and break through the Terminus systems and meet up with the Coalition forces there. We'll figure that out when we're clear. Sir, the Goliath has sustained massive damage, Nita said, picking up a datapad and scrolling through it. The majority of our weapons are offline, and the engine is straining to keep this pathetic pace up. Most its coolant systems were fried. We're going to have to kill the engine soon if we don't want it to overheat. It'll take months to repair this damage. She paused for a second, looking both shocked and awed. 2 hits. That's all that thing needed to do this to us. 2 direct hits. The Goliath was supposed to be able to take a dozen with its shields down. Contact the Quarians, Gallows said, the feeling in his stomach getting worse as he got to his feet. No doubt they have to deal with this SSS sort of thing all the time. Have them tow the Goliath out of Union territory. Tell our ships to do whatever they have to do to help. They did just save our lives. It's the least we can do. He turned on the spot. I need to see to something. Handle this while I'm gone. But Nita began, but he was already on his way out the door before she would get another word out. Outside of the bridge was in even worse shape than the inside. Several support beams had collapsed, one looking like it had melted, and fire control teams were still spraying out small pockets of flames. He moved past without looking, heading straight to the nearby restroom. The nasty, twisting sensation in his stomach was building with every passing second, and his mouth was being flooded with saliva. Gallows, I need to talk to you, Han Garel's voice said over the comm lines. My people. The voice died as Gallows reached up and blocked the Quarian admiral. He felt himself heave violently as he did. Just before he lost control, Gallows smashed the door to the bathroom open, fell to his knees, and forced the lid to the toilet up. His body lurching forward involuntarily, his jaw was forced open wide as he emptied the contents of his stomach into the bowl. He heaved heavily, desperately fighting for breath as the nausea in his stomach spiked again and forced him to double over. This time there was barely anything to vomit up, but his body heaved nonetheless, and what little he had trickled out of his mouth. He sat there for a moment, breathing heavily as he stayed still, praying that it wouldn't happen again. Admiral. A voice spoke hesitantly over his comm unit. Hyperventilating, he hesitated before he answered. More. Yes. Are we clear? Are we safe now? Some of the ships carrying soldiers got shot down or hit. We lost even more. Casualty reports are still coming on. For a second, Gallows thought that he was going to vomit again. So that pathetically small number of soldiers he thought he had saved was being reduced. This invasion looked more and more like a catastrophic failure with every passing second. More, yes, we're safe now, Gallows said cautiously, trying not to betray emotion. He stopped. A soft sob had come from the other side of the comm unit. More? What happened? Slowly, she began to recount what had happened on the surface. Chapter 110. Bloodied. Author's note, just want to remind everyone. John is dead, he is staying dead, and that is the end of the story. Constantly pestering me to bring him back and will not change that. Cut it out. XXXXX. Cadence's eyelids felt like they were made out of lead. No matter how hard she tried to open them, she simply couldn't. Oddly enough, they were the only parts of her body that felt that way. The rest felt stiff and painful, although the pain was oddly numb. It fluctuated as well, making it impossible to get used to. One second it would only feel rather sore, the next agonizing pain would spike through her. She wanted to cry out in pain, but her mouth just wouldn't open. Darkness pressed down on her from all sides. It felt like it was pinning her down, pressing her against something that seemed to be enveloping her. Summoning what little strength she had, she thrashed and writhed against it. Or, to be more accurate, she attempted to thrash and writhe. Her body simply didn't respond. She could only lie there, consumed by the overwhelming void. Extensive damage, radical measures, deep lacerations. A faint voice broke through the enveloping nothingness, stirring something in Cadence's mind. She hadn't realized how sluggish and groggy she had felt, not until she started to feel it slide away. Her mind felt clearer, freed of a mist she hadn't noticed. Straining herself, she tried to focus on the voice. I'll need to start operating within the hour, access to state-of-the-art medical equipment, deepest apologizes, I'll have to ask you to leave. She couldn't quite pin down where it was coming from. It seemed to be coming from all directions, including below her, but that couldn't be the case. She forced herself to focus, trying to determine the origin. I'm sorry, but there's nothing you can do here, General, unlikely to happen for several hours, better off in my care. The more and more the voice spoke, the sharper it came into focus. It seemed to be coming from her left. And unless she was mistaken, there was another voice now. A much softer one, this one from her right. I'm not leaving, do whatever you have to do, I'm staying right here. The first voice was one she had never heard before, but she knew the second voice. She could never forget the second voice. Mom. Somehow, the realization that her mother was speaking caused everything to fall away. The consuming black abyss, the heavy weights on her eyes, even the confusion, it all vanished. Her eyes opened wide, causing her to be temporarily blinded by a bright light. After a few seconds of squinting and her eyes adjusting, everything came into focus. She was lying on a bed in a rather large, sterile-looking room. Dozens upon dozens of beds lined the silvery grey walls, nearly all of them with a wounded soldier in it. The majority of them were asleep, although doctors in white lab coats were working furiously over a few screaming and thrashing ones. One of the doctors was standing on her left, while her mother was on her right. Both of them were gaping at her in utter astonishment. What's going on? Cadence asked slowly, her brain feeling rather sluggish as she tried to remember how she had got here, as well as it attempted to take everything in. What happened? The doctor and her mother exchanged nervous looks. They seemed to be looking to each other for guidance, something that neither seemed to be ready to offer. Finally, the doctor spoke. Lieutenant Moore, how are you feeling? Do you feel any pain? I gave you a healthy dose of painkillers, but I didn't want to overdo it. However, now that you're awake, I can more safely give you more if you need. That's not what I asked, Cadence said, her brain moving a little bit faster as she continued to talk. It was starting to come back to her now, the invasion of Sirkesh, the Yog counterattack. Albert dying. Warren dying. Sam pulling her to the shuttle. Where is she? Moore and the doctor both looked away. That told her everything that she needed to know. Was it the Yog? Cadence felt perfectly awake now, sitting up in her bed, pulling on the edges to get herself up. Were they the ones who killed her? Her mother nodded solemnly, while the doctor looked like he was at a loss for words. Her suit must have been low on power, Moore said. She ran out of power as she was trying to get me onto the shuttle. She threw me as she started to fall, and you pulled me in. Cadence could just barely remember that moment. She had been in so much pain at the time that it had been a miracle that she had been capable of thinking straight. Then, Moore shook her head. They must have been angry, sadistic, or something, I don't know, but they made her suffer before the end. Moore's voice was tight and strained as she spoke. Christ! They crushed her skull. All of this hit Cadence as if she had been punched in the face by one of the Yog. Without thinking about it, she slid back against the headboard of her bed. She had never liked Samantha Gall that much. At best, she had tolerated her and appreciated the use she had as an ally. At all other times, she could only remember how much grief she woman had caused for her. Dead Enclave soldiers in the streets, an attempted assassination attempt on her mother, trying to stir up the entire planet of Cor Mali into rebellion. She had hated Sam, and had gone out of her way to make sure that Sam had known that. Yet, despite all that, Sam's last actions had been to save both her, and her mother. At the cost of her own life. Cadence let out a harsh laugh of laughter. Both Moore and the doctor jumped, clearly alarmed. That bitch, she swore. That stupid selfish bitch. A cocktail of emotions was brewing inside of her. At the same time she wanted to cry, punch someone, scream, and just run away from it all. Was this really happening? None of it seemed real. It seemed downright surreal. She's dead? Her mother nodded stiffly. No one could survive what they did to her. No one. Cadence let out another bark of laughter. Deep inside her, there was a tiny twinge of fear as she did. She could feel her actions slowly sliding out of her control as raw impulse and emotion took over. That was only a small part of her, however, the rest didn't care. Well, that's a nice middle finger. Bet she did that on purpose, didn't she? Confusion flitted across the faces of both of her visitors, but she didn't care. She knew that I hated her, so she did this to spite me. That's Sam for you, it's got her name written all over it. Her anger was growing at a dangerous rate, along with the rest of the emotions that she was feeling. She had no idea what to do with all of them, only that she had to do something or she would explode when they all became too much. Die heroically protecting me and my mom. That way I feel nice and guilty about how I treated her. Maybe she was hoping that I would show up to her funeral weeping. Her voice rose and active as she did a mocking imitation of a weeping, hysterical woman. Oh, how could I have been so mean? I shouldn't have fought her, I should have been her bestie. We should have painted our toenails, talked about boys and had pillow fights. But the eternal joy of being her friend is gone forever. But please let me recommend her for 12 Medals of Honor, 15 Distinguished Service Crosses, and 20 Silver Stars. She was an amazing human being who was so good and pure that she could have turned water into wine if she tried. But she didn't because she was too humble. Her voice dropped down to normal, or at least to what had passed as normal since she had woken up. And then I'd drape her coffin in the flag of the Enclave and lead a 21-gun salute. Maybe every year after I'd come to her grave and cry. A nice grave made out of marble, right in front of the White House. There was a loud snap. Without realizing it, she had been twisting the metal ends of the bed, which her cybernetic arms had easily bent into a deformed shape. Her mother shot the doctor a warning look, and he hastily shot off to the side, fiddling with medical equipment on a nearby table. Well, hope she's not too disappointed. Last time I checked, that doesn't quite make up for all the misery she's caused all of us. Maybe if she had saved my life a couple more times before she got her stupid ass killed, I'd think about it. As it stands, she's still just a jumped-up terrorist turned political figurehead who got what she had coming. Frankie, at this point, I'm just wondering if y'all eat the people they've killed. That'd be a laugh. Cadence, please lie down, her mother said in a soft voice. Leaning forward, she tried to push her daughter gently back into the bed. For a moment, Cadence didn't resist. For a second, clarity broke through her mind, and she remembered exactly who was touching her. Her mother, the only family she had left, the one who had tried so hard to kick her alcoholism problem for her only daughter. But, as she recalled that she was her only family, the images of Warren and Albert Black came rushing back into her mind. She wasn't wearing her power armor, but with her artificial arms she was easily able to push her mother off of her. Why did she have to drag us down with her? She screamed. Why couldn't she have just died? The slugs could have killed her for all I cared. There was a loud clang and the screeching of bending metal. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that she had hit the bed frame, even though she couldn't remember ever doing so. Anyway, what's the big deal? Little Miss Hero got to have her moment, she died the goody-good who saved the day. I'm just the bitch who hated the pure and noble hero of the people. Part of the evil oppressive government, so who cares what I think, right? The words were coming out one after another, with there being no rhyme or reason to any of them. She had no idea what kind of point she was trying to make, only that she needed to keep talking, to give voice to every last thought in her head. There were 2 more clangs and she idly registered that part of the bad frame was now hanging off loosely. I'm just the trained attack dog who was blessed by having her life saved. Oh wait, I forgot, the crippled attack dog. General Moore's eyes widened in horror. Yeah, I noticed. You didn't think that I wouldn't. Ever since she had woken up, there had been a low level of pain coursing through her entire body. There were only 2 exceptions, 2 places where she wasn't feeling any pain. 2 places where she wasn't feeling anything. With a violent pull that earned her a loud ripping noise, she pulled her covers off of her. She had to force herself to look down. She had figured it out as she had lay there in pain, but it was still unpleasant to look at it. Her legs were gone. The only thing left was a pair of stumps that were wrapped with a generous supply of bandages. So that's another point for the Jesus Award. Selfless and pure, blessing lesser beings with her presence. I suppose I should be on my knees that I don't fucking have any more, praising the Lord Almighty that I was deemed worthy to be in her presence. Repent, for now worshipping the ground that she. Cadence faltered. The whirlwind of emotions inside her had not lessened as she had hoped it would. If anything, it had just gotten stronger. Her throat was so tight that it was hard to draw breath and tears were building up behind her eyes. Slowly, her mother leaned in, putting both hands on Cadence's shoulders. What? She asked, throwing out one last desperate attempt to stay mad. Sweetie, her mother whispered. There was nothing you could have done. Something inside of Cadence broke. One moment she had been glaring up at her mother, determined to keep everything locked up inside of her. The next, she had buried her face in her mother's chest, and her mouth was open wide in a sob. Tears flowed freely as she cried, weakly clutching at the front of her mother's uniform, a pair of arms wrapping around her comfortingly. It's okay, her mother whispered. It's okay. You did everything that you could. It's okay. Cadence could barely hear the words. She simply let herself cry, sobs racking her body and her tears staining her mother's clothes. Minutes trickled by as she continued to cry, unable to focus on anything else, her cries slowly weakening. I'm here. I'm here for you. One hand gently stroked the top of Cadence's head, causing a pinprick of warmth to spread through her. I'm sorry, Cadence mumbled weakly. I didn't, I understand, sweetie, Moore said, gently stroking her daughter's hair. You've been through so much. More than I ever wanted you to ever have to deal with. I'm so proud of you. You're so strong. But even the strongest of us have moments like this. You don't need to apologize to me. Cadence sniffed, pulling herself away from her mother. She needed to explain, she needed someone to understand. It's just, she hesitated, searching for the words. I flat out told her that I wanted to kill her sometimes. But that was only sometimes. Even as she spoke she couldn't help but inwardly groan at how pathetic that defense sounded. It's just, I mean, we all have moments like that, don't we? Moments where we want to do something but regret feeling that way later. She wasn't making any sense at all, she going in circles. Despite this, however, her mother was watching patiently, nodding with understanding. Not feigned understanding either, genuine understanding. Cadence could tell, she knew her mother. Swallowing with some difficulty, Cadence pressed on. I mean, okay. At some points, I did wish that she was dead and that I had been the one who killed her. But that's because we had been fighting for so long. Now she was fighting with us, she was, I don't know, kinda different? She was one of us, and even when you hate the guy to your right, you're supposed to fight for their life, and they're supposed to do the same for you. And she did. She didn't hold back, even though I had probably killed one of her friends. I just... Cadence lowered her head in shame. She didn't deserve to die. Not like that. No one deserves to die like that. She swallowed again. She should have left me. My extra weight drained her battery. Hey. If she should have left anyone, it should have been me, Moore said. Last time I checked, she was able to get you onto the shuttle with time and power to spare. I was the one she went back for at the last second, that's when she ran out of power. She let out a bitter sigh. Things just kind of work out like this. We do everything we can to keep things nice and tidy, but the laws of probability in a universe of infinite variables make it an exercise in futility. There's not a lot of point in playing the blame game here. Major Kusanagi, you need to get back to bed. Both Cadence and General Moore turned their heads. XI-1 was limping across the medical bay towards the two of them, a pair of concerned-looking doctors right behind her. Now that she was out of her power armor, Cadence spotted that all of her limbs were cybernetic, much like those of Omega Squad. Her right leg was badly managed, and she was moving rather erratically, as she was more dragging her right leg than she was walking on it. Coming to a stop in front of Cadence's bed, she opened her mouth. No sound came out. Cadence felt confused as XI-1 closed her mouth, looked frustrated, and opened it again. Still, nothing came out. Her mouth opened even wider in a silent groan before she activated her Omni tool and began viciously trying into it. Still haven't replaced my vocal cords, a synthesized voice said. How are you, Lieutenant Moore? Cadence gave a noncommittal jerk. Lousy. She looked around. XI-2 and XI-3, hey, XI-1, where her mother shot her a dangerous look. Realization hit her and she changed topics as fast as she could. Is your equipment? Is it okay? XI-1 smiled sadly. Cadence was certain that her change in tact had not been fast enough. Although if that was the case, XI-1 was keeping quiet about it. Call me Hiramu. We're not on duty, the artificial voice in her Omni tool said as she continued to type. And it got pretty banged up. Half of the weapons don't work anymore, and the other half were damaged. The engineers will be getting to it when they have the time, but that might take a while. They're running through their supply of spit and prayers to try and get patch jobs on the Goliath done. It felt off. The voice was neutral and passive, and didn't at all match the look of pain Hiramu was clearly trying to keep hidden. She snuck a glance at Moore, who gave a grim nod, silently answering her question. XI-2 and XI-3 were among the dead as well. A feeling of dread started to creep into Cadence. She had realized that the fatality rate had been bad, but now she was wondering exactly how many people had died today. It was a question she wasn't sure she was ready to know the answer to. I'm glad that you're okay, Hiramu said, a fragile-looking smile spreading across her face. The doctor standing behind her took a cautious step forward, gently taking Hiramu by the hand. Right. I'm sorry, I really should be getting some rest. Cadence nodded. I'm glad that you're all right too. You did a lot to help us down there. Cadence couldn't actually remember if Hiramu had directly assisted Sigma Squad or not, the entire battle was such a blur to her. The only parts that she could clearly remember were the deaths of Sam and the Black Brothers. Her blood ran cold as those scenes flew to the forefront of her memory. Albert's head squashed into a twisted parody of the human body, Warren slammed into the ground like a cheap toy, and Sam crushed underfoot with the same dignity spared to pieces of garbage. All of them killed by those eight-eyed abominations. Silently, she watched as Hiramu was led back to her bed, only half seeing her. How did they die? She asked. Moore grimaced. Details are too sketchy, along with just about everything else that happened after the Yogg popped up out of their hidey holes. But, from what we were able to scrounge up, they tried to engage Yogg in melee combat. Their armor was a less advanced version of what you and Sam had. Their thrusters weren't powerful enough to achieve flight, but it could propel them forward across the ground. The idea was to give them lighter armor, a chainsaw sword, and let them be fast-moving skirmishers that didn't use up as much resources as your armor did. She let out a sigh. Well, that idea ended up not working out that well. Goeth had a hand in this design, and he might have been experimenting more than anything else. If the incident with the Horde is anything to go by, we know for a fact that he couldn't care less about fatality rates. The design might end up scrapped at this rate. If Yogg are on our list of enemies, Woods is going to be pouring funds into making sure we go all out on our powered armor. We might be seeing more people with your model. Hearing Woods being mentioned alongside military funds made Cadence remember something. What's the plan now? She asked. Are we heading back to Cor Mali? Or are we trying to hit another part of the council? Do we have enough ships to pull that off? The look on her mother's face said everything long before she opened her mouth. Cadence braced herself for the bad news she knew was coming. We're, at best, operating at 20% combat capacity across the entire fleet, compared to what we started with anyway. The majority of the fleet was annihilated, the Geth portion is completely gone, we lost one of the lift ships, and the Goliath is being towed. Just to top it all off, we've got around 3 dozen ships that are in no shape to fight, and some of them can barely move. From what I've heard, the Quarians are cannibalizing those ones for spare parts before scuttling them. We're in no shape to fight. We could easily hold our own against a patrol fleet, minor garrison, or even a moderate-sized force, but anything bigger than that and we're all dead. She looked around the medical bay, concern in her eyes. We didn't use the entire fleet in this assault, but it'll be a nightmare to replace. The Enclave has the biggest warship to population ratio in the galaxy, and while it makes us a hard target, it has its downsides. With less sources of tax revenue, it's going to be a hell of a lot harder to replace the destroyed ships than if it had happened to the Coalition. This is without getting into the Goliath. She gave a bitter sigh. So we've got 3 options. Keep fighting with the pitiful force we have now, run back to home territory and hide there, or risk using the rest of the Enclave Navy, something that will leave Cor Mali defenseless if we have a repeat of what just happened. So we're running. Cadence said, dumbstruck by the implication. We're abandoning the Coalition? I don't love them, but they're our brothers and sisters. The whole reason we fought them in the first place was that we wanted something like this to never happen. Think about it, as much as we may not like it, they're the main stronghold of human power, standard, necro, meta, or otherwise, in the galaxy. If the Council exerts their authority of them, it's only a matter of time before they come for us. And we won't stand a chance on our own. Moore nodded grimly in agreement. Best case scenario is that we use our distance from the rest of the galactic community to isolate ourselves and heavily garrison our territory. That could buy us years, decades even, but we would eventually lose to attrition. Even with the Geth helping us, although I have a hard time seeing them bothering to defend Cor Mali. It's not like they would expect us to defend their main relays and storage units. And the Quarians barely have any navy assets as it is. Moore locked eyes with her daughter. To answer your question, I don't know. Gallows is the one who makes the call there, and he's still trying to piece together a plan. Right now, the standing order is to retrace our steps and go back out of Solarian territory the same way we came in. It'll take us back to Cor Mali if we don't alter course, but Gallows can make any changes from where he is if he has to. He'll be contacted President Woods for further instructions, but she'll probably say the same thing. In other words, they would keep heading back unless an opportunity presented itself. Cadence hated the feeling, hated that they were running with their tails between their legs after so many people had met their end on Surkesh. But, right now, she couldn't think of a good alternative. Maybe they could find an opening to exploit. She hoped that they did. If they didn't, the Enclave might as well be out of the war, leaving the Coalition short an ally. And if the Coalition was defeated, the Enclave was most certainly doomed. Her head drooped. The pain wasn't as sharp as it had once been, but had been reduced to a grinding dull feeling. She looked where her legs were supposed to be and felt sick. When am I going to get replacements? She asked. As soon as possible. The Goliath's medical facilities are state-of-the-art. They took some damage, but thankfully they have redundant systems, so we have backups we can rely on. It may take some time until you're emotionally ready, I understand that. So. Put me under now, Cadence said bluntly. I need legs when I wake up. Moore looked at her daughter in shock. Look, I know, Cadence said. All the shit that's happened to me in the last 24 hours. I should be in bed on 3 different kinds of painkillers and 5 antidepressants. But we can't afford that right now. We may need to launch a raid on a Solarian facility on our way out. For fuel or some other kind of supplies if the damage we took turns out to be too bad. And if that happens, you're going to need Hirmu and I leading any bordering operations. Weakly, she pressed her fist against her chest. I'm Enclave Special Forces, Mom. It's my job. I need to do it. Moore looked like she had no idea what to say. She hesitated for a good long while, before finally pressing a hand to her comm unit and whispering something into it. Within minutes, the doctor that had been present when Cadence had first woken up was back. Are you certain? He asked, looking at the two of them. They both nodded. The doctor gave both of them an uncertain look, then reached across the bed. He pulled back a long, see-through mask with a long tube attached to the end. Get me a surgical suite, the doctor said to someone as he pressed the mask to Cadence's face. She gazed at her mother. She managed to get off one wink before darkness overtook her. XXXXX. Ashley forced herself to keep her eyes open. She was sitting in the executive officer's quarters on the Normandy, her eyes staring blankly at a day-top hat. A letter from Mess Sergeant Gardner regarding the proper recipe for some obscure dish Ashley had never heard of was on it. Apparently one of the duties of the Normandy's XO was to study all incoming and outgoing messages that weren't on secure channels. She had to personally read through each letter before approving it, allowing it to be sent through the ship's firewall. Remind me again what the problem is with incoming letters. She asked, glancing across her desk as she spoke. Kelly Chambers was sitting on the other side, her legs comfortably crossed as she read from a day-top hat of her own. One loophole Ashley had found in regulations was that the ship's yeoman was allowed to assist the ship's XO in this regard. She had no idea who had wrote that bizarre little regulation in, but she wasn't complaining. Kelly was more than happy to help, and it took a great deal of the burden off of her. It's to double-check for potential intelligence leaks, Kelly said. If someone's parents write to them and tell them, so how's that top-secret mission to the Batarian homeworld going, and no one was supposed to know about that mission to the Batarian homeworld, we know we have a problem. Well, unless a grocery list is code for the positions of the hegemony's defensive armadas, I don't think that's a problem with this letter. Pressing a button near the bottom of the letter, Ashley approved it to be sent out and watched as it disappeared. She then groaned as she looked at the number of letters that were still left. They were the only approved methods of outside communication that were available to crew members during missions that had any kind of security measures required. And most missions had some kind of security measures. Ah, this one is cute, Kelly said, placing her datapad on the desk and scrolling down. Nora and Cheryl are both writing to Roger's parents. They worked this one out together. They're trying to tell them how they first met Roger. She let out a soft laugh as she pointed towards a lower section of the letter. They even included some of the less pleasant parts, like when they all used to hate each other. Ashley couldn't help but let out a snort. That wasn't exactly her idea of introducing yourself to your significant other's parents. Then again, the three of them had such a bizarre relationship that maybe it would actually work out to benefit them in the end. Did Cheryl and Nora ever really hate each other though? Kelly pursed her lips in thought. Well, I know that Cheryl used to think Nora was rather full of herself. This was back when we thought Nora was Norman. Or, at the very least, she thought the way Nora went out of her way to pick a fight with Roger was childish. She had a point there. Roger used to be rather rude and abrasive, but he would usually leave you alone if you left him alone. Birds of a feather, those three, Ashley said wryly. We've got around half a dozen left, anything else? Kelly said, flipping through a couple more letters. Well, I just approved one from Adam. He was writing to some old colleges back on Earth. He's congratulating one of his old roommates for being admitted into the Swiss Guard. Aside from that, Adams wrote a letter of recommendation for someone he knew that wants to transfer to a dreadnought. Cornelia and her father had a bit of a back and forth. Epiphex is talking with the Exilian ambassador, and Shepard. Kelly screeched to a halt. She looked down at her datapad, concern heavy on her face. What? Ashley asked. Is everything all right? Her imagination went into overdrive before she could stop herself. Was someone writing about a dead relative? Killed in one of the battles being raged around the galaxy? Or maybe they hadn't died, maybe they had just been injured and were hanging on by a thread. It's the captain, Kelly said hesitantly. She's writing to her mother. Ashley looked at Kelly in confusion. Writing to your mother was hardly something to be proud of, but practically everyone she had met in the service had done it at least 3 times a month. What was Kelly so upset about? Kelly noticed Ashley staring at her. This, is the 9th time Shepard has written to her mother. Ashley blinked. Kelly seemed to be holding something back, logically anyway. Unless she was trying to imply that Shepard was being too clingy in regards to her mother, and if she was, that was a low blow. Kelly, what? Kelly blurted it out before Ashley could properly ask. Rear Admiral Shepard hasn't replied to a single one of her daughter's letters. She's received 8 of them and hasn't replied to a single one. And they're all about John. Ashley felt as if she had just been dunked headfirst into a bucket of ice water. Everything felt much sharper, and an uncomfortable feeling of dread was creeping over her. I mean, there's a chance she could be busy, Ashley said, desperately not trying to think about the alternatives. She could be commanding a strike force that's going to be launching an offensive on the hierarchy front. It could be so top secret that they can't even afford to let letters in, let alone have her reply to it. But Kelly shook her head. She's at Seoul. She's commanding the local defense fleet at Mars while the more senior flag officers are heading offensive missions. Ashley was about to ask how Kelly could know this, but, once again, the yeoman beat her to the punch. Cornelia's father is stationed there too. He's part of the Brotherhood of Steel, you know, and he saw her in person. She scrolled down on her datapad. It was in his last letter to Cornelia. She said that she looked rather strained and asked if the captain was okay. Ashley thought of Hannah Shepard. Her family and the Shepards has always been rather close. She had known Hannah growing up, had known her to be a firm but loving mother. She could still remember the days she had spent as a child and a teenager under her watchful eye, and the warm smile on her face. And she wasn't replying to the letters of her now only child? Why? She rasped out. Kelly fidgeted, as if Ashley was screaming at her. She looked as if this was the very last thing she wanted to be doing right now, but continued to talk. I don't want to spread rumors, I pride myself on keeping the confidences of every member of this crew. But you're the XO now. You'd see this sooner or later, and I do need to break confidences if the safety of the crew is at risk. She dropped her datapad as she spoke, looking horrified at what she had just said. Not that this is a case of that, but there's a chance it could become it in the future and I need to let you know ahead of time just in case, she said, spitting her words out so quickly that Ashley was only just barely understanding her. And even then it's not certain, it's just something that might be a thing. But we can't take chances. Ashley held up her hand, and thankfully Kelly stopped babbling. Kelly, what is it? She asked. Kelly wrung her hands, looking for a second like a child that had been caught stealing cookies. Then she spoke. I've looked over all of Jane's letters. I had to, it was policy. All of them covered the same ground, even if they worded it in different ways. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I swear there was nothing that I could do. All of them are like that. Jane is practically pleading with her mother. But there still hasn't been any replies. No, Ashley said bluntly. There had to be a mistake, some sort of misunderstanding. No goddamn way. You are not telling me that her mother blames her. This is not a conversation that we're having. Kelly held up her arms defensively. I'm not certain that's what's happening. All I know is that Jane seems to think that's the case, and she's not getting anything from her mother that's proving otherwise. It's only a theory, but it's the most solid one that I can form based off of what we have. Ashley felt dumbstruck. How long had Jane been sitting on this? And, I hate to say it, Kelly continued, but I'm a little worried about Shepard's emotional health. Something like this, on top of everything else, may be too much for her to handle. She has been holding herself together rather well in public and on duty, but you know how these things work. People can keep their problems at bay, but not forever. Eventually, it hits them, and that might happen to Shepard before too long. And as XO of the ship, you need to know about any potential instability. Oh Captain, my Captain, Ashley murmured. She wasn't sure why she said it, the poem had just come to her mind on the spur of the moment. Kelly smiled weakly. Isn't the line after that, our fearful trip is done? I don't think we're that lucky. Also, please never quote that poem in regards to Shepard. I've read it before. I know how it ends. Ashley nodded grimly. Of course, this is all just hypothetical. Jane has been under a lot of stress, but she's still been operating just fine. There's no need for me to make a move of any kind unless there's some evidence she's not up to the task of being a captain. As she spoke, she couldn't help but envision the face of General Hill. A smug smile on her face as she ordered the dismissal of Jane. Ashley's grip tightened on the data pad she was holding, to the point where it shook in her hand. Hill would love any reason to dismiss Jane, and Ashley knew she would hate herself for the rest of her life if she was the one to give the general what she wanted. That being said, she had a duty as the Normandy's new XO. If Jane was coming apart at the seams, she needed to be taken away from her command. Ashley swallowed. Part of her wondered if Hill had ordered her promotion to put her in a situation just like this. Hill certainly was cruel enough to pull something like that off. Ashley vaguely considered vowing to never report Jane out of spite. She knew that wouldn't work though, that if Jane truly wasn't up to the job, Hill would be getting a report on it. She clenched her jaw, praying that Hill would never get what she wanted from this. At that point, there was a crackle of activity over her comm unit. Ashley, this is Shepard. I need you down in the brig right now. Speak of the devil, Ashley muttered, getting to her feet. Kelly, I need you to look through the rest of these letters. Flag anything major and compile a report if you think we have a major information leak. Hopefully it won't come to that, and I doubt it will. Shepard wants me down in the brig. With that, she left the room. Her mind raced as she cut her way through the ship. What could Jane possibly want from her? Did this have anything to do with Lewis Hartley? If so, Jane might possibly want advice on how to properly deal with the former shock trooper. Or, was it a crew member who had been caught performing some heinous act? She sincerely hoped not, as things were unpleasant and bleak enough on this front. The last thing that she needed was one of the Normandy's own adding to the pile of problems that they had. Taking a few turns, she found herself right outside of the Normandy's brig. Stepping inside, she had to fight back the urge to frown in dislike. Quite a few people she liked were there, including Jane and Rex. However, both Hill and the metahuman the general, head of the mercenary group the army, were standing not too far away. All of them were gathering near one of the cells with an active force field. One that was containing a horrified-looking Asari. The situation struck Ashley as odd, but she chose to keep her silence. The news feeds aren't pretty, are they? Hill asked. Well, what are you waiting for? You were all too willing to talk a few seconds ago, what's changed your mind? Rana paced back and forth in her cell, wringing her hands. You don't understand, she whispered, Ashley only barely hearing her as she approached. He's found technology more ancient and advanced than anything the galaxy has ever seen before. Even if I tell you where to find him you won't be able to do anything. She took a frantic look behind her. As she fell in with the crowd outside the cell, she noticed that a holographic screen was floating in the back, one relaying everything that had happened on the surface of ADEK. Ashley didn't dare speak. She wasn't exactly certain what was going on, but she was quickly putting the pieces together. Either we get our chances, or he's free to slaughter his way through the galaxy, Jane said. Her voice was level and calm, but Ashley could hear the strain in it. It was taking everything she had not to shout. You said that you know something, don't get cold feet just now. Please. We're trying to help you. Rana put her hand to her forehead and paced back and forth in her cell. For a second, Ashley thought that she was going to cry. Please, she said, her voice so low that it was almost non-existent. Please don't make me do this. He'll kill me. He'll know it was me and he'll kill me. I'd like to see him try, Rex said, giving his holstered shotgun a loving stroke. Saren's made himself a lot of enemies, including my people. We've been used for the last time, and we're looking to get even with the guy who thought we were his own private army. He grinned broadly. Trust me, we'll be pumping him full of holes before he even figures out what star system you're in. The resources of the coalition and its allies are at your disposal, Jane said. We might be even to arrange asylum for you in the Asari Republics or the Citadel. Saren wouldn't dare attack either of those places, it would be political suicide. The galaxy would be united against him. Rana continued to wring her hands. You haven't seen him when he's mad. When he's truly mad. He doesn't think then, he just kills. The more she spoke, the more high-pitched her voice became. Ashley would have found it comical if it wasn't coming from a woman who looked afraid for her life. If I told you, it would all come apart for him, and he wouldn't care. Out of the corner of her eye, Ashley saw Hill's face tighten into a smile. A smile that was greedy and hungry. Ashley was sure she knew why. Rana had said, no doubt without meaning to, that she had the answers to take Saren apart. A horrific sinking feeling filled her. Hill might be willing to simply talk with Rana now, but what if they kept at it for too long? What if Hill lost patience and took a knife to the Asari woman? Just like she had done with the mercenary? The urge to puke filled her as she remembered that moment. That'll make him an easy target, Rex said confidently. He comes running right at us, we line up the shot, pull the trigger, and Saren is no longer a pain in the galaxy's collective ass. But Rana began, but she didn't get beyond that. Rana, please listen to me. Jane had taken a step forward, pressing an open palm against the barrier that was keeping the Asari in her cell. Rana slowly backed away, looking weary. People are dying, she said. The hegemony is killing its own people and starting riots just to spite us. Tuchanka is stirring into a stalemate with no end in sight. And, we've just received reports about them, the Solarian Union is deploying Yogg. Ashley felt as if someone had punched her in the face. She had heard vague rumors, whispers about Hill mentioning Yogg being deployed, but to hear those rumors confirmed was something else entirely. 100,000, Jane continued. They just saw combat, and the body count was what you would expect. These are the kinds of people that Saren is siding with. This is what he's causing. She leaned closer. The galaxy as a whole doesn't like my kind very much. They've got some good reason to. We've done a lot of things to upset the rest of the galactic community, and we may be hated for decades, even centuries to come. She took a deep breath. I may end up being responsible for that hate. My actions may have made things harder for everyone. But this isn't solving anything. Saren's goals may have started nobly, but he's degraded into the raving warmonger that's set the galaxy ablaze. She looked directly into Rana's eyes, who didn't look away. Hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people are dead. Some of them soldiers, some of them civilians, all of them deserved better. And do you know how long this war has been going on for? Weeks. It hasn't even been a full month, and we've already hit 7-figure causality rates. Ashley felt her jaw drop. As she thought about it, she realized that Jane was quite right. The war had only been going for around 20 days. It had felt like a lifetime, so much so that the world she had lived in before the war seemed little more than a distant memory. Please, Jane continued. I want to fix this. I want to make it better. But I need your help. Saren does not deserve the loyalty that you are showing him right now. He's hurt you. We're going to make sure he can't hurt anyone else. Silence filled the brig. Blast doors on the other cells were closed, meaning no one else being held here could hear or see what was going on. No doubt to give Rana some privacy in regards to her interrogation. Jane continued to hold her gaze, and the alien returned it with caution. Rana's expression was now unreadable. Ashley couldn't help but remember reports on how reluctant Rana had been to talk with Adam and Cornelia. Her loyalty and fear of Saren had kept her from saying anything of use. The only time they had gotten truly useful intelligence out of her was when she had been interrogated by Roger and Nora, and no one, not even the two of them, were in a hurry to repeat that. However, Rana clearly had a conscience. The events on ADEK were troubling her, although privately Ashley had a feeling that, whatever Hill had shown her, it had glossed over atrocities committed by Moriines. The revelation that her boss allies were using Yogg seemed to have startled her as well, and Ashley couldn't blame her. She herself had a hard time wrapping her head around that concept, and couldn't help but feel a tiny tingle of fear at the thought. The only question yet to be answered was if all of this was enough to get her to open up. Slowly, painfully slowly, the seconds trickled by. Jane and Rana remained deadlocked in their staring. It was almost as if it were a completion of endurance, with both trying to make the other give up first. The difference was that Jane was composed and tight, whereas Rana shaking like a leaf and seemed to be scared to look away. Time continued to move past at a snail's pace, Ashley looking on. Slowly, her mind began to drift into unpleasant territory. What would happen if Rana fled back into her shell? What would Hill say? What lines would she be willing to cross? Thankfully, Ashley never found out. The Omega-4 relay, Rana said. The general, who had been quiet up until now, narrowed his eyes. Nothing that goes through the Omega-4 relay ever comes back, he said. I've tried. I've sent more than a few probes through to see if there was anything of value on the other side. Not a single one ever returned. The coalition has done much further testing, Hill said coldly. If you're going to be coming up with a lie, I suggest you come up with something that's a little more plausible than. I'm telling you the truth. Rana said, a bit of life coming back into her face as she clenched her jaw in anger. It leads directly to the galactic core. That's why most ships never come back, they get obliterated by the black holes and stars going supernova. But there's a safe spot in there, one that you'd never be able to get through if you traveled blind. Standard mass relay travel comes with random drift of thousands of kilometers. You need a Reaper IFF to get in there without drifting. If you could get one, you'd be able to travel safely. It can work, so don't you dare call me a liar. She glared at Hill for a second. It was only a second however, as after that, she let out a gasp and clamped her hands shut over her mouth. Ashley could see the telltale sign of someone who had said too much etched into every corner of her face. The anger was gone from Hill's face as well, although for her it had been replaced with confusion instead of fear. Reaper? What the hell's a Reaper? Rana lowered her hands, looking terrified at the thought of continuing. A small part of Ashley wanted to scream at the Asari. She kept ping-ponging back and forth on whether she wanted to help or not, an unbearably frustrating experience. Still, she reminded herself, she had to be reasonable. This woman wasn't in her right mind. She had to be patient, no matter how maddening it was. They're the ancient starships Saren has been using, she said reluctantly. Finally got a name to put to them, Rex said. Well, I've got good news on that front. The Reaper we killed on Tuchanka? The coalition managed to get it all off planet before it got put under siege. I don't know where they took it, but my money is on them dragging it back to Earth. He shot an idle glance at Hill. Now would be a good time to comment. Hill looked like she was biting back a scathing retort. You are correct. All parts of the Reaper were transferred to Big Mountain for research. Rana badly repressed a squeal of terror. Ashley couldn't help but feel that even though she was rapidly losing faith in Saren, the alien woman was still terrified at the idea of the coalition studying such advanced technology. If it's true that an IFF from that ship allows safe travel through the Omega-4 relay, we have a way to strike at Saren. She took a look at Rana, who was slowly retreating deeper into her cell. What are the Reapers? What's on the other side of the Omega-4 relay? Saren's been sighted using some other unknown form of ships. Not as advanced as Reapers, but still cutting edge. What are they? Come on, work with us. She sounded impatient. Those other ships are collectors, Rana said, her voice slowly becoming faint. Saren has around 24 Reapers and I don't know how many collector ships. He keeps moving them around. He's terrified that they might be ambushed and destroyed. I don't know where they are now. Well, I believe that, Hill muttered. Counterintelligence 101. If someone who has vital information gets captured, make the information they have useless. And if he can't replace his Reapers, he has double the reason to be careful. She gave Rana a appraising look. Am I right there? He can't replace them. Rana nodded her head. Well, that's one bit of good news. So, little more info would be nice. Reapers, collectors, what the hell are they exactly? And what should we be expecting on the other side of the Omega-4? A base. A big one, it's where he found the collectors. But, what they are? Slowly, Rana knelt down on the ground and slowly began to curl up. You wouldn't believe me. If I were to tell you, you'd say I was insane. Please don't ask. You wouldn't believe me. I'll be the judge of that, Hill said sharply. I've had my world turned upside down once already today, I think I can handle it a second time. Out with it, now. Please don't, Rana said. You'll think I'm insane. It sounded like she was close to tears. Oh, for the love of, Hill began, but Shepard interrupted. Look, it isn't important now, she said hotly. We can figure out what they are and where they came from afterward. It's not like learning that will make them any less of a threat. What we need to focus on right now is what kind of resistance we'll be facing on the other side. Leaning forward, she hissed in Hill's ear. And now that you've put her in a fetal position, that might be a little harder than we wanted it to be. Remember your place, Captain, Hill said dangerously. I may have tolerated your borderline insubordination up until this point, but my patience is wearing thin. I'd advise you to not push me. She turned about and gave a weary wave. We'll continue this at a later date. Make sure she gets food, water, and sleep. We need to have a talk though. Right now. Without another word, she left. The others gave odd glances to each other before slowly making to follow. Now then, she said, as soon as the doors to the brig had closed. I think it goes without saying that Saren needs to be taken out of this war before he can tip the balance too heavily against us. There's a problem though. Even if Big Mountain manages to identify the IFF and get it working, we hit a snag right away. We only have one, Ashley stated simply. Hill nodded. And I think you know what that means. This is going to be another Normandy mission. A feeling of familiar mundanity washed over Ashley. Of course. Of course it was going to fall to them again. Hill hated Shepard, yet still wanted the advantages of a captain with access to a stealth-capable ship. Typical. I'll want you to take the 57th along, Hill continued, speaking directly to Jane now. Corporal Gabriel Goodman has been promoted to sergeant and is now the acting CO of the unit. I would have preferred to have a lieutenant in charge, but there aren't any suitable candidates that know the 57th well enough. Ashley looked directly at Hill, whose back was to her now. She had good things about Gabriel, but she had a gnawing feeling that this was a bad idea. Lewis Hartley and Lt. Stone had been the leaders of the 57th for some time, and because of what they had done, both of them had been removed from the military in disgrace. No doubt the most hardcore of their supporters would be the ones that had gone with them, but Ashley couldn't help but feel that there would still be bad blood between the Normandy crew and the 57th. The Normandy crew would hate the 57th for what their leaders had done, and the 57th would consider what had happened a personal insult. Particularly if any of them had been friends among the recently discharged. All in all, this just felt like a terrible idea. Jane, it seemed, agreed. My crew has pulled off the impossible before. We've fought feral Rachni, Geth, those abominations that came with the Reapers, Krogan warriors, Enclave special forces, and we've always come out on top. In some regards, yes, Hill said. However, whenever it comes time to perform an assassination, I can't help but notice that your crew is rather lacking. General Moore? Reeve? Both targets that you were sent to assassinate, and both times you failed. Saren may not be at this base, if what Rana said about him constantly being mobile is true, but if he is there, I want him assassinated. Seeing as how you aren't up to snuff in that field, I need someone I trust more. Jane scowled, but said nothing. Hill permitted herself a small, smug smile. If you're concerned about me playing favoritism, don't worry. You'll be getting a few more helping hands. Cerberus ships arrived just an hour ago. I'll be requesting a couple of their agents for help. Once they hear that we may have an opening to kill Saren, I imagine that they'll be more than willing to help. You imagine correctly. Heads turned. Miranda Lawson was walking down the hallway towards them, Jessica Kane right behind her. Jessica? Would you be interested in assisting General Hill and Captain Shepard on an assassination mission? The power armor-clad cyborg hesitated. Something wrong? Miranda asked, genuine concern in her voice. I would like to help, but, she said, hesitating for a second. I have a request of my own to make. I would like to work closely with 3 of the Normandy crew members. I don't know their names, but one of them is a cyborg, one very short with white skin and the third. Roger, Cheryl, and Nora, Ashley interjected. That won't be a problem. If you want to work with the 3 of them, it can be arranged. The dread eating away at her dulled a little bit. Jessica Kane was a monster in combat, Ashley could remember only too well what it had felt like to be on the side fighting her. Those 3 would be directly at the center of any animosity that 57th held towards the Normandy crew. Having cybernetic super soldier near them would be a good deterrent for anyone seeking revenge. Kelly flashed a quick smile at her, before forcing a neutral expression onto her face. Hill let out a low growl that was barely audible. Very well, she said. Can you spare anyone else? Sadly not. However, I have seen Jessica in combat. She's worth an entire platoon on her own, Miranda said briskly. All that remains on that front is to contact Big Mountain and have them prepare the IFF. However, we must remember General that we are still in direct conflict with the hegemony. We need a battle plan in regards to that, and I've found something that may change how we approach that. Very well. Miss Chambers, please show Lt. Kane the guest quarters. Jumping a little, Kelly gave a swift nod and crossed the hallway to where Jessica stood. 1 second, Miranda said. Reaching into a pouch, she produced a small data chip, one that she tucked into Jessica's hand. That's for Nora Hawkins. It's regarding her inheritance in light of the incident with her father. She's not exactly going to be getting his fortune or his company, but she may still be pleasantly surprised. Please give it to her in my stead. Jessica gave a confused nod before following Kelly towards the elevator. What's this change in approach you think you have? Hill asked, looking at Miranda quizzically. My ship scanned the rubble left over from the orbital battle, Miranda replied. Standard procedure, we check to see if we can salvage any intelligence from damaged computers. What we found, however, wasn't just a damaged computer, it was a sealed capsule. One with a message inside. Activating her Omni tool, Miranda pressed a button. A sharp but panic-stricken voice began to play. I have to keep this quick in case I'm overheard. I'm tired of being a coward. I've let the hegemony do as it pleases for years and I've hated myself every second of the way. I need to do something about it, but I can't do it alone. If I'm half the commander I pretend to be, I know that you'll be heading to the planet Tylev. It won't be like ADEK, it's a major military stronghold. Even if you win it'll be a bloodbath. I don't want that anymore. Please. If you attack in 5 days at 1800 hours, I'll have the defense fleet and defense system stand down. Not all of them will obey, but I should be able to get most of them to. Please. Enough people have died. Just promise me asylum and this planet is yours. Miranda lowered her arm slowly. That's High Admiral Danux, the general said at once. My men have run into trouble with him on more than one occasion. He's quite the skilled commander. Doesn't sound like he's got a whole lot of backbone though, Rex said, sounding rather disgusted. Selling out his own people? Pathetic. I'm not saying we shouldn't take him up on his offer, but he's right when he says he's a coward. Assuming he's telling the truth. I've gotten rather interesting reports on High Admiral Danux, Hill said slowly. A highly decorated career, yet several reports of him being placed under increased surveillance. Miranda nodded. I've seen those same reports. Cerberus was the one who organized the infiltrations and intelligence leaks. I'd say that there's a good chance he's being genuine. I say we take this chance. Very well, Hill said. General, Erdnot, Lawson, organize your forces. We leave in 5 days. Shepard, I want you to start heading to Earth ASAP. Ashley looked at Hill, not sure how to feel. Thankfully, the war would be taking her away from Hill, but at the same time it would possibly be putting her in an even more dangerous situation. Then again, danger was relative in this situation. If we're heading back to Earth, should I tell Talai and Folker to delay their departure? I mean, it'd be safer if they started their journey deep in friendly territory, Ashley said, shifting her gaze to Jane. Focusing mainly on Hill, Jane gave a stiff nod. Ashley gave one concerned look at her captain before going to find the two young lovers. She deeply hoped that this war would not require her to remove her captain from command. XXXXX. Primarch Fedorian gaped at the report in front of him. It was a report on the Battle of Surkesh. He was glad that it had been a victory for them, a victory by a very wide margin at that, but it still overwhelmed him. A Yog army. A Yog army had been organized and deployed by a member of the council. The thought shook him to his very core. He was not naive. He had known for a long time that the Solarian Union had been drafting plans to arm the Yog in the event of a galaxy-threatening event. His predecessor had even signed off on it, as the Union forming it without the express permission of the hierarchy and the republics would have been considered an act of war. That being said, he was still shocked at how fast they had managed to organize it, and how effectively it had been utilized. The treaty had been signed in secret after the coalition had appeared on the galactic stage. While it had been vague and not specified any threat in particular, the idea had been for it to mainly be a defense against the coalition. Not to be used in offensive warfare, but as a barrier against invasions. However, early speculations had been that it would take half a century to successfully organize an army of significant size. Not just to arm and train them, but to earn their trust. The Union had done it in half of that time. His mandibles curled in distaste. The Yog army, like the war he was fighting right now, was something he didn't like in the slightest, but was utterly necessary. He could spend an entire hour with Linren listing why it was a bad idea. They were dangerously clever and subversive. If injected into an enemy civilian environment the number of atrocities would rival that of the most brutal battles in the Krogan rebellions, and that the council had put the Yog under quarantine for good reason. And Linren would easily be able to deflect it all by simply saying, they saved Talat. Fedorian had no argument against that, and he was certain that Linren knew it. This was no doubt a calculated move on her part, and a very well-crafted one at that. Even though the treaty signed in secret between the 3 council member species had allowed the Solarians to organize the Yog army, it had also required the Union to inform the rest of the signing nations when the army was ready, as well as when it was about to be deployed. Linren was obligated to even share this with the republics, even though they were remaining neutral. Fedorian could already imagine the counter-arguments the Dalitras would have if he were to confront her about it though. That they were minor aspects of the treaty, that she couldn't afford a potential intelligence leak in the middle of a war, and that he shouldn't be complaining when this move had won them their biggest victory in the entire war. That he, with the larger military, had only managed to force the coalition into a stalemate on his front. He supposed he could counter with the fact that his ships had contributed to the orbital counterattack that had made the Battle of Surkesh such a decisive victory, as well as preventing the coalition's allies from simply bombing the Yog army into atoms. She would then counter that the fleet had had just as many components from the Union Navy, and that Saren's vessels had done more than he ever could. Even then, she would question why he was trying to turn a victory into a sour incident. He also expected her to call him a hypocrite for being angry, as he had kept his attack on the Batarian refueling station secret from her. They weren't comparable in the slightest. 5,000 dead Batarians to keep Regnam in line in retaliation for nearly destroying everything wasn't in the same star system as an army of Yog. But she would drag things out and complicate the security of their alliance. He gave a frustrated click. He had already told the hegemony that they would not be receiving any military support from the hierarchy due to what they had done. If he made a spectacle about this, Regnam would ask why he wasn't treating Linren the same way. The best course of action would be to pretend that this had always been the plan, and that he had been part of it all along. He would have to lie to Regnam and Saren about it to keep the alliance stable. While lying to those two in particular did little to make him feel guilty, the act in general still had a sour taste to it. Such is the life of a politician, he grumbled to himself. There was a beep on his Omni tool. He sighed, and prepared himself for what was quickly becoming the least pleasant regularity of his life. The windows slid shut, the room darkened, and holograms flickered to life. Dalitras Linren, Chancellor Regnam, Balak, and Saren all flickered into life. I do believe congratulations are in order, he said, looking at Linren. The Dalitras maneuvers on Surkesh dealt a heavy blow to our enemies. An assault that intended to take the Union out of the war was thwarted, and irreversible damage was done to both the Quarians and the Enclave. He made sure he was staring directly into her eyes. I only ask that she more clearly communicate her intentions next time. Had we known earlier what was being planned, we could have more effectively coordinated our assault. She smirked at him. This was the closest he could come to criticizing her without inviting retaliation, and she knew it. Congratulations. A hiss came from Saren, who looked utterly livid. I can't help but notice that my forces were the ones that took the heaviest losses at Surkesh, including 2 of my dreadnoughts that I am incapable of replacing. This is what you call a victory? Then again, I suppose I should not be particularly surprised. It wouldn't be the first time I offered assistance, only to lose valuable assets. He rounded on Regnam. I lent one of my vessels to you, and it was destroyed. How can I trust any of you when you keep throwing away the most valuable weapons that we have? Saren's chest was heavy and his eyes were burning with rage. He had never been a particularly rational person at the best of times, and Fedorian could tell that he was somehow even less reasonable when angry. He spotted Linren and Regnam giving him disapproving glances. There was even a hint of a sneer running across Regnam's face. It's hardly our fault that the V.I.S you've installed in your ships are incompetent to the point of uselessness. The one that you sent to help me ran off on its own to chase the Normandy, and it couldn't even handle it by itself. Before you criticize us, hire a programmer that can figure out how to code how to kill the lightest warship hull that there is. I can't help but notice certain similarities with the incident at Surkesh, Linren said dryly. Your forces broke away from the rest of the formation and attempted to engage the enemy flagship on its own. While they succeeded in wiping out the Geth portion of the armada, the flagship was able to escape, and lured your forces into a trap. Your vessels are lacking when it comes to even the most basic of tactics. Regnam gave a very noticeable sneer. I suppose you would argue that you could have better commanded them if you had been there personally. A bit hard to do when you refuse to come out of whatever hidey hole you've crawled into. Part of Fedorian wished that he could just smack Rainanum. It was rather rich for her to talk about being brave when her forces were regularly refusing to enter a prolonged engagement with the coalition. That had been something he couldn't help but notice as he looked over all the battles the hegemony had fought. The raid on Moria, the coalition invasion of Adek, and the counterattack that had followed. The 2 times the hegemony had been on the offensive, they had eventually withdrawn after dealing significant damage, not attempting to seize territory or capitalize on their gains. When the coalition had been the ones to launch an attack, the hegemony had run without putting up a single fight, leaving the local garrison to die in a pointless battle. Something that had led to the birth of the sovereign dominion of Adek. All this when they were only dealing with a fraction of the coalition's armed forces. The rest were either garrisoning their planets from potential attacks, or otherwise bogged down with the siege over Tuchanka. The hierarchy had managed to even the odds by that much for the hegemony, and yet they were still unwilling to engage the coalition in any engagement that posed the slightest risk. None of you have yet to prove yourself to be steadfast allies, and I'm not an idiot, Saren said, his face twisted with anger. I see the way you all look at me. You all see me as disposable. If I were to expose myself, you would all seize the opportunity to wipe me out. To you, all of you, my death is something that you actively look forward to. I was the one who was willing to take the necessary steps before any of you were willing to do more than wag your fingers. He took a step forward, which was mainly a symbolic gesture due to him being holographic, but it still got his point across. Tell me, Dolatras, do you actually understand the impact of losing 2 ships that cannot be replaced? Or are you too busy celebrating the fact that you now have access to their technology? Too busy sending out salvage ships to tow it back to where I'll never see it? I was the one who showed you all exactly what the coalition had done to throw the stability of the galaxy into chaos, and you repay me by leeching off of me. A horrific implication occurred to Fedorian as Saren spoke. Not the fact that Linren had ordered Saren's ancient starship to be reverse-engineered. Her ordering something to that effect would go without saying, and despite how rocky his relationship with her was, he had little doubt she would share the results of the research with the hierarchy. The Solarian and Turian people relied too heavily on each other for her to do anything else. What bothered him much more was the idea of the hegemony doing the same. He glanced away from Saren for a second, taking in the appearance of Rechnam. She and Balak didn't notice, both of them had all 8 of their collective eyes locked onto Saren, self-satisfied smirks painted across their face. Dread coursed through Fedorian. They had reported that the ancient starship that had been sent to help them had been utterly destroyed. If that had been the case, there would have been nothing for them to reverse-engineer. If those smiles were anything to go by, however, that had been a lie, and even now they were working on tearing apart whatever was left of it. Taking a risk, he glanced at Linren even though Saren was continuing to rant. She, thankfully, had chosen the exact same time to look at him. There was a moment of puzzlement in her eyes, before it was replaced by fear. Showing great self-control, wiping it away as soon as it appeared, but Fedorian saw it all the same. He enjoyed it more than he should have. The Dolatras was his most valuable and reliable ally, but she and he would never see eye to eye on most matters, and it was a pleasant change of pace to see her worried. Silently, she mouthed, later, at him, before turning her attention back to Saren. Nodding quickly, he did the same. Willing to waste as many ships as possible in order to eliminate me and salvage as much as you can. Maybe even try and use it to convince the republics to join the war, once you have enough advanced technology to integrate into their robust economy. Fedorian had to admit, that was a rather sound move. One that he would be tempted to make if circumstances presented themselves. Saren's paranoia at being assassinated was also only slightly off. Fedorian had no intention of attempting to deal with Saren until after the war was over. Starting a fight with your allies when you had enemies on all sides was a classic case of suicidal overconfidence. He was certain that even the Dolatras would agree with him on that one. If only because she hadn't already eliminated Saren before he had started to show open distrust towards them. If she wanted him dead, she wouldn't have hesitated. Saren, she has a point, Fedorian said, his voice calm, but tinged with impatience. You came to us, blustering that the coalition needed to be dealt with and dealt with now, for the good of the galaxy of the whole. All 3 of us have sacrificed hundreds of thousands of soldiers for this cause by this point. I can't help but notice that, compared to us, your contributions have proven to be rather lax. Saren took a step back, growling silently. I am taking steps to make an assault of my own against the coalition. It's proving to be difficult, particularly when I keep having resources sapped away from me. There was a very loud scrape as his mandibles clicked together, metal grinding against metal. I hope you understand that I no longer have access to Geth manufacturing facilities. The main Geth were content to let the ones they call heretics do as they please until the war broke out. After that, they assaulted all of the shipyards my Geth controlled, utterly overwhelming them. I sounds as if you left them undefended, Linren said. Judging by the twitch on Saren's brow, she was correct. It doesn't matter at this point. I have very little production resources left, therefore I have to be careful with what little I have. Needless to say, I will not be lending out any more ships. If you are asking me to commit to the war, just wait 1 week. At that point, everything will be made clear. And no, I will not be elaborating. I wasn't given details on the Yogg army, I see no reason why I should give more than I receive. Fedorian had to fight back the urge to glare at Linren. Very well. Rechnam, I do believe that there was an update on your front. The Chancellor grinned widely. Balak deserves a good deal of the credit. It was his idea. He remained on ADEK, posing as a farmer who had escaped slavery. His plan was to sow discord among the recently captured populace. To remind them that they are much better under the enlightened rule of the hegemony. Somehow, her grin grew even wider. He did not have to do nearly as much as we expected. The coalition was already proving our point for us. A local SDA war hero was nearly murdered by a coalition trooper. We merely let them believe that another finished her off. And this trooper wasn't even human, I take it? Fedorian asked. Just to be safe, I decided to make sure it was, Balak said. Eclipse mercenary. Refugee ships have been making regular runs to ADEK whenever they think it's safe. I organized the planting of several hundred Eclipse mercenaries on the planet, smuggling in equipment for them when we could. One of them disguised themselves as a Morian shock trooper and made sure that everyone got a very good look at her. I imagine that her capture could complicate the situation, Fedorian said. He wasn't sure how he felt about this. It was one thing to assassinate an enemy target, and by the sounds of things, it had been a military target they had killed. They weren't exactly assassinating civilians, something he was determined to avoid. And in a way, getting the SDA to fight the coalition was, in many ways, a return to what the hegemony had been before the SDA's formation. All of this still felt wrong though, beyond wrong. The hegemony was once again letting someone else fight their battles for them. In the confusion, we were able to deal significant damage to the enemy fleet, Balak continued. Although, the coalition was able to eliminate the mercenaries that were supposed to reinforce us for a flanking maneuver. We were forced to cut our assault short. His smile faltered, replaced by annoyance. High Admiral Danux withdrew upon realizing this. I wish he could have held out his assault for a few more minutes. If he had, we might have been able to force the coalition onto the defensive. So, you expect them to make the next move then? Sadly, Balak replied. They've gotten quite a few reinforcements. Right now, we're gathering all available ships at the nearby planet of Tylev. His grin reappeared, sharp rows of teeth glinting as he did. We've learned their tricks. We have automated drones operating on pure visual near the dreadnoughts. The Normandy won't be able to pull the same tricks it did at ADEK. We've reinforced the planet to 3 times the garrison that it normally has. Around half of the coalition force is mercenaries, so we have a simple but effective way of dealing with them all. Lure the coalition in, he continued, make them think the planet is more lightly defended than it really is, target their ships with our overwhelming defensive firepower, and cause the mercenaries to rout and hopefully even disappear. A good portion of our ships will be hiding behind nearby moons. Not even the Normandy's sensors can see through thousands of kilometers of rock. Fedorian mulled this plan over in his head. From a general standpoint, it seemed like a very solid approach. A bit basic, but some things the best of plans were basic. Details on the Normandy were light, but it was proving to be a very valuable asset. The destruction of a Batarian dreadnought before the Battle of ADEK had even begun was proof that it was on the Batarian front. If they were to rely on intelligence from it, this would be a good way to decide the coalition. Even if they weren't, the plan still had a solid core. Of course, the problem with plans in general is that reality nearly always proved to be too complicated to properly predict. Since the hegemony had attempted to pull a flanking maneuver in their previous engagement, the coalition might be expecting another one, or perhaps the exact opposite. Maybe they would be suspicious if they only saw the fleet that had attacked ADEK, or that could be a sign of an easy fight to come. It was too hard to properly predict. As soon as they make their attack, the door to retaking ADEK will be open. After that, a jumping-off point to Moria, and then the rest of the coalition, Rechnam said. So much of the ore that they depend on comes from that planet, even some of their element zero. The supply shortages that its loss will create will be devastating in both the long and short term. Once it's captured, not until then, Fedorian warned. Even if everything goes according to plan, at the very least, 3 battles stand between you and that. Rechnam waved dismissively. The people of Moria have been my next-door neighbor for decades, Primarch. I know them very well. They've been eager for a chance to attack us for years, frothing with greed and desire, waiting to seize our planets and loot them dry. They will get what they deserve. Her smile was no longer joyful, but cold and vicious. Fedorian blinked. He was certain he could spend years locked in the same room as the Chancellor, and even then he wouldn't understand her. She kept ordering her forces to not directly engage with the coalition, yet wanted their deaths above all else. Pure, unfiltered hatred, yet all the symptoms of shameless cowardice at the same time. He had thought that Saren was his most unstable ally, and a good part of him still thought that, but at this rate, Rechnam might end up usurping him. All that's left is the siege of Tuchanka, Linren said, sparing a small glance of distaste for Rechnam. Have there been any changes on that front, Fedorian? The coalition is hesitant to move fresh forces into the system, Fedorian said, glad for a reason to look away from the Batarians. It seems that they are afraid that they will be overwhelmed by the hierarchy presence before they can link up with their local garrison. Considering how effectively the admiral that was chosen was, this is a justified fear. He couldn't help but feel a microscopic speck of pride for the men and women that were fighting out there. Deep in enemy territory, outnumbered, and being forced to fight their own kind, they were still fighting with everything that they had, to the best of their abilities. They had maintained the siege, they had kept the coalition from being able to bolster their supply situation, and they had executed brilliant move after brilliant move. Each and every one of them had met the standards the hierarchy had set on them. They were all heroes. Is it still a stalemate? Saren asked mockingly. Fedorian snapped his head to glare directly at Saren. It was an utterly alien concept to think that Saren was a Turian. Turians weren't a hive mind, they valued loyalty to the greater whole and duty above all for the most part, but there were still plenty of Turians that were more interested in the values presented by alien species, or bizarre philosophies that they had concocted on their own. Mainly those who lived on the fringe of Turian space. Despite that, despite the ethics divergence his race was capable of, he didn't think he had ever met a Turian like Saren. Even cold-hearted opportunists that had turned their state-sponsored talents to mercenary work in the Terminus systems would be disgusted by Saren. His bloodlust had pushed away the rigid military structure he had been raised up in. Fedorian doubted it would ever come back. Still, he had no intention of letting Saren walk all over him without at least trying to remind him that he was the leader of all Turians. The coalition is on the brink of running out of rations, Fedorian said sternly, adopting the tone of a stern lecturer. There is a margin of error of a day or two, depending on what luck the Krogan warriors on the planet have with foraging in the wilderness. I've heard unconfirmed rumors that they may be attempting to hunt a thresher maw. Once they are low on food, the Krogan tribes will begin infighting, the coalition will begin to lose control of the situation. We will offer them terms of surrender from a position of superiority. They'll have no choice to accept. What about the traitors? Saren asked viciously. What are you going to do with them? The people that betrayed the council and the hierarchy. Every head turned to focus on Saren. All four of Balak's eyes blinked, as if he was not certain that he had heard correctly. Regnam looked like she was about to laugh. Linren, for the first time in as long as Fedorian could remember, looked angry. Fedorian felt pure disbelief flooding through him. It seems Saren was the only one who did not realize the irony of the situation. The situation is very complicated. It will be dealt with internally, Fedorian remarked. Partially to make it sound like he wasn't going to share his ideas with Saren, and partially because he barely had any ideas. Considering how upside down the entire situation was, and how those rebel soldiers had most likely refused to return because of Saren, the worst punishment he felt they deserved was a discharge from service. An internal matter? Linren asked. Not exactly. The Citadel Defense Fleet is comprised of ships from all races. Asari, Solarian, and Turian. As a result, but Fedorian interrupted her. The incident involving General Vitas and the matter of the Citadel's defensive armada are two different situations, he said sternly. They made different decisions, at different times, under differing circumstances. What is more, the Citadel's forces have yet to see active combat, while General Vitas have. And all those who have died as a result have either been Turians of Valis. Who, I would like to remind you, are a client race of my people. The matter involving General Vitas is a purely hierarchy matter, and it does not involve those who are not a part of the hierarchy. He put a heavy emphasis on the last part, glaring at Saren as he did. Comprehension dawned on the cyborg's face, and his mandibles clicked dangerously as he processed the hidden insult. Very well, Linren said, giving a dishonest smile and nodding her head. Fedorian had a good feeling she was only backing off to await a more ideal time to strike. So, you believe that the matter of Tuchanka is settled? It's only a matter of time, he replied plainly, ignoring a small feeling of doubt that was playing along the edges of his mind. So far, Tuchanka had been a blow-for-blow situation. His forces had dealt slightly more losses, but overall the battle had been extremely even. As if some cruel hand of fate was trying to maximize the number of soldiers and sailors that would die there. He thought the current situation was ideal. But then again, he had also thought that the plan to destroy Admiral Marcus' flagship would succeed. The others didn't need to know about how that had failed. Excellent, Linren said. Well, I do believe we have covered most of the current situations. Now we must consider going on the offensive. Pressing a button that Fedorian could not see, Linren brought up a map of the galaxy. The most ideal approach would be to funnel ships and men through the Krogan DMZ, once it has been secured. Idly, Fedorian wondered if Krogan space could accurately be described as a demilitarized zone anymore. A joint task force of Solarians and Turians should be able to make a good deal of headway. The question is, what should our target be? Remus, Fedorian replied at once. It's one of the largest human colonies, as well as home to one of the coalition's largest light infantry divisions, the Riemann skirmishers. If we manage to take the colony, we would strike a heavy blow against the coalition's morale, disrupt their economy, and deprive them of one of their main source of fighting men. Linren pressed a button on the map, looking thoughtful as it zoomed in on the planet in question. Yes, it is an attractive target, isn't it? A very hardened target, most likely to have a heavy defensive fleet, but there's little doubt that the coalition would reel from losing it. She grinned at Fedorian, a horrible smile that made him dread what she was going to say next. It would take a very long time to take this planet by conventional means. The better part of a year, and that's if we're lucky. However, if I were to deploy my Yog forces on it, it'll be ours within weeks. A month, at the very most. Fedorian had been right to dread her next sentence. Would that be wise? He asked. If the transport ships that are destroyed or disabled before they can even reach orbit, your army would be eliminated in one disastrous loss. We've never taken a major coalition planet before, we don't know what tricks they might have lying in wait. We don't even know if the Normandy is the only one of its kind. A stealth frigate with a plasma cannon would be able to kill most, if not all, of your Yogg. The coalition might even consider it a fair trade if they lost the frigate in return. His desire to keep the Yogg from being used during the invasion had little to do with the risk of losing them, and more to do with the inevitable disaster that would follow them landing. It had been one thing to let them loose in an environment where all civilians had been evacuated and the only possible targets were enemies. But unleashing them on a heavily populated world? A collaboration of war crimes waiting to happen, as well the war quickly spiraling out of control as the coalition retaliated. Thankfully, Linren was frowning. Fedorian thought that his concerns about her secret weapon's survival had proven to be legitimate to her. Sure enough, when she spoke, she said, "You raise a good point, Primarch. A day may come when I need the Yogg to fight off another overwhelming ground assault. The Geth aren't out of the war after all. I will keep them in reserve until further notice." Fedorian had to fight back a sigh of relief. The Dolatrass was many things, but she wasn't impulsive to a suicidal degree. "Wait a moment!" Saren shouted. If only he could say the same about the rest of his allies. What about the Citadel forces? The ones that have stayed out of the war? Fedorian had to pause before he responded. That is out of our hands. They are obeying the direct orders of the Council. We cannot punish them for what they have done without undermining the authority of the Council. If we do that, the entire point of this war becomes undermined. We are reigning in the coalition for disobeying Council law. If we do that ourselves, what is the point? The Council kept those ships neutral. They originate from the governments that make up the Council, but they still report to them. They have not taken direct action against us or broken any laws or treaties. Fedorian wasn't entirely sure what he had just said was true. Council law was very old, in some places being unchanged from when they had been written nearly 3,000 years ago. When his species had been attempting to master the steam engine, they had already been written. Needless to say, there was quite a bit of arguments to be made among the laws that had been written for more obscure circumstances, such as this one. The look Linren was giving him right now was suggesting that she had a clause in mind that would, at the very least, challenge his view. Thankfully, he didn't have to defend himself, for she stayed silent. Pathetic, Saren growled. Is the Council so fragile that you can't even order your own soldiers without shattering it? Fedorian ignored him and turned to the others to wrap up the meeting. Although, a very small part of him couldn't help but agree with Saren. Thousands of years of history and achievements, and all he would have to do to bring it all to an end was to order all hierarchy ships at the Citadel back home. He didn't have to use them in the war, didn't have to put them on sentry duty, he didn't even have to order them anywhere important. The sheer act of depriving the Council of its authority would be enough. Chapter 111. Nuclear. XXXXX. You're kidding me, Ashley said. It had been 5 days since their departure from the Moriian front of the war. Although the platoon of Moriian soldiers on board had kept a certain level of stress on the ship, everything from having to overstock on food and excess oxygen to keep them alive was a hassle in of itself. Ashley felt herself breathing a little easier with General Hill countless light years away. There had been some scuffles, a few fights between Normandy crew and Moriians, but nothing major. The closest had been a rather nasty incident where 3 members of the 57th had tried to jump at him. Rex had been walking past at the time though, ending things rather quickly, with only a pair of broken Moriian noses to show for it. While there was still bad blood over what had happened to Hartley and Stone, no one seemed to be gunning for hardcore revenge. It looked like the beginnings of what might develop into a bitter rivalry, although it was too early to call at this point. Tension had lessened when they had arrived at Seoul 3 days ago and all non-essential personnel were granted 12 hours of leave. Taylai and Folker had made their departure there, she could still remember it. Thought I'd show her around what's left of Germany, Folker had said as the two had waved from the shuttle, modified for long-distance travel, that Rex had donated to them. No German country left, but the German people are still there. It's my people, my culture, and I'm still proud of it. She'll have a lifetime to show me hers, I want to take a couple of days to show her mine. Cornelia had gotten particularly emotional at that moment and Bull rushed the two of them in a hug, crying all the way. The memory of the blubbering android telling the two to take care of themselves still brought a smile to Ashley's face. Nearly everyone on the Normandy crew had shown them off. Rex had thumped Folker on the back, telling Taylai that Krogan ladies would be gunning for Folker if she wasn't careful. Nora had pressed a fresh carton of cigarettes into Volker's hands. Roger had told him to keep in touch because, us one-eyes need to stick together. A Pyfex had managed to slip through everyone's knees and tearfully shake both of their hands, and everyone else had gotten a goodbye in. However, while everyone else had been snatching up the last few scraps of R&R that they had had, Shepard had been receiving several VIP packages. Ashley had not been there for that, some obscure regulation not allowing Shepard to reveal what they were until they were nearing the Omega-4 relay. Obviously one of them had been the Reaper IFF. It was doubly apparent what it was due to the fact that it had needed to be installed in port, with EDI diverting most of her processing power to that. However, it was the other delivery, 3 black metal suitcases, that had continued to confuse Ashley. Until now. I'm not kidding, Shepard told her. Suitcase nukes? Ashley told her, feeling overwhelmed. They're giving us literal suitcase nukes. Indeed, Miranda said. The 3 of them were sitting in Shepard's private quarters, an extra chair having been pulled in for the Cerberus officer. All of them were sitting down around the table in front of the display case of model ships, a hologram of the 3 nukes in between them. I spent the 4 days it took us to get here interrogating Rana myself. Not to brag, but I consider myself to be more skilled on the subject matter than General Hill. Not saying a lot, considering a hamster that's high on caffeine is better than her, Ashley muttered, greatly enjoying the ability to freely abuse the absent general. Shepard didn't react at all, her gaze holding on the hologram. Miranda, on the other hand, gave a soft smile. Indeed. I was able to get information about the collector base out of her, at least about its general size and layout. Pressing a button on her Omni tool, the images of the nukes decreased, and a smooth, generic cylinder appeared next to them. Obviously it won't look like this, but the general shape is correct, Miranda continued. Rana didn't have any data on the base on her for obvious reasons, this is mainly constructed from her memory. Like most space stations, the main reactor is in the very center, but fighting our way to there would be a suicide mission. Even if Saren didn't have any ships guarding it, which he will, even if he's been moving his naval forces around, the number of soldiers this base would hold is nothing short of staggering. From what I learned, its size is similar to that of Omega. In other words, capturing it is impossible with us only able to move 1 ship through, so we're not going to bother. Ashley asked, quickly putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Exactly, Miranda replied. The elusive man would love nothing more than to capture this base and reverse engineer the collector technology, particularly with the war still going on, but it isn't practical right now. From what we've seen, Saren hasn't been sharing either collector or Reaper technology with his allies. So if we can't have it, it'd be ideal to make sure that neither can our enemies. Although if we can scavenge any enemy weapons, that would be ideal. Please note that that is only an optional objective if the opportunity presents itself. Noted, Ashley said, thinking about what they knew about the collectors. Sadly, this was next to nothing. All they knew for sure was that they were more advanced than the average species in the galaxy, and to some extent even the Coalition, but not quite as advanced as the Reapers. And all they knew about the Reapers was that they were even more advanced than the Collectors. Neither of them had the directed energy weapons that the Coalition did, but that almost felt like a consolation prize at this point. Rana was kept in the dark on a lot of information, but based on our previous encounters with the Reapers and Collectors, Miranda's eyes darted to Shepard as she spoke. The movement was so quick and was over so fast that Ashley half wondered if she had imagined it. Either way, Jane had not noticed, nor had she reacted to anything Miranda had said. She was still focusing purely on the display. Detonating the warheads, any warheads, regardless of size, on the outside of the base may prove to be ineffective. As a result, we need to position the warheads inside the base, well past the armor layers. To be particularly sure, we need to make sure they're in fairly deep, as Rana has said that there are multiple layers of armor. Grabbing the suitcase nukes, Miranda slid them towards the base. She placed one near the top of the cylinder, one near the bottom, and another near the middle. We don't want any of this base to survive if possible, so we'll be spreading out the nukes to inflict maximum damage. We'll be deploying into 3 times. Trojan 1, she pointed to the middle warhead, Trojan 2, the top one, Trojan 3, the bottom one. Ashley let out a small laugh. I'm sorry, but wasn't the idea of the Trojan horse that it was an attack disguised as a gift? We aren't exactly giving Saren these things under the guise of them being Christmas presents. Another smile from Miranda, although Shepard's face continued to remain stoic. There's only so many mythological and historical events that you can name operations and projects after Lieutenant Williams, Miranda said good-naturedly. Sometimes you have to fudge it a bit, particularly when you're on a timetable. Trust me, if I had the time I'd be flipping through Greek and Norse mythology textbooks to find reference that fits better. It takes a while, particularly when quite a few of them actually have horrifying contexts when you read on. Once I had a coworker who wanted to name a rescue mission Operation Orpheus. I managed to convince him that it was a bad idea. Ashley bit her tongue to keep herself from laughing. A warm feeling was buzzing through her at the Cerberus operative's surprisingly friendly nature. It was a welcome change from what she had been forced to get used to over the past couple of weeks. But the pleasant feeling faded as she saw Shepard's eyes, still glued to the display. Her eyes weren't exactly dead, but they did manage to give off the appearance that they were rather strained. So, this teams, Ashley said, trying not to think about what was going through Jane's mind right now. Have you thought of the compositions yet? I was hoping for your help in that regard, at the moment all I have is vague outlines, Miranda said. Trojan 1's entry point will be the closest to the core, and their package has the potential to do the most damage. As a result, they will have to be the largest and most heavily armed. I recommend that, at the very minimum, it be platoon strength. Preferably a very large platoon. Infiltration will be most unlikely here, so it will be a full-on storming. Ashley's stomach clenched. She didn't like the idea of this. They had made strikes deep in enemy territory before, but this was taking it to a whole other level. Fighting a truly alien foe against an enemy that they didn't fully understand, far away from help. Ashley had the nasty feeling that a run-of-the-mill coalition soldier would already be panicking at this. How are they supposed to get out after that? I've been informed that your ship utilizes an experimental teleportation device, Miranda said. Unless a better plan can be formed, I suggest you sacrifice the receiver for the sake of the mission. Bring it along, arm the nuke, and then have your forces teleport out. I'm sure we can get a part6 to build another one, so that's an acceptable loss, Ashley said. Worst comes to worst, I think he still has his original prototype lying around, so I think we could use that one in a pinch. Ashley couldn't help but think fondly of the little Exulin. That teleporter he had invented had proved to be a lifesaver, time and time again. The little guy had been genetically engineered to be the best at putting things together, and he had most certainly succeeded. That'll work then, Miranda said. As for the other two, my hope is that they will be able to avoid combat altogether. Trojan 1 will go in first, with the intention of drawing the attention of the garrison. If Saren or any other high-ranking commander is not there, they will, in all likeliness, fall back onto the orders of a VI. This will make their movements stiff and predictable, particularly if they have not been adequately programmed. A high likelihood, considering the unlikeliness of us attempting a ground assault. Ashley could see the outline of the plan stretching in front of her. Not far enough for her to be able to predict all of it, but enough for her to be able to guess the next couple of steps. Sure enough, when Miranda spoke, it was about exactly what Ashley had been expecting. In other words, Trojan 1 will be drawing the main attention of the enemy forces, and they will be unlikely to expect smaller teams to be attacking on the other sides of the stations. Trojan 2 and 3 should be much smaller than Trojan 1, said Miranda. Squad size, or perhaps even fire team size. Them avoiding combat totally is possible, but we should prepare for the worst eventualities. Even then, I doubt that they will face more than moderate resistance. True, forces that were deployed to deal with Trojan 1 may be recalled, but if all goes according to plan, everything will be done by the time that they get there. The three of us should be in Trojan 1, Ashley said. It'll effectively be the command unit. Yes and no, Miranda said. While it's true that it will be the heart of this operation, its ability to command the other two units will be limited. Radio communications will have to be kept to bare essentials, lest we give the enemy something to track. That being said, I still agree that the three of us should be there, in addition to Sergeant Goodman. A recently promoted NCO like him will most likely not be up to commanding on his own in a situation such as this. Which means the 57th will be part of Trojan 1. Truth be told, I would recommend most of our ground forces be in Trojan 1, the only ones that are not being those who are in the other two. We should focus on operatives that we have that are light, fast, and preferably have experience with this sort of thing, Ashley said. So Kazumi is at the top of the list of candidates. Heck, I'd send her in by herself if I wasn't worried about her getting killed if she was detected. Mentally, she flicked through the members of the Normandy crew. After the obvious choice of Kazumi, things got a little harder. Technically all of them had engaged in stealth operations to some degree, but none of them truly stood out. Kazumi can be in Trojan 2, I recommend Jessica Kane in Trojan 3, as not to put too many tactical cloaks on one basket, Miranda said. I'll understand if Jessica's request to. That'll work, Jane said suddenly. Both Ashley and Miranda looked at her in surprise. Roger, Cheryl, and Nora are a good team. Working with Jessica will be perfect. They'll be Trojan 3. Miranda shot Ashley a glance, silently asking for her confirmation. Ashley hesitated. This seemed like a rather odd choice for such a team. At the same time, however, she couldn't think of a reason to challenge the captain. After all, those three had certainly gotten out of a fair few sticky situations, both on their own and together. And they would have Jessica for backup. She nodded to Miranda. Trojan 3 is formed then, Miranda said formally. On to the matter of Trojan 2. Kazumi Goto and who else? This proved to be much harder. Guerrillas? Ashley asked. If there's a sniper with Jessica, why not a sniper with Kazumi? Miranda and Jane both nodded with awful expressions. Miranda's was rather relaxed, while Jane looked tense. It should be with those that Guerrillas works well with, so I'd have to recommend Lyra T. Sony and Erd Rex. Miranda raised an eyebrow. Both of those people have rather valuable political ties. Lyra's mother kept the Asari republics out of the war if Cerberus sources are to be believed, and Rex is the chieftain of the Krogan. But then again, Miranda said, both of them have been risking themselves fighting the hegemony up until this point. It would be a bit pointless to arbitrarily draw a line in the sand here. So, unless there are any objections, I do believe that we have our teams filled. All other combatants will be a part of Trojan 1. It'll be needing that much manpower. And if Saren is there? Ashley asked. What do we do if it turns out he's hiding in there? Do we stick to the plan of torching the place and run, or do Trojans 2 and 3 make a beeline for him? Same with capturing collector technology, target of opportunity only, Miranda replied. Saren is the head of this army, but at the same time we don't have the resources to go chasing after him. Take out his infrastructure and leave him crippled. If he was there, then we let the nukes do the work. If he's not, then we let him go. Maybe take out the ship that he's on if the Normandy can get to it, but only if we can walk away from it. The Normandy is too valuable to throw away, we may have to deal with another situation like this before too long. One last question, exactly how are we going to deploy? Ashley asked. It was all coming together, and with any hope, the mission would come and go with minimal fuss. It wouldn't actually happen that way, but it was worth hoping. Airlock jumps, Miranda stated simply. It proved an effective tactic during the Battle of Adek against a Batarian dreadnought, it should work here. Trojan 1 will deploy first, being the obvious, noisy, and boisterous assault. After that, Trojan 2 and 3 will deploy while the rest of the enemy forces are distracted. She held up a small data chip. The inner workings of the plan are on this, it should be distributed to all those who take part. She handed it to Ashley, who took it gently. Sliding it into her Omni tool, she began to skim it as sketches of maps and troop formations popped up in front of her. Oh, one more thing, Miranda said. EDI's platform should join Trojan 1, but not for combat purposes. She can provide support and covering fire, but her main purpose should be to data mine everything possible from the databases in the collector base. Geth, Collector and Reaper, it doesn't matter, she needs to rip every last scrap of information that she can. Anything that will tell us what Saren is doing, what he's planning on doing, maybe any information on what his allies are doing if we're lucky. Also, she needs to dampen enemy sensors to keep them from spotting Trojan 2 and Trojan 3. Ashley craned her neck up. EDI. It still felt odd to address her this way, but sure enough, a hologram of a bright blue sphere appeared on the table in front of them. Did you hear that? I did, the AI replied. I will begin prepping my platform for combat. While we in port in Seoul, I successfully requisitioned a rifle that I believe will be more effective than the weapon I had previously been using. The Enclave had originally intended this unit to be used for infiltration and assassination, it was not equipped for frontal combat. I have taken steps to correct that. Good to hear, Ashley said. Copy the data on my Omni tool and distribute it to everyone that is on active combat duty. We'll have a conference to make sure everyone understands it in just a few minutes, but give them time to read it beforehand. Understood, EDI replied. Ashley couldn't help but look at the synthetics avatar. EDI had never quite been the asocial and clinical being she had acted like when Ashley had first met her. There was a layer of emotion to her voice. Even if it wasn't overwhelmingly so, she could hear the anger that Ashley was certain was directed at Saren. Shall I tell everyone to gear up and stand by? Ashley glanced at Jane out of the corner of her eye. The Normandy's captain could have done a very good impression of a lifelike statue, if it wasn't for the fact that she gave a brief nod in response to EDI's question. All of them, Ashley said. There was a small series of beeps, and Ashley knew that it had been done. We should head down, get the briefing set up. We don't have too long before we arrive there, and I don't want to do this at the last second. Let's fix this mess, Jane said. Getting up, she crossed the room in a handful of strides and stepped through the door frame. Is she holding up? Miranda asked, the second that Jane had left the room. She's been under a lot of stress. The war breaking out, the death of her brother, the difficulties of working with someone like General Hill and the disgrace of what Sergeant Hartley tried to pull. The average person would be well within their rights to start chafing under the pressure. I don't want to put this on you, Lieutenant, but it's your job as part of the Normandy's XO. I didn't want to be XO, Ashley replied defensively. That was Hill's move. A poisoned gift if I ever knew one. I have no idea why she did it, maybe it was just to spite me. That she knew that I would have to be in this exact position. She ran her fingers through her hair, trying to relieve the stress that was starting to course through her. She blamed Jane for all this and hated her. I stood by her, didn't take her crap, and I think she wanted to torment me for it. I understand that, we don't always get positions that we want, Miranda replied. I have to admit, Cerberus is not how I imagined my career turning out, but it is what I have. As part of my job, I need to ask you a question that is part of her job. Is she holding up? The other woman's dark eyes were thoroughly scanning Ashley, sharp and inquisitive. Ashley knew that it would be pointless to try and lie. Miranda had the look of someone who had been trained to pick out liars, no matter how skilled they were. Emotionally, she's struggling, Ashley admitted, hating herself as she did. She felt like she was betraying Jane, someone she had known since childhood. She's become a lot more emotionally withdrawn ever since this whole mess started, and it's only been getting worse. I honest to God feel like I don't even know her anymore. She's a different person. Miranda's eyes narrowed in a cold and calculating manner. But her ability to perform hasn't dipped at all, Ashley added quickly. It was perfectly true. Whatever Jane's faults might be at the moment, she was still at the top of her game, command-wise. For the moment at least. I see, Miranda said, her tone guarded and neutral. I will take that into consideration. I see no need to make any changes in command this close to such a massive operation, and Captain Shepard has proven herself to be more than capable of seeing this mission through to the end. Still, and concern flickered over her face, we may want to consider a change afterwards. She is a high-value target, something that will no doubt be adding to her overall stress. At the very least, she should utilize a week in shore leave. Give her time to recover. That didn't sound like a bad idea. Just let me keep a finger on the pulse of this situation and let me give you my side of what's going on before you do anything drastic. She had no idea why she was begging, just that she was. She, paradoxically, felt ashamed, yet no regret. She hated the fact that she felt reduced to this level in a desperate attempt to save face for Shepard, while at the same time she knew that she would do it over again if given a second chance. I never planned to do anything else, Miranda said. I'm not Hill. Please do not take this personally, I care a great deal about the captain's well-being. She has done more for the coalition in under a year than most have done in their entire lifetimes. It's because of that I'm making these suggestions. Sometimes we have to step down even though we don't want to. For the benefit and safety of ourselves, as well as others. Miranda got to her feet. I'm sorry. She looked like she meant what she said. Come on, Miranda said, gesturing for Ashley to follow her. If Shepard is becoming more and more withdrawn, I'm going to need your help giving the briefing. I'm not asking for a 12-step presentation complete with visuals, just help me get across the finer details. Ashley nodded, only half listening. Her mind had floated away from Shepard and the dire straits that she was in. All Ashley could think about at that precise moment was the collector base, and what lay inside of it. Unfeeling Geth, the twisted collectors, the gargantuan reapers, and the madmen that had thrown the galaxy into chaos to begin with. XXXXX. The general eyed General Hill cautiously. He was standing on the bridge of one of his cruisers, a holographic display of her in front of him. On one side of her was a hologram of Erdnot Rex, on the other, holograms of Jacob Taylor and Franklin Hurst. Several nomad ships that had been outfitted with weaponry and shields that arrived over the past few days, having been authorized to be privateers. They had elected Hurst to be the representative of them. In response, he had donned a rather moth-eaten Rear Admiral's hat, placing it on top of his regular 10-gallon hat. The nomads had responded by calling him Commodore. It was probably contributing to General Hill looking as if she wanted to murder someone. Only one of the reasons, the general reminded himself. The other reason was that Miranda Lawson, the commander of the Cerberus forces, had left ADEK without a word, accompanying the Normandy on whatever mission it was carrying out. She had been quietly furious ever since, and he was certain that she was an explosion waiting to happen. It didn't help that Rex was on the same ship as Miranda, yet he still had managed to make contact for the meeting, while she didn't. It sent a clear message. Miranda was snubbing Hill. The general let out a snort of disdain. He didn't have time for politics like this. If the army was formed like this, it would have collapsed a long time ago from infighting. Militaries and mercenary groups had to act as a comprehensive fighting. The colonel and the major were both standing behind him. The major was twitching in an irritable manner, his eyes darting between all of the holograms with dislike, while the colonel let out a soft chuckle. How long until she starts screaming at the Cerberus operative? The colonel whispered in the general's ear. I'd give it an hour, the general muttered back. He turned his attention back to the meeting. I'm sorry, but it's out of my hands, Jacob was saying to Hill, his voice calm yet stern. Lawson is my superior, not the other way around. If she decides to leave me in charge, it's her business as to why she did it. You'll have to ask of her if you want to know, it's above my pay grade why she did what she did. He and Hill had been going back and forth for the past 10 minutes, and everyone else was quickly losing patience with it. Hey, can we move on to something that the rest of us actually care about? Rex asked, looking incredibly bored as he spoke. The lady you want to talk to isn't sulking in her room because she didn't get enough attention. She's working with Shepard on a plan. Speaking of which, could we hurry it up? We're less than a day out from our destination and not all of us can afford to take our time. The general was certain that he could actually hear Hill's teeth grinding as she glared at Rex. A little more respect would be in order. My people are the reason why the Krogan are fertile for the first time in over millennia. It'd pay for you to show a little more gratitude and respect for my leadership, she said in a dangerously low voice. Well, start leading then, Rex said, idly inspecting his shoulder and flicking something off of it. From what I've heard from my mercs, you'll be hitting your target around the same time as ours. So what's the plan? What are we looking at in terms of opposition? Slowly, looking as if she would have tried to attack Rex as he was physically there, Hill turned to face the others. We have received word that High Admiral Danux wishes to defect from the Batarian hegemony, she said, her voice rather stilted. He had promised to order his forces at Tylov to stand down if we provide him asylum. Can he be trusted? The Major said, his voice barely above a rasp. He bared his teeth in anger as Jacob and Hill both looked at him, considering his question. From what we can tell, Danux fits the profile of the man who would defect, Jacob said slowly, but that doesn't mean that he can do everything he thinks he can do. Even if he commands total respect from the hegemony naval forces, a good portion of the ships we'll be encountering will be under mercenary command. Private bands of all Batarian mercenaries that will be more loyal to Chancellor Regnum than Danux. She'll be the one signing their paychecks after all. Even then, Eclipse will still be supporting them to some degree. The colonel let out a noise of annoyance. I thought that you had finally finished them off. I mean, we've fought Eclipse before, they hardly seem like they'd be the most difficult mercenary group to dissolve. They put Solarians on the front line for God's sake. All the species in the galaxy to draw from, and they use the weakest and most physically frail as bullet sponges. Not very good ones at that. So what are they still doing here? We meant what we said, Jacob said coolly. We're already receiving reports of Eclipse forces fighting amongst themselves or breaking off to form smaller bands. We left behind a few of our wet work ships to pick off the stragglers when they get the chance. However, we still have evidence that a handful of Eclipse ships are still honoring their agreement to defend the hegemony. We did a little digging after we stopped the fleet heading for Adek, and we found out why. 90% of the Eclipse force at Tylov are former members of the Asari Republic's armed forces. Their ships also match the design and quality of those in the Asari Navy. There was a long pause as everyone drank this in. So we're fighting the Republics now? Rex asked, paying full attention for the first time. His eyes were narrowed in concentration and concern. The general was glad to see this. Rex clearly took the Asari seriously, a sign that he had been around for a long time and had most likely fought more than a few of them. He knew what a threat they would be. Not exactly, Jacob said. From what we can tell, a Republic's patrol fleet failed to report in on a Terminus Systems patrol and have been declared missing in action. The Republics are keeping this quiet for a number of reasons, mainly to avoid a panic, but also to avoid a diplomatic incident. It seems that those ships did not go missing, or get attacked by pirates, which is the reason being given to their families. They defected and joined Eclipse, at the request that they be sent to fight the coalition. Even though Eclipse is coming apart at the seams, they're still fighting under the colors of the group. Kind of goes without saying that the pissed off, centuries-old warriors aren't going to take kindly to a Batarian admiral telling them to stop, Hurst said, stopping to adjust his new hat. It was very worn and more than a little moth-eaten. He had most likely pulled it out of a pile of junk. So that's the deal? We're fighting defectors. Jacob nodded. It seems that not everyone in the Republics agrees with the decision for the Asari to stay out of the war. The Eclipse forces we engaged on the ground during the hegemony raid were most likely former Republics forces as well. I debriefed Volker Hoffman and Talai Zora before the left. The general noticed that General Hill's face tightened at these words, and suspect that the two of them may have engaged former commandos on the ground. The general fought back the urge to let out a groan. Asari commandos. He should have demanded a bigger payment before accepting this contract. Behind him, he could hear the colonel and the major reacting as well. A low whistle came from between the colonel's teeth, while the major let out a low hiss. They had never engaged Asari commandos before. They had fought against huntresses on a handful of occasions, and every time they had walked away worse for wear. In terms of pure quality per soldier, only the Krogan came close to matching the Asari. It was like the old Turian saying went. The Asari are the finest warriors in the galaxy. Fortunately, there are not many of them. At this point though, the general couldn't help but worry. They may not be that many Asari warriors compared to other species, but right now there might be more than enough. Any exact numbers? The general asked. Jacob shook his head. The information that we were able to recover was fractured. Or, and this is equally possible, they intentionally didn't record how many numbers they had. The general nodded. Very possible. It's a common tactic in the mercenary world, particularly when it comes to keeping your competitors in the dark. So, will this be changing our approach in any regard? Hill nodded. They'll be our primary target. Even if this was just a full frontal assault without a man on the inside, I'd still want them to be our primary target. Secondary targets will be the Batarian mercenaries, while we will only target Batarian military ships if they fire on us, or Danux doesn't go through with his promise. She frowned. Consider the Batarian mercenary ships and military ships to be equal threats if that is the case. The mercenaries are under-equipped and disorganized, but will have seen some form of combat before this point. Meanwhile, the hegemony forces will have seen less combat, due to their government preferring to fight proxy wars, but all reports point to Danux being a competent and skilled commander. Target his command ship if you get the chance. Don't suppose there's any chance in Danux making the hegemony ships turning on the rest of the defenders? Rex asked, sounding as if he doubted it. Unlikely, Jacob said. Danux only said that he would get them to stand down. It's one thing to ask someone to lay down their arms, it's another to ask them to turn them on their own people and government. Maybe if the mercenaries shot at them first, but if that doesn't happen, they'll just be out of the fight entirely. There's one more aspect to the defense that Mr. Taylor has briefed me on, Hill said. With a few presses of an unseen button, she caused a hologram of a metallic, bulky weapons platform to appear in the middle of them. We've received reports that the hegemony has deployed around 50 of these defensive platforms around their planet. They're poorly armored, have short range, and are most likely not worth the cost of keeping oxygen flowing through them. Only capable of firing disruptor torpedoes and a handful of guardian lasers. One good shot from any mass driver would take care of them and send a few hundred souls to oblivion. The problem is that there's 50 of them, the general said, already seeing the problem. Hill let out a derisive snort. Yes. Instead of building more ships, that are more maneuverable, have a mass driver and can do more than sit in a single spot, the hegemony has poured their resources into these devices. They were constructed very quickly, as the one benefit to them is that they are very cheap to make. The old tactic of trying to overwhelm an enemy with superior numbers. I'd even go so far as to say that the hegemony is going to try and surprise us with these platforms. We get lured into close combat, when all of a sudden we're saturated with torpedoes. She gave a mocking laugh. They're in for a rude awakening. Are we going to maintain our distance and pick them off with long-range weaponry? The colonel asked. It certainly wasn't a bad idea. Mass drivers outranged disruptor torpedoes in the same way that a sniper rifle outranged a pistol. Combine that with the weapon platforms being stationary, it would be absurdly easy to destroy them all. In a way. That would be the most obvious route to take, and it's also why I'm not going to be doing just that, Hill replied. If, on the off chance that Danux gets found out, they'll be expecting us to do just that. And even if they don't, the Batarian fleet will charge out to meet us, and while we're in the middle of a brutal melee with them, the torpedoes will have enough time to travel the distance between us and them. We'll be beyond effective range by that point, but we still might take some hits, and I'd rather not do that. So, we'll be hitting them from two angles. The majority of our forces, she continued, will be taking the frontal approach. Bombarding the weapons platforms with long-range weaponry. With any luck, we'll rack up quite a few kills before the hegemony can effectively respond. We'll continue our bombardment until the Batarians move to engage us. At that point, the second prong would strike. She pointed at both the general and Hurst. General, I want you to organize a strike team of your most skilled commanders, take the nomads, position yourself directly underneath the star system. Or above. To be perfectly honest, in space it doesn't really matter, pick whatever position you want in relation to the galactic plane. We will be engaging the enemy on a level plane, so, by comparison, you'll be coming in from either directly above or directly below. Hurst let out a whoop of excitement and even the general felt himself smile. The lightly armored nomad ships will be attacking an enemy that isn't even aiming at them and only need a single good shot to kill, he said, catching on to Hill's plan. Hell, a single laser to their munitions will probably be enough. Most likely, Hill replied. Move fast and devastate those platforms. Make the hegemony regret trying to pull such a cheap tactic on us. After that, move in and attack the enemy forces from the rear. If the hegemony doesn't come out to meet us, we'll move in to engage them and you attack the main fleet from either above or below. Either way, wait for my signal to engage the enemy. Ah, sweet irony, Hurst said, his voice full of relish as he rubbed his hands together. The sick bastards that love to take pot shots at you when you're not looking are about to get a taste of their own medicine. Sarah's a classy lady, but she's more than willing to give those sons of bitches what for. Hell, we've got a flotilla of classy ladies who are ready to get even. The general had to bite down the urge to laugh. He understood why the other nomads had chosen Hurst as their leader. He had a certain charisma to him. It very often was the type of charisma a village idiot had, but there was still a certain charm to it. It helped that the nomad had seen combat before. That reminded the general of something. I don't suppose you have any more mining drones this time around. Hurst's eyes glowed so brightly, the general was surprised no one around him blinked. Ms. Hill? He asked, barely contained excitement in his voice. Are these weapon platforms shielded? No, Hill said, looking back and forth between the general and Hurst, a look of dawning comprehension on her face. They were designed to be completed as quickly as possible. I'd love to see what a Gurren mining drone does to the hull of one of those suckers, Hurst said, cackling as he did. To answer your question, General, yes I do. And to answer the question I know you're about to ask me, I'd love to shove a few down the throats of those platforms. That's another weapon we have to use against them. Oh, this'll be satisfying. Quiet, Hill said, looking a little annoyed at Hurst's behavior, but evidently having no issues with his concept, for she looked away and continued. After that, we will move on to the planetary invasion. There will need to a lot of room for flexibility at this point, because we know a lot less about what's going on in regards to the surface. Even if we did, the situation could change rapidly, affected either by Danux's betrayal or the presence of former Republic's forces. As it stands, we will be launching a full ground invasion of the capital city, after we have flattened all obvious military bases from orbit. After that, we'll start ferrying in reinforcements from ADEK and spread out to the rest of the settlements on the city. She sighed. This won't be like ADEK. Not only are we highly unlikely to be able to get them to surrender right out of the gate, we'll have to fight a more prolonged ground battle. Taking this planet won't be a job that's done in a few days. It might take weeks or even months, depending on how well they're dug in. So dig in for the long haul. The nomads will be our main contributors in supply runs, as well as bringing more men in. The rest of us will be maintaining domination from orbit. I will personally be leading my men from the front, once we have moved to the surface, the general said. It was not a request, it was a statement. He had no intention of being anywhere else while his own men fought the enemy face to face. If Hill had a problem with that, he really didn't care. If she did take issue with this proposed plan, she didn't voice it. She merely gave an affirming grunt. What's more, I believe it would be for the best if I spearheaded an insertion on the ground before they have time to recover from their shock. Do as you wish, Hill said, rather dismissively. Deep down, the general felt some resentment towards the woman, but suppressed it. He had been around long enough to recognize when someone didn't care whether he lived or. That was most likely what she was thinking, that he would run in and die a pointless death. He had no intention of doing so. He intended to catch the Batarians off guard and press the advantage. That is all. We'll be leaving within the hour, Hill said. I'll be sending you information on the exact formations we'll be forming. General, kindly tell me which ships you'll be taking on your strike mission and inform me who will be taking command of the rest. Without another word, her hologram flickered away. Grunting, Rex disappeared next. Jacob saluted before he as well vanished. I swear, I've met friendlier mole rats, and they usually try to take my dingus off, Hurst said to no one in particularly, before he himself disconnected, Rex following not long after. Quite a friendly lot we've sided with, the colonel said dryly. We can't trust that Hill woman, the major hissed, his body slightly more relaxed without the presence of the holograms, although he still looked rather tense. She'll treat us the same way that the hegemony treats its mercenaries. As cheap expendable cannon fodder. Considering how much they've already paid us, we'd actually be very expensive cannon fodder, the colonel joked, earning him a glare from the major. He is right though. Hill will put the lives and safety of her own men above ours. I don't want to go out and baselessly call her racist, but I can't help but notice that she doesn't get along very well with that glowing 1XO of hers. Could be she's not very fond of mutants. Oh shut up, the major growled. Think before you talk, just for once in your godforsaken life. The colonel gave an amused smile. Apologies if my theory offended you, friend, he said, sounding only half serious. Not now, you two, the general said. Oddly enough, he had a certain fondness for the bickering the two had, even if bickering was a bit of an unfair term for them. It was mainly the major who bickered, the colonel just tended to smile and tell jokes. It brought a sense of familiarity to him. Still, they had work to do. Are the men ready and assembled? For the first time that day, a grin spread across the major's face. Is it speech time? The colonel's grin was even wider. Oh, I think it's speech time. The general allowed himself a small smile. They knew him well. Hill doesn't know the army the way that I do. She might try and motivate them, but it'll be a pitiful display. The men know that she had to pay for our loyalty, and her words will ring hollow to they. Me though? Their leader and fellow mutant? Things will be a little different. The crewmen on the bridge had looked up from their tasks, interest on their faces. Open comm link, universal frequency to all army ships. There was a frenzied tapping from the panels, and then an announcement that the link was open. The general took a small breath, then began to speak. Brothers and sisters of the army. How many times have I stood here and told you we have a job to do? To be honest, after all the years, I've rather lost count. We've fought everything from pirates, to warlords, to other mercenaries. But today, we face something much bigger than that, the full forces of a military. I know many of you are all wondering the same thing. Why? Why are we doing something so very dangerous? This is beyond simply killing a few no-name outlaws for some easy credits. We are declaring the governing body of billions to be our enemy. Why, would I be insane enough to agree to this? He took a step forward, even though none of his audience could see him. It was a natural thing for him to do, and even then his voice matched his movement. It became lower, but even more powerful. Because we have not declared them to be our enemy. They have declared us to be their enemy. Our very existence offends them, and they wish to squash it out. Some of you may argue that we are not the coalition, that this is not our fight. But it is. Our kind was born from the people of the coalition, the future of our kind lies within the coalition. Even if they do not realize it, the way of the mutant is the future for humanity. Many claim we are superior, but there is more to it than that. A child of 12 is not inferior to an adult of 30. The child has merely yet to tap into its true potential, to learn the ways of the world, and what it is capable of becoming in that world. Non-mutants are like children in many ways. They are young and naive, but they are also filled with energy and determination. They lack the wisdom that a being who can live for centuries has, but they can stand to gain it one day. And as they grow, they become much more than they ever thought was possible of them. Now you no doubt ask, what is the point of this? A very simple point. It is the duty of the older generation to protect and nurture the younger one, just as parents care for and ensure the safety of their children. The coalition is, in many ways, our family. And our family is being threatened. His voice rose now, growing angrier and more passionate. The Batarian hegemony would deny us everything. It would stop humanity from grabbing the universal immortality that is just within reach for us. They'd much rather keep us in chains, and what good is a slave that lives long enough to understand that it deserves better? We are not slaves, and the hegemony is too arrogant to realize this. They will pay dearly for it. They will learn that the kin of meta and necro-humans are not to be taken lightly. After all, we may be the pinnacle of perfection, but the rest of humanity is only one step behind us. The race that gave birth to perfection. They are the ones that the Batarians have chosen as their enemy. 1,000 years from now, this moment will be regarded as the most foolish mistake made in Batarian history, assuming that there still is a Batarian history at that point. They think that they can simply deny us our birthright? The birthright of every member of our species? I say no. The coalition is not our friend, but they still share the same blood as we do. The blood that the Batarians seek to spill. So this is not merely a job, this is not a contract taken for money. The general was shouting now, his voice filled with passion. This is a stand for our very kind, our very existence. We will crush those who wish to snuff us out, and send a message to the galaxy at large. We are here to stay. We are the future. Now go. Go and make these words heard. Roar them at the heavens, so that every last alien looks upon us in awe. Show them the might of mutant kind. XXXXX. Roger, for the 5th time that minute, glanced at Jessica Kane out of the corner of his eye. They were all standing in one of the Normandy's airlocks, with Jessica hanging back in the corner. She was quietly keeping to herself, sitting on the ground and checking her SMGs and knives, avoiding eye contact with the others. Her helmet lay to the side and the suitcase nuke that had been given was fixed to her back. She's going to see you, said a barely audible whisper. Roger turned back. Nora and Cheryl were in front of him, having traded in their normal combat outfits for pressurized suits, much like the one that Cornelia had worn when she had been dropped onto Cor Molly. Cheryl was looking directly at him, while Nora had her hand resting on one of her pistols, watching Jessica out of the corner of her eyes. Can you blame me? Roger replied, his voice as low as Cheryl's. Last time we met, she was trying to murder the 3 of us. She was doing a pretty good job too. I seem to recall losing my arm for the 2nd time in the basement. He held up said arm, looking at it and flexing the fingers. After a few seconds, he pressed it against his helmet, a sudden feeling of dread flaring up in his mind. Fuck. I almost died. I came within a hair's breadth. If she hadn't hesitated. He trailed off. Nora's hand twitched, but she kept her grip loose and relaxed. It's just, fuck, I don't know what to think, Roger said, making sure to keep his voice low. It was true. His inner survival instincts was screaming that he shouldn't even have his back turned to such a capable and deadly weapon. That his weapon should be drawn and aimed at her. The more logical part of his brain was a different story though. She fought us, but on the other hand those videos. He shivered. Those fucking videos. I'm at a loss myself, Cheryl said, her eyes darting to Jessica for half a second before returning to Roger. I don't know. That's really the problem, we barely know the first thing about who she is. We know who she used to be, both as a defiant captive and an obedient soldier, but we have no idea who she is now. Those tears she were crying seemed pretty genuine, Nora said, turning away from the cybernetic woman, but that could mean any number of things. They could be angry tears. We ended up getting her sisters killed, I'd want revenge if it was me. She gave an uncertain jerk of the head. Like I said, if it was me. I'm not saying she isn't right to be mad, but she might be. And it end badly for us. I think you're projecting a little bit, Roger said, shooting Nora a dark look. She gave a small shrug. We really should be fair. If she wanted us dead, we'd all be dead right now. None of us are a match for her, she could have just slit all of our throats if she wanted to. Instead she gave us a tube of Medigel. That might have been a heat of the moment thing, the joy of her realizing that she was free. She might not have realized how sad or angry she was at the time, Nora argued. Her eyes were locked with Roger's now, determination stealing them. She's had time to sit and think about the hand our crew had in her sister's deaths. Are you trying to paint her as the bad guy? Roger asked hotly, starting to feel rather annoyed. I get if you don't want to be chummy with her, but be fair. You're trying to see the worst in her. I'm trying to be realistic and explore every possible option, Nora retorted, her voice rising ever so slightly. You said it yourself, Roger, she nearly killed you. I'm not going to give her another chance to do it again. You were broken on that basement floor, and if anyone ever even thinks about doing that to you again, they're going to have to answer to me. I can hear you all just fine. All three of them nearly jumped out of their skin as they wheeled around. Jessica was up on her feet, waving nervously at them. Goeth worked on my ears along with everything else. Super sensitive cybernetic eardrums. This probably doesn't change anything between us, but I feel like I should say it anyway. I'm sorry. I hurt you, all of you. I was scared and weak. If I had been more like Rose, I would have stood up to the Enclave. None of you would have had to fight for your lives. She slowly interlocked her fingers, fidgeting uncomfortably as she looked at the ground. I just wanted to say that. It's okay if you hate me. I understand. Roger glanced at Nora and Cheryl, wordlessly asking for help, only to find the two of them looking exactly how he felt. Confused, lost, and afraid to speak, lest they say the wrong thing. An uncomfortable silence passed between the three of them, Jessica continuing to look at the ground the whole time. Eventually, when the quiet became more than he could bear, Roger spoke. You know, we hurt you too. He held up his cybernetic arm, clenching it into a fist. I was smacking your unarmored head with this thing. Truth be told, I was trying to crack your skull open like a rotten egg. It can do that, I tried it a couple of times before I joined this crew. Cheryl stabbed you in the back of the neck. I mean, we were all in a fight to the death, none of us wanted to be in it, so what's the point in holding a grudge? Jessica looked up, giving a weak smile. I already told you that I heard you. She pointed at Nora. If anyone even thinks about doing what I did to him again, they're going to have to go through you, right? I've had plenty of time to think about what happened and get angry. She pointed at Cheryl, we have no idea who she is. She let out a small laugh. Really, don't worry about it, I'm not surprised. Heck, I probably deserve it. Wait a minute. Nora said, sounding as if she was stumbling over her words. That was if you pulled anything. If you're not going to try and kill any of us, well, we're fine. And I take it that it hasn't even crossed your mind, otherwise you wouldn't even be having this conversation right now, am I right? Jessica gave a weak shrug. And I meant what I said at the time, Cheryl said, sounding as if every word she uttered was slowly and carefully chosen. We don't know who you are now, but we're starting to get a picture. It really does seem like you're not the person you used to be. Roger felt like his head was spinning. He wasn't sure exactly how they had gotten in this situation, nor how they were supposed to get out of it. It was true that he felt a certain level of discomfort around Jessica, he couldn't help himself after all that had happened, he hadn't wanted this to happen. The woman was still smiling sadly at them. It's okay. I can see the resentment, hear the fear. I'm not stupid. Roger heard Nora and Cheryl try to insist that they weren't afraid or resentful, but it was having no impact on Jessica. She simply continued to smile that broken smile. Roger stared at it as the women behind him continued to try and reach Jessica. Suddenly, without any warning, on him. It was reckless, potentially suicidal, yet he felt a very strong urge to do it. A powerful daring took over him as he decided that now was the time for action. Without a word, he strode forward, heading straight for Jessica. The move caught everyone off guard. Nora gave a yell of surprise, Cheryl shouted, Roger, no. And Jessica took a step back, fear flitting across her face and her fists raised. After that, Roger did something no one was expecting. Something that brought silence to everyone on the room, and reduced them all to staring dumbly at him. He hugged her. The former Enclave soldier's arms fell to the ground as she simply stood there. Out of the corner of his eye, Roger could see the two women he loved gaping at him, stopping only to trade disbelieving looks with each other. Roger kept this up for half a minute, counting the seconds down in his head, before he finally let her go. She stared blankly at him, lost for words. It's true that we can't help but feel uneasy. But we don't want to, he said, his voice soft and understanding. We know what you've been through, we know that you're not a heartless killer. We just need time to get over it. We want to get over it. We've got enough people who want to kill us in this galaxy. I'd rather have more people that I can count on to stand by my side. So far, you're already well on your way there. I just need you to meet me halfway. You think you can do that? Jessica nodded stiffly. Roger wondered for a second why she wasn't speaking, until he noticed her lip trembling. With a pang of guilt, he realized that her tear ducts were most likely gone now. Removed when she had gotten her implants. She could be on the verge of crying and he could barely tell. Thank you, she whispered, her voice barely even a lisp. She was smiling. I'm sorry, but I do need to get ready. I hope I don't let you down. Giving a faint smile of his own, Roger turned back towards the others. As he did, there was a light shudder that shook the ship. EDI's voice echoed over their comm lines. Trojan 1 has deployed and engaged the enemy. We are repositioning the Normandy now. Trojan 2, stand by. They would be deploying after Trojan 3, their time was right around the corner. He contemplated this for a second, only realizing after that Nora and Cheryl were looking unblinkingly at him. Nora let out a rather giddy chuckle, giving Roger a firm elbow in the ribs. Where the hell did that come from? When did you get so freaking suave? Roger grinned. Oh, you know. He gave Nora an elbow of her own, this one rather harder than the one he had received. Here and there. Nora doubled over, but there was still a grin on her face. Oh, easy there partner, she said, rubbing her stomach. Old Nora can only roughhouse so much. There was a hissing noise, and Roger realized that his helmet was being pulled off. Looking to the side, he was just in time to see Cheryl grab him by the collar, pull him down to her own bare face, and kiss him on the cheek. Moments like this are why well, you know, she whispered, her voice full of adoration and her face bright red. Flushing, Roger weakly said, that and my rugged good looks. Cheryl smiled. No, she said bluntly. Yeah, let's face it, Nora said, her hand still circling her stomach. Collectively, the three of us are about as good looking as someone who's insufferably average. Individually, we're not quite fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down but not for lack of trying. She drew a finger along one of the very noticeable scar lines on her face. One of the ones that had been left over when a good chunk of her cheek had been torn off. Unless there's a freak out there that thinks nearly had face ripped off is a hot look. And the worst part is that there probably is. Eerily pale skin isn't exactly ranked high on the beauty charts either, Cheryl remarked, looking at her reflection in her helmet. Even outside Alaska, I'm hardly considered a looker. And you know ladies swoon and gasp for the one-eyed, working-class double amputee, Roger joked. Thinking about losing a chunk of my ear to really make them go wild. Oh, be sure it's opposite your eye, so there's some symmetry to it, Nora replied, starting to laugh. Don't want to draw all the attention to one side. Grinning, Roger glanced back at Jessica. She no longer looked concerned that she was stuck in an airlock with three people that hated her. She now looked more concerned that she was stuck in an airlock with three crazy people. Roger watched her eyes dart back and forth between him and Nora, mouthing wordlessly at the apparent insanity. Hopefully, she glanced at Cheryl, no doubt looking for a bastion of sanity, only to see the albino woman smiling at the banter. Around that point, she gave a very resigned look, one that clearly displayed her reluctant acceptance of the death of reason. As the laughter died down, Cheryl's smile grew a little sad. Can I be honest with you guys? I'm offended you need to ask, Nora said at once. What's up? Truth be told, I never really got looks, Cheryl said, turning a little red. Oh sure, I could appreciate the aesthetics of something. If a guy was wearing nice clothes or a lady had a pretty necklace. But I always felt like I was just looking at a painting. Just appreciating it from an artistic standpoint before moving on. I never really felt any kind of attraction to anyone. I just thought people pretended for a long time, for the sake of having babies. I thought everyone was just like Adam, not really feeling anything. She turned even redder. But recently that's been changing. I don't know what the hell's come over me. I actually really appreciate the way you two look. Nora? I like your scars. You wouldn't be you without them. Unless Roger was mistaken, there was the tiniest trace of pink on Nora's face. It's crazy, I don't know, I never felt this way before. She lowered her head by half an inch and shivered. Part of me is uncomfortable with the idea. A horrible feeling flitted through Roger. He was certain she had just remembered Hartley. But only part of me, the part of me that gets scared and wants to run. Look, I have no idea where I'm going with this, I'm just rambling, but I just wanted you two to know that. Roger heard the shifting of armor and was fairly certain Jessica had just turned her back on them. He wondered if she was as embarrassed as Cheryl looked. And we're glad you told us, Nora said simply. We're in the same boat as you. To be frank, I can't think of any color that'd work with your eyes except red. Heck, I've even come to find them rather attractive if you don't mind me saying. Roger didn't think that Cheryl's face could turn a darker shade of red, but he was quickly proven wrong. In fact, he was shocked that a human face could be that red. The lack of pigmentation in Cheryl's face was working against her now more than ever. He had a funny feeling that Jessica's face was a similar shade of red around this point. There was another shudder in the ship and EDI's voice chimed again. Trojan 2 has deployed. Trojan 3, stand by. As much as I honest to God was enjoying this heart-to-heart, anything else personal should probably wait until we're done here, Roger said. Just barely, he heard Jessica sigh in relief. Weapons ready. He hoisted up his new Theta energy rifle, smooth and silver, checking it over. The power cell was fully charged and the safety was off. Part of him wished he was still using his old assault rifle, the one that he had been using since Eden Prime and had kept him alive for so long. However, he couldn't deny that this weapon would be a lot better. Nora and Cheryl were also checking their Theta energy weapons, Nora's being a rifle like Roger's, while Cheryl had a much longer one with a scope, clearly designed for sniping. Due to the limited availability of these new weapons, both women still had their normal pistols at their side, and Cheryl's shotgun had not been replaced either. Jessica moved towards the airlock, checking her SMGs one last time and sliding her helmet back on. Did you not get one? No, I have one, she said, holstering her SMGs and drawing a Theta energy pistol from her side. Roger recognized it. Wait a minute, that's Valkyr's, he said. He paused. From what he had heard, that had been the pistol that had killed Jessica's old CO, Colonel White. He wasn't certain how to approach the subject, or even if he should. Colonel White had, after all, been part of the system that had kept her and her sisters prisoner. I know, your captain gave it to me. She said it'd be more useful in my hands, she said, looking down at it. With her free hand, she absent-mindedly reached towards her neck. 4 sets of dog tags were hanging from it. She clutched one of them tightly. Was he? Roger said, his voice trailing off as he immediately regretted opening his mouth. He was the only one who cared about us in that hellhole, she replied heavily, not looking up. Well, Roger said, feeling a little uncertain but doing his best to hide it. Let's honor his memory. Yeah, Jessica said, her voice firm, let's. Saren may not have been responsible for everything on COR Molly, but he certainly made things worse. Trojan 3, prepare to deploy. Cheryl and Roger slid their helmets back on, a hiss emanating off of them as their suits pressurized. Jessica drew one of her SMGs with her left hand and kept the Theta energy pistol gripped in her right. She stepped forward, taking point. No one argued, it had been decided upon that she would be taking the lead long before they had reached this point. There was a loud sucking noise as oxygen was slowly funneled out of the room. Deploy. The airlock slid open and all 4 operatives leapt out. They floated towards the giant station that was a good 100 meters away, making minor adjustments as they went. With a few seconds to spare, Roger took everything in. From where he was, he could see a few dozen ships that were in a block-like guarding formation. Geth and a bunch of rather odd-looking ships that he assumed were collector. Farther out from the defensive ships, he saw hundreds if not thousands of derelict ships. A couple of Geth ships were tugging one of the larger ones towards the base, evidently for salvage purposes. Turning back, Roger then focused his attention on the base they were floating towards. Something felt off about it. It was big, enough that it rivaled the Citadel in size, but it didn't have the same majestic look and feel. It looked almost ramshackle, with jagged metal plates that seemed to be bolted on, bands that encircled it crudely, and half of it was made out of something that was half rock, half organic looking. It made Roger think of a fossil. Something that had been alive once, but was now dead. Gently, they landed on the outer hull of the station, their mag boots locking them to the hull. Roger wondered if any of the women felt horrifically exposed out here. It would be so easy for any of those ships to kill all 4 of them with a single laser blast. Thankfully, said ships remained blissfully unaware of them, as well as the warship that was dropping them off. How come they aren't moving to help repel Trojan 1? Cheryl asked, pointing at the defensive fleet. Roger frowned. Now that Cheryl pointed it out, he had to admit it was rather odd that Trojan 1 was violently forcing their way deeper into the station, yet the enemy armada wasn't responding at all. Then he remembered Novaria and the mind-numbingly stupid VI he had encountered there. They're probably not programmed with that much detail, he remarked. Saren would have wanted them to focus purely on repelling enemy warships. He'd think that the garrison he has inside the station would be enough. Fingers crossed that this comes back to bite him in the ass, Nora said. As she spoke, the airlock that they had landed next to slid open. Thanks EDI, Nora said, as one by one they slipped inside, the blast door closing behind them. Oxygen flooded the room as they did, and after around half a minute, the door in front of them opened and they hastily moved out. Roger had no idea what to expect from the inside of the station, but even then it still managed to surprise him. It felt like an insect hive, there was no other way to describe it. Got a couple of contacts up ahead. 3 collectors, 2 Geth, Nora reported. The 4 of them kept low as they slowly moved forward, hugging a narrow wall. Sure enough, 5 enemy soldiers were guarding the passageway again, slowly marching in their direction. They'll see us if they keep coming this way, Cheryl hissed. I'll move in and hit them from behind. When they turn, you all open fire, Jessica said. The others nodded. As she disappeared, Roger took aim with his rifle. He had a feeling that, even though his team was supposed to be planting their nuke without running into too many major engagements, they would end up seeing a lot of combat by the time the day was out. With a flash, Jessica appeared behind the patrol, a knife in each hand, driving both into the throat of a collector. For the first of many times that day, Roger lined up a shot with a Geth and opened fire. Chapter 112. Complications. XXXXX. Saren sat within the depths of Sovereign, utterly alone in the dimly lit ship as he pored over a series of data pads. Well, almost utterly alone. You know, they say trying to read like this when the light is so low is bad for your eyes. I admit I glazed over the makeup of Turian eyes when I was studying them, but you can't be too different from us in that regard. I mean, you have eyes. Which mean that you need light to see, and you don't have a whole lot of that down here. Saren didn't respond, but continued to read from the pads. The war was not going the way that he wanted. Somehow, the siege of Tuchanka was still being dragged out, even though losses on both sides had exceeded even the worst-case scenarios he had calculated. While it gave him a small sense of pleasure to see all the coalition ships that had been destroyed during the battle, he had to remind himself that the goal was more than just killing them. Oh, keep telling yourself that. I thought we had a breakthrough with you. You just pretending that didn't happen? Oh yes, technically you just said that you enjoy this because you hate them, but let's be honest. That was just the first step to you admitting the bigger picture. The one good thing about all of this was that it seemed that the coalition was finally on its last legs. Within a day or two, the last of the food they had stockpiled would be all gone. After that, they would either have to surrender, or stand by and watch as the Krogan people started tearing each other apart for the last scraps on Tuchanka. The fight was theirs, but it had taken too long and costed too much. Saren focused more intently on the reports in front of him. He needed the Turian hierarchy to maintain enough of its naval might in order to push through into coalition territory, where they could properly wage war. He flicked to another report, one of the Turian picket fleets that had combined and attacked the coalition ships guarding the mass relay at Tuchanka. They were still active in coalition territory, launching hit-and-run attacks. It was good harassment tactics, but they were starting to lose their momentum. They had been behind enemy lines so long that most of their attacks were now based on survival, attacking refueling outposts not to destroy them, but to replenish their own dwindling supply of fuel. They were still causing damage, but now they were moving slower, and the coalition was starting to outmaneuver them. When you know your enemy needs to resupply, you have an easier time figuring out where they'll strike. That had come to a head yesterday where the Turian picket fleets had walked straight into an ambush. They had attempted to hit an outpost orbiting a minor coalition colony, only to find 20 coalition warships waiting for them there. The coalition had apparently diverted them from the garrison at Remus as part of a calculated gambit, one that had paid off. Half of the Turian ships had not been able to escape, having either been destroyed or damaged, and the ones who had escaped had all suffered some degree of damage. Saren wouldn't be surprised if they were all forced to lay low while they made repairs. Things weren't going much better on the Batarian front of the war. High Chancellor Regnam and Balak had had a few clever ideas on how to subvert coalition rule on Adek, but none of them had done enough. Things were more shaky, certainly, no more Batarian citizens would be fleeing to Adek, but that was something that benefited the Batarian hegemony and the Batarian hegemony alone. It didn't change the fact that the coalition, while it was struggling at the moment, was winning on that front of the war. They had taken Batarian territory, and Batarian attempts to take it back had failed. Even on the Solarian front, where the coalition's allies had suffered a massive defeat, progress was tainted. Where did it go? Where did the Goliath go? He hissed, sliding through report after report. Solarian patrols were combing the insides of Union territory, looking for where the retreating Enclave and Quarian fleet had gone. Maddeningly, they had made little to no progress. The initial chase had been stalled out after makeshift mines had been planted along the far side of the mass relay that connected to the Solarian home system. It had taken the better part of a day to clean up the stragglers that had been left behind and to ensure that no further mines had been planted. After that, there had been no trace of the unsuccessful invaders, with the except of a few stray pieces of debris that had been left behind. Solarian patrols had been combing any and all possible escape routes from Solarian space to Enclave space, particularly the route that they had taken in, but they had found nothing. No pieces of debris, no scouting ships attempting to feel out a safe path, not even something as minor as a garbled communication back towards home territory. It was as if the Enclave and Quarian fleet had fallen out of existence. It was maddening. It had been nearly a week since the attack on Surkesh. Days had gone by, and yet 80 starships, a good portion of them badly damaged, were nowhere to be seen. Unless the entire armada had been retrofitted with the same head concealment engine that the Normandy had, that should be impossible. They would need to head home, Saren said to himself, studying the notes he had. It was bad enough that things had turned out this way, but to add insult to injury, his forces had taken heavier losses than the rest of the defenders. Countless Geth and collector ships destroyed, ships that were hard to replace due to the limited resources he had, but they were nothing compared to the true defeat. 2 Reapers, 2 capital ship Reapers, utterly destroyed. He glanced over his shoulder at the broken data pads in the corner, the ones that he had thrown when he had first heard the news. He glowered before turning back. Oh come on, you were going to have to use them sooner or later, and it's worthless to get all worked up every time you use one. I mean, what was the plan? Just sit on them forever, fantasizing about using them but never actually doing it. What am I saying? That is probably your plan. I mean, you've been working on these things for years and you've been an open enemy of the coalition for months. For someone who loves to rant about how he hates the coalition and wants to see them destroyed, you've been taking a very inactive approach. You're kind of acting like an old Earth-based group called the Institute. Saren did his best to ignore Goeth as he started to chuckle. Do you know that people used to compare me to the scientists from the Institute? That's an insult if I ever heard one. I mean, those jokers? What was their great plan again? Oh right, it was continually dig a deeper and deeper hole over the course of a century while making more and more human-like robots, and this would somehow save the world, via the process of ... Because that makes sense. Have access to the most advanced technology on the planet, use it to make people accept they've got a few mechanical bits and no free will. He let out a loud bark of laughter. It's kind of hilarious in a way. They managed to earn the hatred of a bunch of insecure, paranoid survivalists and some overly self-righteous shut-ins, and neither of them were hypocrites about it. I mean really, you council aliens talk about how great our energy weapons were, but you wouldn't take a second glance at them if we were still using the Institute's crummy weapons. The locals were using firearms cobbled together out of old pipes at that point, and it was honestly a bit of a toss-up which was more effective. And I have to say, you're doing a pretty good imitation of them right now. Oh sure, you've got everyone talking about you, you're on everyone's mind, but when you stop and think about it, you haven't really done anything. You've just ranted and raved about how your way life is so much better while sitting in total isolation, doing nothing productive. Bit sad really. White-hot anger was starting to pound through Saren, both from Goeth's words and his frustration with the war contributing to it. He had had 25 Reapers when this had all begun. By the time the war had started, they had all been repaired. And now, 4 of them were gone. 2 destroyers, one lost at Tuchanka, another at Moria, and now he had lost 2 capital ships at Surkesh. Almost a fifth of the Reapers, utterly irreplaceable, were gone. Have you ever considered maybe sending in only 1 or 2 at a time is a bit of a bad idea? Goeth asked. I mean, together they've got enough firepower to take on a whole armada single-handedly. I know you've got a nice dust collection going on here, but it seems kind of a waste that you put together 24 all-powerful starships created from the collective genetic material of billions of dead sentient beings and then just never use them. I mean, what? Are you waiting for a chance that involves absolutely zero risk? If so, you're going to be here for a long time. And by that I mean forever. It was getting harder and harder to ignore Goeth, but Saren pressed on. The Goliath had to be taken care of. It had managed to destroy a Reaper in a frontal fight. There was only one of it, and it had been badly damaged regardless, but that was something that could change. It could be repaired and more ships of its class could be made. It perfectly captured everything that made the coalition, and by extension the Enclave, a threat. The ability to build machines of war and destruction that the Council couldn't match. You did hear me when I said that this thing was built from billions of dead people, right? Goeth asked. And you just know some of them were babies. I mean, if you are harvesting entire planets for genetic material, would you discriminate by age? There was an echoing knock as Goeth rapped his fist on the hull. Bet you 5 credits that this part right here was a kindergarten class. Their parents were probably all killed first because they were a bigger threat. Probably early on in the existence of the Reapers, it seems rather old. Billion-year-old dead kindergartners. But I'm sorry, what was that about coalition machines of destruction? Saren was starting to shake. Somehow, the Solarians had not been able to find the Goliath, a warship that dwarfed Sovereign in size. A tiny voice in the back of his head tried to remind him of how incomprehensibly large space was, and how much territory the Solarians had to search, but he ignored it. They had failed. Again. His allies had failed him time and time again, no matter how much help he had given them. Whenever he had sent Reapers to help them, they had been destroyed. His allies were more a hindrance than a help. As much as he hated to admit it, Goeth had a point. Spirits help him, he was actually listening to Goeth. He couldn't afford to keep all of the Reapers hidden away while he sent them out one by one. He needed to find a target and use it on them, a vicious decisive strike that would capitalize on the raw power he had. An overwhelming display of force, no matter the cost. Okay, now you're speaking my language, Goeth said, his voice moving closer, until he was right behind Saren. Might I recommend Remus? Big, fancy, and rich, it'll be the most spectacular when it all goes up in smoke and atomic fire. The old Colosseum got smashed, why not do the same to the new one? If not, there's always Moria. From a strategic sense, this one is probably the best one. Reapers can go longer than normal starships without refueling. I mean, they did have a backup plan that involved taking the slow route from dark space back to the Milky Way, they must. Or they can. Earth, Saren said. There was a moment of silence. I beg your pardon? Earth is a rock. There's nothing here. Under 2 billion people, half of them living there because they rejected coalition society are living in pre-war ruins. The other half live there because they were born there and only haven't moved because they can't afford to. But trust me, they're working on it. The coalition moved pretty much everything of importance off of Earth a long time ago. The only value it has is of the sentimental kind. It's the heart of their civilization, Saren said, more than himself than Goeth. It's a symbol for everything they are and stand for. Weak defenses, high civilian count. Something that will expose the frailty of the coalition for the entire galaxy to see. It'll break their morale and rally the galaxy. He smiled. It was the perfect plan. Buddy, we blew it up ourselves and that didn't stop us, Goeth said, sounding annoyed now. Hey, you want to destroy the coalition, fine by me. I think people should stop lying to themselves and follow their inner desires. But you need to think things through. You clearly want the entire coalition to either collapse or essentially be vassalized by the council, and this won't help you at all. If anything, it'll probably just make the coalition angry at you and prompt them to engage in total warfare. Something that, outside the Batarian front to a limited extent, this war has been avoiding. I mean, I think a total galactic war would be amazing to watch, but it doesn't really line up with what you want. Most of the ships stationed in Sol are centered around Mars, or the Helium-3 facilities farther out, Saren continued, now completely ignoring Goeth. If I can time this just right, I can jump all of the Reapers in, with some Geth and collectors to act as escorts, and hit the major population centers on Earth with their primary weapons. You do know when I said everything important had been taken off that planet, I was including their industry base, right? Goeth asked. He had stopped sounding annoyed and now seemed rather amused by the whole situation. Most of that's on Mars now. In Sol anyway, the coalition spread a lot of it out over their colonies because they're not stupid. Can't say the same for present company though. Again, I'm not against killing massive amounts of civilians, but this doesn't really help your goal. Also, orbital bombardment? The most boring way of killing someone? Oh dear, what am I going to do with you? I'll have the collectors and Geth positioned to rear guard so that they can eliminate any ships that try to get too close and stop the Reapers from doing their job, Saren continued, starting to get excited now. I don't know why I never saw it before, it's been right there in front of me this entire time. Perfect. I'll just have to recall the forces I sent to assist in the defense of Surkesh. I'll need every last warship I have. So question, are we going to be telling our allies of convenience about this? Goeth asked. Because once you go through with this not-so-brilliant idea, they're going to start wondering why the coalition is sending them messages that consist of nothing but pieces of paper with a bunch of swear words on it. Taped to a nuclear warhead. They made this mess, I'm cleaning it up, they can figure it out on their own, Saren said brutally. There was a loud clapping noise as Goeth rubbed his hands together. All right then, we're getting things done. You've somehow become even more of a hypocrite than you already were, but we're doing something. Seriously though, a psychologist could write a thesis for their PhD on the mental gymnastics your brain must have to go through in order to justify all of this. But hey, I have to say that this is something I'm honestly really excited about. I really wish you would be honest about all of this. We came so close when we made a house call to the hierarchy, but now I'm just repeating myself. Saren grinned. He couldn't help himself. He hadn't realized that there had been a feeling of dread and fear hanging over him until it had been lifted. Now that it was gone, he felt so much lighter, so much freer. It made sense that he had been afraid. He had spent years tracking down the few Reapers he could find, the ones that had been defeated in previous cycles, and repairing them. Years of painstaking research and repairs, monumental operations that had cost him fortunes and had required a careful picking of allies. It could have easily fallen apart at any minute, and had needed to silence many former allies who had not been trustworthy. In fact, now he very much stood alone. But he had the Reapers. And he was going to use them. He was about to continue his line of thought when an alarm blared loudly. What? He asked bitterly, looking up. The cool male voice of his 6 responded. Breach detected at collector base. Coalition personnel have boarded the facility. Scans of their equipment have detected nuclear warheads in their possession, the voice said. The excitement that had flared in Saren died almost at once, and a crushing fear flowed into him to replace it. Significant losses have been suffered. Attempts to slow enemy advancement have been unsuccessful. We need to head back there, right now. Saren shouted. Don't worry, from where we're at we should be able to get there in, I don't know, a week. Goeth said. I mean, why did you move all of the Reapers away from the collector base again? Oh right. You wanted to escort the few that you were sending to help the Solarians, and then you decided to wait out here in the middle of nowhere until your forces got back, because you didn't want them to have to travel back to the collector base unescorted. Because that's a smart way to use the most powerful warships in the galaxy. Shut up, I don't care. Saren snapped, glaring at Goeth before he looked back up again. Set a course for the collector base. Direct path, maximum speed. This is not a recommended action, the VI responded. Not only will a direct path result in these ships being spotted by either military or merchant ships sympathetic to the coalition. Such events may result in the location of this flotilla being compromised, enabling the coalition and its allies to better react to said flotilla. Chances of Reaper destruction spike rapidly in such circumstances. I gave you an order. Most direct path. Now. Anger was mixing with the fear now. How was it that, no matter when he gave his orders, there was always some form of complication or road stop? He had worked so hard to get all of these assets on his side, yet he was always surrounded by some form of stupidity. First that researcher turned shadow broker spy, then Rena, and now this. He stopped as a sudden realization hit him. How did they know where the collector base was? He said in a dangerously low voice. No one knew unless they worked directly for me. I've ensured everyone else who could possibly know was silenced. Oh come on now, it's not exactly rocket science, Goeth said. I mean, really put your brain to work, Saren. Stop with the circular logic about how you're so great and really do some deductive reasoning here. Who knew and who was in a position to tell? There's only one possible answer. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Saren had reached the same conclusion. Pure hatred bubbled up inside of him. Rena, he hissed. Knew we'd get there sooner or later, Goeth said. I mean, did you not see this coming the second you learned that she was in coalition industry? You haven't exactly done much to win over her loyalty, buddy. In between hitting her and killing collector drones in front of her to prove a point. I'll kill her, Saren growled, his hands tightening into fists so hard that his own talons started to dig into his palms. When I find her, I'll kill her. Slam her against the wall, wrap my hands around her throat, and choke the life out of that miserable woman. I trusted her, and this is how she repays me. She's done. There are further problems with your orders, the VI said. Abandoning this position will require Geth and collector ships not present at the collector base to have to return to base without escorts. Many of them sustained damage battling enemy forces, and they may be vulnerable on the return journey. Both ship types possess advanced technology that many factions would be interested in acquiring, even if they would have to risk severe harm in order to succeed. Get us back to the base now. Saren roared, feeling like the inside of his throat was tearing. Very well. Charting course now. XXXXX. 7 more contacts up ahead. Hose them down. Ashley roared. Don't let them land. Her voice was barely audible over the tumult of gunfire and energy blasts. Nevertheless, person-to-person comm units managed to make her heard. A barrage of white energy blasts rose up and consumed the 7 collectors that had been descending from on high, their wings flapping furiously. She and the rest of Trojan 1 were fighting their way deeper into the collector base. It had been non-stop combat every step of the way, only a few seconds free of blaring weapons. Fox was at the very front of the unit, roaring at the top of his lungs as his Gatling laser blared brightly. It effortlessly tore through anything unfortunate enough to be caught in its path. Adam and Shepard were not far behind him, their theta energy weapons cleaning up everything that the meta-human missed. At the rear end of the formation, Ashley could spot Karen, Cornelia, and Sergeant Goodman leading half a dozen shock troops acting as their rear guard. A steady stream of collectors and Geth were approaching them from behind, emerging out of countless side tunnels and hatches sways. The first few were caught in a massive blast of theta energy from Goodman's new weapon. Said weapon was the same type Adam had used over ADEK, it having been dubbed the Energy Blaster. A steady stream of fire from the others was steadily whittling them down, theta energy easily bypassing shields and tearing through armor. It was far from an easy fight, though. The stream of Geth and collectors seemed to be never ending. At least 50 corpses littered the ground behind them, yet the swarm of incoming foes wasn't thinning in the slightest. A barrage of shots tore from the front of the formation, another dozen collectors soaring from high up, saturating the center of the coalition formation with fire. The shock troopers caught in the fire scattered, but not before 3 of them were overwhelmed and killed. Get rid of them. No sooner had she given the command, than Fox's Gatling gun rose up, raking through the flying collectors and picking them off one by one. Their lifeless bodies dropped to the ground as Fox continued to fire, his roars audible even over the chaos of 100 different weapons being fired simultaneously. "We're going to be broken down bit by bit if we keep this up," Miranda said, her voice crackling into Ashley's comm unit. She worked her way towards the front of the mob, firing her weapon as she went, falling in line with Ashley. "Shepard, Williams, we need a respite from this, or at the very least we need to get the fighting down to one front. EDI, we need a map of the area, is there any ideal terrain near us?" Ashley said. As she spoke, she took aim and fired a shot that burnt a hole right through the torso of a Geth hunter, whose cloak had been dropped by a stray shot. The synthetic's optic died as it tilted over, falling off of the walkway that they were all on. "There is a central access point half a kilometer ahead. Multiple entrances, all of them sealed BIA blast doors," EDI report, turning about as she went, and firing a few suppressing shots and the enemy forces trailing them. "I am already forcing my way into the controls, the way will be open when we arrive." "Captain, we need to get there and seal the doors behind us," Ashley said, forcing her way forward, towards the vanguard. "They're putting too much pressure on us." As if to emphasize her point, a Geth Prime lumbered into view from the rear. A rocket soared from it and struck the side of the formation. One more EN shock trooper was blown to pieces, while another had her leg ripped off and was forced over the side. Ashley could hear her screaming in fear and pain over the comm unit as she fell, only for her to be silenced by a sickening crunch. "Do it," Shepard ordered gruffly, apparently more focused on plucking another wing of collectors out of the sky as they drew closer. "You heard her, people. We've got a strong point half a kilometer ahead. Break through them." Ashley emphasized her point by gunning down another Geth trooper that had been taking aim. She had to admit, her order was easier said than done. Passageways and access tunnels, too narrow to move their forces through, were constantly disgorging Geth and collectors at them. Collectors from on high were capable of simply flying towards them from the depths of the station. There wasn't going to be a heroic breakthrough, only a slow, tedious grind. "What the fuck is that thing?" a panic-stricken voice shouted, no doubt one of the shock troops. Ashley had half a mind to tell him to keep his head until she saw what he was talking about. Really, the question had been a fair one. Something was floating towards them, a silvery-grayish thing with pale blue lights dotting it. It had a head that resembled a collector's, but its body resembled that of a gigantic beetle, and overall the thing was the size of a small tank. Then it opened its mouth in a wide roar, and what Ashley saw nearly made her gag. Around 24 skulls in a pile inside the thing's mouth, all laced with cybernetics that glowed an eerie blue. You die now," Fox bellowed, focusing his fire on the floating construct. No sooner had he done so, than the thing returned fire. Thick blue beams, one from each eye, erupted outward, engulfing Fox's chest in bright blue light. A tinge of pain working its way into his roars, Fox continued to fire. The beams, whatever they were, caused Fox's kinetic barriers to wave and flicker. The Gatling laser, meanwhile, was scorching and burning away at the floating construct's armor, but progress was slow. "Concentrate all fire on that thing. Shepard. Pulse rifle!" Ashley shouted. Shepard had already been aiming the rifle, ready for fire, when something unexpected happened. The dark purple aura that all biotics had when using their ability flared around the thing as it came crashing down to the ground, standing on four thin and spindly legs. A shockwave of biotic energy shot out, catching Fox, Shepard and Adam, causing all three of them to stagger. A second later, a much thicker shockwave of yellow energy erupted out, knocking all three of them off their feet, their barriers weakened. Yet another unfortunate shock trooper, one who had been just a little too close, was sent tumbling over the side, screaming as he went. By this point, the forward-facing soldiers were concentrating their fire on the tank-like monster, blasting bits and pieces of armor away with theta energy weapons. The thing, whatever it was, ignored it. It lifted off from the ground, floating once more, and fired both of its beam weapons at Fox. The metahuman had been struggling to get back to his feet, and found himself forced back down, howling in agony as what was left of his barriers tried to keep him alive. "Piss off, ugly!" Cornelia had taken a running start, moving to the very front of the formation, before leaping at the thing. A thick biotic aura flared around her as she soared, lowering her mass and aiming her towards the thing. She drew her sword, took in both hands, before the aura flared again. This time it did the opposite, making her far more dense, and causing her to drop like a rock. With an audible thud, she impacted on the top of the monster that was attacking them, her sword buried up to the hilt. A loud, inhuman screech drowned out all other noise as the thing began to buck violently, attempting to throw Cornelia off. Its beams were still firing, but now they were scorching the ceiling instead of friendly soldiers. "Stupid floating thing. That hurt. Stop fighting and die." Fox was back up, pumping laser beams into the belly of the thing, which was now exposed as it writhed viciously in midair. Cornelia was holding on for dear life, both hands locked around her sword as she was swung every way possible. Shepard! Ashley roared, running full out towards the captain. She made to holster her own rifle and grab Shepard's pulse rifle, but that proved to be unnecessary. Shepard, groaning in pain, pushed herself into a kneeling position, took aim, and fired. The shot struck home and electricity surged all over the creature as its circuits were overloaded and fried. It continued to float for the briefest of intervals, before gravity took hold again once more and it fell, crushing a pair of Geth troopers as it did. Cornelia threw herself off before it hit the ground, sprawling ungraceful on the hard ground, right next to Shepard. Forcing back the urge to sigh in relief, Ashley instead grabbed Cornelia by the shoulder and helped her up. "Please don't do that again," she said weakly. Cornelia gave a small laugh and a noncommittal jerk of the head before muttering something about couldn't afford to lose another sword anyway. "Not much further, it's just up ahead. Keep moving," Miranda commanded, her voice level but still urgent. Finally, the throng of enemies in front of them seemed to be thinning out. It seemed that, whatever the lifeless husk in front of them had once been, it had been expected to stop them in their tracks. Only a handful of collectors and Geth still opposed them, and once the vanguard had recovered, they were quickly dealt with. A shot from Adam's energy blaster and a raking from Fox Gatling gun did the job. And there it was, just like Miranda had said, a thick blast door, wide enough for 3 people to walk through, just in front of them, wide open. "Goodman, Karen, covering fire with me. Everyone else, forward." Doubling back towards the rear of the formation, Ashley took a couple of snapshots. One went wide and another schemed the Geth trooper she had been aiming at, while the third managed to hit home in the chest, disabling the synthetic. The Prime was still behind them, lumbering forward, aiming its weapon again. With a single, fluid movement, Karen drew a grenade from his side, flicked the pin off, and tossed it. It hit the Prime directly in the chest, exploding with such force and head that Ashley winced, even though her armor. When the flames cleared away, the largest bit of the Geth that was still there was its head, idly rolling to the side. "Hold here," Ashley said, kneeling behind a large piece of metal that was jutting out of the ground, poking her rifle over and taking pot shots at the advancing Geth. Karen and Sergeant Goodman joined her, Karen tossing another grenade into the thick of the enemy. This one exploded in a flash of green energy, swallowing up a pair of troopers and a hunter. Every few shots, Ashley took a glance over her shoulder, watching as the others filed through the doorway as fast as they could. Most of the fire was being directed at her, Goodman and Karen, the way she wanted it, but their shields were getting low now. And then they were all through. "All right, go. EDI, seal the doors as soon as we're through." Firing one last shot, she and the other 2 bolted. Shots streamed past their heads, their shields draining to dangerously low levels before they were through and the doors began to grind shut. Just before they closed, Karen tossed one last plasma grenade through, a sliver of green light visible before the doors slammed shut. "That grenade on the Prime, what was that?" Ashley asked, panting as she did. She could only see the glowing red eyes of Karen's helmet, but Ashley knew that he was smiling. "Quantum grenade. Even for rangers those are hard to get. I've only got one more left," he said. "I think I put it to good use. Would have used it on the thing in front if the captain hadn't gotten to it first. Ideally, would have thrown it in its mouth. Its insides were probably less armored." Ashley couldn't help but smile at the idea of the thing that they had fought imploding from the inside. "All right, everyone take 5 minutes to recuperate," Miranda ordered, looking around. "If you're feeling drained, take some combat stimes. If you're wounded, take some Medigel. Any serious injuries and we'll med-evac you with the teleporter. One way or another, we need to be out of this room before too long." There was a heavy pound on the door behind them. Miranda grimaced. "EDI. I am blocking their attempts to remotely open the door, but I can do nothing to stop them from physically forcing it open," the AI replied. "Best we could have hoped for," Miranda said. "All right, we're around the halfway point. We just need to get a bit further in before we deploy the nuke. Is it safe?" Ashley reached around to her back, where the suitcase was magnetically locked, and slid it onto the ground. Punching in the code Miranda had taught her, she pried the case open, showing it to Miranda. There wasn't so much as a scratch on the warhead inside. "Good. Let's keep it that way. If the plates get damaged it could be downgraded from a nuke to a dirty bomb. That would be the last thing that they needed right now. To get back onto the Normandy and be greeted with silence when they pulled the detonator." Sealing the case and hoisting it back onto her back, Ashley got to her feet. Around then, she noticed a trio of shock troops approaching Adam, who had gotten to one knee and had his hands clasped in front of him, praying silently. Hastily, Ashley crossed the room. "Praying for the members of the 57th who died out there, or that your own ass will get through this?" the lead trooper asked. Adam didn't reply, continuing to pray. "I asked you a question, asshole." "Amen," Adam said softly, before turning about. The former. The trooper gave a bitter laugh. That's rich, don't pretend that you care. We're all just murderers and rapists to you, aren't we? I do not think that, but I highly doubt that anything I say will change your mind on this subject, Adam said. His voice was polite, but there was a trace of steeliness to it. I fail to see what you hope to accomplish here. You should be prepping for the mission, we're not here to pick fights with our allies. Ashley paused. Sergeant Goodman had noticed the situation too, putting himself between Adam and the members of the 57th. Back off. Oh what, you think you've got the right to give me orders? The headmost trooper said angrily. Well, last time I checked I was a sergeant. That's kind of how military chain of command works, Goodman said coolly. Now, I do believe I gave you an order. Get your gear and prep. In case you forgot, we're deep in the middle of enemy territory with hyper-advanced aliens banging at the door. Any time would be a bad time for this, but somehow you managed to go above and beyond the call of picking the worst possible time. Fuck you, Goodman. Hartley was my sergeant, not you. Heads were starting to turn now. Members of the 57th stood rooted to the spot. A pair whispered, and Ashley thought she could hear discomfort in their voices, but none of them made a move. Meanwhile, the Normandy crew members looked much more tense. Cornelia was eyeing the situation with her fingers twitching, Karen had a cold and calculating rigidity to him, and Fox was shaking with barely controlled anger. Ashley dearly wanted to intervene. Mostly to help Gabriel, although part of her had to admit she would enjoy putting someone who was honestly missing Lewis Hartley in her place. But Gabriel was the one who was supposed to be leading the 57th now that Stone and Hartley were gone. He needed to be able to assert his authority over them, otherwise they would have a wild and undisciplined platoon on their side during a critical mission. Of course, if any of them got too out of hand, she would act. The list of Maureen's shock troops Ashley could trust had begun and ended with Roger Andrews for a long time. Goodman was doing a good job on becoming the second person on the list. Despite the intensity of the situation, she allowed herself a small smile. She missed Talai, but for this 1 second, she was glad that the Quarian girl was gone. She didn't need her to ask when she was going to kiss Garrus a second time. If you're okay with taking orders from people like him, then fine, Goodman said. We can get the teleporter set up and get you out of here. You don't have to take orders from me, and if you don't want to, then get out of my sight. There was the tiniest of shakes to Goodman's voice. Ashley had a nagging feeling that he wasn't used to holding this kind of authority, and that he was having doubts about his ability to get the others to listen. Particularly when the soldiers he was trying to order were choosing to make the situation both personal and emotional. Despite this, he pressed on. A soldier that can't take orders is worse than worthless to me. It actively attracts harm. So the way I see it, we have two options. You get teleported back to the Normandy, thrown in a brig, and await court-martial for your insubordination. Or you do your job and do what you are told and stop disgracing the name of Moria more than you already have. There was a tense silence, Gabriel and the soldiers glaring at each other. I'm waiting on an answer here, he said coldly. Slowly, the woman in front nodded stiffly. Good. Make sure nothing like this ever happens again. Between Hartley and his goonies being dishonorably discharged and the meat grinder we went through, the 57th only has so many soldiers to count on. Maybe it'll have to be stripped down and rebuilt, but until then I need it to hold together. Unless you'd rather we all end up dead. There was a little more confidence in his voice now, it having been slowly rising ever since the soldier had nodded. Now would be a good time to check up on the other teams, Miranda muttered in Ashley's ear. He handled that well. Not masterfully of course, but considering he's more or less undergoing a trial by fire, we couldn't have expected much more. Ashley couldn't help but agree. A lieutenant should be leading his platoon, not a sergeant, and not a recently promoted one like Goodman. The best that they could hope for was that he would keep the platoon together until they could get it out of this mess. He was proving to be capable of doing that, but not much else. Trojan 2, Trojan 3, status updates, keep it brief, Miranda said curtly. Ashley saw Jane stiffen out of the corner of her eye, and knew she was listening on the comm. It was a private channel that most of the team didn't have access to. They, the de facto commanders of Trojan 1 and the other two teams were the only ones who had access. Trojan 2 here, no major problems, came Rex's voice. Ran into a Colossus, but we managed to slip by it without it noticing. It was moving fast though, looked like it was in a hurry. Probably heading in your direction. There was a good chance that that was a response to them dealing with the floating tank-like creature that had attacked them. A roadblock in the defensive grid was being replaced after they had knocked it over. We're on schedule, no shots fired yet. Just hit the halfway point. Trojan 3, things are pretty similar, said Nora. Jessica's been managing to whittle her way through collector drones whenever they get in our way, but no alarm has been raised. We're just about, no wait scratch that, we just hit our depth point. Gotta say Lawson, you know how to pick your operatives. We wouldn't have gotten through this half as fast without Jessica. Okay, there's a nice little nook here, I'm doing the you-know-what. We're gonna start heading back when we're done. Gotta cut it here, we'll need to flag down Joker soon. Understood, Miranda said, lowering her hand. Ashley mulled this over. One of the 3 nukes was armed. Even if absolutely everything that could go wrong did end up going wrong, they would still end up doing irreversible damage to this station. They hard secured, at the very least, a partial victory. EDI, do you read any enemy forces nearby? Miranda asked. There is a concentration of Geth and collectors outside the entrance that we came through. There is not, however, a major obstruction through any of the other exits. Once they realize which direction we are heading in though, I imagine they will respond in force, EDI said. A head start is all we really could have asked for, Miranda said. All right. Ashley said, her voice echoing over the comm unit. That's all the time we can afford to spend recovering. We need to move. Same formation as last time. Let's get this thing done. XXXXX. The general idly waited, his fingers drumming the table in front of him. He, the colonel and the major were all standing on the bridge of one of the army's war cruisers. The 3 of them were looking at a holographic display of Tylev and the surrounding space. Tylev was an ideal world for colonization. Large, temperature, a magnetic core to keep solar winds at bay, and most importantly, resource-rich. Over 20 major Batarian cities dotted the surface, with smaller towns scattered in between them. Population was most likely in the tens of millions, if not hundreds. Certainly a bit more than what we're usually sent to attack, the colonel commented. Do you think it's too late to ask for a bonus? Let's take the capital of the planet then consider asking for more money, the general said. The colonel let out a laugh, but the general was only half joking. That would be an ideal move to make. Difficult to the point of being nearly impossible, but if they could somehow pull it off, they would be in an excellent position to argue for some extra payment. What's taking them so long? The major growled. We can't move until they do. We've been waiting for 12 hours. Patience, the general said, holding his hand up. He had to admit that his patience was wearing thin, but that was not something that his mercenaries needed to hear. Besides, in this mission they had been given the less dangerous job. They would be the ones attacking from the side, not the frontal assault. No updates on my end yet fellas, the voice of Franklin Hurst said over the comm lines. You sure this thing isn't broken? That was an unpleasant thought. There were still quite a few army ships in the frontal assault, and they would be destroyed with all the rest if anything went wrong. The general dearly hoped that the feed would go live the second the Allied fleet jumped into the system that contained Tylev. We have our orders, Mr. Hurst, the general said, eyeing Tylev. As a matter of fact, here they come. The Allied fleet had jumped out of FTL. The most mismatched collection of ships that the general had ever seen. The uniform and sleek ships of the Coalition and Cerberus, juxtaposed to the worn and battered vessels of the Blood Pack and Army. Simply seeing the Army and Blood Pack working together in such close unison was a rare sight for the general, and either directly working with a government force went against everything he had considered to be common sense. As planned, the fleet had come out of FTL a light second away from the planet. Dozens upon dozens of ships comprised the Allied fleet, around 80 in total, with one dreadnought in the center, while 70 ships comprised the Batarian defense fleet, counting the around dozen Eclipse ships. The general had been fighting Eclipse for decades, and he could tell from a single glance that those ships were indeed Asari Republic deserters. They were too new, too well maintained, and too organized to be regular Eclipse. On top of that, there were 2 Batarian dreadnoughts and the mass-produced disruptor torpedo launchers that they had been warned about. Damn, this is gonna be a tough nut to crack, Hurst said, his voice shaking just a little. The idiot is right, the major said. You never go into a fight where the enemy has more dreadnoughts than you do. It's just something that you don't do unless you want to die. The major's voice became more and more constricted as his jaw tightened. Why are we taking orders from these incompetent morons? Calm yourself and watch, the general said. Don't forget, we have a mole. A mole that had better keep his promise if he valued his life. The Allied fleet had fired its first volley of slugs at the Batarian fleet. Just short of 40 shots tore through space, roaring towards the Batarian fleet. Even though they were traveling thousands of kilometers per second, they were moving at a very slow pace overall. It took nearly 2 minutes for them to reach their marks. By that point, most of the enemy ships had moved well out of the way of the incoming shots. Many even used their Guardian lasers to vaporize the incoming masses, having had more than enough time to adjust and target them. A few managed to find their way through the beams of focused light, striking dead center at the weapon platforms, their munitions igniting at once, causing the structures to utterly disappear in balls of fire. One frigate had been too close to a platform head was caught in the blast, being torn clean in half. The general gave a small laugh. They can't move too far away from the platforms. If they do, the slugs will hit the planet's surface. Even if they don't hit any cities, that's enough dust being kicked up to cause some severe ecological damage. And, we're okay with that. Hearst said, sounding a little uncomfortable. None of the metahumans replied. The general did find the nomad to be amusing, but he didn't quite understand the calculated gambles you had to make in combat. None of the slugs would hit the surface, no one involved in this battle was suicidal to let that happen. The Allied fleet was not willing to face the consequences, and the Batarians would be too afraid of their bosses. So they would stay and fight, even if it meant being picked off from a distance. A second volley had been launched, all of them now halfway towards their targets. 50 credits say that 2 frigates go up this time, the colonel said. Once again, the Batarian fleet adjusted to avoid the shots, firing on them as they passed but once again failing to stop all of them. 4 more weapon platforms went up in flames, damaging a cruiser and destroying a second cruiser. Ah, screw you, the colonel said. And there they go, the general said. A huge portion of the Batarian ships jumped to FTL for less than a second, crossing the gulf between themselves and the Allied ships, bringing them into conventional weapons distance. All of the Eclipse ships accompanied them, but 11 of the Batarian ships remained behind. One of them was the Dreadnought. This is close, the major said. The Dreadnought is too much for us to handle. We have cruisers and freighters. The general took a step closer, examining the map more closely. As he did, a smile crossed his face. Look. The remaining batteries had fired their loads of disruptor torpedoes at long last. It would take a few minutes for them to reach their marks. Not that half of them would ever get that far, as they were being vaporized by Guardian lasers. Fired by the 11 Batarian ships. He let out a laugh. Danux kept his word. All ships, make the jump. Ignore the Batarian ships, focus on the torpedo launchers. Even the major was laughing now. Traitors have their use, it seems. Shame he's too much of a hypocrite to not actually destroy the weapon platforms. I suppose we'll have to be the ones that get our hands dirty so that the pure and innocent High Admiral doesn't. Our lives in a nutshell. There was the tiniest of jolts in the ship as they accelerated to well beyond the speed of light. Then, just as soon as it had started, it stopped. 15 ships, 8 Army and 7 Nomad had appeared on the hologram, just above the collective of stations. Tearing through them at mass accelerations, the lasers on each of the 15 ships lanced out in all directions. The approach having been carefully planned out, each platform had been accounted for, even the ones that had already been destroyed. As suspected, a single laser was enough to utterly devastate each one. The munition stores were cooked off by the superheated light, resulting in a dazzling display. Over 3 dozen explosions in near synchronization, leaving nothing but the tiniest bits of scrap metal behind. As the general's strike force cleared the combat zone, only 3 of the platforms were left. One of the Nomad ships had suffered a laser grid burnout, it having been cobbled together too quickly. In the grand scheme of things though, it was insignificant. Oh no you don't. Although Hearst seemed to disagree with him on that one. Out of Hearst's freighter, a trio of mining drones were launched. They curved backwards, heading directly for the few remaining platforms. As they impacted, there was a momentary delay as the drills on the drones tore through the hull. Then, in a flash of fire, the 3 surviving platforms met the same fate as the other 47. As far as I'm concerned, I'd call that a perfect run, boys and girls. Yee-haw! Hearst bellowed in joy, to a loud chorus from the rest of the Nomads, and even 1 or 2 army captains. All ships, do not turn about. I repeat, stay on this course, the general ordered, a feeling of satisfaction warming his heart. Days like this were what made his life worth living. Jobs that were executed with a minimal amount of fuss, with everything going the way it should be. No repairs to plan, no corpses to bury, no authorities to hide from. No fuss, and yet everything had been accomplished. Tuck down underneath and head to the main fight. Give it a bit of FTL once we've leveled out. Let's see if we can take out a few Batarian ships from below, but don't overextend yourselves. We're more fragile than the main group, so don't be a hero. Copy that, boss man. Come on you lot, don't let the mercs show us up. Hearst bellowed, sounding like he was having the time of his life. Those hegemony sons of bitches have got gut punches coming up. Is it fighting dirty? Hell yes. Hell yes, it is fighting dirty, which is what they've been doing this whole time. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. I swear to God you're enjoying being in the middle of a battlefield, Rig grunted from Hearst's end. If we survive this, you and I are going to have words. The general was willing to bet that most of Rig's words would be colorful 4-letter ones. But that wasn't important right now, he had to focus. His eyes narrowed as he followed the curve that his strike force was taking. It wasn't as fast or as smooth as he would have liked. Most mercenary ships, if they weren't old military surplus or salvage, tended to, at the very least, try to copy military design. They weren't as good as proper military designed ships, but there was at least a standard that they tried to hold themselves to. Nomad ships didn't have that benefit, and they were noticeably slower and clunkier than the army ships. If this battle had not put them in the area of least threat, the Batarians would have been picking them off, one by one. Still, the Batarian main fleet had stopped in knife fight range of the Allied forces and were too busy trading fire to divert their attention. The fight was mostly even, but skewered slightly in the coalition's favor. Danuks had deprived the hegemony of 11 warships, one of which was a dreadnought. They had not expected that loss in firepower, nor had they expected the gap in numbers between the two fleets to widen the way it did. The end result was two armadas trading heavy fire at close range, an incomprehensible mess of torpedoes, slugs and lasers, where one side was simply outshooting the other. The Batarian hegemony just couldn't do anything to change the fact that they were losing more ships than the coalition was, even if the coalition was suffering a fair few casualties. A dozen Allied ships, most of them coalition of Cerberus, were floating lifeless or in pieces. But the hegemony had lost 20, nearly twice that. The final nail in the coffin for the hegemony was the technological superiority of the coalition rearing its head one last time. Battlecruisers were at the very rear of the friendly formation, 4 in total, all of them targeting the enemy dreadnought with their Tesla cannons. The dreadnought was hurting, and badly. Even from here, the general could spot telltale signs of multiple system failures. The engine had a noticeably decreased output, the shields were weakening, and the main cannon wasn't firing as often as it should be. Said cannon was still powerful, and each shot it did get out wiped a coalition ship out of existence, but it was on its way out. A pack of Batarian frigates charged into the depths of the coalition fleet, heading straight towards the battlecruisers. Apparently they were making a desperate, last-ditch attempt to save their dreadnought. To their credit, they got much farther than they had any right to. The coalition and its allies were caught off guard by such boldness, no doubt because it was uncharacteristic of how the Batarians had fought in the war thus far, and were slow to react. The Batarians were halfway through before they started to take fire. Of the 5 that had charged in, 2 were destroyed before they could even get close. The survivors let off a desperate salvo at the nearing battlecruisers, all of their weapons firing simultaneously. The core of one of the battlecruisers overloaded and it was obliterated in a ball of fire, while a second was sent spinning away into space, hull peeling away and fires burning. Their fragile shields had not been able to hold up against the assault of even frigates. That was as far as the Batarians went though. By now, half a dozen cruisers had targeted them and opened fire, their much more powerful cannons ripping through the shields on the smaller ships. The general watched as the last of the frigates died in balls of fire, while the remaining 2 battlecruisers continued to fire on the dreadnought. After a few more hits, the dreadnought became very still. Its internal systems too battle damaged to continue fighting, as escape pods began to launch out of it. It was crippled, perhaps permanently so. He scratched his chin. There was always a chance it could be repaired. And he had executed his part in this maneuver flawlessly. Perhaps he could ask for the dreadnought as part of his payment. Making it operational again would be expensive, but very worthwhile if he could pull it off. Very good, now jump to FTL now. He ordered, his strike force having finally leveled out. Everything he had watched had barely taken 30 seconds to play out. Such was the frantic nature of battles between 2 navies. His strike force darted forward for the briefest of instances before coming to a stop. Curve up and fire. Don't get greedy, focus on their smaller ships. We want confirmed kills here, not potential kills that didn't work out. Listen to the man. Our asses are getting too big. We're skipping the main course and just getting a salad tonight. Hurst bellowed. All 15 of his ships tore upward, lining up their spinal-mounted cannons with the underbellies of the Batarian and Eclipse ships. A barrage shot up, tearing through the empty vacuum of space and striking head-on. Half a dozen frigates were destroyed, 5 hegemony and 1 Eclipse, overwhelmed by coordinated shots. It was too much for the enemy fleet. With an enemy below, 1 dreadnought gone, another defecting, and their fortifications gone, the morale of the Batarian fleet broke. Ships sped off in random directions, many of them jumping to FTL as soon as they could. The ones that weren't fast enough were gunned down by their enemies, who were gleefully taking advantage of this situation. All right. All ships weapons free, eliminate all targets of opportunity, the general said, although this was almost a pointless command. The Batarian fleet had broken such a chaotic and disorganized manner that the ones that hadn't already run had been destroyed already. The Eclipse portion, notably, actually managed to maintain formation as they jumped out in unison, only having lost a couple of vessels in the battle. The general's force was able to pick off 1 or 2 Batarian ships that hadn't run fast enough, but that is it. The battle was over. Half of the force that had come out to fight the coalition had been destroyed or disabled, the other half was scattered. How much longer can they keep this up? The colonel asked. I mean, we keep annihilating them every time we force them to fight head-on. The coalition's focus is divided, having to fight the Turian hierarchy at the same time, and we're still steadily pushing the hegemony back. He pointed at the hologram of Tylev. This is the second planet that they've abandoned to their enemy, and this one is a lot more valuable than a minor colony like ADEK. I'm fairly certain that the revenue we've cut them off from is enough that we may have just forced a recession onto the Batarian hegemony. Not for very long, that's for certain, the major growled. They're weak. They're complacent and isolated, the general said. They're used to proxy wars and hiding behind the council. They can't do either anymore. Pathetic, the major responded. The general couldn't help but agree. Perhaps it was his time on Earth, but he had a hard time respecting those that didn't have the strength to fight for themselves, particularly those who were stupid enough to think otherwise. Hill. He said, his finger to his comm unit. Status report, everything is fine on our end. Minor malfunction for one of the nomads, but no problems aside from that. How are things on your end? We're picking up the escape pods, the Morian general replied. We're isolating the officers to see if we can get anything useful from them on the status of the hegemony navy. Sure enough, shuttles were launching from the Allied fleet, heading towards the escape pods from both sides, recovering the survivors. Meanwhile, the majority of the fleet was heading towards the planet, making a quick jump to FTL to cover the distance. With a gesture of the hand, the General Strike Force did the same thing. Admiral Danux, stand down and disarm your ships. If you wish, your crew may be allowed to return to hegemony space, or seek asylum in the sovereign dominion of ADEK, Hill said, her voice echoing across all channels. Every Batarian listening in would be able to hear her loud and clear, her promise of sovereignty. She still hasn't given up that plan of trying to make herself look good compared to the hegemony. The colonel shocked, looking a combination of exasperated and amused. What does it say about her that she's competing with an enclave of racist, regressive despots, and it's honestly a bit of a toss-up. We are about to commence deployment of our ground forces to the planet as well, Hill continued, blissfully unaware of the colonel's snide comments. Most likely for the best, the general didn't want to have to deal with the headache that would be her screaming. I urge you to convince as many commanders as possible to surrender and lay down their arms. This planet is lost to the hegemony, the coalition, and the SDA control the space around it. It what? Hill's voice rose in both shock and anger. The general had seen it too and bit back a swear. An explosion had rocked Danux's dreadnought. In fact, tiny explosions were beginning to pepper the outsides of all of the ships that had remained and refused to fight. This is High Admiral Danux to anyone who is listening. A terrified voice shouted back over the comm lines. There is a fleet-wide mutiny on board all of my remaining craft. I'm maintaining control of the bridge of my flagship, but I don't know how much longer I can hold out. Both I and my ships need assistance from anyone who can provide it. Please respond. What do we do? The major asked, he and the colonel snapping their attention towards the general. Ready up boarding parties. The general didn't respond, closely watching the dreadnought instead. The explosion that had torn through it had been much larger than the others. Almost as if the reactor had been damaged. It had. A massive explosion tore through the lower hull of the warship, cleaving it in half and causing the two halves to drift in opposite directions, but both of them being pulled into the planet's atmosphere. Mayday, Mayday! An utterly terrified Danux screeched. Please. Anyone. I'm begging you. Son of a bitch, Hill swore. There's a good chance he'll survive that, dreadnoughts are built to last, but on the course he's on, he'll be landing not far from one of the major cities. Not the capital city, but still enough for a few thousand soldiers to be on him within the hour. Listen up everyone, we need Danux alive. A top brass official who's agreed to defect? That's a treasure I'm not passing up. General, you said you wanted to lead your men from the front? Now's your chance. Get me Danux. All forces, fire off a quick barrage on any isolated military targets. Soften that planet up as much as we can. Then launch a full assault on all military installations near his projected crash zone. We should have asked for a bonus, the colonel grumbled, double-checking both of his LMGs. We pull off the improbable when we smash that defensive array without even taking a scratch, and now she wants us to jump straight into the meat grinder that is an enemy-controlled planet. I think this woman may not care about us. Novel idea, I know. We have a job to do, we're going to do it, the general said. The colonel may complain, but in a way all three of them knew that this was the mercenary's life. A life of hardship, violence, and the knowledge that whoever hired you did so because they cared about the lives of other more. But it was the life they walked and the one they knew. They had been walking it for as long as they could remember. They had given their word and accepted the money as payment. So they would fight, some of them would die, maybe all of them, and the universe would keep spinning. But if it wasn't this mission that would kill them, it would be something else. That was their lot in life. And they would all own it. It was who they were, particularly he, the colonel and the major. In a way, the three of them had always been expendable in a much bigger picture. Since the beginning of the army, there had been a much bigger goal, spreading the superiority of mutants. That had always been their goal. Now the council and their lackeys were threatening that. They would put their lines on the line to protect that future again, like they always did. Like they always had. The three of them would march forward again like they always had. As last soldiers of the Master's army, fighting for a future that had been needed long before the council had entered the picture. If they were to die keeping that future alive, it would be a death that the general would die gladly. And so would the colonel and the major. Chapter 113. Rough landing. XXXXX. I'm just saying, you're making a statement when you use a sniper rifle, Rex said, blasting away with his claymore shotgun. The Geth trooper he had been targeting was torn apart so badly that its upper half nearly detached from its lower. Granted, the statement varies from species to species. I don't know what Turians say about it, but we Krogan have a very unique outlook. People probably think that we consider snipers to be cowards. We don't. We consider them to be sadists. Gurus poorly restrained a laugh as he lined up a shot with a second Geth trooper, taking its head off. I'll admit, I would have expected the coward angle. The Krogan are all about hurrah, machismo, and reminding people that they've got twice as many testicles as most species. Where did the sadist perspective come in? Think about it, Rex said, as he, Gurus and Lyra moved forward. They were nearing their destination in the collector base, which no more than a kilometer away. They had not faced a great deal of resistance, evidently Trojan 1's diversion was going exactly as planned, but there was still a steady, if small, stream of hostiles being sent this way. You're a kilometer or two away from the thick of the fighting. You're not dealing with the rush of combat or the potential fear of death. You're nice and far away, taking your time, deciding which one you want to kill. Then you finally do it. They either die right away, never knowing what happened, or they live for a bit, and you get a front row seat to their last few seconds. Lyra mulled it over in her head. It certainly made sense, if you looked at it from that perspective. Then again, there was always the chance that this wasn't actually a widely accepted viewpoint among Krogan. Rex could very well be saying it to get under Gurus' skin, or at the very least to tease him a bit. Whatever the case, Gurus seemed to be taking it in stride. Bit of a different take than what the Turians have. We tend to see sniper rifles as a weapon that requires a high amount of skill and concentration. You only get one shot before you give away your position, so you need to make it count. Often you have allies or hostages depending on your. It's a weapon and a burden, one that can't be picked up lightly. A sniper's skill can determine the fate of a battle, as well as if the ones who died were the right people. It's a tool. One that's hard to use, but very much needed. He paused, the three moving forward through an empty corridor. Though granted I can see the appeal it would have to sadists. Rex laughed. Still struggling to see it from the perspective of it as a high duty. Well, what about UT Sony? How do the Asari see sniper rifles? Lyra didn't answer right away. A pair of collectors had landed on the walkway they were heading across, raking them with fire. Her barriers taking a few hits, Lyra tossed a singularity behind the two collectors. It impacted on the ground and bloomed into life, become a swirling vortex that swept up the two aliens. Floating helplessly, they were easy pickings for both Rex and Gurus. It's more of a graceful thing to us, Lyra said, thinking back to the time she had spent in her mother's household. When she was just a tiny child of 10, she had spent quite a few days watching the huntresses and commandos that would train in her mother's courtyard. The dedication and care they had put into not just being skilled warriors, but into living and breathing a way of life, was something Lyra had never seen matched in all her years. It's a craft, an art form. Though, truth be told, we look at all weapons that way. They're not just interchangeable pieces of equipment, an Asari warrior has an almost spiritual attachment to their weapons. She paused, looking at the pistol in her hands. She was a decent fighter and a skilled biotic, but she would never call herself an Asari warrior. The lowest ranked Asari warrior had, at the very minimum, 20 years of training. As such, even though she had been in more direct firefights in heavy war zones than most huntresses her age, she couldn't help but wonder if she should adopt one or two of their policies. This pistol, after all, had served her well, keeping her and her friends alive. An Asari warrior's bond to her weapon was not just because of the uses it provided, it was a sign of respect to the tool that had served them well. She would have to think about that when she had time. Sounds to me like the Asari are romanticizing the act of getting gut shots from long distance, Rex said. Though the Turians do that too apparently, they just take a more cold and calculated approach. Lyra smiled. It was odd. Despite the nature of the mission, there was a certain warmth and softness to the air. No doubt due to the fact that the enemies they were facing simply didn't have enough numbers to be a threat. Trojan 1 had most likely been designated the larger threat, while they were simply a minor incursion. As she thought about this, the warmth in her slowly started to fade, being replaced by a black, gnawing feeling of dread. This was a massive fortress, no doubt home to thousands of Geth and collectors, if not more. All of those potential enemies, and they were only facing this tiny trickle. So how many of them were focused on Trojan 1? All of them? Before she could think this through anymore, there was a small flash of light and Kazumi Goto appeared in front of them. There's gonna be a fork up ahead, she said quickly, falling in line with them, her SMG in hand. I saw a really big and scary looking thing down the left path. It looked like it was in a hurry to get somewhere, but heck if I know where that is. The right path is a lot clearer, and both lead right to where we want to go. Just a few hundred meters and we're there. Well, I suppose if you three really don't want to take the left path and get a story to tell your grandkids about, we can go down the right path, Rex said, mock disappointment in his voice. I'm just saying, the next time you come to touch Enka, I'm telling everyone why I'm short a war story. I think we'll manage, Gurus said dryly as they came across the fork Kazumi had told them about. Rex took point, Lyra and Kazumi right behind him, Kazumi's tactical cloak activating as she went, and Gurus in the rear. Like Kazumi had said, this route was very clear. The only thing they found as they moved down it was a few small, hunched figures. Those don't look like Geth, Gurus whispered as they spotted the group. But they don't look like collectors either. There were reports of cybernetically augmented creatures on Moria, Kazumi replied. Really advanced technology, no one else could make heads or tails of it. Looks like they're Saren's handiwork. The only question now is did he get these from the Geth, the collectors or the Reapers? It doesn't really matter right now, Rex said. As he spoke, he grabbed a grenade from his side, flicked it, and tossed it into the very center of the cluster of cybernetic beings. They all turned as the grenade landed amongst them, letting out low, raspy sounds as they began to stumble in Rex's direction. They never got far. The grenade went off, tearing through them with ease and ripping off more than a few limbs. As the smoke cleared, only one of the creatures was still alive. Missing both legs, it crawled forward using its arms, its jaw open wide. Strolling forward, Rex shot it at point-blank range with his shotgun, taking the entire head off in the process. He paused as the others caught up to him, giving the dead thing a kick. That's it, he said, sounding rather disappointed. These things have hyper-advanced technology in them, but in the end they're just cannon fodder? The lousiest cannon fodder I've ever seen? At least the blood pack gives Vorsha guns and Varen can move fast. What good are these things supposed to be? To anyone? Has Saren lost his touch that much? Don't get too worked up, Kazumi warned him. They found a lot of those on Moria. These ones are just the bottom of the food chain. Ironically, they apparently used to be human too. Batarians and Turians are a lot more dangerous whenever they get this done to them. And there was one Asari there too, and apparently she was a nightmare. She was the one that gave Nora those scars. Lyra stared at one of the bodies. If Kazumi hadn't told her that they had once been human, standard or necro, she doubted that she would have ever been able to figure it out on her own. Its skin was pale to the point where it looked like it had never seen sunlight, and it was coated with glowing, blue cybernetics. It looked like everything that had made humans stand out from other species had been cleared away, leaving only a bare framework that had been filled in with cybernetics. It barely looked alive in the conventional sense, looking more like an exoskeleton that had had flesh pulled over it. She tried to imagine the same thing happening to an Asari. Stripped bare of anything natural and turned into a hub for implants. She repressed a shudder. Well, one way or another, there's a good chance that Saren's source for those things are this base, Gurus said. I think we should deny him access to more of them. In other words, nuke his discount zombie factory. Rex asked. Garrus gave a firm nod. Happily, Rex said, detaching the suitcase nuke from his back and placing it on the ground. You know, in a way, this almost feels like community service, Rex said. Saren's gone and gotten on the wrong side of so many people that it doesn't really feel like we're standing up to a person anymore. We're just cleaning up bits and pieces of filth that got lying around. Everyone wants it gone, but no one wants to be the one to have to do it. Even Saren's allies probably hate him. So here we are, doing them a favor. A wide grin spread across Rex's face. Maybe we can pop by the Turian homeworld after this, see if we can get them to say thank you for killing the person they wanted dead. Now can you please stop trying poorly to kill us all? It's embarrassing. Lyra was surprised to see that Gurus looked rather amused by this. Then again, he was more or less in rebellion against the Turian hierarchy, actively fighting those who had declared themselves the Turians' allies. She wondered if he was more troubled by this than he was letting on, but didn't say anything. Now wasn't the time. Give me a minute, this process takes a minute, Rex said, opening the suitcase and beginning to type into a control panel. Just below here the nuke was snugly stored. For some reason the coalition likes to overdesign the concept of blowing things up. You think that would be something we've had figured out for years now, but apparently not. Not like most people just want to press a button and then watch everything go up in smoke. No, we gotta put in all the commands and codes and etc. Watching Rex work, Lyra noticed that Gurus was approaching her. We should give him cover, just in case something comes our way, the Turian said. Lyra nodded, keeping her pistol trained at the far corridor, while Gurus kept his focused on the one they had just come from. Kazumi disappeared silently, doubtlessly scouting the nearby area. You holding up okay? Gurus asked. I mean this with the utmost respect, but you're probably not as used to this kind of stuff as the rest of us are. He had a point. Everyone else who had been on the Normandy had more experience than her. Even Taylai had taken part of the defense of Eden Prime before she had joined the crew. Despite this, she found that the events transpiring all around her, while staggering, were something she could handle. I'm fine, she replied. Thank you for your concern, but I don't think experience has anything to do with it. None of us could possibly predicted how far this all would have gone. I think it's just a matter of who can handle it and rise to the occasion, and those who can't. And all of us have risen. Gurus gave an approving nod. If you don't mind me asking, how do you feel about the Asari staying neutral in this war? Conflicted, Lyra said honestly. At first, I was just relieved to hear that they wouldn't be declaring war on the coalition. Now that has worn off and the war has been dragging on for a bit, I feel more frustrated. Saren is out there, causing the deaths of who knows how many people, advanced weapons at his disposal, and they're just standing by and doing nothing. There might be a difference between those who stand alongside a monster and those who simply don't do anything to stop him, but I doubt his victims will care. Her hands tightened around her pistol. And when you think about it, we're all victims. We've been forced into life or death situations over and over again the past couple of months. All because of him. Roger lost his leg, Rex was forced to kill his own brother, my mother's servants threatened to do abhorrent things to me and blackmailed her, all because of what Saren did. And my people chose to do nothing. She sighed. In the chaos that had been Adek, she had not had much time to think about all of this. Now that she did, she could feel the anger and the frustration pounding through her. In a way, I actually respect the Turian hierarchy more. At least they stood a moral stance and are standing behind it. They're not like the republics. Just doing nothing. Isn't that a little unfair? Gurus said, sounding a little shocked. Lyra blinked in surprise. She thought Gurus, of all people, would favor action over indecisive inactivity. Personally, I'd rather the hierarchy had stayed neutral in this whole affair. I got lucky when the Normandy got sent to the Battery front of this war. If we had been deployed to the Turian front, I would have been gunning down people just doing their duty to protect the hierarchy. A protection I've been relying on ever since I was a child. He shook his head. Some people think Turians never kill each other. That's not true, I'd happily put a bullet in Saren's head. But he would deserve it. Turian men and women just following orders, something that's been drilled into their head ever since they underwent compulsory military service. Throwing themselves at me because they've been trained to think that loss of life is acceptable if it saves more lives in the long run? I could kill them, but I'd hate myself for it. There was a very dark pause. I'd probably have a hard time living with it. They're not being opportunistic like the hegemony is, spiteful like Saren is, or whatever the reasoning behind the Solarians' actions are. They're just trying to keep people safe. And I'd rather they'd just stayed out of this war. If the alternative is good soldiers dying pointless deaths for a bad cause, I'll take an actionless hierarchy any day. Lyra felt horrible. She was still angry that her people were not acting to stop Saren, but romanticizing the act of the hierarchy standing alongside him had been a stupid move. Almost childish. I'm sorry, she said at once. I didn't mean to, but Gurus waved his hand. Don't apologize, if the situations were reversed, I'd probably be saying the same thing as you, he said sincerely. People have a tendency to ignore the negative traits about other people's lives and play up the more positive ones. Hell, I just did it now with you. I have no idea how agonizing it must feel to watch the system you've entrusted your life with simply deciding to do nothing. Lyra gave a hesitant nod. But hey, that's why you're here, aren't you? Due to what they're not willing to do. A small smile spread across Lyra's face. And I've met your mother, she is not the type to be inactive. She's probably pushing hard for the Asari people to do something. She'll convince them. The thought had not occurred to Lyra. Now that it had, she found herself feeling much more cheerful. She had not received any messages from her mother in some time. She had assumed that her mother was busy, but she had never thought much about what with. Was she pushing the Asari to declare Saren their enemy? Besides, I've been keeping an eye on the news, Gurus said. Quite a few matriarchs are publicly calling for support for the coalition. The Batarians attacking Moria before the council's deadline rubbed a lot of them the wrong way. This whole war is based on the hierarchy and the Union having the moral high ground over the coalition and its allies. That sneak attack threw that into doubt, and the more Saren reveals what a sick and twisted bastard he is, the more pressure will be put on people to stand against him. Trust me, the republics will come around. Well, I hope they do it soon, if not it'll turn into another case of and then the Krogan did all the work, a lot like the Rachni Wars, Rex called to them. This thing is live. What do you say we get out of here before the interesting part happens? Personally, I want to be lounging in the viewport with a nice drink while I watch everything Saren's worked so hard for goes up in flames. There was a certain appeal to that concept. Maybe not the drinking, but there was an amount of catharsis to be found in tearing down the foundation for someone as cruel and pitiless as Saren. Lyra couldn't help but wonder how her mother would react to that. From what she had heard, her father would certainly react with approval, which would most likely be why her mother wouldn't. "EDI, this is Trojan 2," Gurus said into his comm unit. "We've planted the package. Moving for extraction now." "Understood," EDI replied across the comm units of everyone in the squad. "We have just picked up Trojan 3. After you are extracted, we will pull back and wait for Trojan 1. I will continue data mining the base for all that I can until they are ready for extraction." The line went dead after that. "You know, Trojan 1 is where the real fighting is," Rex said, sounding rather put out, as if regretting that he wasn't there. "If anything goes wrong, it's going to be there. Shepard's leading them, and she's gotten this crew through worse than a few geth and overgrown bugs," Gurus said. "And she has plenty of experience with both." "True, very very true," Rex said, smiling widely. "Her and her brother were the best battlemasters I ever had. Come on, let's honor John's memory by watching something irreplaceable that Saren cares about deeply be destroyed. It's what he would have wanted." With a laugh from Lyra, the four of them began to head back, Kazumi scouting out ahead. XXXXX. Marcus stood at attention on the bridge of the Everest, his eyes scanning the situation carefully. Nothing had changed in the last few days, aside from a few more ships trickling into the relief force and a handful of repairs being accomplished. Most importantly, he had been able to get 4 of his ships, 3 frigates and a cruiser, back up to full combat status. Even if corners had been cut on the cruiser, and it would most likely have to be permanently decommissioned after this battle. Its main reactor was still damaged, and while it had been jury-rigged, said reactor was slowly ripping itself apart without the regulatory subsystems that had been destroyed in the last attack. It would last for a few days before burning itself out though. Things weren't going to get any more ideal than this. Everything had been set. The 11 damaged ships had been rigged to remotely detonate and were now being crewed by VIS. Their performance would be utterly pitiful, far below that of an utterly inexperienced crew, but that would work to his advantage today. They would be concentrated on his right flank, giving the appearance of a vulnerable point to be exploited. Instead, they would lure the Turians into a trap, one that would hopefully finally put an end to this battle. Marcus did one last count. 160 ships in total on this end. 149 crewed, 11 not. 57 ships on the other end waiting to reinforce them. Around 100 Turian ships holding position around a gas giant. It was awe-inspiring, in a way. There had not been a single point in this battle where the Turians had had a numerical advantage. Yet they had managed to dictate the pace and tone of the battle. That was a testimony for their skill. He gave a small grunt of laughter. Assuming it wasn't a monument to his failure as an admiral. Now that he thought about it, it would be a safe bet to assume that historians would be arguing which one was the case for years to come. "Admiral, we're out of time." The all-too familiar hologram of Vitas appeared next to the display of the system. Marcus greeted it with a weary wave. It felt like he had been here for an agonizingly drawn-out couple of years, when the time could be measured in weeks. Had all sieges in the history of the galaxy been like this? Maddeningly claustrophobic and drawn out, to the point where it was unbearable? The food reserves on Tuchanka are scraping the bottom of the barrel. If we don't see an influx of food within a day or two, the clans will start tearing each other apart over what scraps are left. We have to put our plan into action now. Marcus nodded, not speaking out loud. In truth, he thought his voice might fail him if he attempted to use it. It felt so overworked, just like every part of his body. Looking around the bridge, he saw exhaustion everywhere. Bloodshot eyes, deep shadows, and drooping heads, all on men and women who looked like they had had enough. This siege had gone on for far too long. Even though he had prioritized the rations his men were receiving, the battle had taken its toll on his forces. They were overworked, constantly under threat that the hierarchy might attack at any time, and no doubt sick of everything to do with this situation. He could only pray that the Turians were undergoing similar levels of stress. While they had no doubt stocked enough rations to hold out in a prolonged siege, even highly disciplined Turians would be going at least a little bit stir-crazy after all this time. No matter the species, no matter how highly trained they were, organic minds would only take so much. They weren't meant to stay in hostile situations without respite for this long. Society had created these roles, and while it had also created discipline in an attempt to balance it out, it was an imperfect system. "Everything all right on your end, Vitas?" he asked. Marcus nearly staggered as he leaned to the left, grabbing a bottle he had and taking a long draught of water. Within the hour, one way or another, this would be over and he would be able to rest. Whether that rest was a long overdue stay in his bed or an eternal rest was yet to be seen. All he knew was that he wanted this siege to be over. It had dragged on for far too long. Minor problems. Subsystems that were damaged in the last attack that I haven't been able to fix yet. Crew is a bit high-strung. Apart from that, nothing major. I moved the last of prisoners of war we've taken down to the planet's surface some time ago, so my men can focus on the orbital battle. From what I've heard, they haven't been causing too much trouble. When a Turian prisoner doesn't fight back, either he or she thinks there's no hope, or are biding their time. Considering the way this battle has been playing out, I'm not sure which it is this time around. While there was always a hope that the Turians had been demoralized to the point that they were starting to give up, Marcus was fairly confident that he wasn't going to get that lucky. I'll order increased guards around that camp just in case, he said, quickly typing out that order on his Omni tool. The last thing we need is them attempting a prison riot while our attention is elsewhere. Even if we win up here, they may be able to cause enough damage down there to make it a moot point if they get loose. My thoughts exactly, Vitas replied. I doubt that the hierarchy commander had enough clairvoyance to plan out a few hundred men being captured in order to sabotage us, but I wouldn't be surprised if this prisoners did cook up a plan on their own. It's what I would do, after all. If Marcus had to be honest, he would do the same too. It was hardly a Turian unique trait to be defiant and underhanded when you had to. Most species would do the same, even if most would deny it. Well, additional forces are now in position, complete with Stalker Corps operatives watching them from all sides, Marcus reported, a message popping up on his Omni tool to inform him of that fact. Before we go forward, just a small question. What do you imagine will happen if this plan fails? If the hierarchy sees through our plans and manages to defeat us? If they pull some sort of rabbit out of their hat, and employ a maneuver that we couldn't possibly predict that leaves us dead and them victorious? If the Turian general was confused by the rabbit comment, he did a very good job of hiding it. Vitas waited a good long while before responding. No doubt they'll take up defensive positions around the planet. If they managed to obliterate us without suffering serious casualties, then the relief fleet and the detachment you'll be sending out will have two options. Directly engaging the hierarchy fleet in a frontal assault that will go badly for them. Said assault will be blunted due to the fact that they can't risk accidentally bombarding the surface of Tuchanka. It's possible that they will win, but any victory at that point would be an utterly hollow one. I assume that the other option is that they surrender. Marcus asked grimly. The second Vitas had said there were two options, he had known what the second option was going to be. Sure enough, Vitas nodded. I would have said that they would have abandoned the system, heading back to coalition territory to reinforce the front line there for the inevitable attack, but the distinction is negligible, he said. The result is the same, this system falls to the hierarchy, the Krogan people, with the exception of Blood Pack mercenaries, are taken out of the war, and the coalition suffers a massive blow. Marcus mulled that one over. An attack by the Turian hierarchy on a major coalition world, most likely Remus. It would be possible for them to fend off such an attack, but it would hardly be a minor feat, and it would require them to pay a heavy price in blood. Even if they did it, they would still have a net loss from relinquishing control of Tuchanka. The Krogan people would never forgive them for that. Rex had promised them that the coalition would stand beside them, and running when they could have fought would ruin the trust Thad was now bridging the two of them. He didn't know what the Krogan people would do in such a situation, but asking them to once again fight alongside the coalition would be an impossibility. And if they take heavy losses? He asked. Vitas gave a small jerk of the head. That would be more ideal. If that was to be the case, then the reinforcements and the detachment would be able to beat them in a forward attack. Some losses would be taken, but we would still be in control of Tuchanka, albeit having taken massive casualties in the process. Which would make counter-attacking against the hierarchy, not impossible but difficult. Initially it wouldn't be too much of a problem, but the men we would lose here would make things very difficult in the long run. If that were to be the case, we would win the battle here, but this front would continue to be a bloody stalemate, Marcus said grimly. Vitas nodded. We best see to it that this plan works then. Are all of your men ready? They've been ready for days, Vitas replied. There was a hint of irritation in his voice, but he did nothing further to display his frustrations. Marcus knew how he felt. It was time to end this tortuous state of limbo. All Blood Pack ships are reporting in too, saying that they're hungry for Turian blood. His mandibles gave an irritated twitch. I noticed that they were very comfortable saying that to my face. Another reason to end this all now. Any longer and his allies might start killing each other. As am I. I'm going to give the go-ahead. Have your forces standing by. With that, the hologram vanished. Sighing deeply, Marcus turned to face the hologram of the system, the one he had slowly grown to hate. Nothing had moved from the last time. His forces were still orbiting Tuchanka, and the Turian fleet were still huddled around the gas giant Ruum. And the mass relay was still at the edge of the system, its internal rings spinning as they had for thousands of years. Part of him wanted to delay for just a few more minutes, but he knew that there was no reason to. All ships, execute maneuver Canny, first stage. It was done. One way or another, he had ensured that this battle would end within the hour. 80 of the ships in his fleet, mainly coalition but a dozen of them hierarchy, executed a FTL jump in perfect unison. At the same time, coalition ships began to appear around the mass relay, tightly packed in a defensive position. Marcus' splinter fleet rushed to meet them, coming in at a perfect angle to intercept the Turian fleet should they try to attack the reinforcements. All eyes on the bridge were on displays, whether they were Marcus or smaller personal ones in front of technicians, a set of eyes was watching them. It looked like the Turian fleet might not respond. For a moment, Marcus wondered if it had all happened too fast for their commander to respond. That wasn't impossible, he had given them less than a minute to figure out what was happening before it was all too late. It would hardly be an unwelcome outcome. Even if it meant that the enemy forces wouldn't walk into Marcus' trap, he would have gotten his reinforcements into the system without hassle. He would be able to overwhelm the hierarchy with sheer numbers, and on more favorable terms. Sadly, these dreams were crushed as the 100-odd ships of the Turian fleet surged forward, heading straight for the half of the coalition armada that was still protecting Tuchanka. It was tricky to make the judgment while the hostile ships were speeding through space at FTL level velocity, but it appeared that they were heading right where he wanted them to be heading, his apparently weak right flank. Stand by all ships. Weapons free on all targets of opportunities. He commanded, speaking into the fleet-wide frequency on his comm unit. It was unnerving to see a fleet that outnumbered his bearing down on him at such a massive rate. Space was a truly massive vacuum that would take months to cross on conventional drives, but MassEffect allowed craft to ford that void in a matter of seconds. There was a disparity to it, as his mind tried to comprehend both how overwhelming large space was, and that 100 heavily armed ships were crossing it in seconds. Something that simply baffled every bit of Marcus, as something his body simply felt shouldn't be, yet his mind knew was all too real. And then the hierarchy fleet was upon him. He had barely had time to blink before both sides were trading salvos at each other. Already a dozen lifeless hulks were floating in the microscopic no-man's land between the two forces, hulls ruptured and burned. All forces, continue to fire on targets of opportunity. Execute maneuver Canny, second stage. Nearly his entire fleet fired their reverse thrusters, backing away from the Turian fleet. A handful of disruptor torpedoes that had been close to making impact harmlessly continued to speed through space, easy pickings for Guardian lasers. During all of this, his forces continued to fire non-stop at the slightly larger Turian force. Throughout all of this, the 11 ships that were on autopilot remained where they were. There was a fake attempt to retreat that was mainly being done to trick the Turians. Their reverse thrusters were firing, but in a manner that was so weak and pitiful that any movements they were making were negligible. The point was to throw the Turians off, to have them think that those ships were still crewed, just too badly damaged to properly retreat. Marcus watched patiently as the hierarchy forces responded by lurching forward to pursue their fleeing foes, weapons firing all the way. A few shots struck the damaged ships, 3 of them being engulfed in flames. Despite that, the majority of the heavier ships in the hierarchy fleet were focusing on the main coalition formation. It seemed that they had decided that it wasn't worth it to divert their time on only half-operational ships. Marcus waited a few more precious seconds. Another one of his booby-trapped ships was destroyed, but the Turian armada advanced much further. His ships were now well inside their formation, packs of frigates rushing to destroy them. Now, on cue, the remaining 7 ships erupted in massive explosions as their rigged cores overloaded. The overwhelming influx of heat and radiation blinded the sensors watching them, leaving Marcus and all others watching in the dark on the outcome of this ploy. When it cleared, a roar of joy went up around the bridge of the Everest. Reports popped up around the point where the explosions had taken place, and Marcus felt a smile cross his face. 31 Turian ships had been destroyed, a significant portion of them cruisers and one of them a dreadnought. That left the Turians with 1 dreadnought, and him too. Now that he looked more closely at the exact numbers of the battle, he saw that things had massively swung in his favor. Not only did he have more dreadnoughts than the Turians, he had more ships overall. He had taken noticeable losses from the first major clash between the two fleets, his overall forces dropping from 80 to 62. The hierarchy fleet, in addition to the losses suffered from his trap, had lost 14 ships in the initial bout, bringing their total number down to 56. With a numerical advantage, no matter how slight, on his hand, along with a superior number of dreadnoughts, this battle was fated to be a coalition victory. Smiling even wider, he spotted that the formation he had sent to fall in with the reinforcements had done so, the two having combined to form a much larger armada. One that was now positioning itself to jump to Tuchanka. Second force and relieving forces, hit them hard from behind, he said into his comm unit, something that earned a few whoops of glee from those around him. Let's end this fight fast and with as few friendly losses as possible. He watched as they continued to reposition themselves. It would take a little bit, the detachment he had sent out had needed to completely turn themselves around after all, but it would take them under a minute for them to finish and make the journey. And then warning klaxons began to blare and hazard alerts began to pop up on the display. Marcus stared at them, his jaw slack. Of all the things he had come to expect from this battle, feints, covert deployments, and even commando raids, he had not been expecting this. A proximity warning for his fleet. He was trying to understand how something like this could happen when he saw it. A Turian frigate at full acceleration slamming into one of his cruisers, both ships quickly being reduced to drifting bits of debris. All over, he saw the Turian ships accelerating to their maximum speed, firing their weapons as they went. In fact, it was well beyond their maximum speed. Safety limits had clearly been removed in order to enable them to go even farther than that. 2 more of his cruisers disappeared, as did a pair of Turian frigates. Looking over the overall hierarchy fleet and the movements they were making, he realized it. They knew they had lost. They had simply decided that they would do as much damage as possible before their inevitable defeat. Regardless of the cost in life. All ships, cease weapons-free order. He barked, faint tingles of panic beginning to spread through him. Coordinate fire on headmost ships. Ignore all others, make sure that no more collisions occur. Before he could finish his command, a wing of 5 frigates broke off and soared towards Marcus' other frigate. A blast from its main cannon destroyed the lead frigate, and a concentrated barrage of its secondary weapons took out another, but it was unable to eliminate the other 3, and no other ships reacted fast enough. The first one weakened the shields, the second finished them, and the third was a direct impact that ruptured the dreadnought's reactor. The resulting explosion consumed the remains of all the ships that had been involved. The same was happening everywhere. Turian ships were flying into the closest ships that they could, aiming for heavier ships but not passing a target up if it was a frigate. Mass drivers on a few cruisers still managed to kill a few frigates here and there. Some Turian ships copied what they had just observed and intentionally overloaded their cores, deliberately flying into the thickest portion of the coalition forces as their reactors went critical. Everything was happened too fast, it was impossible for Marcus to keep up with all of it. Morale was shattering in his force and ships were starting to break formation. Several vessels at the side of the block that his fleet made up split off, desperately trying to avoid collisions. A barrage of fire from the rear of the Turian fleet rocketed out, mopping up those that had tried to break away, while the front of the fleet continued their suicidal charge. Throughout it all, the Everest continued to fire. Every time its main cannon blasted away, it reduced a Turian vessel to rubble, its torpedoes and lasers adding to its kill count, but it only made a little difference. The 2 fleets were now an incomprehensible mess of vessel-to-vessel battles, coalition and allies ships desperately firing on the advancing Turian ones. It was an unruly herd of ships, but it was shrinking at an alarming rate, both sides sustaining overwhelming losses. Admiral incoming! One of the navigators shouted. Marcus saw it. The last dreadnought in the Turian fleet, no doubt the flagship, was heading directly at them. One Bloodpack frigate was in its way. Instead of fleeing, the mercenary ship fired defiantly at the Turian warship. The slug shattered on the kinetic barriers, a fate mirrored by the frigate as the dreadnought collided with it. With stronger barriers, the dreadnought was able to avoid being destroyed itself, although its shields weakened noticeably as it smashed through the mercenary ship. All ships, concentrate fire on that dreadnought, Marcus ordered into his comm unit, but it was futile. The lines were a mess of various commanders screaming in confusion, begging for support, or roaring in pain. Command had completely broken down. The nearest ships were either destroyed or desperately firing at frigates that were homing in on them. Marcus was on his own here. All weapons fire! Fire! Everything we have! He shouted. At once, the mass driver of the Everest flared, torpedoes and lasers following it. There was a collective breath that was held as the volley crossed the narrowing gap between the 2 vessels. The lasers found their mark first, causing minor hull breaches as they passed through the kinetic barriers. The slug from the main cannon was the second to hit, something that had a much larger impact on the shields, thinning them dramatically as the slug shattered on impact. Finally, the torpedoes detonated as they hit. With that, they collapsed. Marcus could feel the air on the bridge thicken. The enemy dreadnought was still bearing down on them, it had only taken superficial damage, but now it was naked. No shields between it and any weapon fire. Reload the main cannon now, fire as soon as possible, destroy that vessel. He was doing everything he could to keep the panic out of his voice. He had never been in a situation like this before. Countless tons of warship rushing towards him at sublight speeds. Mere seconds away, there was little he could do except wait for the main cannon to reload. He didn't have enough time for an evasive maneuver. Dreadnoughts were slow and sluggish under ideal conditions, requiring quite a bit of time for the maneuvering thrusters to make any turn of significant degree. He had mere seconds before the collision would occur, nowhere near enough. Time seemed to slow down as he watched the ship close distance. He had to admit, he had wondered several times how it would end. Stabbed in his sleep by an angry miner at Broken Hills, vaporized on the Enclave's oil rig, had his neck snapped by a recovering Nightkin, or simply killed by the first aliens the Coalition had ever encountered. He had to admit, this had never crossed his mind. He could hear his men slowly losing hope. A handful were murmuring prayers to whatever gods they thought were listening, while 2 were quietly sobbing at their stations. And then one of them shouted, "Cannon loaded! Firing now!" However, as the technician shouted this, the Turian ship curved upward. It was a minor adjustment, like the Everest it couldn't make major maneuvers in such a brief time. It would still collide with the Everest, but now it had jerked upward ever so slightly. The main cannon of the Everest roared, and a few cheers went up as the slug cleared the chamber. As it arced forward, Marcus realized why the Turian ship had arced. A spinal-mounted cannon was forward-facing, it could fire in one direction without any flexibility, the entire ship had to reposition in order to adjust the aim. That last-second maneuver had thrown off the aim of the Everest by just a hair. The result was that, instead of hitting the direct center of the ship, it hit a lower segment. The entire lower third of the Turian ship was peeled off as the round tore through it. It was painful to watch, a few hundred meters were simply ripped off the way one might remove a wet band-aid. Hundreds of Turians were no doubt exposed to the vacuum of space, where they would experience brutal and painful deaths. The engines of the Turian dreadnought sputtered and died, telltale signs of the ship's heat signatures indicating that it was now on auxiliary power. Some crewmen let out roars of triumph. Marcus, however, felt overwhelming dread. While the ship had been massively damaged, the majority of it was still speeding at them, with nothing stopping the velocity it had built up. The remains of the warship smashed head-on into the Everest. Its mass has been radically decreased, reducing the overall kinetic energy that it delivered, but that was a very relative reduction. The resulting impact broke through the Everest's remaining barriers. They held out long enough to slow the incoming craft, tearing apart the front end of the Turian ship as the 2 forces clashed, but it wasn't enough to stop the 2 ships from colliding. The twisted remains bore directly into the center of the Everest. Marcus was thrown into the wall across from him, a loud crack and a sharp, wet feeling on his forehead following. The sound of metal screeching against metal drowned out all other sounds, pounding into Marcus' ears so loudly that he thought he might go deaf. He tried to move, but G-forces were pinning him against the wall that he had hit. From his position, he could just barely see his crew in similar positions. Either pinned against walls, or their cracked terminals. Noticeably, quite a few weren't moving. Then, as soon as it had started, it had stopped. Gingerly pushing off the wall, Marcus glanced at the display of the system. What had once been the 2 upper thirds of the rear half of a Turian dreadnought was buried in the middle of his ship. Warning signs of every kind were popping up all around it, indicators of hull breaches, fires, and low oxygen. The display flickered, as if the power grid was struggling to keep it on. The whole bridge was experiencing similar effects, lights fighting to stay on and terminals that were blinking on and off. There was an unpleasant burning smell in the air, and Marcus couldn't help but feel that the air tasted a little more stale than it normally did. "Report," he said hoarsely. "Heavy casualties coming in from all decks," a shaky-sounding technician said. "Mostly dead, but quite a few wounded. Engines, weapons, and shields are all offline. We're on auxiliary power, and that's barely keeping the secondary systems online. Most decks are reporting massive hull breaches, only 1 through 3 aren't." "And the Turian ship?" he asked, looking with hatred at the thing. It had lost. How many lives had been lost in this futile gesture of bravado? He had thought the Turian commander had cared about the lives of the men and women crewing those ships. Yet they had been sacrificed to add to the coalition's dead. "Nothing but life support is still online," the technician replied. "Their auxiliary power is badly damaged. It looks like it'll fail in less than 10 minutes. Any enemy survivors?" Marcus asked, not sure how he would respond to the answer. "I'm not sure, there's a lot of interference with our ships stuck together like this. No escape pods have been launched, so maybe wait a minute." The technician put his hand to his ear. "I'm getting reports of firefights. At least a dozen, all around where the Turian vessel is embedded." He looked away from his controls, fear etched in his face. "The surviving Turians have abandoned ship. They've boarded us." There was a moment of silence as Marcus looked at the man. Then a feeling of exhausted resignation washed over them. "How many?" he asked, turning away and flipping a hidden panel near the base of the holographic display. "It's not clear, reports are scattered and conflicting," the main said as Marcus punched in a 10-digit code on a keypad that the panel had been hiding. At once, a long, thin hidden compartment opened. A rifle was inside, a rather long and heavy one. To a standard or necro-human it would have been an anti-material rifle that would have required a bipod or a suit of power armor to use. To a meta-human as strong as Marcus, it would be used as easily and effectively as a semi-automatic rifle. "I'd say there's at least 100 Turians forcing their way onto the ship." Marcus took in the display of the system. Reinforcements had arrived, the relief fleet had jumped to orbit over Tuchanka and had mopped up a handful of surviving Turian ships. There were no more active Turian ships, all of them had been wiped out. But the number of broken and destroyed ships under Marcus' command was far too many. How many ships in this detachment survived? The technician scrolled through his display, swallowed, then answered. 8, he said softly. So that was how many of his people had died. And even now, the mound of corpses was increasing bit by Turians who were fighting through the wreck of his flagship, pushing forward even though they had long since lost this battle. Sir, I can't tell where the Turians are heading. None of this makes any sense. Most operations like this would be to destroy the ship, but I don't see how they would try to do that here. They can't overload our core, it's offline. I do believe that they may just be trying to fight as long as they can so that they can kill as many of us as possible, Marcus said, picking up his rifle before putting a finger to his ear. All security teams, converge on my area. I am moving to repel all boarders. Those who are closer to the infirmary than my location, secure and fortify the area. It will be our forward operating base. He switched frequencies with a flick. All ships, forward any and all possible ground forces to the Everest, we have encountered hostiles and require assistance. Medical supplies and doctors are also needed, we have many wounded. Even as he spoke, Marcus could tell that his voice sounded dead and lifeless. He couldn't help himself. So much pointless death, all because of stubborn men that were still fighting when they could do something else. Centuries had gone by and yet things hadn't changed a bit. Marcus, Vita's strained voice said over the comm unit. I've sent word to the coalition, they're going to start making food runs. We've held Tuchanka. I'm going to start sending my forces over to help you. Just wait, but Marcus interrupted him. Negative. Combat will be in cramped quarters. I can't afford my men confusing your men for the boarders, friendly fire would be too likely. He approached the door. I have the situation under control. Thank you Vitas. He stepped through the door to the bridge and began to head towards the deck's access ladder. Heading towards a vicious and petty battle, the kind he had seen too many times over the years. It never changes, he whispered to himself. XXXXX. The general grit his teeth as his war cruiser descended through the atmosphere, violently shuddering all the way. Most cruisers could only land on low-gravity planets, lest the MassEffect field give out and the ship ended up collapsing under its own weight. War cruisers had been designed to have a lighter frame with considerably less mass in order to prevent such a thing from happening. Nevertheless, it was a crude solution to a problem, and the resulting re-entry was still rough and not guaranteed to be safe. Thankfully, his men had been through this enough to know how to handle it the best. Most of them were strapped into their seats, many excess straps having been bolted on for such an occasion. The general, on the other hand, chose to remain standing. It was mainly a morale move, so that the men could see him standing upright despite it all. True, he had needed to take a hand off of his heavy machine gun to brace against the wall, but that was all that he needed. He had adjusted to this drop after doing it dozens if not hundreds of times. After another minute of the ship bucking wildly, it evened out. They were in the atmosphere and were rapidly approaching the ground. The general gripped his weapon more firmly, and took in the sight of his men, a grin on his face. The colonel and major were both with him, weapons in hand. A few hundred other mutants were crammed into the cargo bay of the cruiser. A couple dozen were in the backs of second-hand rhinos that were near the main doors to the outside. In truth, he had pushed the carry capacity of this ship to its breaking point, including having installed a few extra mass living quarters on it, but it was worth it. He would be hitting the hegemony hard with some of the army's best in a nice concentrated burst. He just had to wait a few minutes to land. Sir, a gravely voice of a necro-human said in his comm unit. We're adjusting our landing. Hegemony forces are setting up defensive batteries near the crash site. A few of our scouting craft have already been shot down. They may not be strong enough to destroy this cruiser, but a direct landing would expose us to sustained fire. We're adjusting to a landing site 1 kilometer out. We'll still be taking a few hits though, won't we? He asked. Unless the hierarchy has AA guns so pathetic that they only have an effective range of half a kilometer. Though, to be fair, I wouldn't be surprised to hear that. This comment earned a few laughs from around him, including the man on the other end. True, but these are light weapons. The hegemony has had less than half an hour to set all of this up. Prolonged fire may be able to do some damage to this cruiser, but the paltry handful that they'll be able to get in from a distance? We'll barely feel it. Minor tremors, if even that. There was a pause, the necro-human's voice temporarily replaced by beeping and the sound of buttons being pressed. Sir, I'm picking up quite a bit of Batarian communications, but there's one line in particular that's interesting. Its origins are outside of this system, and it's being broadcasted across all Batarian channels. Do you want me to patch you into it? Of course, the general said. There was a noise of confirmation, followed by a burst of static as his comm unit was remotely configured. Then a harsh, angry female voice filled his ears. High Admiral Danux is High Admiral no longer. He betrayed us all. He betrayed everyone you ever loved, ever cared about, the unmistakable voice of Chancellor Regnam said, her voice shaking with poorly suppressed anger. He sold himself out to the power that hates us all, hates our very way of life, hates the fact that we exist. What's sadder? The colonel asked, adjusting his own comm unit so that he could listen in. The fact that she's honestly spewing that garbage, or that people are swallowing it. Privately, the general thought that Regnam's claims were more laughable, if only because he had a sneaking suspicion that she honestly believed what she said. While pathetic, it was at the very least understandable that the average Batarian good what the hegemony said for granted. Their government had total control over their lives and the information they had access to. Regnam controlled that government and stood at the very top of it, yet was as deluded as an illiterate slave who had come to love his masters. The general might have found it tragic if he didn't think it was so humorous. Landing in 10 seconds. The general shouted, checking his Omni tool, which brought up a display showing how far away his vessel was from the ground. 5 seconds. 4. 3. 2. 1. There was a heavy heave as the ship landed hard, the bay door slamming open as it did. Show them why we are the future. He roared, the engines of the rhinos roaring to life and speeding off as he spoke. The rest of the mutants in the bay let out battle cries of their own. Quite a few shouted death to the Four Eyes. And the weak will die. But most picked up what the general had said. We are the future. We are the future. We are the future. We are the future. It became a steady and thundering chant as they charged out of the ship. They were in a wide open plain, one of Tylev's major cities visible in the distance. This particular strip of land seemed untouched by the hegemony colonists. No mines, no farms, no houses. Either the Batarians had not had time to exploit this stretch of land, or it had nothing to offer them. Not too far away was the downed dreadnought. It had broken up heavily on re-entry, and was now lying in several pieces, each one lying a few hundred meters away from the others. Hegemony forces were already swarming around the wreckage. APCs, tanks, and swathes of infantry were all closing in, firing non-stop at all nooks and crannies where an enemy might poke their head out. The general could spot a few scant streams of fire being returned, but it was clear that Danux's crew was massively outgunned. The general took in the situation. There wasn't much finesse he could apply to the situation. The battlefield was wide and open, there were barely any places he could have his men take cover. The hegemony would have seen them land, and he didn't have time to try to draw them out to fight on his terms, not when Danux's life hung in the balance. The only possible tactical advantage he could take advantage of was a large chunk of the Batarian dreadnought that looked like it had once been part of the prow. It was off to the side a bit, but he could potentially squeeze his men behind it and use it as a jumping-off point. There was only one thing to do in that case. Men! Charge! He bellowed, pointing in the direction of the prow. With roars of joy, the mercenaries around him surged forward, a fire already firing their weapons at the distant army. Shuttles broke through the cloud line above as he moved his forces. Some were his, dropping off additional forces on other sides of the wreckage, along with more rhinos and few of his very limited Viper tanks. A scant few were Bloodpack, disgorging Krogan that were roaring with the same ferocity as the army. The majority of them were Morian though, and they certainly had the most to offer. Hundreds upon hundreds of men and women in black and red armor, with countless tanks and APCs being deployed to support them. Wings of coalition fighters and vertibirds swarmed overhead, shooting off in the direction of the city. The general was confident that Batarian reinforcements were about to be severely delayed. We are the future. The general bellowed again, putting more length into his stride so that he was at the front of the throng. Leveling out his machine gun, he took aim and started to fire in bursts. It was all he could manage to do while running, and even though most of his shots were failing to connect, it drove his men wild and they too started to pepper the hegemony forces with fire. As they drew closer to the prow, they started to take return fire. Here and there, one of the general's men would fall to precision fire. Whether it was from a precisely aimed sniper rifle or a lucky shot, it was impossible to tell. One by one, mutants were silenced as their shields fell and a bullet found a vital spot, turning them into lifeless bodies that were trampled underfoot. Around 24 army mercenaries had died by the point the general reached the prow, crowding his men in behind it. Major, he said. The major needed no further prompting. He made a gesture, a silent grin on his face. He and the other Nightkin, numbering at around 70, and the Deathclaws, around 20, vanished. We will wait for the major and his kin to do their work, and then we shall make our move, the general said, turning to face his men. Cold steel on one side, swarms of bullets on the other. Together, they will reduce an army to a pile of corpses. There was another chorus of cheers and chanting as the general gently peered around the corner. Idly, he watched the Batarians that were now trying to deal with the stragglers in the crashed starship at the same time as the invading forces. Most of their heavier weapons had been turned about, their tanks firing non-stop at the advancing hordes, while their AA guns thundered away at any shuttles they could reach. A few of the airborne craft were plucked out of the sky, and many of the tank shells found their marks and sent the body parts of entire squads flying through the air, but this barely dented the overall numbers of the foe that now surrounded the hegemony soldiers. As this battle continued to rage, Regnam continued to rant. The hegemony has stood for hundreds of years, strong against any impure outsiders that has tried to tear us down. The council, the coalition, the scum of the terminus, we have stood against them all. How? Because we stood together, united as a single people. And now a man who was trusted above all others with maintaining that security has turned traitor for his own selfish gain. He is a threat to our very way of life, to our existence as a whole. He would gladly stand by and watch the rest of our species be driven to extinction in exchange for creature comforts. I will not stand by this, I refuse to stand by this. She continued. An example must be made of him, lest more traitors follow in his wake and the very fabric of the hegemony be ripped apart. This is the foundation of the hegemony. We are a whole. Betrayal of the whole will be punished, while loyalty will be rewarded, and that is more true now than ever before. To the soldier that brings me the head of the traitor Danux, I will give a planet. Any colony that has been marked for colonization by the hegemony will be the private property of the dutiful soldier that rid the hegemony of the greatest traitor that it has ever known. I know that the odds are stacked against you at the moment, but I have faith. I am watching through the eyes of countless soldiers, their combat feats linking directly to my safe room. I can see that the brave souls who were first to hunt down the traitor are now surrounded on all sides by those who wish to see us all stamped out. Remember this, soldiers of the hegemony. They are afraid of you. The general let out a loud snort, something he heard echoes in many of the mercenaries behind him. One or two were doubled over, roaring with laughter. We're so scared, a necro-human said, struggling to breath through the laughs. Oh yeah, they've been running every step of the way, but they just do such a good job of striking fear into us. Despite the coalition publicly claiming that we are degenerates and criminals, they know who we truly are. A noble and proud race with a rich history. We have stood against far greater threats than them, each time emerging victorious from the fiery crucible that had been thrust upon us. We will endure this. It was never in doubt. But you must all be strong. Show no mercy. Permit not weakness. And squash every last traitor that stands in your way. Do you think we can negotiate with Hill? The colonel whispered in the general's ear. She's offering a planet for Danux's head. That's a pretty competitive price. Maybe we should be asking for a planet. Doesn't have to be a coalition planet, it can be the same planets the Batarians were going to get to pick from. What was it? Marked for colonization by the hegemony? I'll take one of those. I doubt the life of a governor would suit any of us, the general replied, still watching the Batarian mob trade fire with coalition, blood pack, and secondary army units. Still, it's something to consider after we've proven our value. The coalition will be carving potential Batarian colonies for itself. One rule as ancient as war itself is that the spoils go to the winner, with territory being the most common prize won. It'll be settling at least a dozen new colonies with the territory it'll take, and I think we can make a proposal for one. A primary haven for mutants and enlightened humans who want to join them. Especially after we're the ones who personally saved Danux. There was a chuckle of approval from the colonel. Always thinking of the future, aren't you? Yeah, I think that's a fair trade. We hand up a traitor that's ready to squeal about every last Batarian ship position, and we get a mutants-only planet. I like the sound of that. I have ordered a massive offensive to counter this disgrace. We will no longer be idle. Every ship that the Batarian hegemony has to offer will be deployed to the front lines. Every garrison, picket fleet, and patrol fleet will be united into one grand fleet that will slaughter our enemies like rabid vermin. I have already ordered dozens upon dozens of our warships to a rally point, where they will jump to Tylev and crush this pathetic offensive once and for all. Within a day, they will arrive and push all foreign invaders out, once and for all. The general snorted. An all-out assault with the entire hegemony navy? Either Regnam was attempting to bluff her way out of this situation or she had truly lost her mind. Even if she could somehow order her entire navy to abandon their positions, a long-term disaster in any war, there would be no way that they would be able to organize all of them into a fleet that would be able to reach the border of hegemony space within a day. Maybe a dozen or two ships from the forwardmost positions, but that was it. The general was distracted from these thoughts by the sounds of screaming. They were barely audible over the sounds of gunfire and explosions, but he heard them. Nightkin and Deathclaws had deployed, well behind enemy lines, with the major at the head of throng. They were wading into the rear of the enemy formation, blades and claws swinging wildly, the shoulder-mounted machine guns of the Deathclaws firing as they went. It was a slaughter. The Batarians were so closely bunched together in an effort to concentrate their defensive fire that many swings claimed more than one life. One swing of the majors sent a trio of dismembered bodies flying through the air, one unfortunate one still screaming in pain. The Deathclaws were causing even more death and destruction. With their wide, sweeping arms, they were able to get entire groups of Batarians with single leaps. Bringing their claws together with powerful swings, each Deathclaw managed to tear through multiple Batarians with each arm. You can't let the Invisibles have all the fun. The general shouted. You've got to earn your keep. Forward. The chanting pitched as he led the few hundred men he had forward. A few were laughing over the chaos, laughing at the now panicking Batarians that had an enemy behind them, in addition to on all sides. When they were only 100 or so meters away, the general aimed his weapon and let a non-stop stream of fire erupt from it. All around him, his men did the same, a blizzard of bullets descending on the Batarians as they did. Many of them had been using smaller bits of wreckage for cover, but had been forced out of it when the major's flanking maneuver had hit them. These were the first to die, gunned down without a hope of fighting back. A pocket of stragglers was able to form a semi-decent firing line, killing some of the meta-humans at the front of the advancing tide before 50 different weapons were aimed at them and they were riddled with bullets within seconds. After that, the army was at the line where the now dead defenders had made their stand. They lurched forward wildly, stepping over the crude barricades and bodies. To either side, the rhinos that had been deployed had been strafing enemy lines, viciously skirting back and forth while peppering them with shots. Upon the general's breakthrough, they stopped for as long as they could to disembark their loads of mercenaries before continuing their skirmish tactics. Said mercenaries quickly fell in on the edges of the main formation, firing out at the now exposed sides of the Batarian defensive ring. The Batarians further along the defensive perimeter, still preoccupied with the forward assault they had to deal with, were caught off guard by this, and quite a few of their number fell. This gave the general an idea. "Colonel," he said over the comm unit. "Take half of the men to the right, I'll take the rest to the left. Major, stay here and clean up and stragglers. Let's tear them apart from the inside." With a quick affirmative, the colonel quickly issued orders to his portion of the forces to head to the right, his LMGs blaring as they went. With a mob of soldiers right behind him, he began to cleave his way through enemy entrenched positions, slowly but surely. Grinning, the general began to do the same. As he started to move, he spotted the major slamming his sword into a small nook between two scorched pieces of hull, blood trickling out of it. This offensive was a little more tricky than the forward one. For starters, the Batarians here were still in cover and still in an organized hole. The first ones he encountered went down easily, overwhelmed by superior firepower almost at once. As he moved further down the ring however, they started to clue on to what he was doing. Before long, he found himself facing a barricade that had been shifted to face him, with 20-odd Batarians manning it, complete with mounted machine guns. Having grown used to moving along the side of the barricades and crude defenses that had been set up, the general was surprised as the mounted defenses opened fire on him, several of his men being cut down before he could force the others back. Bullets streamed past as he ducked behind a bulkhead that had been prodded upright. Behind them, the advance had become clogged, the defensive ring having formed lines of barricades that the army was being funneled through. No matter, it was only a minor roadblock. Bunker busters. 4 men moved forward, 2 meta-humans with missile launchers and 2 necro-humans with fatmen. All of them looked nervous, but also eager, glancing at their weapons with loving respect and giddy excitement. "I'm going to give them something else to shoot at. Take them out while they're busy." After a nod of understanding from the 4 of them, the general whipped out of cover and fired at the barricade. Most of his shots harmlessly hit the cover the Batarians were hiding behind, although he was able to adjust and overwhelm one of the gunners before they were able to react properly. Shots pinged off of his kinetic barriers, which were draining rapidly. He stood his ground, continuing to fire and claiming 2 more kills. Just when he thought he was going to have to move back into cover, explosions rocked the makeshift defense in front of him. The front was blown out, along with half of those who had been taking cover behind it. Crossfire from the army forces, which had once again started to surge forward, made quick work of those who had survived. The defenders had been knocked back, dazed. They attempted to man what was left of the defenses, but 2 thick, round warheads arced over them and landed just behind them. Their bodies were vaporized before their brains had time to comprehend it. At this point, the general paused. His men were too caught up in the heat of the moment to realize and pushed on past him. Their chanting filling the air. Countless Batarian bodies were littered around the dreadnought, some even hanging out of access hatches and exposed corridors. This looked like a forward section of the ship, if the general layout was anything to go by, and the hegemony had been trying very hard to get in it. In fact, the barricade they had run up against had most likely been a staging point that had been repositioned. "I think I know where you are, Danux," the general said to himself. "You too," he said, pointing to a pair of meta-humans, one with a super sledge, the other a heavy rifle. "Danux is that way. With me. Everyone else, push forward. Eradicate them." There was a heavy cheer as the 2 meta-humans broke away to follow him. He led them up a corridor that was slanted at a 45-degree angle, making it a steep trot upward. As they continued to move, they found yet more bodies, some wearing armor while others were wearing work uniforms. Many of them appeared to be slaves, or more likely former slaves, and their bodies vastly outnumbered that of the soldiers. A sad but true fact. Untrained manual labor was no match against official soldiers. Following the path of death, the general ducked through a few corridors and climbed up a couple of ladders, barely squeezing through a couple of times, until he reached the top of a ladder and found a squad of Batarians attempting to cut through a sealed door with a plasma torch. Too many people have fucking died for this coward, he heard one of them swear angrily, oblivious to the mutants who were appearing behind them. The general saw one of his men grin and open his mouth. Before he could do so, the general had opened fire. Startled, the man who had been about to speak did the same, the mutant with the hammer chucking a grenade. Half of the Batarians were dead before they could even turn around, and those that did only got 2 or 3 shots off before they keeled over, utterly lifeless. Witty lines are all fine and good, but I find concentrated machine gun fire to be a better weapon to use on your enemies, the general explained. Both of his men laughed. Strolling up to the door, the general hammered on it with his fist. Danux? Are you in there? This is the general, leader of the army. The coalition has employed us, and they want you alive and unhurt. They've agreed to provide asylum for you. There was a loud crackle and a voice played over a comm unit. What about my men? The ones that defected and refused to fight against the hegemony? They can't go home now. I want asylum for them in the SDA too. Didn't you hear the announcement Hill made to your fleet? She's already promised sanctuary for all of your men. She even said that you could go back to hegemony space if you wanted, the general said, feeling rather annoyed. He had fought through a few hundred soldiers that had all been trying to deliver Danux's head on a platter to the Chancellor, and this was how he was reacting. I was in the middle of dealing with a mutiny, I didn't have time to hear anything. Danux said, now sounding panicky. I've got good men in here and I'm not opening this door until I know they'll be safe. I want to hear it from General Hill herself. I'm not taking your word for it that the Butcher of Torfin is offering a safe harbor. The general came close to letting out a groan of frustration. Want me to break the door down? The metahuman with the hammer asked, heaving his weapon. It was a tempting thought, but Hill wanted Danux alive, and there was a chance he could get badly maimed if they forced their way in. 1 second, he said, putting his finger to his comm unit. Adjusting his frequency to that of Hill's personal comm line. General, it seems that our soon-to-be guest is deciding that now is a good time to be a little picky. He wants you to reconfirm your earlier offer, most likely in person. He does seem to be alive and safe for the moment, the assault on his direct position has been thwarted. I'm transmitting my coordinates now. I'm it. My men saw you heading into the ship. You left a rather obvious trail of corpses for us to follow. I'm on the way up now. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the one-eyed general was emerging from the same ladder that the general had climbed up, a small platoon of Morian shock troops right behind her. Approaching the sealed door, she spoke in a firm and collected voice. Admiral Danux? This is General Hill, commander of the Morian shock troopers and the armed forces of Moria. I am also a direct ally to the sovereign dominion of ADEK, was a key aspect of its founding and no General Yusuro. My understanding is that you want safe haven for the soldiers that stood by you in this defection. Ah yes, Danux's voice said, sounding as if he had hesitated for a second. They put their lives on the line for me. The least I can do is give them a safe place to stay. They are all right, aren't they? What happened to the other ships, did they put down the mutinies? Hill allowed herself a smirk. I deployed boarding parties to those craft. Your men were victorious with my assistance, although there were heavy casualties. Leaning towards one of his men, the general whispered, contact one of our captains in orbit, see if that's true. Nodding, the metahuman quickly muttered something into his comm unit. After some chatter, he replied, it seems to be true, sir. But most of those ships are now down to half-strength crews, with some even lower. She may be happy that they can't stand on their own and need her help. The general nodded. That sounded like Hill. General, can we expect passage to the sovereign dominion of ADEK? Danux said, the panic in his voice becoming even more pronounced. We're fugitives now. Regnam wants us dead or worse. ADEK is the only place we can go now. I have critical knowledge of the defenses of the hegemony, as well as the positions of its naval and ground forces. I can help you win this war. Just please. Don't leave us to die. Admiral, I promise you, on behalf of the coalition, that you will be safe with us, as will all of your men. ADEK needs good men like you, especially a navy to defend it. I promise you, Yusuro will welcome you with open arms. Now please, open the door. There was a moment of hesitance, but then a loud grinding noise filled the room as the door slid open. A handful of Batarians were inside, most of them aiming a mixture of pistols and rifles at the door. A handful were on makeshift cots, bits of jagged metal sticking out of poorly bandaged wounds. Danux was one of those wounded, a massive pipe sticking out of his right leg. Are there any other survivors on this ship? He asked, his breath a little shorter than it had been a while ago. We lost contact with them, they stopped responding. Hill gave a non-committal shrug. It's hard to say, the battle is still ongoing. It's hard to say, we haven't been able to access the other entrances to the ship yet. Right now we need to focus on getting you out of here though. I have a shuttle waiting not far away. The second we take out the AA batteries, we can airlift you out of here. Danux gave a hesitant nod. Thank you. I wish it hadn't come to this. He looked around the bridge to the ship. It was a mess, panels loosely hanging from the ceiling, control panels sparking wildly, and a couple of corpses shoved into the corner. Even the viewport, which had a direct line of sight to the nearby city, was cracked and shabby looking. Gods, I wish there had been another way. Spare me the childish moaning. The general's head jerked in the direction of the person that had spoken. All the guns in the room turned in the same direction, which ended up being at a hologram that had flickered to life near one of the control panels. Balak's image stood there, arms folded, looking down on Danux with disgust. I knew you were a worm, Danux, but I always thought you were a smart worm. Turning on the hegemony. He gave a cruel smile. You should have stayed a coward. Turn this off, Danux said, not meeting Balak's eyes. He was trembling as he looked to the side, his breath coming in sharper and more shallow. He was terrified of Balak. I don't want to listen to him. He doesn't have anything we need to hear. Well, technically, Balak said, flashing a toothy smile. Collectively you don't, if only because the collective you includes a spineless traitor. But General Hill, it is General Hill, isn't it? He said, turning his attention to the coalition general. Do you really want a man like this on your side? I mean, stop and think about it. The hegemony gave him everything. It made him a rich man, a powerful man, with everything he could have possibly wanted. He betrayed, not only the government that gave him all that, but his own kind. We couldn't ensure his loyalty with all of that. What could you possibly have to offer him? You mean aside from the only place in the entire galaxy he can go and not have his head cut off? Hill asked smugly. Barrack began to howl with laughter. He laughed so hard that he actually doubled over, clutching at his stomach. I see your point, he managed to force out. For now, yes, that will be enough. But eventually things will calm down and you'll need more than that. I'm just wondering, when that time comes, what will you have to offer him then? What will you do to make sure that he doesn't go running off and sell you out the same way he's selling us out right now? You let me worry about that, Hill said, still looking at Balak with an overwhelming sense of smugness. Balak seemed to find it very amusing. He looked like he was torn between laughing again and simply drinking it all in with a smile on his face. Who exactly do you expect him to betray us to? He can't go back to you, you'll kill him. Publicly and brutally. True, very true, Balak said, my plan is to tie him to a post in the middle of the square in the hegemony's capital city, torture him a bit, cut off a few fingers, then shoot him in the head at point-blank range. After that, I would have taken his body, hung it from the front of the Capitol building until it started to rot. I'd let the scavengers pick at his body, wait until it stopped resembling a body, then I'd take his skull, clean it and auction it off to the highest bidder. Under the condition that the skull be prominently displayed in their residence, over a plaque that says the fate that awaits all traitors. Danux gagged, his hand flying to cover his mouth as he did. Balak gave a sadistic leer. So, I told you mine, what's your plan for dealing with traitors? Well, I recently had the eyes gouged out of one, Hill said idly. The general looked on in exasperation. He wondered if he could leave without anyone else noticing. Balak gave an approving nod. Good start, I have to admit. That one is particularly popular over in the hegemony. More eyes to work with. It's always interesting to take out the upper eye on one side and the lower eye on another side. The victim can never truly see properly again, they're always a little off balance. It's a good reminder to them and everyone around him of who they really are. Another glance at Danux. Actually, I think I'll start with that, the fingers can come later. I'm sure the whole experience will prove very arousing for you, the general said in annoyance and disgust. Now then, if you don't mind. He pointed two fingers at the hologram while looking at the metahuman with the super sledge. Said man moved forward, raising his hammer over his head. He was about to bring it down when the ground shook. Everyone stood perfectly still, not saying a word. That had not been a shaking that boded anything good. The general shot an angry glance at Balak. What was that? What did you do? To his surprise, however, Balak looked just as confused as he felt. I didn't order anything, and there are rarely earthquakes on that portion of the planet, he said. His hologram bent over, typing into his Omni tool. What is going on? Someone respond. I am, wait a minute. The ground shook again, this time it was stronger. Quite a few of the Batarians on the bridge lost their balance. Even one of the general's metahumans fell. Then, without warning, the comm units of both Hill and Marcus crackled to life. Marcus could vaguely hear panicky voices crying over Hill's unit before it was drowned out by a voice screaming in his own. Sir, the Eclipse fleet, the Asari defectors, they jumped back into the system. They're maintaining formation out of effective weapons range and, oh god, sir, they're bombarding the planet. The general's blood went cold. Judging by how Hill's face was rapidly paling, she was hearing the same thing. Gods, Balak swore. This is, she didn't. He looked horrified. The general gawked in disbelief at him. She wouldn't have. She couldn't possibly be that unhinged. With a flick, he switched his frequency back to the wide broadcast that Rejnam had been using. His worst fears were quickly confirmed. I am sad to say that it seems that those sent to retrieve Danux have failed, she said, her voice icy cold. Batarians all throughout the room were noticeably fiddling with their comm units, all of them listening in on Rejnam's transmission. This happens. We are a great nation, but we are mortal. We have mortal failings. When those failings occur, however, there must be sacrifice. People of Tylev, this sacrifice has been unfairly placed on you because of Danux's selfish actions. I hope that he is proud, being responsible for so much death. There was another shake of the ground, and this time the source was very apparently. A blinding flash of light consumed the city in the distance, the same one visible from the dreadnought's viewport. As it vanished, it revealed nothing but smoke, rubble and a slowly rising mushroom cloud. The city was gone. Destroyed by a mass driver round. But he must be stopped, lest the entire Batarian species pay the price. Rest assured, people of Tylev, your name and memory will live on in songs for the rest of time. We will never forget you, or what you had to give up to ensure that the traitor Danux met his fitting end. There is tragedy here, I admit, but I urge you to face this with a smile. The future of the hegemony will live on because of this sacrifice you are making. Hold your children. Tell them how proud you are of them. As you should be. Danux. These last words I speak to you. You did this. You killed this planet. You would hand it over to people who hate us, who would see us all slaughtered. I refuse to let that happen. I would sooner watch a world die than suffer the indignant fate of ADEK. Yet you tried to cause a second ADEK, a second world castrated and enslaved by the coalition. Your punishment is this. Everything on this planet will soon be dead. You will be the last to die. With that, the line went dead. A shuttle. Danux pleaded, looking desperately at Hill. Do you have a shuttle? The general didn't say anything as Hill replied angrily. The two began to shout, but for why he had no idea, nor did he care. He simply looked dumbfoundedly at the destroyed city. Tremors continued to shake the ground beneath his feet, growing stronger each time. There was no point in running. No one would be able to reach any escape craft in time. Not at the speed at which slugs could reach the planet. Soon, this entire world would be a barren wasteland, not unlike Earth after the Great War. He allowed himself a small smile as he remembered Earth. The life he had led, fighting in the Master's army, and keeping the dream it had stood for alive. He had had a good life. A good long life, one where he had left a legacy behind. The army would carry on without him, keeping his dream alive. As the shouting grew louder, he thought he heard something. Something that sounded faintly like a whistling noise. At the same time, he thought he saw a flash, something heading towards the ground at a massive speed. It was the last thing he ever saw. Chapter 114. Fallout. XXXXX. Hurst looked on in horror. Every single city on the planet's surface was gone. Only burning ruins were left. The Eclipse fleet had left as soon as they had came, and now all that was left was a dying world. He peered closer at the display. Dozens of slugs had impacted the planet's surface, and a massive layer of dust was starting to form in the planet's upper atmosphere. It was hard to tell at this point, but Hurst couldn't help but wonder if this would throw the planet into an ice age. That blanket of dust looked rather thick, and seemed to be more than enough to blot out the sun. Hurst, lots of chatter over the comm line, everyone's trying to figure out what the hell is going on, Rigg said. The Mr. Gutsy was hovering behind the main controls for Sarah, all of his mechanical appendages darting up and down the controls. General Hill isn't responding to any communications, people think she's dead, and she probably is considering one of those rocks was aimed directly at her position. Rigg sounded rather agitated, but had become more restrained and wound up than loud, the way most people would. Hurst had only seen Rigg like this twice before, and both had been some of the darkest days both of them had ever known. Pretty much every mercenary and soldier that we had down there is dead. At the very least, that's 10,000 corpses, and who knows how many Batarians got caught in the crossfire there. And then there's the citizens. Millions of people dead down there, or worse. Still alive but stuck there. There was a loud clang of metal on metal. Rigg had slammed the console. Fuck. Hurst didn't respond. He was too busy staring at the image of the planet. Imaging was starting to become blurry, the dust cloud interfering with his ship's scanners. He could still see what was happening, but it was quickly becoming choppy. Through all that, he spotted a speck of something. With a few quick button presses, he zoomed in. Rigg. He shouted, they didn't hit all of the settlements. All three of Rigg's optics shot up from where they were looking, focusing on the image of the planet. What are you talking about? Every single city is, God, they didn't get the smaller towns. Sure enough, small isolated towns, possibly villages, it was hard to tell at this distance, were still intact. They didn't have enough time to pick off every single settlement, so they settled for the major ones. Rig's optics darted back down and he began to type in rapidly. They're not going to last long though. All major power grids on the planet are gone, water purification is gone, most of the agriculture is gone, they'll waste away. And what are these? Hearst said, magnifying the image of the planet. A convoy of military vehicles, mainly APCs, were heading to one of the few surviving villages. In fact, quite a few military convoys were heading to all the surviving villages. By the looks of things, they had been units that had been on patrol when the planet had been bombarded. Survivors. Looks like it, Riggs said. One of them just reached its destination. There was a moment of silence as the robot continued to watch. Oh God, he said. Hearst, the village is going up in flames. It what? Spinning his own display, Hearst focused on the village that Rigg had been focusing on. His sensors couldn't make out person-to-person movement, but they could make out the massive spikes in heat that were, without a doubt, the town that was being burnt. It was a mere spark compared to the burning wildfires of the cities, but it was unmistakable. What's wrong with these people? The hegemony bombarded the planet they were on out of spite, and they're running off to finish the job. The hegemony has always been a bit more of a cult than any other galactic power, Rigg said, his voice filled with spite and loathing. Hearst was dumbfounded. It was like watching a half-dead man trying to claw his own throat out. Confusion, outrage, and disbelief all welled up inside of him. The Chancellor could round up the majority of the Batarian people, tell them to kill the person to the left, and they would do it. Or the military would at the very least, which is enough to make it a bloodbath. This isn't a civilization, Hearst whispered in horror. I don't know what this is. It's just a concentration of sentient being rights violations. He had thought that there would be atrocities on this front of the war, but he had expected it to be the result of bitter hatred between enemies. Not governments intentionally targeting their own citizens. Hearst, it'll take time for the other convoys to reach their destinations, Rigg said. There was a certain tone in his voice. The confusion in Hearst died down. A steely resolve rose to take its place. He knew he and Rigg were on the same page. Which one do you want to head to? The coalition ships are in too much disarray from Hill's death, and we can't rely on mercenary ships to provide humanitarian aid. This one, he said, placing his finger on one of around a dozen villages. We still have all of the rations and other supplies that we were supposed to use for the main landing invasion. Safe to say that's been cancelled. We can use them for anyone that survived. He pushed himself away from the display he had been standing at. Rigg, set a course for that village. If the convoy gets too close before we land, take Sarah on a strafing run and fry them. Enough innocent people have died today, and if they want more people to die that badly then they can be the ones to go. Contact the other nomads, tell them to do the same thing. We can't force them to do anything, but appeal to their moral. No need, they're already asking for directions, Rigg said. I'm organizing them to make sure they all head for separate villages, none of them are big enough to warrant 2 freighters. He hesitated. It's not clear if we can cram more than 1 village's worth of people onto a freighter, we don't exactly have a census of the planet. If we can, we'll make a second stop, but odds are we'll only be able to get the one. Better than nothing, Hearst said. If we can just save a few hundred people, then that'll be a few hundred people that would have died if we had done nothing. You man the controls, I'm gonna do my best to rally the survivors into Sarah. If they try to swarm you or try to hijack the ship, I'm ditching them, Rigg said harshly. I want to help them, but not enough to be willing to sacrifice you. A sour feeling curled in the pit of his stomach. It won't come to that, he said, desperately praying that it wouldn't. Rigg gave a grunt as Hearst exited the bridge. As he did, he grabbed a shotgun that had been hanging from a rack that was in an indent in the wall. Sarah Jr. was carved into the stock. Grabbing it, he gave it a quick look over before sliding in a block of ammo and giving it a meaty cock. He started to head towards the cargo bay. 1 elevator ride later, he stepped out into said bay. Most of the weapons and other cargo that he had acquired over the years had been locked away on his first refugee run, just to be sure the refugees wouldn't hurt themselves by mistake. Right now, he needed to grab something, just in case what was left of the hegemony military on this planet got to the village. Stopping in front of a lockbox, he punched in the code before sliding it open. A grin slid across his face as he took out the rocket launcher inside. We got work to do. Zaid was leaning against a nearby wall, idly tossing a knife up and down. We taking part in the ground invasion? Thought we were letting the coalition and the mercs do the heavy lifting. The Batarians glassed Tylev, they had the Eclipse do it. Well, the Asari defectors wearing Eclipse colors anyway, but people aren't going to know about that last part. Hearst said bluntly. No point in beating around the bush. Zaid fumbled his knife, accidentally grabbing the blade instead of the handle. There was a poorly restrained cry of pain as he dropped it, bright red blood now leaking from his hand. Son of a whore, he swore, sucking on the bleeding cut. He stared at Hurst, stone-cold eyes locking with Hurst's. You're not joking, are you? Hurst shook his head. Zaid swore again. All my years, I never thought anyone would be stupid enough to pull a move like that. What happened? What made the hegemony crazy enough to cross the line even the Blood Pack and Enclave haven't crossed? Their leader is vain and petty, Hurst said simply, and she didn't take kindly to how Danux was slipping out of her grasp. He slid his rocket launcher on his back before taking a bandolier of rockets out of the same crate and clipped it on around his torso. Mentally, he thanked how much more compact rockets had become over the years. We're going to try and save as many people as possible before what's left of the garrison destroys whatever villages weren't torched. Bloody stupid bitch, Zaid said. So, we're making another refugee run. I hope you understand that this is going to be a lot different. The people we picked up before wanted to go with us. They came to us, we just happened to give them a ride. These people don't know what's going on. They may even think that we were the ones that dropped rocks on their planet. I'm just saying, they're not going to be in a hurry to jump on the ship of a complete stranger. They're a culture that practices slavery, and they've been cut off from the rest of the galaxy all their lives. This is probably going to get ugly. If you want to be smart, you'd cut your losses and get out of here. Can't say anyone has called me smart recently, Hurst said, tugging the front of his shirt to get a good look at the combat vest he was wearing beneath it. Standard issue for coalition soldiers, he had gotten one when he had officially become a privateer. Worse came to worse, he would be able to take a few shots. And I think you knew that when you took the money for this. That I did, Zaid admitted grudgingly. Still, I'm going to shoot if it keeps me alive. I'll be in front. If you're going to gun down civilians, can you at least wait until they kill me first? Let me die with a clear conscience, then you do you. He said it half-jokingly, but the thoughtful expression on Zaid's face made it clear that the long mercenary was taking it seriously. Rig, he said into his comm unit, not wanting to continue the current conversation. How we looking? A few more minutes, technology may have advanced a lot, but entering a planet's atmosphere still takes a bit, the robot snapped back. It was enough to make Hurst smile. He could close his eyes and pretend that things were normal for a moment, him and his buddy on an adventure in the wild frontier. Some shots would be fired, tensions would flare, but they would walk away to visit the local watering hole with a new story to tell. God, he missed those days. As time slowly trickled by, Hurst moved around the cargo bay, preparing for the arrival of the soon-to-be refugees. His setup for supplies had not changed from his first refugee run, even though he had been planning to transport soldiers next. All that had meant was keeping things up to code a little bit more, as well as ensuring that all the supplies had been given a more effective layout according to coalition policy. Hurst made sure that all the locks on the food and medicine were undone, that it was all still fresh, and that the open crates could be reached from a full 360 degrees. Okay, we're right on top of them, Rig reported. Hurst felt a very familiar twinge of surprise. No matter how many times Sarah entered an atmosphere, he was always thrown off by how smooth it was. The simple fact of the matter was that, compared to warships, freighters had significantly less mass. To the outside viewer, this might seem absurd, as larger freighters commonly dwarfed warships. The thing was that the majority of freighters were hollow, being merely empty cargo space, while warships had much more complex and powerful systems. Freighters didn't have more mass than warships, only more volume. As such, it could easily land on planets that cruisers and dreadnoughts couldn't. Patching you into the external speakers, Universal Translator is live. A&D. Landed. There was a heavy shift that almost threw Hurst and Zaid off balance as Sarah landed, the cargo bay doors opening with a loud grind. The village they had landed in was a sorry state. Small, run-down prefab buildings, half of which looked uninhabited, and haggard, scared-looking people in ragged clothing that were lining the street. Rusted mining drills in a nearby field towered over the ramshackle homes, and Hurst was certain that they had stumbled onto a boomtown gone bust. I require your attention, he said into his comm unit, his voice echoing across the village. My name is Franklin Hurst. I am a freelance trader and explorer, I am not a member of the coalition military. My crew only consists of 3 people. The pilot, my friend here, and myself. I do not wish you harm. I am incapable of harming you when you outnumber me 100 to 1. But I can help you, so I beg you to listen to me. You have been betrayed by your government, you heard the same broadcast that I did. They sentenced this planet to die to stop one man from defecting. They do not deserve your loyalty, and it does not seem that they care about it. Even as I speak, hegemony soldiers are coming to kill you all, for no other reason than to satisfy the Chancellor's bruised ego. You deserve better than that. The sovereign dominion of ADEK is a safe haven for those who wish to escape the hegemony's wrath. Millions of Batarians live there in safety, protected by their own military. Hearst chose to not mention the part where the SDA's paltry navy had been destroyed. If a little white lie kept these people from dying on this doomed world, he could live with the guilt that came with it. I have personally transported hundreds of Batarians and escaped slaves to ADEK, and they now live there happily. Sanctuary is available to all who ask for it. Hearst took a few steps forward, to the edge of the ramp. With a single move, he slid his shotgun onto his back before holding his hands wide. I know that you're scared. You have every right to be. But there's no future here. Even if the hegemony retakes this planet, it will never be anything more than a strategic point. The days of this place being a hub of life are over. It's dying. Don't die with it. He gestured towards the ship. Please, come with me. Find a new home, one that will treat you better than this. There was a painful silence that followed. The Batarians were all looking at him with a mixture of anxiety and distrust. Hearst could only imagine what years of propaganda had told them about the coalition. There was a very good chance they thought he drank the blood of babies. Quiet murmurs rose from the crowd, too far away for Hearst to make out. He could feel Zaid burning a hole in the back of his head with a glare. Already, Hearst could hear the condescending "I told you so," followed up by a recommendation that they make a run for it. Before any of this could happen, however, a Batarian broke free from the crowd. A hysterical voice from within it cried no. But the runner kept moving. Stumbling up the ramp, the Batarian tripped and fell in a desperate tangle at Hearst's feet, before quickly getting up. The alien was young, looking to be in the early years of adolescence, and there was a fire in all four eyes. Get me out of here, she said in a soft, angry voice. They're too scared to do anything that hasn't been spoon-fed to them. If they want to stay, let them. I'm not though. I've got food and blankets if you need either, Hearst said hesitantly. There was a disturbing amount of bitterness in the teen's voice. There was a history behind it, and he wasn't sure he wanted to know. She strode forward, not looking back at the crowd, but making a complicated gesture involving curling two fingers in opposite directions, pressing a third flat and sticking the fourth out, no doubt the Batarian equivalent of a middle finger. This girl had the air of someone who wanted those who were left behind to die. Thankfully, despite the girl's brashness, her actions had put a crack in the hesitations of the mob. A few more people were dashing forward, crossing the ground between town and ship, clambering on board with almost feral enthusiasm. Then even more followed. Within minutes, a small stream of refugees was pouring on. As they rushed past, Hearst noticed that the majority of them were young, barely any older than the first girl. One or two older men that had a distinctly ex-military look about them had joined the first to board, but they were the exception to the rule. The majority of the crowd simply wasn't moving. At the front, he spotted a handful of younger Batarians frantically pulling at older ones, begging for them to move. Sons and daughters were trying to get their parents to come with them. After a bout of struggling, these pockets of conflict began to resolve. A few families, the older members looking highly reluctant, began to move forward as a whole. Many refused to budge, leading to younger members tearfully turning their backs on them as they moved to board. One or two families were actively restraining their children, preventing them from moving. Hey! Hearst bellowed into the speaker, causing the entire population of the town to jump. If you don't care about living, that's your decision. But if you hold back someone who wants passage on my ship, you are condemning them to die. You are making that choice for them, something you have no right to do. So let them go, or I am coming down there personally and breaking the jaws of every single person who is sentencing their children to die to satisfy their own twisted morals. That got the families holding their children back to let go. Curses were exchanged on both sides as they separated, but they were at least making their own decisions. Though the whole situation left a bad taste in Hearst's mouth. He was starting to see why that girl had not been sorry to abandon her town. Rig, update, he whispered into his comm unit. I've got around 100 passengers and still loading more on. We've got 10 minutes before I need to lift off, a few more if you don't mind cutting it close, Rig replied tensely. I don't think we can afford to cut it close this time, Hearst admitted. You don't want to cut things close. That's how bad things are, hey. Something like that. He adjusted his comm unit, making sure it was still in place. I urge you, hurry. There's no time to retrieve any of your belongings. I have enough food for all of you, please move. The few Batarians who were moving doubled their pace, scurrying onto the parked freighter. The ones that weren't, the majority of them, stayed rooted to the spot. Come on, we need to go. Hearst shouted in desperation. We barely have any time left. If you stay here you'll all die. Hearst stopped just in time to duck. A stone the size of his fist arched over his head, skimming the top of his hat, knocking it off. Grabbing it as it fell, he forced it back on, straightening himself out as he did. A small group had converged at the front of the larger mob. Most of them were heaving rocks at Hearst, but one was lighting a rag stuffed into a dirty bottle. A rock hit Hearst in the stomach, causing him to hiss in pain as it bounced off his combat vest. With a flick, he switched his shotgun to concussive rounds, firing one at the Batarian with a bottle. It hit home, and the alien stumbled, dropping the bottle before he could properly light it. It shattered harmlessly. "I am not your enemy," Hurst bellowed into the speakers, causing them to hesitate. "If I was, I would have killed that man just now, but I didn't. I used concussive rounds. He's alive." One nearby woman knelt down by the man who had been attempting to light the bottle, putting her head to his chest. Blinking in surprise, she began to whisper to those standing nearby. "Please, I need you to trust me." Heads turned, and soft voices just barely made their way to his ears. A flicker of hope sprung up in Hurst. And then it all came crashing down. A blare of machine gun fire tore through the air, and a dozen people at the front of the crowd collapsed, spurting blood everywhere. The crowd began to panic, screaming and running in whatever directions that they could. More than a few poor souls stumbled and disappeared beneath the surging mass of the mob, no doubt being trampled to death. In the heat of the moment, around 24 Batarians threw their pride to the wind and boarded Hurst's freighter. The rest fled back into the village, or the open plains. Machine gun fire following them as they went. Pressing himself up against the inner walls of Sarah, Hurst peered out. The convoy was here, the forwardmost vehicles having moved ahead in order to be in firing range faster. A boiling hatred ignited in Hurst as he saw the blare of their main weapons. "Hurst, we don't have enough firepower to fight them off, unless you want Sarah to do the heavy lifting. And if they have any AA capabilities, they may be able to damage us. We are not a warship. We need to go." "1 second, Hurst growled. Dropping his shotgun, he unholstered his rocket launcher, took aim at the leadmost vehicle, and fired. The rocket soared through the air, dropping as it went, and after a few seconds, impacted on the very bottom front of the lead APC. There was a ball of fire as the vehicle exploded, flipping over as its momentum continued to carry it on. "Okay, take off, Rig. Get us off this god-forsaken planet. Everyone!" Rig bellowed, his own voice now coming through the ship's speakers. "Step away from the loading bay doors." Before the echo of his voice had faded, Sarah's engines had fired, lifting her up into the air as the doors to the cargo bay began to slid shut. Hurst watched the village as they sped away from it. He could already see the flicker of fire spreading. He felt a strong urge to go to his quarters, lock the door and just curl up where no one could see him or talk to him. But he couldn't afford to do that right now. He took in the sight of the cargo bay. Around 200 Batarians were on his ship. "There's food in the crates, water too," he said into the speakers, dialing down the volume just a bit. "I have medical supplies too, in case anyone is hurt. If you have any problems, I'll be at the front of the cargo bay, near the elevator. I'm going to have to ask you to tall stay in this room until I manage to get you to ADEK. It's a big, empty ship, there's a good chance you may get lost in it if you go wandering off. It'll take us a bit to clear the atmosphere. Once we do, we should be able to start making our way there." He paused, looking around. "Are there any community leaders here?" After a brief pause, a rather elderly-looking Batarian raised her hand. "I could use your help organizing distribution, could you come over here please?" Hurst repositioned himself to where he had said that he would be, just in front of the elevator. The elderly woman extracted herself from a very tightly knit group that looked like 3 generations of family before meeting up with Hurst. "If you don't mind me asking, what kind of community leader were you?" "I lead the local youth in activities that would help encourage their loyalty towards the hegemony," she said, sounding shell-shocked. Hurst couldn't blame her, not after everything she had been through. He didn't help that she sounded to be the hegemony equivalent of a high school teacher. "Okay, I need you to move around the crowds and make sure everyone gets enough food and water, make sure no one is hoarding it for themselves or as a bargaining chip. Make sure everyone gets some." The woman nodded. "Does anyone here need medical attention? That's something else you need to be on the lookout for." Hurst hesitated, looking around at the crowd. There had been something unpleasant that had been a factor the second he had landed on a Batarian planet. He had avoided talking about it till now, but he had to know who he was carrying. "Is anyone here a slave? I don't know how they would be treated differently in this situation." "No," the woman said, her voice growing cold. "If someone could afford a slave, they wouldn't have lived in a backwater town like that." "Ah, well that simplifies things," Hurst said. It was blatantly obvious that his question about slaves had offended the woman. He wasn't exactly sure how, though he could make a good guess. He could live with that though, his top concern was getting these people out of here safely. "Well, you may want to pick around 10 to 15 people you trust and get them started on food distribution. I assume you would have had a local doctor, did he or she make it? If not, I'll need." "You don't approve of slavery, do you?" the woman said. It almost didn't sound like a question, it sounded more like a statement. Hurst sucked air into his mouth in dread. He had wanted to avoid this. Now is a bad time, he said. We've got a lot of people that need our attention. Some of them may have been hit by stray rounds. That was a straight-up lie. He would have spotted someone who had taken a bullet by this point, they would have been crying in agonizing pain, and they would no longer be on their feet. He just did not want this conversation to happen. Don't dodge the question, the woman said, the cold tone of her voice hardening to the point where Hearst was surprised she wasn't shaking in anger. It disgusts you, doesn't it? What right do you have to spit on our culture like that? That's who we are, it's the foundation that built our society. Her voice rose at a disturbingly fast rate, and a few nearby Batarians started to look in confusion. Hearst sighed. Fine. If you want to do this, I'll play. Hearst was surprised how level his voice was, because he felt a vicious fire burning inside of him. What the woman had said had angered him on a fundamental, moral level. Do you know what Texas is? Of course you don't, if you did, you'd never ask me a question like that. Texas was involved in 2 wars over our right to keep slaves. We used to be part of a country called Mexico, and Mexico decided that slavery was illegal, so Texas decided to rebel. Eventually Texas joined up with another country, where slavery was legal. But then it looked like it was going to be declared illegal. So Texas and a bunch of others decided to have another war. They lost this one, and owning slaves was indeed outlawed. And when they lost the war, Texas and all the others passed a bunch of laws that would let them treat their former slaves like dirt, looking back fondly on those who had tried to keep slavery legal, even those who had not been fighting for the right to own slaves. They kicked and screamed and tried to keep their way of life, a fight they eventually lost. Hearst slapped his hand across his chest. And you know what I am? I'm a Texan, and I'm damn proud of it. And you know what my culture lost when we couldn't own slaves? Nothing at all. Because, as it turns out, there's more to being a Texan than having slaves pick your cotton. We can't own people as property today, and we manage to get by just fine. We don't leave lesser lives because of it, we haven't had our culture destroyed, if anything we've developed an even richer culture, because we don't waste our time talking about how much better things were when those snooty northerners couldn't tell us what to do, even if it meant around 1 million people dying so that a steady supply of cheap labor could be protected. You think we're comparable at all? The woman said angrily. You think your history is anywhere near as deep and rich as ours? That the slaves you owned were anywhere near as important or as vital as ours? Our very society would collapse without it. It's the cornerstone of our society. It's who we are. She spat at his feet in disgust. No wonder the hegemony is always warning us about the coalition. They're trying to protect us from you. Everything they did, no matter how cruel it might have seemed, was to protect us from you. It's why we, as a people, honor them. If you boil down your culture into just owning slaves, upholding the right to own slaves, and romanticizing slave owners and the people who keep this system in place, it sounds like your culture doesn't have much going on. Hearst's voice wasn't sharp and it wasn't cruel. Truth be told, he wouldn't have the heart to be either even if he had wanted to. His anger had been sapped by this woman, all of it being replaced with weariness. If he had gotten angry, it would have solved nothing. She was zealously devoted to the twisted ideals of the hegemony, and him shouting at her would do nothing to change that. He could bellow at her for days, and odds were that that would only reinforce her beliefs. I mean seriously. All your history, everything you've ever done, and this is what you pick to be a rallying point for your culture? Is there nothing? Nothing else? Nothing else you as a people can look at and say, this is who we are. Hearst felt like he was no longer arguing with this woman, he was pleading with her. There had to be something more to the Batarian people. Their society couldn't be this simple, this cartoonishly shallow. I knew that you couldn't possibly understand it, the woman said triumphantly. It took physical effort for Hearst to not sag at that response. You claim to have origins like ours, but if you really did, you would never spit on our ways like you have. Your kind is nothing like us. Hearst could think of a few replies to that. You're right, we can move on, was the first that came to mind, with is that supposed to be an insult? Coming right after. But there wouldn't be any point. He'd have more luck convincing the bulkheads of the merits of sophism. Fine, he said dejectedly. But this can all wait. These people need us, so get some helpers you can trust. Nodding smugly, a curved, self-satisfied smile on her face, the woman left. Only then did Hearst notice that Zaid had been watching him at a distance. No doubt waiting to see if Hearst would be shived. He gave the merc a thumbs up, which satisfied him enough to get him to turn his attention onto the crowd as a whole. Hey, I saw that, Riggs said to Hearst over the comm lines. You okay? Hearst grinned sadly. It's kind of sad, you know. People keep doing the exact same things over and over again. You'd think we'd learn, that we could look at the histories of other people and not make the same mistakes they made. This damn attitude of our way of life can do no wrong, was all over the place on old Earth. The attitude that killed millions of people, and that was before the nukes dropped. And it's still alive out here in space. What can I say, intelligent life forms aren't, Rig said bluntly. It can take centuries to grasp basic concepts. We had to learn the hard way that nukes are bad, and even then the lesson didn't take with some of us. Maybe they'll come to their senses a few generations down the line. Maybe. Rig had a point. There was little hope of change among the current generation of Batarians. It would have to come with the younger generation, or even the unborn new generation. He thought of the young girl. She didn't seem to have any love for the old system. But would she be able to help make something better? Or would her anger lead to a new system where the only thing that had changed would be the victims? Hurst had no idea. The future of the Batarian people was uncertain and bleak. XXXXX. Balak looked at his Omni tool, which was showing a display of Tylev. It was the 10th time he had looked at it in just as many minutes, and every time it had been the same. Rejnam had ordered this. Rejnam had lost her mind. He leaned back, looking at the ceiling, weighing his options. He lying on his bed in his private suite on Karshan. It was an ornately decorated room, with everything from ancient vases and runes, to bejeweled cups and plates. He could enjoy none of it. He took a cup of wine he had poured himself and took a sip. He had given his slaves the day off, he couldn't afford them to be around right now, so he had accidentally poured a little too much. He barely paid attention as a good portion of it slopped over the edge, taking a small sip of the deliciously sweet liquid. He had to weigh his options. A man didn't get far in this line of work without learning to have backup plans, and he very much needed them. If Rejnam was willing to glass planets out of spite, his safety wasn't guaranteed around her. The question at this point was not if he should do something, but which of his plans he should use. There was the classic one, grab a few million in credits and flee to the edge of the terminus systems. Easily the simplest to pull off, as it would be a simple matter of draining his mission funds into the dozens of personal accounts he had set up. The problem is that it would end with Rejnam spending every waking moment hunting him down. Danux had proven that she didn't take kindly to traitors, and that there was no such thing as too many innocent bystanders. Grunting in annoyance, he took another sip. So that plan was a last resort only. There was taking the same route Danux had and walking the path of a turncoat. Except he would have to be smart enough to flee deep into coalition or council territory to avoid rocks being dropped on whatever planet he found. Any coalition or council planet would be a step up from one that has an active hegemony fleet in orbit, he said to himself. Honestly, what had Danux been expecting? But after that, he had to deal with those on the other side that wished him dead. General Hill was confirmed dead, but there were still many of her ilk in the Morian shock troops. They would disembowel him at the same time they were ripping his toes off. And then they'd get really creative. This was assuming that he wasn't executed by the non-lunatic members of the coalition, as he was fairly certain they would consider what he had done on Moria to be war crimes. That last part would make it hard to find safe haven in the council as well. They dragged their feet at the best of times, but even they would be pressed to act here. And they'd probably think I had something to do with this, he said, looking at his holographic display. Instead of a sip, this time he took a whole mouthful of wine. So, that makes execution almost certain in both territories. He had just realized that, as someone who was technically high up on the Batarian chain of command, even if he technically didn't exist, he would be used as a scapegoat if he didn't move fast. Not just by external forces either, I may get strung up from within, he said. All around this was a bad situation. He sped up his thought process, flicking through idea after idea. He couldn't assume a fake identity within the hegemony. Rejnam would bombard the surface of every planet she needed to find him. He couldn't fake his death, for all her insanity, she could figure it out, she had the resources to work it out. That left one option that stopped him from being executed, one way or another. It was a dirty plan that he had hoped to avoid, but towards the end, he had realized that it was the only viable option he had. Well, I guess I should have known it would have come to this one day, he said grumpily. Tripping his cup, he drained the last of it before idly tossing it across the room, shattering one of the plates he had propped up. He ignored the sound of breaking masonry as he got to his feet, slid his armor on and buckled his equipment into its proper position, before striding out the door. He ran into two of his men who were standing guard outside, the hilts of their swords gleaming brightly. Sir, orders. One asked hesitantly. What are we to do? The worst-case scenario, he said grimly. Contact all of the fail-safes we've had planned, tell them to be ready within the hour. Anything less and it all goes down in flames. I'll be there when it's time. Without a word, the two men nodded before they turned and ran. Sighing, Balak walked forward until he reached a balcony that jutted out of the complex that housed suites for the most elite within Batarian society. He looked out over the sprawling urban complex below him, watching millions of Batarians go about the daily labors that kept the hegemony functioning. His mind was working overtime as he took this all in. The hegemony was in a very fragile place right now. Rejnam and her more loyal pets would try to deny otherwise, but it had been one of the weaker galactic powers for decades, only rivaling the non-member species of the Council in strength. Despite all the manpower and resources the hegemony had access to, it had been relegated to second-class status in the realm of galactic politics. It frustrated him. Not because he thought that the Batarian people were a superior people that they deserved better, but because so often any progress for the hegemony, no matter how small, was sacrificed on the altar of pride. That had come to a head when millions of Batarians had died just to satisfy an ego. Even without the countless dead, Balak could already see other negative effects from Regnam's actions. The telltale signs of a recession were beginning to pop up along the hegemony. As it turned out, the hegemony couldn't lose 2 planets without the effects starting to impact the nation as a whole. The missing resources those planets had once provided were starting to be felt. ADEK had been gone for some time, and while it had caused a noticeable drop, it hadn't been anything the hegemony couldn't handle. Tylev was different, a much larger colony with a significantly larger GDP. The impact would be staggering. Balak mulled it all over. The Batarian hegemony, a weak and fragile little thing. But he couldn't afford to abandon it, there was nowhere else where he could hold the kind of power that he held here. Better to be at the very top in the weakest power than a lowly cog in the strongest. He had worked hard to gain a position of power like this, he wasn't going to lose it because of Regnam's delusions. Sir? I have news. Bad news from border forces. They've been attacked. Balak turned. One of the few men and women he considered trustworthy in all of the hegemony was approaching him, a day-top hat in hand. A patrol fleet, before it could properly respond to Regnam's massive mobilization of the navy, lost 80% of its forces patrolling the northern border. The fleet that assaulted it proceeded to then raid nearby mining, construction, and repair facilities for supplies, and a few nearly completed ships were stolen. Balak blinked all 4 of his eyes. Who did it? None of this made sense. The front with the coalition was along the hegemony's southern border. The only thing north of the hegemony was the rest of the terminus systems, and, if you went far enough, Council territory. No one in the terminus systems had the ability, nor the desire to attack the hegemony, and the Council races were either neutral or allied with them. Wordlessly, the man handed Balak the day-top hat. The fleet had been around 80 ships strong, with many of the ships being badly damaged. The largest had been of a size never seen before, but it was barely functional, needing to be towed by other ships. Despite that, there had been a pair of lightly armored but heavily shielded ships that had had the firepower of dreadnoughts. Quarian live ships and the Enclave's prototype super dreadnought. It all came together in Balak's mind, and he had to suppress a groan. The runoff from the failed attack on Sirkesh, he said in a resigned voice. Of course. They didn't want to take the risk of making a run to safety through Solarian territory, not when the Union was on high alert and had allies supporting them. So instead they run even deeper into Solarian territory, out the unguarded back end, through the terminus systems, and into us. He gave an amused grunt. Our allies were wondering what happened to this fleet, it seems we found it for them. Sir, this fleet has a decent amount of firepower, but it's fragile. So many of its ships are damaged, and the Quarian live ships don't have the defenses to match their offensive firepower. If we delay our assault on the coalition, we can bring the combined forces of the hegemony navy down on them and rout them to a ship, utterly crushing them before they do any more damage. Balak thought it through. His advisor was right. As battered as the hegemony's naval powers were, they could still manage to scrape together enough forces to meet the remnants of the Enclave/Quarian attack force head-on. The problem wasn't that they couldn't win that fight, the problem was what would come afterward. And would we have enough ships left to fight the coalition to the south? After all the losses we've sustained on that front. The man paused, clearly searching for a counter-argument. Balak was patient. He would not have entertained an argument for a plan of action he knew he would reject in most circumstances, but he would make an exception here. It would be best for his true allies to understand his reasoning, he couldn't afford to alienate them now of all times. We could call the Turians and Solarians for support. If the coalition overruns the hegemony, they'll have a backdoor into Solarian territory. The coalition can use the same path the Quarians and the Enclave used to escape. Balak gave a polite nod. The man was clearly thinking things through and was backing up his arguments. He was an intelligent man, although, sadly, sometimes he didn't see the big picture. I doubt that would work for 2 reasons. First of all, I've heard word that the siege of Tuchanka is going poorly for the hierarchy, they will not want to divert too many forces away from keeping the Krogan people pacified. And secondly, well, do you really think they'll be in such a hurry to help us after what Regnam did to Tylev? The man before him opened his mouth, closed it again, and gave his head a small shake. Exactly. It would be political suicide to support an ally that has broken the law on orbital bombardment. That's the situation we find ourselves in. Enemies to the front, enemies to the back, no allies coming, and our enemies may feel justified in using WMDs now. The man looked at Balak in desperation. Then it's as you said? The worst case scenario. Balak nodded. The hegemony has lost this war. The hierarchy and the Union haven't, but that's not our concern. We may have struck the first blow in this war, but they were the ones that wanted to start it, they can deal with the fallout from it. We need to make sure that the hegemony doesn't disappear. He lowered the daytop hat. Is everyone else ready? Along with all the replacements? Is damage control standing by? The man nodded. But on the topic of replacements, Balak, when Regnam is gone, why can't you be Chancellor? Oh, I could, but I won't. Better to be the neck than the head. Too many think that power is fancy titles, praise, and public spectacle. It isn't. Power is, when you want something to happen, you can make it happen. Let another be Chancellor. Let them be the public face that receives all the assassination attempts. So long as I'm the one truly in control from behind the scenes, it's all I need. Now go. We need to be ready soon. Balak's aide nodded and departed. Balak took one last look over the city below him. It's a shame. We could have been great after this war. We could have grown to be on par with a council species. But we squandered our potential. Now we have to focus all of our efforts on survival. If we don't want the galaxy as a whole to tear us apart. Moving away from the railing, he headed back into the complex behind him. Returning to his room, he lounged there, or at least he did to the ignorant outsider. In reality, he was putting the final touches on his plan, making sure that everything was in place. Then his Omni tool beeped, around half an hour later. Right on time, he said, glancing at it. Regnam wanted to see him, because of course she did. There was no chance that she would ever let a major engagement like this go by without consulting him, regardless of how effective of a use of time it would end up being. Slowly, deliberately taking his time, he got up, left his room, exited the building, walked down a few blocks and stopped inside of the Capitol building. A giant tower etched with gold and jewels that stretched towards the heavens. It was meant to be a symbol of Batarian power, wealth, and potential. The reality of the situation was that it was a giant eyesore. Armed guards surrounded it, all of them rigidly at attention. Word of what had happened on Tylov had spread rapidly, so it was no surprise that the majority of them were on edge. One officer shot Balak a questioning look as he passed. Balak nodded. The officer nodded, glancing at the man beside him, and gritting his teeth as he did. Balak pitied the poor soldier that was being glared at, he had no idea what was coming. Slowly, he made his way up into the upper levels of the building, passing many soldiers that saluted him, or else lowered their heads to avoid looking into his eyes. Then, eventually, he passed through a pair of double doors into Regnam's office. Officially it was an office, but Regnam had styled it into being more of a throne room. Her chair was just as gaudy as the building it stood in, and while she did have a desk, it had a few good centimeters of dust, and the documents on it were a few years old. A dozen armed men lined the walls of the room, constantly giving panicked looks at Regnam. They were waiting for the situation to explode. Regnam was noticeably trembling with anger as she turned away from the window that made up the far wall. I want a purge of the Navy as soon as you can arrange it, she hissed. Danux may have corrupted countless officers with his twisted and subversive mindset. We can't risk another mass mutiny at a critical moment. It could destroy the hegemony and destroy any possibility we have at winning this war. She had a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other. She attempted to pour herself a drink, only for half of the bottle to end up on the floor, her hand was shaking so badly. Seething with rage, she hurled the bottle at the wall, two soldiers ducking out of the way to avoid being hit. I want every flag officer investigated, and if you find the slightest hint of treason, kill them, Regnam continued, her anger reaching the point where Balak was sure she was on the verge of throwing her glass at anyone who was unwise enough to test her patience. Then investigate their crews and do the same to them. No, forget that, if they're found guilty just execute their entire crew, they were all accomplices with traitors, knowingly or not. She was now pacing back and forth, furiously listing out orders for Balak. He played along, occasionally nodding or saying at once, while slowly waiting. Any second now. Oh, and most importantly, Danux. The coward escaped judgment, but there will still be judgment. Examine his history. Every living member of his family, every friend he ever had, students, teachers, confidants, I want all of them interrogated and then killed. Understand? Balak nodded. At best, she was asking him to kill tens of thousands of the hegemony's armed forces, and there was a very real chance it could go up to hundreds of thousands. After the losses they had already sustained and with a second major force already attacking them. Well, he certainly wasn't having any last-second regrets. Well, why aren't you starting? What are you waiting for? Regnam barked. As Balak had expected, her glass was sent flying through the air, just barely missing his head. It shattered on the door behind him and the soldiers in the room looked at him in fear and confusion. They had no idea what to do, in reality they probably had little experience outside of protecting Regnam from direct threats, of which there were almost none. Almost. For everyone to be in place, Balak replied honestly. At that precise moment, the door behind him burst open. A pair of corpses with slashed throats tumbled forward, a pack of Batarians armed with swords right behind them. To give Regnam's guards credit, they were quick on the draw. Their guns had been raised and triggers pulled before the exterior guards' bodies had hit the floor. This speedy reaction, however, earned them nothing, as none of their weapons responded. Smiling, Balak reached down to his belt and produced a tiny sphere that was blinking. It always had worked on hegemony weapons just as well as coalition ones. The fight within Regnam's office was over in less than a minute. It hadn't been anything short of a slaughter. All of the opposition lay dead on the ground, throats slit and vital organs pierced. The only setbacks the assailants had suffered was one broken nose from a rifle stock. A few of Balak's men were circling the room to make sure all their opponents were dead, most were guarding the door, and 3 had pinned Regnam to the ground. Traitors! You're all traitors! I'll have your head for this, Balak. Your life will be nothing from pain and suffering from this day forward. Regnam screeched, spit flying from her mouth as she thrashed about like a caged animal. Yes, no and no, Balak replied dryly. I suppose 1 out of 3 is a start. Now then, less of this please. On cue, one of the men pinning her produced a syringe and jammed it into her back, emptying the entire thing. The hegemony doesn't reward traitors, Balak. Yule. The fast-acting sedative was doing its work. Regnam's struggles died down, and within 10 seconds she had slumped to the ground, unconscious. What do we do with her, sir? One of the soldiers guarding the door said, craning her neck around. Public execution. Under normal circumstances I'd say yes, Balak replied, watching heavy shackles being affixed to the unconscious former chancellor. It's a good way to show a shift in government, but she's gone and put us in a bad situation where we can't do that. See, the council can be slow to act when it comes to us, but only when we have deniability. We have none of that with Tylev, and our own allies will be turning on us because of her. The guard gave a mocking laugh. The council? Who cares about them? They're nothing now. They just sat around while this war happens, what they think doesn't matter anymore. Balak paused. That is a good point, he admitted, but the Solarian Union and Turian hierarchy still hold a great deal of influence on the galactic stage. And we can't afford to stand against them. The guard nodded slowly. And the Asari? What about them? They've been huddling up in their little corner of the galaxy, not getting involved in this. What do we do with them? This woman was sharp and quick on the uptake. Balak was glad that she had chosen his side. We may have to appease them eventually, but that's not something we should work on until we have to, he said. I'm ordering most high-ranking officers and officials that were loyal to her to be rounded up, particularly those that had a hand in Tylev. We're going to have to negotiate with the council races on this one, they'll be demanding retribution. We're going to start low, offering them a few officials and maybe a general or 2, we'll drag out the talks, make a lot of noise, and then reluctantly agree to hand them Regnam. The council doesn't often give the death penalty, but they'll most likely do it with her. Appeasing them and getting rid of political rivals in one fell swoop, the woman said, sounding impressed. That's clever. Many of Balak's men nodded, a few echoing their approval. Thinking it up is only the starting point, now we'll have to carry it out, and I can't take part in the negotiations. He activated his Omni tool, checking the time. You see, there's a shuttle taking off in 5 minutes. A convicted serial killer was given extensive surgery so that he'll resemble me, right down to the dental records. Officially, I deserted and was shot down by those who were overthrowing the chancellor. I didn't survive the crash and am dead. A few of our allies have seen my face and know my name, so I'll most likely have to disappear to change both in the upcoming days, so we'll have to make sure our replacement for Regnam is competent enough to keep the council happy, while also staying obedient. He pointed at the unconscious Regnam. None of you need to worry about that though. You've already done your part, now I need you to play a more defensive role. Take her to the cells reserved for those who have especially angered the hegemony. Lock her in one of them. Feel free to make her uncomfortable, but we need her alive and healthy if we're going to use her as a bargaining chip. 2 of his soldiers, one of them the woman who had spoken earlier, moved forward. Each one took a side, digging their arms under Regnam's elbow, they have carried, half dragged her out. As for the rest of you, follow me. He left the room, the others looking startled before they followed. As he moved, he heard the sound of gunfire echoing from down below. His men killing any potential loyalists to Regnam. He had the elements of surprise, though some of his people would no doubt die. He was perfectly fine with this. A small sacrifice to give the hegemony a future, one that would hopefully end with them towering over all others. Anything was better than the slow death they would otherwise face. Make sure the civilians know that we did this for their own good, he said to the men as they passed. He glanced back at the office. Soon someone else would be sitting there. Someone under his thumb. He grinned, before turning and walking away. He still had much to do, but now the hardest part was done. It was simply a matter of making sure everything fell into place from here on out. XXXXX. Marcus' rifle roared and a hole the size of his fist was torn in a Turian border. The alien was killed instantly, her body collapsing to join the 3 others that lay there on the ground. Marcus was on one knee in one of the dozens of corridors that had been torn open when the Turian dreadnought had crashed with his. He only had 2 other men with him, a badly damaged sentry bot and a more lightly wounded necro-human. The sentry bot's legs were a twisted compilation of metal and wire, leaving him helpless from the torso down, while the necro-human had a flesh wound in his right arm, the results of a shot that had gone wide. All 3 of them were taking cover behind a makeshift barricade of torn bulkheads that Marcus had dragged into place. The sentry bot was awkwardly leaning on it, the only way it could properly fire at the oncoming enemy, and the necro-human was shaking like a leaf as he sprayed his assault rifle over cover. Marcus paused and took aim. There was a gaping hole in front of them that led to the Turian dreadnought, surrounded by just short of a dozen bodies. Most of them were coalition, killed either by the boarders or crushed by the force of the corridor being ripped apart. 3 of them were Turians, the ones Marcus and his ragtag defenders had managed to kill. "Sir, do we just hold out until there isn't any more of them?" the necro-human asked, sounding as if it was taking him a great effort to keep his voice steady. He took one hand off of his rifle and began to awkwardly apply medigel to his wound, doing the best he could without both hands free. "There'll be hundreds of them if we do that. Thousands if the ship was doubling as a troop transport." "And there's a good chance it was," Marcus said grimly. "And us holding out that long is a worst-case scenario only. It's clear that the Turians plan on fighting to the last man, but I will not be doing it on their terms." With a single deft hand, he activated his Omni tool and began to type out quick and simple commands. The battlefield is unconventional, but at the end of the day this is like any land battle. There are more ways to fight it than a frontal grind. "Heat signatures detected, hostiles incoming," the sentry bot reported. Most of his weapons had been damaged in the crash, and he only had his Gatling gun left. Said Gatling gun was now spinning up. "Let them die if they are in such a hurry. Who are we to deny them their wish?" Marcus resisted the urge to reprimand the synthetic. At any other time, he would most likely have done it. He didn't want the mindset that of their enemies deserved to be slaughtered spread among his forces. That would be an excellent breeding ground for war crimes, which would, in turn, spawn war crimes against his forces. The supposedly righteous anger of one soldier could lead to the death and suffering of his comrades. But here, in the thick of the fighting, was a terrible time. A familiar sense of bitterness flowed through him. The coalition had risen up from the chaos and destruction that the Great War had left behind. They had traveled to the stars and eliminated so many of the old hatreds, creating new life along the way. And yet here they were again, killing and being killed, because when all else failed, violence was still a universal answer to problems. He had thought and hoped that things had changed for the better. Now he couldn't help but wonder if they ever truly would. Marcus was broken out of his thoughts as a trio of Turians emerged through the breach, weapons blazing. A few shots hit the head of the sentry bot. This wasn't enough to pierce his shields, but the force caused the machine to slip and slide down, landing on the ground with an inelegant thunk. Marcus and the necro-human returned fire, a few bursts from the necro-human dropping the shields of the lead Turian before Marcus snuffed his life out with a gut shot. Not deterred, the surviving Turian primed a grenade and tossed it. Dropping his weapon, Marcus grabbed one of the shattered pieces of hull lying in front of him. Heaving it up, he just barely got it between his men and the grenade. It bounced back, its lack of momentum causing it to roll into the contested territory between the barricade and the breach, where it exploded harmlessly. The Turian was still alive however, and the distraction his grenade had caused had given him enough time to charge toward, sliding into a small nook that had been torn in the wall. The necro-human took aim, but before he could get more than a single burst, a masterfully aimed blast of full auto fire smashed into his shields, overwhelming them within seconds. He collapsed to the ground, his face barely recognizable. The sentry bot had managed to force himself back up onto the barricade at this point. Marcus took a shot at the alien, but he slid back into cover just in time, causing the shot to ricochet off the bulkhead instead. "I will suppress him," the sentry bot said, his Gatling gun spinning up again. A second later, it was spitting hundreds of bullets at the Turian, keeping him pinned in his nook. Reaching for the dead necro-human, Marcus retrieved a grenade, activated it, and threw. It slid right into the nook, most likely unnoticed by the Turian due to the deafening noise of gunfire, and a second later he was thrown lifelessly into the air. For a moment, there was silence, no further Turian assaults coming. "What is the plan, Admiral?" the sentry bot asked. "I am in no position to assault the enemy vessel in this condition. Yet I do not believe continued holding of this position will hold. I am working on a counter-strategy," Marcus said, typing into his Omni tool again. "A handful of Rangers were stationed on this ship, I'm attempting to utilize for something that I feel will be effective. It's a risky move, but at this point it's all we have. Many of the airlocks were damaged during the crash. I've been receiving reports from those who are attempting to reinforce us, the ones that are near the breaches have been crushed shut, and the ones that haven't are too far away. It'd take them at least half an hour of navigating through a ship the size of a dreadnought to reach us, and that'd take too long. And, presumably, the Turians have welded shut all the airlocks on their dreadnought. The sentry bot asked. Marcus nodded grimly. Then a surgical strike by the Rangers indeed seems to be a prudent course of action. The sentry bot never finished his sentence. A deafening bang echoed through the ship, and his head exploded in a shower of sparks and shrapnel. The barrel of an anti-material rifle, similar in size and shape to Marcus' own, was peering out of the breach. Fighting back the urge to curse, Marcus returned fire. Whoever was wielding that rifle was well out of his range of fire, but he was still able to hit their weapon. The barrel was twisted nearly a full 90 degrees, and the weapon as a whole was knocked out of the soldier's hand. The Turian responded by leaning over of cover, a pistol in hand. A second shot landed right in her throat, flinging her lifeless body against the far wall. Leaning down in cover to give his rifle a chance to vent heat, Marcus checked his Omni tool again. Reports were coming in, a dozen different skirmishes were happening all along the ship. No grand tactics, no overarching plan, just pockets of forces slamming into each other in brutal person-to-person combat. The scattered reports that he was getting indicated heavy losses on both sides, and an overall lack of shifting in battle lines. That was probably for the best. No doubt the Turians had intended to sacrifice themselves in overloading the Everest's core. They would deny the Turians their overall objective, although they were paying a heavy price in men to do so. The Everest would most likely need a new crew when this was over, on top of a few months in dry dock. As he continued to watch the battles, he spotted something he had been looking for. One of the battles suddenly stopped, all hostiles with the Turians ceasing. His men were still reporting in, meaning that they were still alive. A minute later, the skirmish that had been happening 50 meters over suffered a similar fate. Good, he whispered to himself. He deactivated his Omni tool and raised his now cooled rifle, continuing to watch the breach. No sooner had he done so than a blur of purple rocketed out of the breach, stopping right in front with him. The shockwave hit him with the force of a bull, causing him to stumble back, dropping his rifle. A Turian was kneeling in front of him in slim pale armor, with an eerily pale face, only a few bits of grey color around her eyes. Marcus wondered how a Turian could be so pale, until he noticed that her ungloved hands were the same grey that the plating around her eyes were. The paleness wasn't natural, it was her clan markings. Silently, she leveled a shotgun at Marcus and opened fire. The blast tore at Marcus' shields, nearly tearing it down with one go. Foregoing retrieving his rifle, Marcus chose to charge instead, shifting his body to slam shoulder first into the Turian. Her eyes widened in shock before half a ton of metahuman hit her. Marcus stormed forward until they were at the barricade, which groaned and buckled as Marcus forced the Turian into it. There was a gasp of pain, and blue blood began to trickle out of her mouth. As he saw this, Marcus thought she must be dead. Most species would be dead after that. He was proven wrong when a pair of talons swiped at his face. Pain tore through Marcus as he stumbled back, clutching at his face in agony. Hot, wet blood trickled down his face, and he couldn't seem to properly see to his right. Vigorously wiping the blood away, he squinted through his remaining good eye. The Turian biotic was doubled over in pain, her shotgun gone. She was frantically looking around for it, but to no luck. Spotting that Marcus was beginning to recover, she changed tactics. Biotic energy flared around her, and she flicked her wrist in a rising motion. Without warning, Marcus was lifted off his feet and up to the ceiling, biotic energy coating him. Then, just as fast, he began to soar towards the groan, smashing into it as if he had jumped off a 3-story building. The pain in Marcus doubled and the wind was forced out of him. Forcing himself to one knee, he just barely spotted 3 pieces of jagged metal floating around the Turian, all of them very sharp and around a foot long. With another flick, they were sent speeding right towards him, aimed right at his face. Pure instinct took over, and he put his hand between himself and the incoming shards. He was thankful that the pain in his eye was so great, it made the pain in his arm feel lesser by comparison. Although only by comparison. His arm, leaking blood like a burst pipe, went limp by his side. He doubted that he'd be able to move it properly, so he turned his focus to his good hand. Thankfully, possibly subconsciously, he had blocked the attack with his non-primary left hand. Forcing himself to his feet with his good hand, he grasped one of the shards and ripped it out of his body. The Turian had clearly expected her last attack to be fatal. She was now using her biotics to lift up a much larger shard of metal, a bit of bulkhead that was as big as she was. She appeared to be under physical strain keeping it in the air. Winding up his arm, Marcus threw the shard of metal as hard as he could. It spun through the air, hitting her right in the chest. It hit her with the blunt middle section as opposed to the sharp edge, but it was enough to make her stumble, causing the bulkhead to fall harmlessly to the side. Charging forward a second time, he reached out with his hand and grasped the Turian's leg. With a great heave, he swung her off the ground and into the wall. Taking a step back, he pivoted and swung her in the other direction, this time smacking her into the far wall. Flecks of blood stained both walls as he repeated the process. He was about to do it a third time when his legs buckled and he collapsed to the floor. His grip slipped and the Turian slid to the floor. He glanced at the Turian. She was in bad shape. Both of her mandibles were scrunched up, one hanging loosely to the side. A portion of her chest was caved in, and there was an open gash with a bit of cracked skull on her temple. Blue blood was slowly trickling out of both. She gave a shallow gasp, more blood bubbling out of her mouth as she struggled to breath. She glanced at Marcus and gave a small chuckle. She quickly was overcome by a series of hacking coughs, soaking her front with blood, before her body went still. Admiral. A trio of rangers, plasma rifles in hand, emerged from the breach. Their weapons were in a ready position, but they slowly lowered them upon realizing that there were no hostiles in the area. They lowered their weapons. A Deathclaw in similar armor declocked behind them. No enemies, it reported, distrustfully scanning the area, as if he doubted it. Report, he said, slumping against a wall. Retrieving the medigel he had used earlier, he began to pull the metal shards out of his body, applying the healing substance to them. What's going on in the rest of the ship? Have you found the enemy commander yet? We have neutralized half of the combat zones, the lead-most ranger said. As for the commander, technically yes. She nudged the dead biotic with her boot. Apparently she decided she would rather die alongside her men than in a command chair. Something we have in common, Marcus said, without thinking through the full implications of the statement. All four of the rangers shifted uncomfortably. Marcus looked up from his wounds, realizing his mistake too late. I will withdraw to the Everest's medbay. You four continue on your mission. Once you've neutralized the last of the assaults, contact the head of security and coordinate with him to lead a boarding party into the Turian dreadnought. The rangers hesitated. Of course, they would want to stay and help him. To tend to his wounds, or at the very least escort him back to the Everest's medical bay. Go. Now. That's an order. Right away sir, the lead ranger said reluctantly. She made a quick hand signal, which prompted the Deathclaw to reactivate his clock. Another hand signal and she disappeared back into the Turian dreadnought, the other two rangers right behind her. Marcus sighed. He applied the medigel to the last of his arm wounds before beginning to change focus to his eye. He glanced at the dead Turian admiral. What had she been like? She had been the one to ask him to spare the Turian POWs that he had acquired. But she had also been the one to order the suicide raid on the food processing plants. And in the end, she had seemed rather unafraid of death. A very unique person. Perhaps she had been cold and callous, or maybe conflicted and disturbed by the conflict. Marcus would never know. She was the latest body on a pile of corpses that no doubt numbered in the tens of thousands by this point. Marcus forced himself to his feet, leaning against the wall for support, and began to walk back into the depths of his ship. From the way things were going, he had won this battle. The Everest was still in coalition control, and would stay that way. And yet his victory felt so hollow. It had been a meaningless fight in a battle long over, fueled by a stubborn need to press on. Apparently, a few hundred more corpses had been needed for the pile. The Everest felt very empty as Marcus made his way to safety. XXXXX. Fire choked the air inside the collector base. Bullets, particle beams, and blasts of energy were traded as Trojan 1 forcibly carved its way deeper into the base. A few more shock troops had died, and one had been badly wounded. He had been crudely harnessed onto Foxback, who had dropped back into the middle of the formation in order to ensure the wounded soldier wasn't attracting too much enemy fire. Up ahead. Miranda barked over the comm line. Another sealed door was in front of them, only a few more collectors between the unit and it. This is far enough, one last push. Fox gave a roar as he fired his Gatling laser, a dozen different rifles supporting him. The collectors in front of them were only able to get off a handful of shots before they were cut down. Forward, forward. EDI, get that door open. Ashley ordered. Before too long they were a stone's throw away from the door, which was slowly beginning to slide open. However, before it could open all the way, it stopped. Sparks flew and the screeching of grinding gears echoed throughout the chamber they were in. The door was stuck, only a single person length wide. EDI, what happened? It appears that the collectors have attempted a manual override, EDI said, sounding surprised and concerned. They are doing everything they can to cut me out of their network. They are not succeeding, but they did manage to keep the door from opening all the way. I may be able to find a workaround in time, but that would take a few minutes. And we don't have that time, Ashley said through grit teeth. Okay, everyone. One at a time. Wounded through first. Fox bounded forward upon hearing this, one of his hands unbuckling the wounded soldier as he went. Skidding to a halt in front of the door, he placed the soldier on the ground as gently as he could, pushing him through the gap. Afterward, he turned back to face the hostile mob that had been chasing them, raking it with his Gatling laser. The rest of the unit wasn't far behind him. The few wounded they had staggered through the door, most of them Marina shock troops who had taken flesh wounds, although Adam and Cornelia were among them as well. Cornelia was limping badly, having taken a burst to the leg, and Adam was nursing a bloodied hand that a round had gone straight through. Cornelia turned just before she entered the gap, having the air of someone who was going to argue to stay. Ashley shot her a vicious glare, and Cornelia turned and climbed through without a word. Those who weren't wounded all merged together in a semi-organized blob, sliding into whatever nooks and crannies they could for cover. Once they were tucked away, they poked their weapons out of cover and fired frantically at whatever target they could reach. Lining up a shot with her Theta energy rifle, she took off the head of a Geth trooper near the front of the formation. Well over 100 enemy soldiers were behind them now, but they were now running into a solid wall of fire. A good dozen Geth and collectors collapsed under the strain of the fire as the full brunt of the coalition forces' attention was turned on them. Their advance ground to a halt, another pocket of forces falling before the forwardmost ones took up positions in cover themselves. Ashley took another head off, this time of a collector, before taking a quick glance over her shoulder. Whoever was closest to the rear of this clumsy formation would abandon their position and force their way through the gap the second the last person had gone through. This created a problem that Ashley realized as person after person made it to safety. The path in front of them was very narrow, creating a natural choke point that robbed the enemy of their advantage in numbers. For the moment, when they had first reached the door, they had had barely enough firepower to stop the enemy advance. Not push them back, but force them to grind to a halt. With every soldier that fled to safety, the coalition's effective firepower was reduced. She turned back, panic flowing through her. There had been a lull in the fire the Normandy crew and Marines had been taking, a combination of them taking out the tip of the enemy's spear, and the rest being forced to take cover. Now they were recovering from it, and were beginning to regain their momentum. And even then, more forces were climbing out of service hatches to reinforce the ones under fire. But these ones were different. They weren't Geth or Collector, they were a strange, disorganized bunch that glowed a bright blue. Whatever these newcomers were, Ashley didn't have time to take them in. A hail of shots slammed into her shields, forcing her to duck down into cover before they could finish off her weakened shields, which were dangerously low. Hissing as more fire streamed overhead, Ashley tossed the last grenade she had overhead. The explosion was barely audible over the drone of 100 weapons thundering in unison, but Ashley knew that it had to have killed at least a few of them. They were too closely clustered for it to go any other way. Taking a risk, she poked her head out of cover, doing it to the side as opposed to the top. Sliding her rifle out as well, she fired a quick shot that took a leg off a collector. It collapsed to the ground, silently attempting to raise its rifle, before a stream of fire drilled into its chest, finishing the job. Ashley took aim for another target when she saw them. The things that had arrived as reinforcements. Thin, spindly, pale humanoid creatures, around 30 in number, were charging directly at coalition lines. They didn't have any weapons, equipment, and were as naked as the day they were born. If it wasn't for the glowing blue cybernetics that glowed across half of their bodies, they would have looked like sentient mannequins. The creatures resembled the description of the creatures that had supported the Batarian raids on Moria. Albeit much slimmer and lacking in weapons. Something didn't seem right about these ones. One of the ones on Moria had come close to killing Nora, and these ones didn't seem anywhere near up to the task. Deciding not to take chances, Ashley fired at the leadmost one. She was expecting to have to fire 2 or 3 more times. Something this eager to charge blindly forward would have to have some kind of hidden durability, but a Theta energy blast utterly vaporized the creature. A single shot to the chest reduced it to dust. Ashley blinked in surprise. They were that easy to kill? Reflexes taking over, she fired 3 more shots, each one aimed at a different malnourished-looking figure. Once again each one found its mark, and once again each one was vaporized. There had to be something wrong here. Were these things simply unfinished? Or had Saren deliberately designed them to be nothing more than cheap cannon fodder? Either way, it didn't match up with what had happened on Moria at all. The other coalition soldiers had clearly reached the same conclusion, and began gleefully targeting the charging cyborgs. Before they were even halfway to their destination, the majority of them were gone. Only a few still had whole bodies, nearly all of those who had fallen had been reduced to dust. Vaporization was supposed to be a rare occurrence when using energy weapons, even with the new Theta energy weapons. They had to work through armor and lost a good deal of their power along the way. These things were going into battle truly naked, with nothing but numbers to give them strength. Fire continued to pour down on them, eviscerating them so badly that only one even reached the coalition firing lines. And even then, it was met with the butt of a rifle to the face. It tumbled backward, slipped over the edge and fell out of sight. This pitifully ineffective assault seemed to actually boost morale. A few Marines let out whoops of laughter, choosing now to hurl the last of their grenades, creating a decent-sized explosion that claimed 10 odd enemy troopers. Even Ashley felt a little more spirited from watching this. Taking another snapshot, she risked a look over her shoulder. Over half of their men were through the gap. Karen was through, tossing his remaining quantum grenade as he went, EDI was through, Gabriel was funneling the remaining shock troops through, and everyone was slowly backing towards the gap. Miranda was among those who had not moved through yet. She flexed her arm, her biotic aura flaring and a hapless collector floating out of cover, where it was an easy target. You head on through, I'll hold here, Ashley barked over her radio to the Cerberus operative. Take this, make sure it gets through. Taking the suitcase nuke off of her back, Ashley tossed it to Miranda. Miranda nodded as she caught it and sped back without a word, sliding through the gap in a single graceful move. And then Ashley heard it. A high-pitched, ear-splitting shriek. Turning back, she saw something floating towards them over the never-ending mob of collectors and Geth. It vaguely resembled a woman, but one that had been horrifically distorted. It had the same cybernetics as the cheap cannon fodder units, but that was where the similarities end. Those earlier things had been featureless, and this new creature was anything but. Horns struck out of the back of its head, its arms were disturbingly long and ended with thin, sharp claws, and its bloated belly gave it the look of a rotting corpse. It flickered, biotic energy enveloping it. There was a flash of bright light, and it was a meter ahead of where it had been before. Then it happened again. And again. The twisted parody of a woman moving forward in choppy but frantic bursts. It was like a video playing at 1 frame per second. Something stirred in the back of Ashley's memory as the thing let out another screech, and she remembered the long and vicious scars Nora now bore on her face. Easily having become the new focus of attention, the few more Ians who weren't through the wall, a few smatterings of fire rose up to meet it. Most struck home, one even searing the thing's right leg off, but it didn't stop. Whatever it was much more durable than what they had seen before. A pair of orbs of biotic energy shot out, both arcing in opposite directions before each one came down on a separate Morian. Both of them howled in pain, the blast having torn through their shields and armor, tearing away at their flesh. They collapsed in agony, and were easy targets for collectors and Geth. Ashley fired at the thing intending to take its head off, when it spotted her. It raised its hand, most likely intending to use a biotic attack, when the blast of theta energy hit. It screamed as its hand was blown off, the charred appendage crumbling as it fell to the ground, but the thing itself was still alive. There was another blur of biotic energy, and with a flash, it had moved again. Right next to Ashley. Eyes widening and her heart throbbing a mile a minute inside her chest, Ashley pulled her trigger without even bothering to aim first, but it made no difference. The remaining claw swung, and Ashley's rifle was severed in two. A blinding pain tore through Ashley, the monster's claw had split through her left arm. Falling to the ground, Ashley desperately drew her pistol and pumped shot after shot at the thing. However, now that she was using a solid projectile weapon, Ashley was made painfully aware of the barriers protecting the thing. They easily swallowed up every bullet while the thing raised its claw again. Ashley was certain that she was about to lose her arm, or worse her life, when a mass of metal slammed shoulder first into the thing. As much as a powerful biotic as it was, the monster in front of Ashley was skinny and lacking a good part of its body. It was smashed into a wall, bones audibly cracking and dark purple blood spurting out of it. It let out another shriek, this one much weaker, when a rifle was aimed directly at its face and fired. Blue electricity coursed through the thing, its cybernetics shooting off sparks as they short-circuited, before eventually slumping to the ground. Come on. Now that Ashley wasn't about to be killed, she was able to slow down her thinking enough to properly understand what had happened. A figure clad in power armor had saved her and killed the cyborg with a pulse rifle. And now that same figure had scooped her up and was making a dash for the gap in the wall. EDI seemed to have forced it open a little wider, just big enough for Fox to get through. He was the last one outside, firing his Gatling laser defiantly as the soldier carrying Ashley cleared the door at a charge. With that, Fox drained the last of his power cells before clearing the door himself. A hail of fire sneaked its way through the door, almost collapsing Fox shields, before there was a loud beep and the door slammed shut. You okay? The voice of Jane Shepherd said as Ashley was gently laid to the ground. Ashley stiffly nodded, holding up her arm and grabbing some Medigel. Good, I was worried for a minute there. You did good, Chief. I'm going to make sure the nuke gets set properly so that we can get out of here. Ashley smiled as she began to apply the Medigel to her arm. Then Shepherd turned. Ashley's jaw dropped. The back of her armor was an utter mess. Countless bullet holes had riddled it, to the point where it more resembled twisted scrapyard iron than a suit of power armor. And unless Ashley was mistaken, there was red mixed in with the twisted grey. You spotted it too. Miranda was beside her, kneeling down. Taking the Medigel out of Ashley's grip, she began to apply it herself. She took most of it when she went back to rescue you, I'd wager. Applying a thick layer of the gel, Miranda capped the tube and turned her attention to Shepherd. We talked about this. I know, Ashley said. What? Do you think she needs to be relieved of command? She hated herself as she spoke. Jane had just saved her life. But it had been by charging in single-handedly into a hot fire zone. As much as media much like to romanticize that, it was something usually frowned upon in the military, particularly when it was done so without being part of a bigger plan. We'll talk about it later, Miranda said, helping Ashley to her feet. Right now we need to clean up this operation. Ashley nodded dumbly. The nuke was lying in the middle of the room, no doubt where Miranda had left it, and Jane was working on arming it. The rest of the soldiers were milling about the room. Some had collapsed in exhaustion, some were tending to the wounded and the rest were keeping their weapons trained on the door. All of them looked exhausted, like they were 1 second away from passing out. The lone exception was EDI, who was walking in Ashley's direction. I do believe I have downloaded as much data from the collector databanks as I can, Lieutenant, EDI said. That was like a gut punch to Ashley. She was a lieutenant now. She had forgotten. She hadn't reacted at all when Jane had called her chief. That said a lot. I am beginning to process the data now. With luck, I may be able to find something that we can use against SAR. Against SAR? Oh goodness. EDI. Ashley said in confusion. The AI was acting very strangely. She wasn't looking at Ashley anymore, but was instead staring off into space. There was a look of pure horror on her face. He knew, she whispered. This whole time he knew. The collectors. The Reapers. He knows what they did. Ashley blinked. None of what EDI was saying made any sense. She was about to ask for an explanation when EDI spoke again. The collectors. They're proteins. What's left of them? The rest of them were all killed 50,000 years ago by the Reapers. Ashley's heart felt like it had stopped. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Miranda looked how Ashley felt. Confused, shocked, and overwhelmed. What? Ashley said. Reapers? You mean the race that built those starships Saren uses? No. The Reapers are those ships. They're a race of sentient starships, EDI said, her words coming faster and faster, as well as more loudly. Heads started to turn in her direction, painted with confusion, only to be quickly replaced by horror. They built the mass relays. Made it so that the proteins would develop along them, come to depend on them. Then the Reapers deactivated them. It crippled the proteins, caused their society to collapse without a shot being fired. They never stood a chance. The Reapers systematically exterminated them planet by planet. Ashley didn't know what to say. The fate of the proteins had always been a mystery that everyone in the galaxy wondered about. It had always felt somewhat mystical, as if the proteins had merely left or were hiding somewhere. But to hear that they had all been the victim of a galaxy-wide genocide made Ashley's stomach churn. And the worst was yet to come. They do it every 50,000 years, EDI continued, unaware of all the attention she had drawn to herself. They let sentient species grow and develop, and then do it all over again. Thousands of species all suffered the same fate of the proteins. Ashley felt dizzy. She had to force herself to glance down to remind herself that she was standing on steady ground. This couldn't be right, it had to be a fantasy. There had to be some kind of hole in EDI's logic that proved that this was all just paranoid rambling that Saren had typed down. Miranda found one. If these Reapers could do all that, why are they letting Saren control them? And why aren't there more of them? Ashley couldn't help but admire Miranda's intelligence. Of course, EDI's theory didn't make sense when you looked at it that way. Ashley smiled, glad to see that sense had prevailed. On for her smile to falter when she noticed Miranda was shaking. The woman wasn't confident in her own counter-argument. And when EDI began to speak, Ashley quickly learned that she was right to be that way. They hide outside the galaxy between cycles, to conserve energy. They missed a hidden colony of proteins when they left. The colony launched a suicide attack and destroyed the Reapers while they were inactive. The ones Saren found are wrecks that he repaired. Ones that previous species were able to badly damage. EDI stopped speaking and looked down. After a moment, she said one last thing. The Reapers harvested the proteins and other species. It's how they reproduce. They use genetic material to form their core, and then build the rest of their bodies. Ashley took a step back and struggled to find her voice. When she did, it sounded hoarse. Holy shit! Everyone was staring at EDI, eyes wide. Any tension between the Normandy crew and the 57th had evaporated at this revelation, and Ashley didn't blame them. This whole time, Saren had been using weapons that had been used to carry out slaughter on a scale most would never have imagined possible. For a long time, there was silence in the room. Miranda broke it. The galaxy needs to know, she said. Her voice was firm, but sounded as if that was taking concentrated effort. Many blinked in confusion at her, Cornelia going so far as to scratch her head. Think about it. The reason this war started is that so many are convinced the coalition is a threat to the galaxy. What will they think when they hear about what the Reapers and Collectors are, and that Saren has been using them as a personal army? Realization hit them, and they slowly began to murmur. The only one who hadn't reacted was Jane, who was completing the arming process. "We're good to go," she said. "Someone get the teleporter online and let's get out of here." Ashley stared at her commanding officer. Jane's helmet was still on, but Ashley was certain that underneath it was nothing but a blank, emotionless face. Ashley barely registered anything else as she watched, looking for some kind of response from her. She barely heard the teleporter being activated, only truly registering that it was online when Jane stepped through it. As she did, Ashley realized that she and Miranda were the only ones left. "Come on," Miranda said, flashing her a smile. "We did good work today. We'll be able to stop the war with this." Ashley thought. Yes, they most likely would be able to stop the war. The Turian and Solarian people wouldn't want to be known as the species that had used the weapons that had killed the Proteans. The Asari and Elcor would be less likely to stay neutral, and the Hanner most certainly wouldn't. Stepping through the teleporter, she and Miranda found themselves in the Normandy's engineering bay. "All right." Joker's voice chimed over the comm lines. "Everyone's on board and we're getting the hell out of here. Anyone who wants to watch some fireworks, you have 60 seconds to get to a port to watch it." Ashley said nothing, and didn't respond as her fellow soldiers filed past her. Yes, this revelation could very well end the war. But right now, all Ashley could think about was Jane Shepherd, and how little regard she seemed to have for her own life. Chapter 115. Lol. XXXXX. "You're certain that this is accurate?" Miranda, Ashley, and Jane were all standing in the CIC of the Normandy, a holograms of Admiral Anderson and Fleet Admiral Hackett hovering just in front of them. "Utterly certain." Anderson continued. "These are monumental claims that you're making. You'll need evidence of equal magnitude to back them up." "EDI is forwarding everything we got from the collector base," Ashley responded. The data stores on that place were nothing short of massive. Half of the Normandy's memory banks got filled up, and the majority of these files are tens of thousands of years old. The coding on them is nothing like what we've seen created by any other species. Bits here and there match records from Protean ruins, but everything else is utterly alien. It's taking EDI everything she has just to convert them into a readable state. It can't be a forgery. It'd take decades to write a code this complex from the ground up. The two admirals looked at each other in shock and horror. This changes things," Anderson said. "Utterly," Hackett agreed. "Captain, pilot a course back to the Citadel, do not engage any hostile on the way back. This data needs to arrive here undamaged. Also, beginning transmitting what you have to us. We will duplicate it and send it to any and all data strongholds we have, including Big Mountain." "Sirs, if I may make a suggestion," Miranda said, "it may be in our best interests to reveal this information to the galaxy as a whole. This war started because of backlash against our decisions regarding the Rachni and Krogan. The cause against us is being championed by the supposed moral righteousness it has. Between this and the Batarian hegemony bombarding one of its own planets, we have a chance to rob this war of all support against us. But not if we don't move fast. If we wait, outrage around the glassing of Tylev will die down, and those with fanatical dedication to the cause against us will deny the accusations. We can't take any chances. This data needs to be made public as soon as possible." Anderson and Hackett exchanged uncomfortable looks. "Admiral, I do believe Operative Lawson makes a fair point," Anderson said. "Dozens of soldiers are privy to this knowledge now. If we stall releasing it, it increases the chances of it being leaked, intentionally or otherwise. If it were to spread as a rumor instead of an official proclamation, its credibility may be damaged." Hackett let out a sigh. "I agree. It simply troubles me. When I first joined the Navy, I thought things would be simple. Lines would be drawn, the righteous would stand against the villains, and while battles might be costly, we would always be fighting those who deserved it. I got older and learned better, but I still took comfort in the fact that even in a galaxy of politicking and blurred morality, I could take comfort in defending my people and what they stand for. And here we are, planning to distract those who hate us by making them hate someone else more. It feels dirty." "It is dirty," Miranda admitted. "Dirty works. Few like to admit it, and fewer still like it, but underhanded tactics are very often productive. That's why organizations like Cerberus are kept off the books. No one wants to admit they need someone like us, and I don't blame them. It's a thin line we toe. Our actions can only truly be justified if they save more lines in the long run. In a way that can actually be proved, not just as an idle claim that can be used to justify atrocities." Hackett smiled at Miranda sadly. "I get the feeling you have to remind yourself of that fairly often." Miranda gave a curt nod, but didn't say anything else. Ashley couldn't help but wonder if Miranda ever had sleepless nights. She doubted she would get an honest answer if she asked, assuming she got one at all. Hackett broke her thoughts. The coalition has a few news companies that it trusts to broadcast this information without bias. A few of them are alien-owned, something that will go some ways to remove accusations of this being propaganda. We'll stream the data to them as you transfer it to us, give the viewing public some evidence. Sir, begging your pardon, but shouldn't we consult the council before we do this? Ashley asked, unsure if it was her place to interject. No one reprimanded her for it. In fact, both admirals turned their attention to her, politely waiting for her to continue. So she did. I mean, it might be for the best if they bring this information to their governments. That way they'll know for certain that we aren't just telling lies. Hackett sighed and rubbed his forehead. A year ago, I would have happily agreed with you, Lieutenant. But the mechanics of galactic politics have been radically changed by this war. The Council used to be a symbol and a mouthpiece for the galactic community as a whole. Not anymore. The governments it used to represent have bypassed it. The councillors have been abandoned to their own devices, and in fact are operating against the decisions of their governments. There is nothing to suggest they have any remaining sway with their governments. We can't rely on them if that is the case. And as Operative Lawson said earlier, there is a ticking clock element in play. I see, Ashley said, an uncomfortable feeling in the pit of her stomach. An uncomfortable realization was creeping into her. The fracturing of the council caused by the nations who had declared war without its approval? That wasn't going to just go away when the war stopped. For all its faults, with the exception of the Krogan rebellions, the council had kept peace between the various species that had lived under its guiding hand. What would happen now that the unity the council represented was fractured? The siege of Tuchanka has been broken, the outcome has proven to be a costly coalition victory, but a coalition victory nonetheless, Anderson said. Apparently the conversation had continued while Ashley was lost in her thoughts. We still have access to Krogan people as allies. This is an ideal time to call for a ceasefire and then push for a total armistice. The Turian people might feel threatened and demand the war continue if we invade their worlds and turn their homes into battlegrounds. A potential invasion that could be stopped, on the other hand, would make them push for an end to the war. Agreed, Hackett said. I will send personal messages to Primarch Fedorian and Dalatras Linran requesting that the conflict be halted and that peace talks begin. I doubt they'll be in much of a position to refuse, all things considered. What about the hegemony? Ashley asked. She had only just recently heard about what had happened on Tylev and it still disgusted her. The fact that the Batarians would go so far as to destroy one of their own worlds for years was something she could still barely comprehend. Although she would shed no tears for General Hill, as horrible as it was to think that. Horrible woman or not, no one deserved to die the way she did. If they're willing to go as far as they did, they may try to keep fighting even if their allies stop. We were concerned about that as well, but thankfully luck is on our side here. Something came in a few hours ago, Hackett said. There's been a coup. High Chancellor Regnam has been overthrown. The new government is still selecting a new High Chancellor, but they had broadcast their desire to surrender to us. They've allowed the Enclave and Quarian fleet to pass through their space unharassed, even supplying it as a sign of goodwill. It should arrive at ADEK in a day or two. What's more, the new hegemony government has officially recognized the sovereignty of the SDA. Just like that. Ashley said, sounding surprised. You'd think they'd at least ask for the planet back. Our thoughts exactly, Hackett said. Although they are proving to be stubborn on quite a few fronts. For example, they're insisting that Tylev is still part of hegemony territory, and are requesting the return of all civilians that were evacuated from the surface. Interestingly, that was their choice of words. They're requesting, not demanding. What's more, they're refusing to hand over Regnam, saying that she broke Batarian laws and will answer to Batarian justice. They're out of their minds, Ashley said before she could stop herself. The nomads managed to get a few thousand people off of that hellhole, and now the hegemony wants them back? They all left of their free will. The ones that stayed behind are dead. Slaughtered by their own military. And Regnam? She killed tens if not hundreds of thousands of coalition soldiers. Our people won't stand for that. And it's not just us, Blood Pack and Army lose who knows how many people. The Blood Pack is the closest thing the Krogan have to an organized army now, they're going to be even more pissed than we are. And the army won't take kindly to their founding leaders being killed either. We are well aware of that, Hackett said. The hegemony isn't in a very strong position to negotiate however. Regnam is currently competing with Saren for the title of worst war criminal in living memory. She'll come up at the peace talks, I have no doubt about that. The hierarchy and the Union will have to push for her facing a punishment from the entire galactic community and not just the hegemon. Their people would be outraged otherwise. And hopefully, their leaders are just as outraged. He sounded as if he doubted that last part would happen. And as for Tylev, that's a bit more of a grey area, Anderson said. But General Yusuro has expressed interest in adding it to the SDA. A combination of pragmatism and philanthropy. She wants the resources on Tylev to give the SDA an economic base, but from what she's told us, she's also concerned about the few survivors still on the planet. Some are holding out in the mountains and forests, far away from the impact zones. They'll need help, the global temperature is slowly dropping. Here's hoping she's honest, Ashley said. Yusuro seems like a good woman, but she's done a couple of things that concern me. Us as well, Hackett said. Colonel Decker has been promoted to Brigadier General, and is officially serving as the coalition liaison to the SDA. Officially. Unofficially, he's keeping a close eye on her. If the incident with those public executions is anything to go by, she's someone that shouldn't be left to her own devices. I'm afraid General Hill may have been a bad influence on her. I can't say I approved of her plan to form the SDA, she went ahead without consulting us, but we're stuck with it now. It's a tiny nation that deserves to stand on its own. But, most likely, it will have to lean on us for decades, if not centuries. 4 million people and only one planet? That's barely a city. A small one at that. They can't stand alone on the galactic stage, they'd be eaten alive. Maybe if Hill's plan to have other planets join had gone through, things would have changed. As it stands, we're stuck with this situation. It's a little too white man's burden for my taste, Ashley said, nausea building up in the back of her throat. Hackett nodded. I feel the same way. But the people down there have grown accustomed to being free from the hegemony's rule, and I shudder to think what would happen if they were reconquered, Hackett said. This is the best solution for a bad situation. Or, rather, the least terrible solution. As it stands, that is our plan for the hegemony. Right, is there anything else? Ashley said. I think we covered everything of importance. Unless you have a plan for tracking down Saren. I doubt he'll stop fighting just because his allies will. Ashley scowled at the thought of the Turian war criminal. Even after all of this, he was out of their grasp. He hadn't been at the collector base. Of course he hadn't. He had eluded the Normandy for months, why wouldn't he still be one step ahead? That's going to heavily depend on how willing his allies are to sell him out, Anderson replied. As it stands, we're going to keep an eye out for him, but mainly focus on pushing the ceasefire and bolstering our defenses. There's around a few dozen different matters we're going to push during this ceasefire. For example, we're going to argue that, after what they did, Eclipse should be relabeled from a mercenary group to a terrorist organization. Even if the Asari republics deny that their defectors make up the backbone of what's left of the group, they won't be able to deny what Eclipse has done. We should have done it when they threatened to glass one of our colonies, but now it can't be ignored. Apart from that, nothing else we'll be pushing for is of overwhelming importance. Although, there is one other thing. Anderson grimaced. He turned to face Jane. Ashley knew what was coming. To be honest, she had expected something like this to happen for a long time now. It still hurt. It hurt more than she ever could have imagined. Captain Shepard, in response to several, concerning reports, we will be conducting an investigation into your ability to continue commanding the Normandy. You will retain command of the ship, but Operative Lawson holds the authority to remove you from command and place Lieutenant Williams as the new CO of the Normandy. A flash of hatred surged through Ashley. The rank General Hill had given her. Even with that woman dead, it still haunted her. You are to report to your yeoman for daily counseling sessions, which she will be forwarding to us. Operative Lawson may also question you if she feels it is needed. We will inform you when we have reached a conclusion. Depending on the results, you may be removed from command and given an advisor's role. Further action may be taken if necessary. The word discharged flashed in Ashley's head. With Jane's record, she would most likely receive a standard discharge, maybe even an honorable one. But a discharge was still a discharge, and it said the same thing. You're not good enough for us anymore. Get out. It being honorable was just changing it from get out, to please get out. Jane gave a stony nod. Anything else, sir? She said in a level and neutral voice. Nothing else, Captain, Anderson said. He looked at her for a little bit longer. I'm sorry. I wish I didn't have to do this. But I have to make sure you're fit for command. There's no need to inform your crew about this if you don't want to. Jane didn't say anything. For a moment that seemed to stretch on forever, she stared at the holograms in front of her. Her eyes were unnervingly lifeless. You've done all of the coalition a great service. Whatever comes after, that doesn't change. There was no response from Jane. After a few more awkward seconds, the holograms flickered out. Captain. Ashley said uncertainty. Jane had gotten bad after John had died, but this was even worse than that. I'm going to make this right, she whispered, just loud enough for her voice to carry. I'm going to make this right. I'm going to make this right. I'm going to make this right. Muttering, she turned and left the CIC. God, Ashley said to herself, pressing her hand into her forehead. You did the right thing, Miranda said, her voice comforting. If she really is unfit for duty, that means she needs psychiatric help, not another combat mission. And if she's not, Yeoman Chambers will tell us and she'll be cleared to continue commanding like she always had. And Admiral Anderson is right. At the end of the day, she still commanded the ship that helped to end this war. And I doubt people will let her forget that she's also the one that started it, Ashley said. At least, that's what all the anti-coalition sentiment out there will lead people to think. And if she's discharged, people aren't going to see that as her just being unable to lead due to trauma. They're going to see it as us declaring them right. That she really was the one who made millions of people die. For nothing. It all came tumbling out. Ashley hadn't even thought about the horrific implications of Jane being discharged, but now that she was speaking, they all snapped into place. They're going to make her into a pariah, you know that. Ashley snapped. To her credit, Miranda maintained a cool and calculating face. It will be kept an internal affair, coalition military secrets, she said. We won't go off announcing it to other races. And even then, it's not a case of continuing to captain the Normandy or discharge. A role as an advisor will still allow her to serve and maintain her rank. Ashley knew there was some reason to what Miranda was saying, but only some. She's been on galactic news, the entire galaxy knows her name. People are going to be asking questions, and one way or another, they're going to get dirt on her. Whether they get someone who knows the truth to squeal, or they just spread rumors that come close enough to the truth that it might as well be the truth. Either way, her name is going to be dragged through the mud and she'll go down in history as the cause of countless deaths. No matter what we do from this point forward, that was going to happen, Miranda counted. It was infuriating Ashley the way the woman was staying cool and calculated. She's been put in the spotlight as a controversial figure. In the modern age, whenever that happens, there will always be those who dedicate their life to hate. Even if all heads of government and Saren himself were to claim Captain Shepard's innocence, she would still have those determined to hate her, logic be damned. But Ashley began, but Miranda overrode her. I'm sorry, but it's out of both of our hands. Captain Shepard has accepted this decision. I think part of her knows that it's the only way this could go. Her voice lowered, a trickle of warmth and sympathy leaking in. Your crew is celebrating down in the mess hall. They think the war is over because of what they did, and they may very well end up being right. I think it'd be for the best if you went down and joined them. And what, just pretend this investigation isn't happening? Ashley asked hotly. Yes, Miranda replied. Ashley stared at the operative. She should have expected that answer, she really should have. Think about it this way, Miranda said, her voice back to its previous neutral tone. If Captain Shepard wants the crew to know, she'll tell them herself. If she doesn't want them to know, odds are they won't know. Either way, I think it might be for the best of everyone involved. Demoralizing the crew won't make Shepard's situation any better. Ashley didn't say anything, her hands balling into fists. Of course Jane wouldn't tell them. She had been keeping so much of what she had been going through in the dark. At the same time though, she couldn't deny Miranda's logic. Informing the crew wouldn't do anything to help Jane or make the situation better. Your crew has been through more than most, Miranda said. And they've done even more. Helped save a coalition colony from being glassed, stopping a cult, brought a thought-extinct species back to life, fighting against feral spawn that once almost brought the council to its knees, operating behind enemy lines for an extended period of time, helping bring down a corrupt political system, apprehending a slave trader and crippling the coalition's most despised enemy in an incredibly risky raid. They've earned a right to be happy and indulge. And so have you. Giving a small nod of respect, Miranda began to head for the door. I need to head to my shuttle and contact the elusive man. I'll be there if you need me. And with that she was gone. Ashley stood alone in the CIC, thoughts tearing at her. This victory had become rather bittersweet. Eventually, she decided to take Miranda's advice. It was odd. It would normally take less than a minute to get from the CIC to the mess hall, but this time it seemed to take longer. She couldn't recall taking any wrong turns, doubling back or making detours. Had the ship elongated itself? Or was she just moving more slowly? None of it made any sense. Guys? Guys, come on, don't be buzzkills. Ashley blinked. She had felt like she had been walking through a shapeless haze for the last half hour. Now, not quite sure how she had got there, she was outside the mess hall. Nora was in front of her, bright scarlet in the face, with Roger and Cheryl supporting her on either side. Come on, let's go back in. Oh, hey Ash, Roger said, heaving Nora forward, Cheryl just barely keeping up with the two much larger soldiers. Hope you don't mind, the celebration in there got, well, I think escalated is a good word. Ashley raised an eyebrow. Booze got involved. Ah. That would do it. And Nora had a few. She's a tough gal, but we all have our limits. I'm tipsy you twits, not drunk, Nora said, pushing off the two others. She swayed a little bit, but managed to right herself. Right, now we go back in. She turned around and promptly smashed face first into the wall. Say anything and I punch you, she grumbled, stepping back and rubbing her nose. I wasn't going to, Roger said, a mischievous grin on his face. Though I might now. Cheryl mirrored his smile, though she looked a little guilty that she was finding amusement in Nora's pain. Though only a little. Seriously though, I think it might be for the best if you turn in tonight. My dad taught me a homemade hangover cure, but I'd rather not have you banging on my door for it come tomorrow. He glanced at Cheryl. Though, just to be safe, you may want to raid the pantry for an egg, Tabasco sauce and Worcestershire sauce. Ashley snorted, feeling a little bit better in spite of herself. Homemade, that recipe was practically classic. I'm good, Nora said defiantly. Biotic metabolism, 20% faster than normal humans, including booze. She flexed her right arm, nearly overbalancing in the process. As she did, a chip fell out of one of her pockets. Ah, shit. Jessica gave that to me. Said she meant to give it to me before the mission. You know, in case we died. Ah well, no harm no foul. Clumsily bending down, she picked it up. Staring at it, she shrugged. Screw it. She slid it into her Omni-tool. A hologram projected itself out of her Omni-tool, one of a man in his mid-20s wearing a cowboy hat. One that looked very similar to the one that Nora was wearing. Hey Nor. Nora stiffened, all signs of drunkenness gone from her. If you're watching this, well, I'm dead. I'm sorry that we're not gonna be able to hang out anymore, I know that was always kind of a release for you. He took his hat off, wringing it in his hand. Look, I'm gonna cut to the chase. Mom and Dad? The way they treat you is messed up. Most people think they're good parents because they don't touch you and they buy you nice things. Apparently that's all there is to not being abusive. But I see the way they treat you. A mother should never say to her daughter, oh, you're dressing like a dyke again today, just because she wears a leather jacket. It's disgusting. She what? Roger roared, anger blossoming across his face, but Nora put up a hand, silently asking for quiet. Her eyes were glued to the hologram, a faint sparkling in her eyes. Roger obliged, mouthing swears that were no doubt directed at Nora's mother. Ashley really couldn't blame him. She tried to picture her own mother saying something so cruel. She couldn't. The idea was practically otherworldly. I do what I can, but it's not enough. He shifted on the spot, looking guilty. It may not look it, but I have to dance to the song they play too. Don't question Daddy, Daddy knows best, be a big strong man that never shows any weakness, that garbage. Ideally, you'll never see this. I'll tell you about it in person. I'll tell you that we need to get the hell away from the two of them. But, if something happens, I need to know that you have a way out. I've been doing some work on the side, don't worry it was all legal, and raising some money, he said. Trading stock, making some investments that Dad is expecting me to put into his company. Andrew Hawkins Jr. gave a wry smile. Doubt he'll be happy about that, but last I checked you weren't exactly doing what you were supposed to with your allowance either. Nora gave a rather strangled chuckle. But I managed to earn enough cash to buy you and I something. A way out. A nice place on Demeter. 3-bedroom house, one for each of us in a guest room. Like I said before, ideally we'll be heading out there together as soon as you're 18 and we can get you legally emancipated. But if something happens to me, I still want you to have it. He gave a sad smile. The coordinates and legal documents are all in this. You own the place, Nor. I left some cash for you there too. It's not much, but it's enough to get you started. I love you, Nora. I never did enough for you to protect you from Mom and Dad. I hope this is enough. Whatever happens next, be free. The hologram flickered out. Nora shook, her hand trembling. With a rush of embarrassment, Ashley realized tears were streaming down Nora's face. Come on man, she said, her voice unbearably tight as she roughly wiped her eyes with her sleeve, don't talk like that. Acting like I mean fuck, she said, sounding utterly overwhelmed. Slowly, she glanced at Roger and Nora. Do you think we could keep it? I mean, she said hesitantly, almost like a shy child asking if it was really okay to open her birthday presents, the coalition wouldn't have seized it, right? I don't think Jessica would have given it to you otherwise. It was on Lawson's orders, and she's not the type to yank chains, Roger said, sounding as if he cared less about that and more about Nora right now. And the coalition only seized your father's assets. Not your brother's. Cheryl didn't say anything, merely silently walking up to Nora and wrapping her arms around her in a hug. Roger soon copied her. Nora let out a noise that was halfway between a laugh and a sob. You guys. Okay. Okay, you win. I need my freaking bed. I've got a lot of shit to process right now. Though I want it on record that you two are the best. Putting a hand on both of them, she gave each a rather sloppy kiss on the cheek, causing Roger to laugh and Cheryl to turn bright red. "Come on, let's get you out of here before you end up in the drunk tank," Roger said, shooting a playful glance at Ashley. "You told me to take care of them after all. Granted, this isn't quite what I was expecting, but hey. Just do me a favor and try to keep her away from liquor when I'm not around. She is not a responsible drinker if this situation is anything to go by." "My thoughts exactly," Cheryl said. "Though credit where credit is due, she can handle more than I can." "I don't know about that," Nora said. "Booze maybe, but I'm not the type to eat raw radroach." "Wait, say that again," Ashley said, certain that she must have misheard. "She ate what?" Again, Cheryl turned red. "Well Chief, it's been good talking to you, but we really do need to get drunky to bed," Roger said, a little too quickly. "See you at 0600 tomorrow." With a heave, Roger half-guided, half-dragged Nora down the hallway, Cheryl on the other side. Just before they were out of earshot, Ashley overheard Cheryl thanking Roger. Ashley smiled. It certainly had been touching to see Nora hear her brother's last words for her, but for the most part that encounter had been rather silly and stupid. Ironically, at this moment, silliness and stupidity were a breath of fresh air. It was deflating tension. Out of curiosity, she approached the door to the mess hall, which automatically opened at her presence. It was like walking into a wall of noise. Someone had set up their Omni tool to project a massive screen at the far end of the room, which was playing a recording of the collector base being destroyed on repeat. 3 explosions erupted out of the cylinder-shaped station, one tearing the top off and sending it spinning off into space, one obliterating the bottom entirely, and the centermost one blasting what was left into around 1,000 different-sized chunks. "Never gets old," Cornelia screeched from where she was standing on top of a table, a bottle in one hand and her sword in the other. And here's the best part. As the explosions spread outward, quite a few of Saren's warships were caught in the blast. Most of them swallowed up by the fire and shock wave of the explosion, but a few were cleaved in half by debris that were moving just as fast as any mass driver round, only with a lot more mass behind them. 13 I count. 13 ships gone. She howled, stabbing the air with her sword as she drained the rest of her bottle. "Screw you Saren. We did all that while you were busy hiding and doing nothing. A fucking men." One of the Morines shouted, tossing Cornelia another bottle, which she just barely caught by the tips of her fingers. There was a small crowd of a dozen people around her table, most of them Morines, much to Ashley's surprise. "Funny how people are suddenly so much more friendly right after a battle, isn't it?" Rex said from where he was sitting near the entrance. "Most of the Morines on this ship were ready to start killing us if they got a chance, and around half of them died on that station, but it's all good for now. Well, at least until the high stops and they remember how much they hate us." "To be honest, I'm surprised you're not over there," Ashley said in a teasing tone. Rex did seem to be an exception to the rule. Nearly everywhere in the mess hall, crew members were celebrating somehow. Some card games here, some arm wrestling there, all of it very loud and energetic, with plenty of alcohol being drunk. The only other island in the sea of this chaos was a table where Garis, Lyra and Adam were sitting, Adam sipping on his Nuka-Cola as usual. "Nah, you don't do that stuff when you're an old man," Rex said. "If I were a few hundred years younger, I'd be up there with Cornelia, probably even louder than she is and throwing bottles at anyone who pissed me off." Ashley had little trouble imagining that. "But I'm over 1,000 years old now, and I'm at the point in my life where I just sit back, have a nice drink, and watch the Yunjins make asses out of themselves. I want to be able to remember this in the morning while everyone feels like their heads have been split open." Ashley smiled and pulled out a chair next to Rex. For that moment in time, she forgot about her worries. She didn't notice that Jane wasn't there, when a month ago she most certainly would be sitting right next to Ashley. For that moment, she just sat and enjoyed the feeling of pure joy that was practically overflowing from everyone in the room. XXXXX. Primarch Fedorian felt his mandibles go slack as he looked at his Omni tool. It was everywhere, on every communications channel, every stream, every extranet site. Saren was using the desecrated corpses of the Proteins as weapons, as well as the very ships that had wiped them all out in the first place. Ships that the Coalition were claiming were made out of the genetic material of species that had been rendered extinct in a repeating cycle of galactic extinction. It seemed utterly absurd. And yet, the Coalition was releasing a positive treasure trove of data to back it up. Data that would take months to properly sift through, and Fedorian had a very hard time imagining as forged. Indeed, he had had the hierarchy's top men looking at it the second it had been made public, and they were finding zero evidence of forgery. In fact, they had found zero evidence that the code within had been made by any known species. This was all looking disturbingly plausible, and it was already going viral on the extranet. Confusion, outrage, denial, hysteria, all of it was popping up everywhere. The local news and massive blogs with billions of followers were all talking about the exact same thing, the Reapers and the Collectors. Fedorian was broken out of his contemplation as his Omni tool beeped. An incoming call. Yes. He said, answering it. Primarch, the Hanner ambassador is here, said the harassed-sounding voice of his secretary. I tried to tell him that you're busy, but he's not leaving. He's demanding to speak to you at once. In the background, Fedorian could very clearly hear furious shouting. Defilement. Sacrilege of the highest order. We will not stand for this. The Hanner will not willingly associate themselves with those who stand by and benefit from atrocities. The Enkindlers gave us all everything, gave you everything, and this is how you repay their generosity? If this is not rectified, we will have no choice but to stand with those that release the Enkindlers from their torment. Sir, I think you may want to make time to talk to him. At this rate, he may advocate for the Hanner government to declare war on the hierarchy, and the last thing we need right now is to give the coalition another ally, Fedorian's secretary said. Fedorian's entire body felt heavy. Already, there was a chance of this making the war even worse. And if all these accusations were true, which they seemed to be, Saren was knowingly and willingly using weapons that had caused suffering on a scale no one could imagine. All of this, on top of the war crimes that had taken place at Tylev, which were slowly starting to sneak in alongside everything else well. It all made his decision for him. Do whatever you need to do to keep the ambassador there, tell him I'll be with him in 10 minutes. There's something I need to do first, Fedorian said. His secretary let out a loud groan before he was silenced by the Omni tool deactivating. Fedorian pressed another button on his Omni tool, closing the shutters in his apartment. One way or another, he was about to make history. He just hoped that it would be for the right reason. When the war had started, he had conferenced with the representatives of multiple powerful factions in the galaxy, which had made up the backbone of the united front against the coalition. Now, only one of them would respond to him. Dalatras Linren appeared in front of him, looking angry. I was expecting you, she said without hesitation. Where is Saren? Has he been responding to your communications? No, the usual communication channels I used aren't working, Fedorian replied. He most likely terminated them when the news broke. Just like when he ran before his trial. Say what you will about him, he's certainly good at keeping himself alive. Knows exactly when he has to make a run for it, lest he be surrounded by half the warships in the galaxy. So it's safe to assume we can't rely on him as an ally going forward, Linren said, pursing her lips. That will be troublesome. I was counting on him to stage a breakthrough so that we could put the coalition on the defensive. After this though, we're going to have to take more drastic measures. With the Yogg, we might be able to push again through Tuchanka and Linren, Fedorian said. It's over. There was an uncomfortable pause as Linren looked at him. At that moment, Fedorian was very glad that he wasn't in the same room as her. He doubted that the Solarian woman had any military training like he did, and even by Solarian standards she was rather slender. Despite that, there was a coldness in her eye that promised that, if they were in the same room, she would have been trying as hard as possible to kill him. What? She said. This war has only been going for a month. Only a few million people have died, 10 at most. Compared to the wars of the Council's past, it's a footnote. That was half of the problem with the war right there. Compared to the other wars in galactic history, the death toll was tiny by comparison. But all of it had happened within a month, between forces that were all doing their best to show some form of restraint until recently, with no end in sight. What would happen if this war was indeed allowed to grow to the scale of the Rachni Wars, or the Krogan rebellions? Particularly when they were on the defensive. But while that was a big part of it, that wasn't all there was. This is going out across our worlds just as much as everywhere else. Hierarchy and Union citizens are watching this. They are outraged at what Saren has done, outraged that we supported him. Many of them are accusing us of having known all along, but keeping quiet about it to support our own agendas. Something that is obviously untrue, Linren said. Fedorian knew that was the case with himself, though he would never be sure if it was the case with Linren. Linren was the type to keep secrets when it suited her. True, Saren would have jealously guarded this secret and it was unlikely that Linren had discovered it, but there would always be that possibility. A simple public denial will take care of that problem. I've had plenty of experience with matters such as these. Those accusations will blow over before too long. You're missing the point, Fedorian said, privately wondering if she was doing this on purpose. We've lost the support of the people. It was their approval that enabled this to happen. And it's not just that. We have to worry about those who will refuse to take orders from us now. 50 Turian warships sided with the coalition over the hierarchy before the war even started. How many will go defect now? How many Solarians will do the same? Linren let out a laugh. A high-pitched, mocking laugh that made Fedorian want to grind his mandibles in anger. He held back. Solarians do not defect. Though, honestly, I thought Turians didn't defect either. Don't make assumptions about my people just because yours are failing to meet standards. As for how many of your people will follow in Vita's footsteps, there are ways to deal with this before it becomes too much of a problem. I can have STG teams scout your officers for possible defectors and have them dealt with in a matter of days. I'm certain that blackmail material on such individuals would be plentiful if my operatives figure out where to look. You will do no such thing, Fedorian growled, his barely repressed anger finally starting to work its way into his voice. When I said, it's over, it wasn't an invitation to debate. This war is over. We will lose it if we keep pushing it forward. Hundreds of millions if not billions of deaths, all of them in the name of a war we can't win. The odds are already stacked against us. What happens when the Geth bring the full brunt of their forces against us? What happens when the coalition ramps up production of weaponry to arm the Krogan? What happens if the Rachni decide that they want to help the ones who saved them? It's over. Linren was snarling now. Do you think it's wise to abandon me? You want me as a friend Primarch, not as an enemy. If you want to declare me my enemy, it'd be nothing short of suicide at this point, he said. Don't make idle threats. What would be your plan exactly? Exact revenge on you while you stand alone against the entire galaxy? Even your Yogg army would pale in the face of every other race taking up arms against you. It wouldn't even dent the forces you would have to face. Because you would be fighting the hierarchy as well. Fedorian shook his head. How had it all come down to this? Threatening one of the oldest allies the Turian hierarchy had ever had. And yet it had. It was disorienting. Everything that Fedorian had considered stable and permanent in interspecies relationships was coming apart at the seams. But it was either this or let the war they couldn't win and their citizens didn't want continue. You would turn against us. Linren said, the fury in her voice barely contained. I find it amusing when you say us as if I am betraying the interests of every last Solarian alive, Fedorian retorted, venom finally making its way into his voice. He had tolerated much in this war, all of his allies had been horrendous to some degree. Ironically, Linren had been the best out of the leaders of his three major allies, but that had been a very relative thing, and he had very little respect for the woman. I am not turning against the Solarian people. Just you. How very arrogant of you to equate the two. If you go through with this, you will live to regret it, Linren said. It was a growled threat, meant to intimidate. It was a matter-of-fact statement. No matter what I do, I will live to regret everything that has happened with this conflict, Fedorian said. I'll settle for this. Now then, we could easily trade insults and threats for the next few hours if we wanted to, but there's quite a bit I need to do to keep the entire galaxy from waging war on my species. If you don't wish to do the same and are content to continue fighting, that is your choice to make. But you will be standing alone. The Turian hierarchy does not fight pointless wars. If you continue to drag your people through this one, you will only have a broken nation and an angry population to show for it. Fedorian stopped and looked at Linren. She had taken a single step back, and was sizing him up. In that moment, he knew that he had won, at least in the short term. He had no doubts that Dalatrass Linren would do everything in his power to get her revenge for this moment. He could only imagine what acts of petty cruelty she was formulating in the depths of her mind to get back at him for this. But at the moment, he knew that the Solarian Union would not be continuing the war. We will have to discuss the specifics of peace terms, she said coldly, every word clearly wishing Fedorian a slow and painful death. Even though we cannot defeat the coalition, we must make sure their influence does not spread out of control. They may be planning to take the Krogan people as a client state. With the genophage cured, they could spread their influence throughout the galaxy if that were the case. She made a disgusted face. Ideally, we should pressure the coalition into letting us apply the genophage to the Krogan again. I doubt that will be possible, Fedorian said. The Krogan directly fought alongside the coalition. Not just on and around Tuchanka, Krogan blood was spilt on the Battery in front of the war too. The coalition won't just abandon the people that are now their allies, not when that was one of the major reasons they fought this war in the first place. While we're at it, I'll doubt we'll be able to negotiate the extinction of the Rachni species either. Then we need to advocate some form of population control on both, Linren said. Whether it be the number of young they are allowed to have, or the planets they are allowed to colonize. We also need to have legal authority to heavily fortify systems close to whatever systems the Krogan and Rachni live in, without it being seen as an act of war. That will be difficult with the Rachni, as even the coalition doesn't seem to know where they are, Fedorian said, feeling a massive pang of annoyance and frustration towards the coalition. This war had not been started without good reason, and it was terrifying to know that the Rachni were out there again, with no one having any idea where. But it should be more manageable with the Krogan, particularly since their infrastructure and military is still in shambles. We can concede planets that are so hostile only the Krogan could ever survive on them, and try to limit them to planets like that. A handful of planets under those categories have been eyed by the Council due to their valuable natural resources, including Element Zero, Linren replied. We should ensure that the most valuable of those planets stay out of Krogan hands. Fedorian nodded. What about the Batarians? The coalition and their allies will no doubt make heavy demands regarding them. Fuck the Batarians, Linren said harshly. Let the coalition have whatever they want with them. They've caused us nothing but trouble and we're good for little more than being meat shields. That'll be our way of making the coalition think that they're getting what they want. Whatever outrageous demands they make about the hegemony, we give it to them. At this point, they could demand the enslavement of the entire Batarian species and I'd let them have it. Oh, publicly I'd decry it, but eventually I'd concede to protect the safety of my own people or something to that effect. We are not letting them go to lengths that extreme. Fedorian snapped. It was almost surreal that he had to have this conversation. We are going to be reasonable. I don't know what you intend, but I plan on putting the council back together and establishing order under its rule when this is all over. Linren snorted. If you think that the council can ever be taken seriously again after what's happened here, be my guest, she said. Be my guest when it comes to defending the Batarians too. Just don't expect me to try too hard to help you. I haven't been expecting you to help me with anything of significance for some time now, Fedorian said scathingly, his temper getting the better of him. His patience with Linren had been worn down from being forced to work with her. Now that he was moving to end the war, he found it harder and harder to tolerate her. I spare ships to help protect Surkesh, but I don't recall you sparing a flotilla to support the siege of Tuchanka. So don't act like your lack of contributions is anything new. Oh please, Linren said. You spared a task force to fight in orbit over my home world, it's true, but you weren't the one who won that battle. If anything, it was Saren. Your contributions were minor, barely worth noticing. Minor is still more than nothing, Fedorian said. Something you seem to have trouble understanding. He gave a heavy exhale. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with me? Any other matters we should stand united on? Because I have grown rather tired of talking to you. I'll find a way to let you know if there's anything truly important, Linren said. Though I doubt that there really is. You do whatever it is that you think matters. I'll be busy with matters that will actually make an impact. Without another word, her hologram vanished. Fedorian fought back the urge to groan in exasperation. A year ago, galactic politics had had order and structure. Where had it all gone? Taking a step back, he slumped onto his bed, looking up at the ceiling as he sat there. He wasn't sure how this would affect the relationship between the Turian's hierarchy and the Solarian Union. Part of him felt that Linren wasn't vain enough to jeopardize their relationship over spite, but at the same time, he couldn't be sure. So much of what he had taken for granted for years was being discarded in the chaos of this war. He didn't even want to think about what politics with the Asari were going to look like now. He looked around. He could use a drink right now. A bright green and ice-cold shot sounded perfect right now. He just wanted to take a day to stay in his apartment, letting that liquid poison make him forget about everything. But he couldn't. He couldn't run and hide like Saren did, and he couldn't push away anyone who spiked him like Linren could. He had a species to lead and keep safe. Getting to his feet, he opened the shutters. He looked down onto the streets of Cyprutine. 6 billion Turians lived on this planet alone, peacefully. It was his job to keep them safe. He hoped that he had done that. Turning away, he left the apartment. He had to talk to the Hanner ambassador and explain the situation to him. After that, he would need to get word to the Valis that they were de-escalating the conflict, and contact the coalition and their allies in an attempt to get peace talks going. After all of that, there would only be one major loose end to deal with. Saren. The disgrace to the Turian species. He had been given free rein long enough. XXXXX. Well, credit where credit is due, this is not the response I expected from you. I fully expected you to be throwing things at walls, shooting Geth and swearing, but you're actually not acting like a 6-year-old throwing a temper tantrum. Progress. Saren ignored Goeth. He was flicking through newsfeed after newsfeed. The war was over. Technically it wasn't over, but the writing was on the wall. Hostilities were already ceasing, and the council and the coalition would be talking soon. He had thought he would be angrier. Going to the hierarchy and getting them to bring in whoever they could to stop the coalition had been the best chance he had ever had to protect the galaxy. Now it was crumbling away, and he was right back where he had started. No, worse than when he had started. He had lost so much in this war, and now there was no conceivable way for him to replenish his forces. A Reaper had died on Tuchanka, a Reaper had died in orbit of Moria, 2 more had died protecting the Solarian homeworld. And this was without the dozens upon dozens of Geth and collector ships and the destruction of the collector base. Despite all this, however, there was a clarity in his mind. It felt like watching a vicious storm from within the safety of a shelter. He could feel the angry thoughts whirling around inside of him, but they couldn't touch him. In reality, there was something clarifying about all of this. The easier paths had been blocked off and destroyed. His journey would be much harder now, but it was much more certain now. In a way, that was calming. There was no more doubt. Hello? You there? If this is one of those prolonged moments of silence before you go on a rampage, I'd like a bit of a heads up, Goeth said. Otherwise it gets hard to gauge if I'll be able to see the end of it before I have to go to bed. Saren crossed Sovereign's bridge and accessed a control panel. Typing a few keys, he brought up a long list detailing all of the ships he had left. There were a little over 100 left. He had lost a good chunk of his forces during the destruction of the collector base, some of his better ships. 50% of the ships he had left were Geth, and 30% were collector. Only a fifth of his ships were Reapers, but that fifth was worth a normal armada on its own. He could do major damage with these forces, but every battle he brought them into, apart from painfully one-sided ones against fleets that numbered in the single digits, would eat away at them. This had always been true, but he had been able to build more collector ships up until recently. This was why he had chosen to not attack the coalition directly, out of fear that it would cripple him. But he had no choice now. It was no longer a question of if he could afford to take the risk, but rather how he should take the risk. He swiped his list to the side and brought up a map of the galaxy. Dozens of high-priority targets were marked on it, enhanced images and descriptions hovering above the highlighted areas. Moria, a world that had always supplied badly needed ore and even decent amounts of element zero to the coalition. But the window for eliminating it had come and gone. The Batarians had seen to that. The Solarians hadn't helped either. Between the two of them, Moria had a heavy concentration ships around it and within a short distance of it. Coalition defense forces, an enclave, and Quarian survivors from the Battle of Surkesh. There was Remus, that was a possibility too. But Remus was rather close to the coalition/hierarchy border. The coalition had countless ships there as a result of the siege of Tuchanka, and the Turian end of the border would no doubt be heavily defended too. Primarch Fedorian didn't love the coalition, but after he learned what the Reapers were, he might help defend the coalition just to keep the Valis, Hanner, and Elcor happy. That wouldn't go anywhere. And then there was Sol, where nearly every planet was a target, or had a moon that was a target. The Helium-3 refineries on Titan, the farms on Ganymede, the heart of coalition politics that was Mars, and Earth itself. Earth had little strategic value, and going after it would mainly be to strike a moral and symbolic blow. The heads of the old Earth governments were still there, but they had willingly given up more and more of their power to the coalition. They were merely a formality at this point, not worth wasting the element of surprise on. The rest of Sol was a much more valuable target, but it was much more spread out and, more importantly, part of the most heavily defended system in the coalition. Mars in particular would have nearly 100 ships by itself, with more throughout the system ready to reinforce it. And no doubt ships all throughout the coalition would start pouring in the second. Technically, he could pull off attacks on all of these locations. He could even potentially escape with his life after burning his target to ashes. The problem was that he would lose too many forces to carry out a second attack, and none of these locations would truly stop the coalition in the long run. Worst of all, the coalition would be on guard, their attention focused on him and no one else in terms of defense. No doubt their top men would be checking the probability of where he would attack, and all of these locations would be at the top of a very long list. They would be waiting for him, no doubt working on some sort of trap to take care of the Reapers. They had seen them in combat enough to know how deadly they were, and doubtless they were developing countermeasures. Look, there's an old human saying. Shit or get off the pot, Goeth said. He sounded bored now. And you've been on the pot for a real long time now. You were a lone person trying to take on one of the most powerful governments in the galaxy. By all rights, it should have lasted a week, if even that, before you got gunned down in a dark alley. Maybe you killed a dozen people. Triple digits if you targeted mainly civilians. But as it stands, you managed to get hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of coalition personnel killed. Who knows? They're still counting the bodies. Goeth let out a long yawn, plopping down onto the chair Saren had vacated, stretching himself out. Personally, I say you've had a damn good run. Getting more done than you had any conceivable right to. I know the feeling, I've been there before. But you've been getting complacent, paranoid. You've got all this firepower and you're only using it piecemeal. You started out as someone who was shaking up the status quo, but now you're just trying to maintain your own personal status quo. The clarity in Saren's mind splintered. Only a little bit, but enough to make him glare at Goeth. The doctor noticed, a grin flitting across his face. Either go out there and do what you were always talking about doing, or just drop it. Okay? We already talked about how you get your jollies from making the coalition suffer, but if you don't have the spine to follow through on it, well, you may want to stop wasting everyone's time. He yawned. Mine included. You used to be exciting, but now you're honestly kind of boring. Saren turned back to the map of the galaxy, frustrating mounting within him. He had no idea what was causing Goeth to appear in front of him, and he had long given up on finding a way to make the intruding menace disappear. You know exactly what's making me appear, don't you lie to me. Saren ignored him, turning his attention back to the map, cycling through location after location. He supposed he could start off with lightly defended ones. But that led to the problem of them being so lightly defended because there was barely anything worth protecting. Even then, too many attacks on similar areas would create a pattern that the coalition could follow. He growled. There had to be something he could do. Look, we may need to talk about the thing you're always avoiding. The idea that you are going to be walking away from this one alive, Goeth said. I really don't think you are. And that's okay. Because, even if you were to kill every last coalition citizen, pretty much everyone in the galaxy hates you for riding around in a ship made up of ground-up proteins, Goeth said. So stop trying to play the long game, you were never any good at it anyway. Saren paused. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, he said to himself. He brushed everything aside. It would be a long shot. Normally, it would seem counteractive to his plan. But current circumstances might make it all fall into place. And he would truly be punishing those who had left the galaxy vulnerable. He brought up a picture of his new target. Wait, seriously? Goeth said. You're not just screwing with me, are you? Saren didn't reply at all. He typed in commands, triangulated trajectories for his remaining forces, seeing how long it would take them to group up and launch an assault on his new target. A little over a week. He did some quick number crunching in his mind. He would have a very narrow window of opportunity, not very long before public attention was turned away from the peace talks and back onto him. But if he managed to make everything fall into place, none of it would matter. You're serious, Goeth said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. It was quickly replaced by a roar of laughter. Now that's more like it. You should have done something like this from the start. No, it would have been counterproductive then, Saren said, feeling a little short of breath. Excitement was starting to flow through him. But now? It's perfect. The perfect moment. Maximizing damage. All right, I like where this is going, Goeth said. You bringing everything? Oh, speaking of which, actually talking to me now. He laughed again. Oh, don't worry, I'm not complaining. If you were ignoring me to come up with something like this, ignore me more often. I've never seen this side of you before, but I have to say I rather like it. Somewhere in the depths of Saren's brain, part of him felt disgusted that someone like Goeth was complimenting him. It was only a very small part of him, however, and it was drowned out by the rest. A feeling of pure, unrestrained glee was flooding through him. He had an opening. The war hadn't been a waste after all. His target wouldn't have been this valuable without it. They wouldn't go anywhere else, he whispered. No, they really wouldn't, Goeth admitted. There's no way in hell you could have planned this in the long run, trust me I know, but things kind of worked out in your favor. I guess in a universe of infinite variables, sometimes they turn up in your favor. He grinned, slinking around to the far side of the monitor and leaning over it. We're bringing everything? That's the way it should be. When do we head out? As soon as possible, Saren said. We can't afford to wait any longer than we have. He looked up from the terminal. Goeth wasn't there anymore. He was staring at himself again, his mouth open wide, with Goeth's laughter spilling out of it. The first time he had seen this happen, it had horrified him. Now, he found it hard to care. He finally had it all figured out.